Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 2336 to Chapter 2420. Ding Chun's gloomy face made her gloomy face look even worse. Tong Punhai didn't even want to look at her. Ningxu listened to the couple's conversation and quietly floated out of the room. I thought you disappeared. Tong Tong saw Ningxu come in and closed the door. Ningxu said to Tong Tong, I'll teach you some taekwondo and some knowledge to protect yourself. Ningxu demonstrated to Tong Tong, look carefully. Tong Tong couldn't go to any taekwondo class or learn any fighting skills. Tong Punhai would never allow it. He wouldn't let Tong Tong have the power to resist him. Ningxu first had Tong Tong do the horse dance to train her strength and put a book on Tong Tong's head. Then Ningxu sat down and began to write the sutras for the ultimate kung fu. There was little spiritual energy in the modern world, but using the ultimate kung fu could still strengthen the body. Tong Tong's face was red from holding in the horse stance. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and sat on the ground. The book on her head also fell. I'm too tired, Tong Tong said weakly. Rest for a while and then continue. The ultimate kung fu could strengthen the body, but it was only internal energy. It was useless if you didn't use any moves. Therefore, Tong Tong still had to learn some moves. When a person had a certain amount of capital and power, they had the power to resist things they didn't want to do. They had the confidence to say no to things they didn't want to do. Tong Tong was confused and asked, Angel, why do I have to learn this? Because it will give you the power to protect yourself, Ningxu said without looking up. Tong Tong was now in the stage of following blindly. She did whatever she was told and didn't dare to resist. During the time she was adopted by the Tong family, she had developed a timid personality. It wasn't something that could be changed overnight. If this child could cry and shout that she was scared, but pick up a stool and hit people without hesitation, that would be the best. It was good to cry and hit people at the same time. Perhaps even if Tong Tong was abandoned, her life wouldn't be as miserable as it was now. Do you have pocket money? A little. Very little. Tong Tong panted and said, every time, it's Dad who buys things for me and doesn't give me money. The economic foundation determined the construction of a building. Without money, it was useless to say anything. You have to save more money in the future. In fact, you can also earn money by selling mineral water bottles. In the future, if you pick up a mineral water bottle on the street, you can keep it secretly. Don't let your family or your classmates know. Children usually had strong self-esteem and were unwilling to show their lowly appearance in front of their classmates. In fact, Ningxu had already abandoned this kind of insignificant face. Okay, I got it. Tong Tong nodded. Obviously, she trusted Ningxu a lot. She would do whatever Ningxu said. Ningxu sighed. When would Tong Tong be able to think for herself? When would she be able to distinguish right from wrong? When would she be able to understand what was not good for her? This will take a long time. Tong Tong was 9 years old now. Maybe when she was a little older, Tong Punhai would not let her learn anymore. At that time, it would be time for Tong Tong to harvest. In fact, what was in front of Tong Tong was a trap. Moreover, it was the only way out. If she left the Tong family, she would not be able to survive. Ningxu had a headache. This kind of child's task was too difficult to do. He could deal with the Tong family in minutes, but he was stuck with Tong Tong. Tong Tong was the biggest problem. Tong Tong fell to the ground and rubbed her sore legs. Ningxu waved his hand. This is the martial arts manual I gave you. Take a look and you can practice according to it. Is it the kind of martial arts manual on TV? Can I really master martial arts and become invincible? Tong Tong asked innocently. Ningxu said, no, it can only strengthen your muscles and bones. Of course, if there is enough spirit chi, it can make you more powerful. It was possible to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, but spirit chi was too scarce in the modern world. It was basically impossible. The natural law would not allow this to happen. That's not bad. Ningxu asked Tong Tong to sit on the bed. He scanned Tong Tong's body with his spiritual power and then told her how to practice. She was also a child. If it were Tong Liang, he would have smashed something in her face and called her crazy. Tong Tong. Tong Punhai started to howl again. Tong Tong had no choice but to stop. She jumped off the bed and said to Ningxu, "Angel, nothing has changed. As long as you practice hard every day, you will become very powerful." Ningxu said. Confidence had to be built up little by little. Ningxu felt that he had a terminal illness. In fact, this little girl was very happy. Although she was in the hospital all year round, there was almost no other misfortune in her life except for illness. Happiness was always similar, but misfortune was different. Some people lived in hell on earth. Ningxu followed Tong Tong to the master bedroom to see what Tong Punhai was up to. "Tong Tong, Daddy needs to go to the bathroom." "Help me," Tong Punhai said. Ningxu. What the f*ck, he probably wanted to take advantage of the bathroom to expose his thing and molest the little girl. Some people have a hobby of exposing their thing. It's so disgusting. Tong Tong looked at Ningxu helplessly. Ningxu said, "Don't help him." "You said you can't help him. Call your brother." Tong Tong immediately said, "Daddy, I'll call my brother." Then she ran out of the master bedroom and knocked on Tong Liang's room. Tong Liang was playing games in the room with headphones on. He knocked a few times but didn't open the door. He went to the kitchen to find Ding Chen. "Mommy, Daddy said he needs to go to the bathroom." Ding Chen glanced at Tong Tong, wiped her hands on her apron and went to the master bedroom. "Ningxu, if there's anything in the future, call your mom, okay?" He didn't believe that a woman could tolerate betrayal. In a sense, Tong Punhai betrayed Ding Chen. Ding Chen didn't say anything, but it didn't mean she agreed. If she could find a way to separate the two of them, she would try her best. Ningxu sighed and said to Tong Tong, "Spend more time with your mother in the future. Try not to be alone with your brother and father." Tong Tong nodded. She drank some water and was about to go back to her room to practice martial arts when she heard Tong Punhai's painful cry and Ding Chen's shrill scream. Tong Tong shivered. What's wrong now? She was really afraid that something would happen again. Ningxu's lips curled up. There was such a big commotion outside, but Tong Liang's door still didn't open. Tong Tong went to the bathroom and saw Tong Punhai and Ding Chen together. Ding Chen hurriedly pulled Tong Punhai up, but Tong Punhai was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back. /BK Tong Punhai's pants haven't been pulled up yet. Lying on the ground like this, Ding Chen pulled him up and pulled up his pants. Tong Tong was a little scared and asked, "Mom, what happened?" Ding Chen was annoyed and snapped at Tong Tong, "Go back to your room, don't get close to your father, what are you doing?" Tong Tong was so scared that she almost cried. She quickly ran back to her room, closed the door, touched her beating heart, and asked Ningxu, "Angel, do you know what happened?" Ningxu shook his head, "I don't know, I've been talking to you." Hee, that's because Tong Punhai knocked on the toilet. The bathroom floor was wet and very slippery. When Tong Punhai went to the toilet, Ningxu used his spiritual force. Tong Punhai was already scalded and blistered. Now that he was knocked on the edge of the toilet, it's estimated that the pain of giving birth to a child is like this. Tong Punhai rolled his eyes in pain and then went into shock. Ding Chen was so scared that she quickly called the ambulance. When she was putting on Tong Punhai's pants, she touched the wound and Tong Punhai's body trembled and convulsed. The ambulance came and Tong Punhai was carried downstairs. Tong Tong looked at the movement outside through the crack of the door and saw her father being put on a stretcher. She asked in fear, "Will Dad be okay?" Tong Tong is afraid of Tong Punhai, but she also hopes that Tong Punhai is okay because Tong Punhai is the pillar of the family. Tong Liang came out of the room and saw the situation. He quickly asked, "What happened to Dad?" Ding Chen was very anxious. She took her bag and hurried to the ambulance, ignoring Tong Liang. "It's so annoying." "What happened?" Tong Liang scratched his head and shouted at Tong Tong, "What are you doing in the room? What happened to Dad?" Tong Tong poked her head out of the door, "Brother, I don't know. Mom said that Dad fell in the bathroom." Then he slammed the door shut. "Cultivate, your father will be fine." Ningxu comforted Tong Tong. Tong Tong nodded and sat cross-legged on the bed. After cultivating for a while, she stopped and asked doubtfully, "Is this really useful? Why can't I become more powerful?" Studying hard for 10 years is the same as practicing martial arts. It's not something that can be done in a short period of time. You have to do it day after day. Ningxu felt that he was about to become a joke maker. Oh, okay, but I'm worried about Dad, Tong Tong said. Your father will be fine. That way, they wouldn't have time to harass him. In fact, Ningxu had a bold idea. Tong Tong still wanted to say something, but Ningxu's face darkened. Tong Tong immediately closed her eyes and began to cultivate. She followed Ningxu's instructions and absorbed the spiritual energy. But what is spiritual energy? I can't feel it at all. Tong Tong asked doubtfully. Feel it carefully, even more carefully. By the time you can feel it, it will be the time when the divine skill is about to reach large success, Ningxu said casually. In addition to cultivation, Ningxu also wanted her to learn taekwondo and martial arts. Martial arts were more ruthless and attacked the weak points of a person. It was very likely that one move could kill. Ningxu thought for a while and didn't teach martial arts. He called for some self-defense taekwondo and dangerous methods to prevent Tong Tong from accidentally killing someone. Although Tong Tong looked timid, when cornered, a cornered dog would jump over a wall, and a cornered rabbit would bite. Ningxu felt that he was worrying too much. In the future, he really didn't want to take on such childish tasks. It was troublesome and there were too many things to consider. Tong Penghai, who had just been discharged from the hospital less than half a day ago, was now in the hospital again. At night, Ding Chen came back with a tired face. Tong Liang asked what happened. Ding Chen just said that it was nothing serious. When Tong Liang heard that it was nothing serious, he felt relieved and went back to his room to play games. He thought for a while and said to Tong Tong, "Let's go and play games with brother." Tong Tong quickly shook her head, "Brother, I don't know how to play games." To play games, they had to go to Tong Liang's room. Tong Liang felt that it was boring and didn't force her. Anyway, Dad was in the hospital and Mom had to accompany him. There were only the two of them at home. This series of things exhausted Ding Chen. She took the passbook from home and went to the hospital. Ningxu also felt that since there was no one at home, it was suitable for doing bad things. When Tong Tong fell asleep at night, Ningxu went through the wall and went to Tong Liang's room. Tong Liang was watching cat movies with headphones. His blood was boiling. Ningxu picked up a cup of water and handed it to Tong Liang. Tong Liang had been looking at the computer screen. He took a sip and put it down. After a while, he realized that the cup was still floating in the air. He was so scared that he screamed. Ningxu set up a barrier around the room. It was very soundproof. Tong Tong, who was next door, definitely couldn't hear anything. Tong Liang threw away his headphones and climbed out of bed. He wrapped himself in the quilt and shivered. He looked at the computer mouse moving in horror. The sound from the computer stereo was getting louder and louder. It hurt Tong Liang's ears. The ambiguous sound from the stereo still reached his ears. It was a sound that made people's blood boil, but Tong Liang felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze. Wave after wave of sound reached his ears. Even if he covered his ears, he couldn't do anything. He ran out of bed and wanted to open the door to escape. However, he couldn't open the door. When he finally opened the door, he hit the wall and bounced back. He sat on the ground. Tong Liang's face was full of fright. He screamed for help in horror and banged on the door. There was also a loud ear-piercing sound from the stereo. It was a woman's coquettish voice and a man's panting. It was so ambiguous, but Tong Liang didn't dare to listen. He couldn't get out of the room and didn't know where to hide. He jumped back into bed and wrapped himself in the quilt, shaking like a sieve. Tong Liang's face was purple. It looked like he was scared out of his wits. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Ningxu lowered the volume of the computer and removed the barrier. He went through the wall and returned to Tong Tong's room. When Tong Liang woke up, the computer was still playing the cat movie. However, there was no ear-piercing sound. His headphones fell to the ground. Tong Liang quickly opened the door and found that he could go out again. Was it a dream? But the dream was too real. Tong Liang didn't dare to go back to his room. He curled up into a ball on the old sofa in the living room. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come out again. Tong Liang couldn't tell the difference between reality and dream. He only hoped that he was dreaming. The next morning, Tong Tong went out of the room and saw her brother sleeping on the sofa. He was mumbling something about ghosts. He looked like he was in a trance and his face was haggard. "Brother, what's wrong?" Tong Tong patted Tong Liang. Tong Liang was so scared that his body trembled. He opened his eyes and saw Tong Tong. "What are you doing? You scared me." Tong Tong /BK Tong Liang looked terrified. His face was pale, and there were dark circles under his eyes. He looked extremely haggard. He looked more like a ghost than Ning Shu. It was as if he had masturbated too much. Tong Tong didn't know what had happened. She asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" "I'm fine. Go and cook." Tong Liang let out a long sigh. Although Tong Tong was a little confused, she still went to the kitchen to cook. Ning Shu looked at Tong Liang silently. Tong Liang rubbed his face, and then his body stiffened. He saw the fruit plate on the table move. The plate moved to the side of the coffee table and fell to the ground with a clang. The fruit rolled all over the floor. Tong Liang was so scared that his pupils shrank. He jumped up and rushed to the kitchen. He curled up and hid behind Tong Tong. He looked very funny. Tong Tong asked in surprise, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" "Tong Tong, I think there's a ghost in this house." A ghost threw the plate on the floor. Tong Liang said in a trembling voice. He hid behind Tong Tong and looked around. Tong Tong poked her head out of the kitchen and saw the fruit on the floor. "It's just a plate on the floor. What's the fuss about?" "Brother, you're too timid." It was probably the first time she saw her brother like this. Tong Tong actually teased him. Tong Liang's face darkened. "How dare you talk to me like this? You don't want to live anymore." Tong Tong lowered her head and started to cook. Tong Liang asked again, "Did you hear anything last night?" "No, it was very quiet." "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Tong Tong asked. She looked really confused. Tong Liang saw her like this and was extremely irritated. He looked very frightened and vented his anger on Tong Tong. "It's useless to ask you. What's the use of you?" Tong Tong didn't say anything. She could hear her brother mumbling about ghosts beside her. However, he was still in his youth. He was bold. He comforted himself that he was dreaming and that it was okay. His brain was muddled and he stayed up too late to play games. He would quit playing in the future. Tong Tong saw Tong Liang go crazy and then recover. She even asked Ning Shu, "Brother, what's wrong with her?" Ning Shu simply said, "She might be hysterical." Tong Tong cooked 2 bowls of noodles, but they weren't very tasty. Tong Liang ate them until he was burning with rage. He complained that Tong Tong couldn't have added some seasoning or something. The clear soup tasted terrible. Tong Tong pouted and didn't say a word. When Tong Liang returned to his room, Tong Tong Ning Shu asked, "Do you want to eat something? I haven't seen you eat for so long. Aren't you hungry?" Ning Shu, "It's okay, I'm not hungry." Tong Tong returned to her room and began to cultivate under Ning Shu's request. She sat in a sitting position until her face was red and her whole body was sore. Tong Tong wanted to give up when she couldn't take it anymore, but Ning Shu told her to continue. "If you're really tired, take a break." Tong Tong didn't even realize that Ning Shu was a ghost. Perhaps the image of an angel was deeply ingrained in her heart. And Ning Shu had never hurt anyone in front of Tong Tong. She was such a kind angel. She didn't realize at all that the ghost her brother was talking about was Ning Shu. At night, Ning Shu floated to Tong Liang's room again. In the middle of the night, Ning Shu turned on his computer and began to play cat movies. The sound was extremely ear-piercing. Tong Liang, who was sleeping in a daze, jumped out of bed in fright. The light from the computer screen shone on his face, which was pale and distorted. In the end, he screamed and got up. He opened the door and ran towards the door, but he couldn't get out. Tong Liang leaned against the wall and looked at the computer. The computer was still playing ambiguous scenes. There were even vulgar and disgusting scenes. There were also sounds that made people's blood boil. But in such a scene, it was extremely strange and terrifying. Ningxu stood to the side and looked at Tong Liang's distorted face. Tong Liang MP, even if it was a ghost, it was too keen teasing people. Tong Liang shrank into a ball and muttered curses in his mouth. It was said that swearing can scare away ghosts. The whole room was filled with deafening ambiguous sounds. Tong Liang trembled in pain and waited for the cat movie to end. But after this was over, Tong Liang breathed a sigh of relief. As a result, the screen began to play a horror movie. The sound effects of the horror movie were very scary. Tong Liang felt even more terrified. Especially the sound of the stereo was very loud. Those horrible sounds reached his ears. Coupled with all kinds of imagination, Tong Liang felt that there was an unknown thing squatting beside him. It even blew at him and stuck out its tongue to lick his face. Tong Liang was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Ningxu used a spiritual force to lift Tong Liang to the bed and covered him with a quilt. To be honest, using spiritual force, anything can be caused by spiritual force. Under the effect of spiritual force, it was like a supernatural time event. After doing this, Ningxu turned off the computer, stretched, and floated back to Tong Tong's room. Tong Tong didn't hear the sound next door at all. She was sleeping very soundly. Ningxu reached out and touched Tong Tong's face. His expression was solemn as he stared deeply out of the window, deep in thought. At dawn, Tong Liang woke up and rushed out of the room like a madman. He hugged his head and hid beside Tong Tong. Tong Tong, what's wrong with brother? Is he really hysterical like what the angel said? Did you hear anything last night? Did you hear anything? Tong Liang asked Tong Tong with an ashen face. Tong Tong was a little impatient. What, brother? I didn't hear anything. Do you think I should have heard something? It's the sound of a very loud movie. Are you deaf or what? How can you not hear such a loud sound? Tong Liang was angry. The fear in his heart made his face distorted, especially the acne on his face. He couldn't look at it now. Tong Tong was frightened by his appearance. No, I really didn't hear anything. Brother, are you hysterical? Get lost, you're the crazy one. Tong Liang pushed Tong Tong to the ground. Tong Tong didn't dare to say anything and got up on her own. Tong Liang looked at Tong Tong. Tonight, come to my room and sleep with me. Tong Liang was now eager to know if this kind of thing would happen when he was alone. Besides, one more person would embolden him. When Tong Tong heard this, she was frightened. Under the angel's explanation, she already knew that what her brother did to her was wrong. It was inappropriate. Now that she wanted to sleep, she immediately objected. I don't want to, brother. I don't want to sleep in the same room as you. In the past, her brother would knock on her door in the middle of the night. What are you thinking, stupid girl? Do you think I want you to sleep with me? You're dirtying my bed, you're just picking me up from the garbage dump. Tong Liang was furious. Because he didn't sleep well, his adrenaline was stimulated and his mood was very unstable. It wasn't that Tong Tong was really picked up from the garbage dump, but when Tong Punghai adopted Tong Tong, Tong Tong's face was sallow and she was emaciated. Her clothes were very old and there was some dirt that couldn't be washed off. She looked like a child picked up from the garbage. When Tong Tong heard her brother's words, her body trembled. Brother, are you too tired? There's no sound at all. Why don't you go to the hospital? Mom and Dad are in the hospital anyway. Get lost. You have to sleep with me tonight. Otherwise, I'll kick you out and let you sleep on the street. This is not your home. Tong Liang said ferociously. Tong Tong said, okay, brother, but we can also do it in the living room. No, not in the room. Tong Liang's heart was beating like thunder. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. Tong Tong went back to the room and closed the door. She cried to Ningxu and said, what should I do now? Is brother trying to trick me into going to his room? He even made up something like a ghost. It was simply superstition. The more Tong Tong thought about it, the more she felt that her brother did it on purpose. Ningxu only wanted to say that Tong Liang really didn't have the intelligence to do that. Using a haunted house to trick his younger sister into resting with him, at this time, he couldn't think of any tricks at all. He was really eager to find someone to test it on. It's okay. You go. Didn't you learn some moves these 2 days? If there's really something, it's enough for you to escape. Xianxia said. Tong Tong bit her lips and looked hesitant. But if I hit brother will definitely ask mom and dad to throw me away and let me sleep in the garbage. They won't. Trust me. Xianxia said, as for why not, think about it carefully. After all, she was only a 9-year-old child. Once she entered junior high school, she could choose to live in a school that was farther away from home. In short, he would do everything possible to prevent her from coming into contact with the father and son. However, as a parent, Tong Punhai could stop Tong Tong from studying. In short, the future wasn't very bright. If she learned more and saw more, she might go out of Tong Punhai's control. Tong Punhai would never allow his adopted daughter to go out of control. He raised his prey and watched it grow day by day. Then, it would be time to enjoy it. Do you really want to go to my brother's room? Tong Tong refused. Every time she saw her brother's strange eyes, she was scared. I will protect you. That night, Tong Tong went to Tong Liang's room with a blanket and a pillow, wearing a long shirt and trousers. Tong Liang opened the door and let her in. Tong Tong covered herself with her own blanket. They each had their own blanket so that they didn't have to squeeze under the same blanket. Tong Liang and Tong Tong were lying on the bed. The room was very quiet. Tong Liang didn't dare to turn off the lights. The room was bright and a little dazzling. Tong Tong couldn't fall asleep either. She curled up into a ball under the blankets. Her body was stiff and wouldn't move. Anyway, the two of them waited and waited, but they didn't hear anything. Instead, they fell asleep sleepily. The sudden sound exploded in Tong Liang's ears, startling Tong Liang to sit up. He didn't know when the lights in the room went out, but the computer started playing again, making Tong Liang feel cold. Tong Tong, who was next to him, didn't seem to hear anything at all. She was still sleeping. Tong Liang wanted to stretch out his hand to wake Tong Tong up, but a ghost face suddenly rushed towards him. This ghost face was pale and blue, and it was bleeding from the 7 orifices. It grinned at him. Tong Liang rolled and crawled to the door. The result was obvious. Tong Tong was still sleeping on the bed. Tong Liang was shocked and angry. He didn't know where he got the courage from, but he actually rushed to the computer, grabbed it, and smashed it on the ground. The computer screen shattered. Tong Tong was awakened by the sound. She quickly turned on the lights and saw her brother panting heavily. He smashed the computer like a crazy person. She was shocked. Brother, what happened to you? Tong Liang showed a smile that wasn't a smile. His face twitched and he said neurotically, I smashed the computer. Let's see what else you can play, hee hee. Tong Tong was horrified. She felt that she wasn't scared by a ghost. Instead, she was scared by her brother's appearance. Was her brother crazy? Didn't you hear that loud noise? Tong Liang asked the terrified Tong Tong. Tong Tong was confused. No, I heard you smashing the computer. Then I woke up and saw you smashing the computer. Tong Tong saw Xianxia standing at the head of his bed and sighed in relief. Thankfully, there was an angel by his side. It was not a ghost, but her brother had gone crazy. Don't look at me like that. I'm not crazy. Tong Liang felt that this was real, very real. Tong Tong hugged the blanket and didn't speak. Tong Liang sat on the ground weakly. Tong Liang sighed in relief. Without the computer, he wanted to see what the ghost was playing. Tong Liang laughed sarcastically. He didn't expect the ghost to be a pervert who liked to watch these kinds of movies. Tong Tong, he was seriously ill. It was almost dawn. The two slept soundly. Xianxia heard the sound of the door opening and quickly woke Tong Tong up. Go back to your room. Ding Chen was back and was opening the door. Tong Tong didn't ask why. She picked up her blanket and pillow and went back to her room. Ding Chen tried several times but couldn't open the door. In the end, Ding Chen waited for Tong Tong to return to her room before opening the door. Tong Tong saw that it was already dawn and started to put on her clothes. Ding Chen opened the door and saw that her adopted daughter was putting on her clothes. Lock the door in the future. I know, Mom. Tong Tong will earn money in the future and buy lots of clothes for Mom. Tong Tong said to Ding Chun with a smile. Ding Chun was expressionless. She didn't seem to be affected by Tong Tong's words. She closed the door and went to her son's room. Tong Liang, what are you doing? Why did you smash the computer? Ding Chun screamed shrilly. Her voice was filled with fatigue and powerlessness. It sounded like a middle-aged woman's wail. It was angry and desperate. Don't tell anyone that you were in the same room with your brother last night, okay? Ningxu said. At least, don't tell anyone. Tong Tong nodded. Mom, there's a ghost at home. There's really a ghost. Tong Liang saw his mother and immediately shouted, there's really a ghost. When I was sleeping, the computer automatically started playing a movie. I also saw a ghost face covered in blood. Ding Chun was already very tired. She was taking care of Tong Punghai in the hospital. When she came back, she saw that her stubborn son had even smashed the computer. Was it really because he couldn't beat her in games that he smashed the computer in anger? He even said that there was a ghost. Can't you watch less stimulating things? Are you dreaming? Ding Chun was too lazy to listen to her son. She prepared to take a shower and go to the hospital. Tong Liang saw that his mother didn't believe him, so he dragged her to a room and waited until night fell to find out what was going on. But last night, Tong Liang slept soundly and didn't wake up until he smashed the computer. He felt that the ghost was only targeting him. Tong Liang was furious. Did the ghost think that he was easy to bully, so it only bullied him? If this went on, Tong Liang felt that he might go crazy. He pulled his mother and said, Mom, there really is a ghost in our house. Think about it, how did Dad get into trouble? He was fine, but when he came home, he fell down and was sent to the hospital. It must be the ghost. We should find a master to eliminate the ghost. Tong Liang gritted his teeth and said. He was already angry from being teased by the ghost. Now, he didn't dare to watch the cat movie. He even felt that when he was watching it, there was a pervert beside him who was drooling and watching it with him. He didn't know if the pervert was a man or a woman, or if it was going to absorb his essence. Tong Liang thought about the ghost movies he had watched and all kinds of imagination. He swore that there was a ghost in this house. Ding Chun frowned. She did feel that the house wasn't peaceful recently. Could it be that they really got involved with something dirty? Her husband, Tong Punghai, was injured one after another. Now that her son said that there was a ghost, she decided to do a ritual to comfort him, so she decided to find a master to exorcise the ghost. Ding Chun didn't go to the hospital for the time being. Half a day later, she found a master. This master was a middle-aged man. He didn't wear an exaggerated Taoist robe. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and a box of tools. He used the tools to sweep every corner of the house. Ningxu just looked at this exorcism master silently. Master, how is it? Ding Chun asked. The master looked at the dispirited Tong Liang, who had dark circles under his eyes like a panda, and said, this young master is indeed haunted by something dirty. It waited until late at night and came out to cause trouble. There is also a yin qi in this house. Tong Liang saw that someone finally believed him and immediately shouted, I said there was a ghost. There really is a ghost. Master, what should we do? Ding Chun asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'll do a ritual. The master placed all kinds of props on the ground. He sat cross-legged and played with them like a juggler. Then, he gave Tong Liang a bowl of talisman water. Do you feel better now? The yin energy in your body has been removed, the master said. Tong Liang didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he really felt that his body was much more relaxed. He said that he was much better. Ding Chun invited a relatively famous master. She spent a sum of money and pasted the talisman paper given by the master on the door of each room. Ningxu stretched out his hand and tapped on the talisman on the door. He casually glanced at it. What was this drawing? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand it, so they just randomly drew it. This kind of paper was so dirty that it could even be used to wipe one's butt. The modern plane was in the age of chaos. With the dissipation of spirit qi, all the branches had declined and disappeared. The remaining ones had also become the dregs of feudalism. Ningxu felt that using these methods to deal with an old ghost like him was almost impossible. Moreover, she was standing right in front of that master, but he couldn't even sense her presence. She didn't even have any basic skills. Ningxu wanted to stir up trouble, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. There was no benefit in stirring up trouble like this. It was better to let Tong Tong be a quiet little invisible person in this house. After the master came to destroy the ghost, Tong Liang felt much better. He didn't have to worry about the computer suddenly lighting up at night. Speaking of the computer, Tong Liang's heart ached. How could he play games and watch movies when it was smashed? It was better not to watch movies. He always felt that something supernatural would happen when he watched movies. It scared him so much that he was about to wither. Ding Chen packed some things and was about to go to the hospital. She left some money on the table, saying that it was money to buy food for the two children. Tong Liang directly put away all the money, not leaving a single cent for Tong Tong. Tong Tong wanted it but didn't dare to ask. Ningxu said, "Ask him. If you don't tell him, how will he know what you're thinking? If you don't want it, then treat it as if you don't need it." Tong Tong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Brother, give me some. I want to eat too." Tong Liang raised his eyelids and glanced at Tong Tong. "No. Brother, no. Scram." Brother, Tong Liang was annoyed by Tong Tong. He took out 20 yuan from his pocket and threw it to Tong Tong. Tong Tong hurriedly held the money. Her eyes were shining. She ran back to her room, took out a money jar, and stuffed the money into it. Ningxu saw that most of the coins inside were $1 coins. Some were 50 cents, while 20 yuan was considered a large amount. "Just tell me what you need. If you don't want what you deserve, then others will take it. If you don't have the ability to make others take the initiative to give it to you, then you have to fight for it yourself." Ningxu not only said this to Tong Tong, but also to himself. Most of the people in this world didn't have the soul of Confucianism and got the disease of Confucianism. They used a magnifying glass to pick on other people's faults, especially when it came to interests. Even if you were fighting for your own legitimate interests, when it came to money, you would fiercely attack others. Tong Tong nodded and was immersed in the joy of getting so much money from her brother. 20 yuan was only a small amount. Ningxu saw that Tong Liang had a lot of money on him. Tong Liang thought that after killing the ghost and smashing the computer, he would definitely be able to sleep well. However, in the middle of the night, the phone at the bedside started to ring. "Tong Liang, F***CK, is there an end to this?" The phone floated up. For some reason, the volume of the phone was frighteningly loud. It was the same as the volume of the computer. Then, Tong Liang felt a heavy object pressing down on his body. It was very, very heavy. His body couldn't move. Tong Liang was extremely frightened. Could it be that a ghost was pressing down on him? It felt like a pair of hands were caressing his body. It was bone-chilling, causing goosebumps to appear all over Tong Liang's body. He struggled and screamed, but no one heard his voice. The clothes and pants on his body were taken off one by one. These clothes floated in the air. The pair of invisible but cold hands were caressing his body. Tong Liang felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Fear seemed to drown him. Could it be that this pervert was interested in watching porn and wanted to do something to him? He was raped by a ghost. Ningxu stood aside and used his mental strength to control Tong Liang. He saw Tong Liang's frightened expression. The fear in Tong Tong's heart was the same as the fear in Tong Liang's heart. This father and son were similar to the devil. Tong Liang was pressed down and couldn't move. He felt that every part of his body had been touched. An invisible ghost was touching him with a ferocious face. Tong Liang was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. He put on Tong Liang's clothes and carefully covered him with the quilt. Well, Tong Liang seemed to have wet the bed. Ningxu thought about it and cut Tong Liang's finger. He dipped it in blood and wrote on the bedside table. "Your body is very good. I like it very much." At the end, Ningxu even drew a smiling face to act cute. After doing this, Ningxu left the room. You should also experience how it feels to be blasphemed. After dealing with Tong Liang, he would deal with Tong Penghai. He didn't know if he could complete this mission. Sigh, Ningshu tapped his finger and water appeared in front of him. Ningshu washed his hands and eyes. Damn, his eyes hurt. Fortunately, he didn't use his hands, but his mental strength. Otherwise, it would be even more disgusting. It was clearly a beautiful and sacred thing that would naturally come together when the conditions were right. Why did it become a filthy thing under the trampling of these people? Wasn't it good to have a pilgrimage heart? The next morning, there was another shrill cry of a male duck. Tong Liang looked at these words and felt extremely horrified. He didn't know if it was a male or female ghost. If it was a male ghost, it would be too disgusting. Tong Liang was disgusted and scared. Then, these words were slowly wet with water and finally wiped away. The blood disappeared as if everything was an illusion. But it wasn't an illusion. Nothing was an illusion. Brother, what's wrong? Tong Tong was awakened by her brother's shrill voice. Is there a ghost again? There is a ghost. There is a ghost. Tong Liang pulled his hair. He said that my body is very good. He likes me. This feeling was too terrifying. It was incomparably terrifying. Tong Tong, what are you talking about? Brother, we have to go to school today. Tong Tong ignored her crazy brother and went to cook. If she asked too much, her brother would scold her again. Tong Liang rushed out of the house. Tong Tong hurriedly shouted, Brother, where are you going, brother? Ningshu smiled. He was probably too scared and went to find his parents. Tong Tong couldn't help but scratch her head. What is brother doing? Don't worry about him. Go to school after cooking. Knowledge changes fate. You have to try your best to learn more. With more knowledge, more power to change yourself. He would have the strength to save himself. Tong Tong nodded. Oh. When Tong Tong came back from school, the house was full of smoke. She almost thought that the house was on fire. She saw a lot of incense and candles burning in the house and a monk chanting scriptures. Tong Liang stood shivering beside Ding Chen. He didn't look arrogant at all. Mom? Tong Tong moved to Ding Chen's side and called out in confusion. Go back to your room. Ding Chen didn't want to say anything to Tong Tong. Seeing how tired her mother was, Tong Tong obediently went into the room without saying anything. There is no ghost at home, but why do both mommy and big brother say there is a ghost? Tong Tong was confused. Only the human heart has ghosts. No matter how ferocious ghosts are, they are still transformed from humans. So there really is a ghost? Tong Tong asked in horror. No, it's a psychological effect, Ningshu said shamelessly. But there's an angel like me. The monks outside were chanting sutras and knocking on the wooden fish. It was a torturous day. Tong Liang didn't dare to stay at home. He went to the hospital with Ding Chen, leaving Tong Tong alone at home with a floor full of ashes. Clean the room. Ding Chen instructed Tong Tong and left with Tong Liang. Tong Tong? She was completely dumbfounded. However, Tong Tong obediently took a mop and cleaned the ashes on the floor of the living room. Then, she did her homework after dinner. Although she was the only one at home, Tong Tong was very relaxed. Then, she started to cultivate. Until now, Tong Tong didn't feel any energy or spiritual energy. She didn't feel anything except that her appetite became better. Ningshu just said, take it slow. Don't rush. In the middle of the night, Tong Tong fell asleep. Ningshu floated out of the room and went to the hospital. Tong Liang was sleeping on a chair in the ward. Then, he suddenly felt a huge force pressing on his body. Then, he felt a pair of invisible hands groping his body. Tong Liang wanted to shout, but he couldn't. His father was sleeping soundly on the bed. His mother was lying beside the bed. No one could hear his voice. He had left home, so why was this ghost still following him? When the unbearable humiliation was about to end, he vaguely heard a man's sigh, which made Tong Liang feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was petrified. It was a male ghost. Why didn't the male ghost harass Tong Tong? Why did it harass a boy? It was too disgusting. It was really disgusting. Ningxiu glanced at Tong Penghai, who was sleeping on the bed. He was thinking about how to deal with Tong Penghai. Even if the tools were no longer there, he could still use other tools. Maybe it would be more twisted and perverted. After finishing his business, Ningxiu returned to the Tong family and stayed by Tong Tong's side. As soon as Ningxiu left, Tong Liang's tragic screams rang out, causing the entire hospital to be in an uproar. "Mom, there's a ghost. There's really a ghost." Tong Liang cried bitterly. He really broke down. Ding Chun was very tired. She didn't know what to say. The ritual was done. She chanted scriptures and chanted Buddhist scriptures. How could her son still say that there was a ghost? He said that a ghost touched him. However, there was no mark on his body. "It's true, Mom. He has been following me like a shadow. It's a sexy ghost." Tong Liang cried and shouted. There were patients, doctors, and nurses around them. Ding Chun comforted her son. She said that there was no ghost. The family had already done the ritual. Even if there was a ghost, there was nothing to be afraid of. Some patients started to complain. In the end, the nurses had no choice but to give Tong Liang some sedatives. Tong Penghai saw his son like this and asked Ding Chun what happened. Why did his son become like this? Ding Chun's face was cold. She said that she didn't know what happened. Her son said that there was a ghost at home and that it kept touching him. She looked for a master and a monk. Everything was done. Tong Penghai frowned. He said that his son was sick and asked Ding Chun to bring his son to see a doctor. Ding Chun had no choice. At dawn, she brought Tong Liang for a checkup. All kinds of tests were done. Tong Liang's body was healthy and there was nothing wrong with it. The doctor also prescribed some drugs to suppress the hallucinations. Tong Liang kept saying that there was a ghost, but no one believed him. Was it because he watched the right movies? That was why he attracted such a ghost. Tong Liang was forced to take these drugs. It seemed to be effective. At night, the ghost didn't come to find him. Then, Tong Liang felt that reality and illusion were blurry. It felt very real and very real. At that time, he was in a conscious state. He even heard the sound of a man sighing. Tong Penghai said to his son, "Even if there is a ghost, we have to destroy it. No one can bully our family. Even ghosts are afraid of evil people. We have to be evil people." Tong Liang didn't say anything. That ghost seemed to be quite powerful. Even the master and the monk couldn't deal with it. Was there any way to destroy it? The Tong family of 3 stayed in the hospital, which made Tong Tong's life at home very comfortable. She was alone at home and didn't have to worry about anyone doing anything to her. However, this comfort was built on shelter and food that could fill her stomach. Without these, it would be a great challenge to Tong Tong's survival. Before they had the ability to survive, children were very weak. In order to survive, no one knew what children would do. Perhaps they would be bullied, or they would walk on a path that was even darker. Ningxiu hoped that Tong Tong could live a normal life that a girl should have. He hoped that she could live a normal life with independence and dignity. He didn't want her to become some devil's plaything and live her life in fear. Tong Penghai was first scalded and then knocked down, so his entire area was swollen. It was inflamed and swollen, so he had to stay in the hospital every day. If the swelling was too serious and it was necrotic, they might have to remove it. It was swollen like a steamed bun. This time, he didn't know when his balls would stop hurting. Tong Liang should have gone to school, but he wasn't in the mood to study now. He was being harassed by a pervert, and it was so disgusting. Since it was a pervert, it should be harassing Tong Tong, not him. Tong Liang felt as if he had been forced to open the door to a new world. Whenever he thought of a male ghost drooling over him, Tong Liang felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. It was fine if it was a male ghost, but why would it not let a child like him go? Disgusting, too disgusting. Ding Chun wanted her son to go to school. He was going to be in his 3rd year of middle school. She wanted her son to go back to school and study hard and try to get into a key high school. If he went to university, it would be easier for him to have a job. However, Tong Liang wasn't willing to go. He would rather curl up and sleep in a hospital chair than go home and study. Ding Chun was so angry that she felt weak. Her son didn't listen to her, and her husband wasn't someone who cared about her. He was also a playboy. Ding Chun's heart was filled with indescribable depression and anger. She just wanted to scream and shout that she couldn't take it anymore. However, Ding Chun just silently swallowed it. Life was tough, and she had to endure it slowly. She just thought that she had a hard life to meet such a man. Her husband couldn't work now. He didn't have a salary or anything. The savings at home were decreasing bit by bit. Ding Chun was extremely anxious. It was as if her entire person was shrouded in pent-up anger. Ningshu didn't let Tong Liang off the hook. Instead, he went to visit him the next day. He wasn't sure what time it would be. It could be day or night. Most of the time, he would wait until Tong Liang was asleep before going. Tong Punghai was the one who was injured and hospitalized, but Tong Liang suddenly lost weight. He was so scared that he was about to become a skeleton. He couldn't take it anymore and told his father that he would kill that ghost. He wouldn't stop until he was dead. Toying with him like this was too disgusting. Tong Punghai also wondered if his son was sick. During this period of time when his son was accompanying him, he did not encounter any ghosts. Instead, it was his son who kept screaming that there were ghosts, but no one encountered any supernatural incidents. Tong Punghai comforted his son. If there really was an evil spirit, he would definitely kill it. Her son had been touched by a ghost, and her man's manly place had been injured. There was definitely a ghost. Even if there wasn't a ghost, someone had to be behind it. Tong Punghai was someone who had been in society for a long time. He was used to seeing all kinds of people, men, women, villains, and gentlemen. He liked the adopted daughter at home because the child wasn't influenced by society. She was still clean and pure. The darkness yearned for the light, and the filth yearned for cleanliness. Tong Tong was a pure blank piece of paper. Tong Punghai called home and asked Tong Tong to visit him. He said that he missed Tong Tong. If she was his biological daughter, it wouldn't matter. Even if she was his biological father, she would still avoid him. Tong Tong received a call from her adoptive father. Ningshu asked, "What should I do?" "He's your father. It's normal for you to visit him when he's sick. Besides, you're in the hospital. You don't have to show too much resistance. Too much resistance would cause the opposite effect. It would make Tong Punghai think that his daughter had the intention to rebel. It was more important to work hard to protect herself." Tong Tong replied with an "oh." She made some things and sent them to the hospital in a thermos. Letting a 9-year-old girl go to the hospital like this, he wasn't afraid of losing her. He was also careless. Even women could be abducted and sold, let alone such a young child. When Tong Tong arrived at the hospital, she first smiled sweetly at her adoptive father. When her adoptive father was about to hold her hand, she immediately opened the thermos to feed Tong Punghai. Tong Punghai was unhappy at first, but when Tong Tong brought the food over and fed it to his mouth, Tong Punghai's displeasure disappeared. Ningshu looked at them expressionlessly. At this time, Tong Punghai still had such thoughts. His crotch was so swollen that it looked like 2 oranges had been stuffed into it. Perhaps he didn't think that anything would happen. He was happy to see his daughter. Haha, Tong Tong forced a smile as she fed her adoptive father. Tong Punghai patted her but from time to time. He even pinched it gently, making Tong Tong's face turn green and white. She silently took the thermos to wash it. Tong Tong wiped her tears as she washed it. Ningshu stood beside her. "There's nothing to cry about. Practice martial arts well. This isn't the most serious thing." Tong Tong washed her face with water. When she returned to the ward, she saw that Ding Chun had returned with Tong Liang. "Why are you here?" Ding Chun glanced at Tong Punghai as she spoke. "I'm bringing some food to Dad." "Mom, I'm going back." Tong Tong thought for a moment and said to Tong Punghai, "Dad, take care of yourself. Leave the hospital early so that Mom can rest more." Ding Chun didn't say anything, but Tong Punghai said, "Then, Tong Tong, come to the hospital after school to take care of Dad. That way, Mom can rest more." Ding Chun pulled the blanket over Tong Punghai. The whole family is here. Where do you sleep? The child has to study tomorrow and doesn't do his homework. Isn't it enough for me to stay here? Okay, I'll listen to Mom. Tong Tong immediately smiled and said, Tong Tong will study hard and filial piety to Mom when I earn money in the future. Ding Chen waved her hand to let Tong Tong leave. As for filial piety, Ding Chen didn't seem to care. Perhaps she knew that this adopted daughter wouldn't have the chance to be filial to her. Tong Tong carried the thermos out of the hospital and asked Ming Shu, Angel, was what I said just now right? Yes, it was just a few words of praise. You didn't lose anything by saying them, Ming Shu said. Even if Ding Chen turned a blind eye to all this, Tong Tong needed someone to protect her. /BK Mom, believe me. Someone really pulled me. Ding Chen sighed. Could it be that their family was being haunted by ghosts? First, her husband had a problem. Then, her son said that he was touched by a ghost. Now, her adopted daughter was pulled down from the parallel bars and landed on her legs. If her head landed on the ground, her neck would not be able to support it and she would definitely die. Now, she was the only one in the family who had not suffered misfortune. She did not know when it would be her turn. Ding Chen's heart was very scared. She felt a gloomy chill on her neck as if a steel knife was hanging over her neck. She suddenly shivered and had goosebumps all over her body. Why did this happen? Ding Chen sent Tong Tong home and looked around the whole house. She felt that the house was gloomy and felt that there was really a ghost inside. You stay at home. Ding Chen hurried to the hospital. Tong Punghai, who had undergone surgery, should have woken up. After Ding Chen left, Tong Tong immediately asked Ming Shu, is there really a ghost? I clearly felt that someone was pulling me. Ming Shu was very puzzled. He shook his head and said, there shouldn't be. Maybe it's just your illusion. During this period of recovery, you also have to practice the internal strength cultivation method. If it hurts too much, I'll talk to you. Ming Shu sat on the bed. No matter how painful it is, you have to bear with it. Tong Tong was sweating profusely. Ming Shu took a tissue to wipe her sweat. Tong Tong felt hungry, but her legs could not move at all. As for Tong Liang, she could not count on him at all. Ming Shu found some biscuits from home for her to eat. In the afternoon, Ding Chen came back again. Her eyes were red. She gritted her teeth as if she had a deep hatred. Behind her were several masters and monks. Ding Chen did not have much confidence in these masters and monks, so this time, she called a few more people. Ding Chen now really believed that there was a ghost in the family. Otherwise, the family would not have had problems one after another. Especially Tong Punghai, who was lying on the hospital bed and could not move half of his body. Half of his body was paralyzed and he drooled when he spoke. Coupled with his obesity, he would probably stay in bed for the rest of his life. Ding Chen almost cried dry. She called these masters and said with gritted teeth, if we can destroy the ghost, money is not a problem. Now that he was about to lose his life, he did not care about money at all. These masters just walked around the house and really couldn't see anything. However, they knew a little bit about it. They said to Ding Chen, your family has provoked a malicious spirit. Ordinary methods can't solve it at all. If you really can't, you have to move. Although I don't know what taboo you violated. Ming Shu raised his eyebrows. Could it be that there were very few people who saw her? Probably not. If they really saw her, they would have jumped up and run away. Move? Ding Chen's expression did not look good. Even if we move, what if he still follows us? Our family can't take any more trouble. Can't we just destroy him? If we really can't, we can just ask him what he wants. If he wants to burn paper money or a house or a car, can't we burn it for him? The Grandmaster shook his head, saying that there was no way to resolve this, that it was an ill-fated relationship. Ding Chen was very dispirited. After the master left, she clasped her hands together in the room and muttered as she walked, if we really offended you in any way, can you forgive us? Every new year, I will burn incense for you. However, Ding Chen did not encounter any situation where a malicious spirit appeared. She had no choice but to think of a way to sell the house and move. Back then, she had bought the house with great difficulty and now she had to sell it. Anyway, this house could not be lived in. Then, the family would have some cash flow. With the money from selling the house, they could live for a while if they scrimped and saved. Now, the family was relying on her alone. During this period of time, Ding Chen had aged a lot. She looked very haggard. Her body was surrounded by the gloominess of a failed woman. She asked her son to pack his things and go to the hospital to take care of Tong Punhai. She wanted to go out and look for a house. After selling the house, the family would need a place to live. So, she could only rent a house. In order to save money, Ding Chen would definitely rent a smaller house. I told you that there was a ghost in the house. You didn't believe me. Now, something has happened. Tong Liang could not help but say. When he thought of his father becoming a cripple, Tong Liang was very annoyed. It was really embarrassing to have such a father. But he still had to go to the hospital to take care of his father. He had to endure the perverted ghost every day and take care of his half-paralyzed father. It was unbearable. What was going on? Ding Chen was very tired. Facing her impatient son and her husband lying in bed, she could not find anyone to rely on. No one cared about her. Tong Tong jumped to Ding Chen's side with a walking stick. She reached out and grabbed Ding Chen's hand. Mom, Ding Chen glanced at Tong Tong and pushed her hand away. Stay at home. The house is messy enough. Don't make trouble for me. Tong Tong immediately said, I know, Mom. I will be good. Ding Chen carried her bag and went to sell the house. Ding Chen was reluctant to sell the house. She still wanted to wait for it to be demolished. But now that people were going to suffer, her life was more important. As for what kind of person bought the house, it was not within Ding Chen's consideration. If they did not have money, how could their family survive? Besides, the house could not be sold in a short time. They had to find a place to rent first. This house could not be lived in. Ding Chen ran around outside for 2 days and finally found a place to rent. The house was very small, only 50 or 60 square meters. The rooms were very crowded. There were not enough rooms. Except for the master bedroom, there was only one room left. There was not even a storage room. It meant that Tong Tong did not have a room to sleep. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. He thought that Ding Chen might want to lose Tong Tong. After all, her husband was useless now. It was not a big deal to lose Tong Tong. Tong Tong was very scared. But under the guidance of Ning Shu, she said to Ding Chen, Mom, it's okay that the house is small. I can sleep in the living room. Dad is sick. I will help you clean, cook, and take care of Dad in the future. I will study hard in the future. Ding Chen just said that she could make a room in the living room with a partition. Tong Tong was very happy. After finding a house, they moved quickly. The previous house was slightly bigger and there were more things. Now that everything was stuffed into such a small house, it seemed even more cramped. There was a feeling that when they walked into the house, everything would be piled up to the ceiling. It felt suffocating and stuffy. Tong Tong's previous room was a storage room. Although it was small, at least there was a door. The room here was just a thin partition. It was a room that could only fit a bed. Ning Shu saw that Tong Tong was not dissatisfied, so he did not comfort her. BK back in the system space, there was a pure soul origin fluid on the table. Ning Shu poured all the soul origin fluid on the peerless martial art. It was all absorbed by the peerless martial art, but there were still so many cracks. It didn't seem to have decreased, or maybe it had decreased, but she couldn't tell. She really didn't know how much soul origin fluid was used on it. Even if it was repaired, it might be swallowed by the law of nothingness. Logically, she should stop this kind of unrequited effort, but emotionally, Ning Shu hoped that the peerless martial art would be fine. The peerless martial art carried a lot of her hopes. It was no longer just a simple world. Take it slow, there was still the 9 Palace Mountain Soul Stone Mine, ha ha ha. She then fed the pure soul origin fluid to the world of reincarnation. She seriously suspected that the world of reincarnation had grown leaves again. What a headache, she didn't know what this guy wanted to do. After all, she didn't have any experience and didn't know what to do. After feeding these 2 worlds, Ning Shu sat on the sofa and absorbed the soul origin fluid from this mission. She clearly had soul origin fluid and soul origin fluid, but she could only absorb the soul origin fluid from this mission. Eating the leftovers, Ningxu had to shed tears of sympathy for herself. No matter what, she was always poor. The program setting made Ningxu break down. After absorbing the soul origin fluid, Ningxu touched her own soul. Doing this kind of mission was actually a little harmful to her soul. After all, she was a ghost. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker Points Card, 243, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul Value, 18 plus 2 Life Value, 16 Wisdom, 18 plus 2 Luck, 20 plus 2 Charm, 13 plus 2 Mental Power, 21 plus 2 Martial Power, 19 plus 2 Aptitude, 19 plus 2 Faith, 18,231 plus 12030 Merit, 246,169 plus 30,000 Soul Strength, 86 plus 4 Authorization Ticket, None Pure Heart, None Comprehended Law, Water Law Incarnation, Wood Law Incarnation, Constructed World, suspected to be the world of reincarnation items, Calm Halo, Heart Calming Pill, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet plus 2 Honorary Titles, Goddess of War. Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Fighting Technique, Intermediate Level Poison Technique, Beginner Level Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Level Code Programming, Beginner Level Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Level Cooking Skill, Intermediate Level Embroidery Skill, Trash Hypnosis. Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend of a Lifetime, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Healer of the Dying, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Lawful Lady, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication, Bai Sanyang's Blessing, Braveheart, Wang Ying's Blessing, Bloodthirsty Tyrant, and I Bingyan's Blessing. Fulfill Tong Tong's wish, don't be violated by your family. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission rewards, 16 merit cards, 16 attribute points, 80% soul power, 90-12 faith power, including previous world's accumulation, 40% soul power, 40% soul power, 40% soul origin. Ningxu thought that the mission completion rate was not high, and that his soul power would not be enough. He did not expect to get 80%, which was not a small amount. The main system took 10%, 2,333 took 10%, and the rest was hers. It was not bad. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker Merit Cards, 243 plus 16, 10 million for 1 merit card. Soul Power, 20 plus 2 Health Points, 16 plus 2 Wisdom, 20 plus 2 Luck, 22 plus 2 Charm, 15 plus 2 Spiritual Power, 23 plus 2 Martial Power, 21 plus 2 Aptitude, 21 plus 2 Faith Power, 30,261 plus 9,012 plus 600,000 Merit, 276199 Soul Power, 90 plus 5 Authorization Ticket, None Pure Heart, None Law Comprehended, Water Law Incarnation, Wood Law Incarnation, Constructed World, suspected to be the reincarnation world items, Calm Aura, Calming Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet plus 2 Honorary Titles, Goddess of War. Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Fighting Technique, Intermediate Level Poison Technique, Beginner Level Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Level Code Programming, Beginner Level Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Level Cooking Skill, Intermediate Level Embroidery Skill, Trash Hypnosis. Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Best Friend, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty in Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication, Bai Sanyang's Blessing, Braveheart, Wang Ying's Blessing, Bloodthirsty Tyrant, and I Bingyan's Blessing. After randomly adding the attribute points, Ningxu was in a dilemma between going to the Space City or the Nine Palace Mountain. In the end, he chose the Nine Palace Mountain because there were still a lot of unexcavated mineral resources in the Nine Palace Mountain. Forgive her for only wanting to be a decadent rich woman. After opening the black hole, Ningxu touched his chin and looked at the black hole. When would the passage of the world of samsara be as magnificent as that of His Excellency? The thick black door with carved flowers seemed to have black vines hanging down from the side of the door. It was mysterious and elegant, unlike her. It was just a black entrance, which was very unstylish. Forget it, it was good enough to have a black hole. It was just an entrance. When he had the ability, he might carve it when he had time. Walking into the black hole, Ningxu first walked back and forth in the world of samsara. He visited every corner of this world, but there was still no sign of condensing the reincarnation pool. There were no abnormalities at all. Ningxu sighed. When would this world be able to form the world of samsara? Could it be that it was unable to form the world of samsara and was developing in a strange direction? Ningxu entered another world. This world was the world where the main world had sprouted. It was exactly the same as the main world. Black sand, no sound of wind, incomparably quiet, deathly stillness. Ningxu drew out a strand of his soul origin and integrated it into the world of samsara, strengthening the connection with the world of samsara. One strand wasn't enough. Ningxu made a few more strands and integrated them into the world. Only then could he feel the world of samsara. In Ningxu's consciousness, the world of samsara was like a black seed that had sprouted. The seed was also black. In any case, it was black. Right now, there were only 2 leaves. However, in the future, it would grow branches and even more branches and leaves. Ningxu held his head and knelt down. He couldn't imagine how much energy would be required. Right now, it was just a small sprout and it already consumed so much soul energy. In that case, if it wanted to grow into a towering tree, Ningxu only wanted to kneel down. He really couldn't do it. Hollow out the 9-palace mountain, Ningxu was like a poor mother with many children at home. He didn't know what to do with them. He couldn't throw them away. He couldn't throw them away. He had to raise them well. Otherwise, if they were to die, all his efforts would be wasted. This was full of uncertainty. Despair, helplessness, pitifulness. Ningxu appeared on the first level of 9-palace mountain and went to see Pai Lupi first. He received a pile of good quality soul stones. These soul stones did not contain soul origin, only soul power, which was not bad. These soul stones felt like they had fallen from the sky. After all, he only gave a little vitality liquid and did not care about the rest. He still had soul stones, which were not bad. She guessed that second young Master Li's soul had absorbed a lot of soul power from the soul stones. His soul seemed to be much stronger than hers. Perhaps the next time she came, second young Master Li's soul would be much stronger than hers. However, Ningxu still said, "Take it easy when absorbing the soul stones. The soul stones are not pure." Oh. Second young master just nodded and did not say anything. Ningxu also persuaded him. Pai Lupi could do whatever he wanted. She could not purify the soul power, so she did not want to stop Pai Lupi. Ningxu did not know if there would be any side effects in the end. Anyway, he did not dare to absorb the soul stones directly. After all, he was going to such a plane and see all kinds of things. Some were beautiful, some were ugly. These things would more or less affect his soul. If he absorbed impure soul stones, it would cause all the negative things in his soul to come out. After taking the soul stones, Ningxu was about to leave. Pai Lupi called out to Ningxu. Ningxu looked back at him. "What's the matter? Can you give me some more emerald water?" Second young Master Li rubbed his nose and asked. Perhaps it was because he was much stronger now, but when he faced Ningxu, he was much more confident. Because the heavenly and earthly treasures are being fought over, and now the water is not enough. Not enough? Ningxu was a little surprised. How can that be? You should know that a drop of water can turn a seedling into a towering tree. It's pure vitality. How can such a big tank be used up so quickly? Although she had completed 2 missions and seemed to have taken a long time, time in 9-Palace Mountain was much slower than outside. Therefore, Ningxu gave her the liquid not long ago. You want to collect more of these things? You think too much. If this vitality liquid is left for too long, the vitality will either dissipate or be absorbed by other things, Ningxu said calmly. Although there was the law of wood, the vitality was produced by the law of wood. Although he had absorbed a lot of energy from killing insects, it might run out at any time. Ningxu couldn't be so pretentious. Pai Lupi touched his nose. I really don't have much. When you have time, give me some more. He meant not to ask, she did not want it now. Ningxu nodded and turned to fly away. Young master. Lisi looked at his master staring at the back of that great ant. It was very creepy. That great ant is not to be trifled with. Although she usually did not do anything, if she was provoked, those bodies that had been sucked dry were a lesson to be learned. I don't want to deal with her. I just feel that this girl is very strange. Pai Lupi said irritably, his expression was a little gloomy. Soulstones are good things but also not good things. After absorbing too much, I feel like I can't control my emotions. I want to absorb, but I also don't want to. It's so annoying to not have a physical body. There is no precedent of a soul body going to the second level of the world. I really don't want to be in this world, Pai Lupi said. What is the end of the universe like? Young master, why are you so sad? Lisi looked at his master, dumbfounded. Young master, what's wrong? Nothing. Ningxu arrived at the mine and walked in. She heard the golden earthworm say excitedly to her. Doll woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at me once before falling asleep again. Ningxu was expressionless. So, Doll must have remembered my face and will look like me in the future. The golden earthworm twisted its body. Ningxu was speechless. She just did not understand why the golden earthworm thought that doll would look like an earthworm. She had to crush her own body and then knead it like flour to grow like that. What exactly was supporting the golden earthworm to think that doll would look like it? It was simply too confident. Ningxu was too lazy to say anything. Ningxu took out a spirit liquid bottle and poured some spirit liquid around the golden thread grass. Then, she dripped some vitality liquid. The golden earthworm was still immersed in excitement and could not extricate itself. That crazy look made her speechless. No matter how she attacked it, it was useless. Perhaps the earthworm had always been guarding the golden thread grass and would give birth to a golden earthworm. But now, it was obviously in human form and was going to grow into a two-legged monster that the earthworm hated the most. How blind could it be to ignore such a fact? Ningxu looked at the earthworm with pity as if he was looking at an idiot. Pitiful. Ningxu shook her head and glanced at the baby in the bud. Its entire body was golden, as if it was cast from gold. It was vivid and lifelike. It was so small and had all the organs, and its facial features were carved beautifully. It must have been hard on the golden thread grass. With these facial features, when it grew up, it would probably be a handsome guy. Of course, it could also be a beauty. Who knew when it would grow up? The sole source of this mine was all given to the golden thread grass. Ningxu did not take a single drop. These high and mighty creatures were really king hard to serve. They would eat whatever was precious. What did you see in that place last time? Was it just lightning flashing all over its body? Ningxu was very, very curious about what it was that the land of lightning punishment had struck. The golden earthworm's body stiffened, as if a shadow in its heart had been evoked. Can you stop talking? I want to know. I don't know. It was too big. How could I know what it was? I only saw lightning everywhere, and its body was also covered in lightning. I know that you two-legged monsters like to enslave these creatures the most. It's like raising pets. But when this thing comes out, it'll definitely destroy a city. This kind of creature that was born and nurtured by the heavens and earth is much nobler than the two-legged monsters. The two-legged monsters claim to be the noblest creatures in the world, yet they still want to enslave other creatures. Disgusting. Ningxu only spread out his hands and said, if you're really powerful and think you're awesome, you can enslave humans too. Bah, if a living creature really enslaved the two-legged monsters would immediately use the banner of justice to destroy evil spirits. It's only natural for the two-legged monsters to enslave other living creatures. The golden earthworm spat to express its disdain. Ningxu said, you know quite a lot about humans. You must have been enslaved by humans for many years. You're gloating, aren't you? You really didn't see anything? I already said I didn't see anything. Don't ask me to go again. Last time I ran quickly, but this time I'm not sure. I ran in without warning, and that big guy didn't notice. If I go again, it'll definitely be ready to catch me. The golden earthworm quickly shook its head. That's true. Sometimes people are bored and can play with ants for half a day. If you go, you'll just be walking into a trap. If the little earthworm went and was caught by that creature, it would definitely be electrocuted to death. Xianxia no longer persisted in asking what kind of creature it was. Perhaps it would come out at any time. He just didn't know when it would come out. It felt like this land of lightning penalty had existed for a very long time. He didn't know when that creature would break out of its shell. If it could even deal with heavenly tribulation, it would definitely be awesome. Some people were born at the finish line. Others couldn't flatter them. A good birth was really important. This kind of creature was most likely a bug-like existence. Haven't you seen heavenly tribulation striking it day and night and still not killing it? Xianxia wanted to go to the sea to mine. He originally wanted to ask the earthworm to go with him. However, when he thought of the earthworm's terrified look when it saw water, he gave up. It was useless for the earthworm to go. Besides, there was still the golden thread grass to take care of in the cave. The earthworm's strength wasn't weak. Ordinary people could definitely deal with it. There was also a poison that could corrupt the soul and turn people into fools. Xianxia went to the seaside and walked into the sea. He drilled into the cave and started digging for soul stones. Xianxia didn't dare to dig up all of these soul stones. If he did, there might be no more soul origin fluid. What was precious was this soul origin fluid. Some soul origin fluid had accumulated in the pool. Xianxia quickly scooped it up and put it away. With more soul origin fluid, there might be fewer cracks in his peerless martial arts. Xianxia thought for a moment, then pinched her fingers together to form a gathering array around the huge mineral deposit. The function of this array was to gather the surrounding chi. If there were souls, they would also be absorbed. This way, the mineral deposit would be able to absorb more souls and form a soulstone mine. After digging for a while, a lot of golden soulstones were dug up. Xianxia stopped digging and piled up the pool to prevent the soul origin fluid from flowing everywhere. Then, he placed a golden bucket in the pool and let the soul origin fluid drip into the golden bucket. After doing all this, Xianxia went out of the mine and added a barrier to it. After all, it was at the bottom of the sea, and the water pressure was too great. It would cause a lot of damage to the barrier, so it had to be thickened. After coming out of the sea, Xianxia wanted to try and see if he could enter the second layer. He had yet to comprehend the laws of space, so he decided to give it a try. If something went wrong, he would quickly retreat. Xianxia arrived at the passageway, paid the toll, and entered the passageway. Wind howled as a spatial blade flew past his ears. His hair was cut off and the space beneath his feet began to collapse, turning into pieces of spatial fragments. Xianxia was speechless. It collapsed to the side of Xianxia's feet. Xianxia ran out of the passageway, rubbing his nose awkwardly and walking away with his head held high and chest puffed out. I'll come back next time. From the looks of it, one would not be able to pass through this passageway without mastering the laws of space. Barely after walking for a short while, they had already encountered all kinds of problems. If they were to force their way through, they would only end up dead. It was better to go back and comprehend the laws of space and wait until he had completely grasped them. Xianxia smacked his lips and looked at the passageway with some regret. He really wanted to enter the second layer. After mastering the laws of space, he could enter the second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer. Everything was difficult at the beginning. As long as he mastered the laws of space, everything would be easy. In the future, he could do whatever he wanted on the ninth layer. Xianxia returned to the system space. First, he went to Water City to reinforce the barrier, then to Wood City. It was not easy to obtain the laws of wood, but in the end, there was no tax for 100 years. He was so tired and weak that he did not want to move. After reinforcing the barriers of the two cities, Xianxia went to the restaurant to get something to eat. He was under a lot of pressure. He had to eat something to calm himself down. The restaurant he chose was Shubai's restaurant in Water City. In any case, Shubai was someone he knew and would take care of business. Besides, eating did not cost much. In terms of scamming money, it was Tian who scammed him. He always forced all kinds of things and props, but he did not get what he really wanted. Ningxu ordered some home-cooked dishes and exquisite desserts. The waiter gave him an extra set of desserts, saying that it was from the boss. Ningxu looked up and saw Shubai upstairs. Shubai smiled at Ningxu. Every time he saw Shubai, she looked calm and serene. Her Cheongsam was like an orchid in an empty valley. She was neither fast nor slow, elegant and moving. Compared to Shubai's leisurely appearance, Ningxu felt that he was very busy every day. He was immortal and had an endless lifespan, but he was very busy. Shubai's slender fingers held a round fan with exquisite patterns embroidered on it. She slowly came downstairs. Every movement was a beautiful retro picture. Ningxu felt that Shubai's days were not bad. Shubai sat opposite Ningxu and poured tea for Ningxu. She said, "I heard that the city lord has become the embodiment of the laws of wood again. Congratulations, the taxes have increased again." Ningxu immediately felt as if a knife was stabbing his heart. This was not a pleasant topic. Although there was another city of laws, he didn't have a single cent. He still had to manage another city. Congratulations, congratulations. Your restaurant's business is not bad. You seem to be living well every day. The pace of life was slow and elegant. City Lord is making fun of Shubai. Shubai's life will be like this. There is no chance for me to start over. Without reincarnation, I won't be able to grow. I will be like this forever. There is no future to speak of. Shubai gently fanned herself and said. Ningxu drank a mouthful of tea. Anyway, there were gains and losses. If you couldn't figure it out and wanted to die, there would be no reincarnation. You would completely disappear. Because he didn't have the ability to give himself a chance to reincarnate, Ningxu thought about it again. If he was bored one day and succeeded in constructing his world of reincarnation, he would also go there to play. In life, there were all kinds of sufferings and blessings. There were ups and downs and all kinds of struggles. Do you regret it? Ningxu asked. He separated himself from the system and didn't do missions anymore. He opened a restaurant to pass his days. There was no point in continuing like this. So what if I regret it? So what if I don't regret it? I didn't regret it when I made the decision, so I won't regret it now. I broke down and cried a few times. I couldn't stand this kind of feeling. The people and things around me are always changing quickly. Shubai said honestly. Maybe I couldn't stand this kind of survival mode. Even when I became a super mission enforcer, it still didn't make my life any better. So I chose to give up. Ningxu nodded. When you were just familiar with a world, you would be forced to enter another world and have to face an even more new environment, people, and things. Some people were very slow to accept unfamiliar things and even resisted it. Shubai should be the kind of person who would read a book until late at night. She was lonely and enjoyed loneliness. Shubai's leisurely and elegant temperament was unmatched. Everyone had their own choices. Ningxu didn't have much to say. Her choice was to become stronger. No one could control her. She didn't care about her life and enjoyed the loneliness of being at the top. Thank you for the dessert. Ningxu ate a piece. It tasted good. Shubai waved her fan and silently watched Ningxu eat. Ningxu was speechless. Why are you looking at me like that? Ningxu put down his chopsticks, wiped his hands with a handkerchief, and said to Shubai, just say what you want to say. It's nothing. I'm just looking at the city lord. I'll remember. How the city lord looks now. When the city lord becomes stronger in the future, I'll see what's the difference between the city lord now and the city lord now. Shubai smiled without showing her teeth. Ningxu was speechless. What do you see then? The current city lord is much more competent than the first time I saw you. You're also much more mature and calm. At that time, you were like a little white rabbit that suddenly barged in, Shubai said bluntly. Ningxu was speechless. Thank you for describing me as a little white rabbit. It meant that she was innocent and cute. After experiencing so much, she naturally became calmer. She even participated in the war and survived. Ningxu felt that there was nothing that she couldn't endure. Being able to survive in the face of monsters that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was also not bad. Was there anything more dangerous and terrifying than war? She had already cried, so why would she be afraid of tears? Shubai took out a piece of paper and passed it to Ningxu. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and took a look. There was a number of merit points on it. Shubai, this is all. Super mission enforcers are really nothing in the organization. After all, they are just ants. Shubai smiled and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had received an extra tribute. Accepting it meant that she wanted to protect Shubai. To be honest, Ningxu was quite happy. This situation meant that someone recognized his strength. Ningxu put down the paper. I'm afraid that you are friends with other people. Won't your friends be unhappy if you do this? What peaceful years. Right now, Shubai's life was peaceful. She had to pay a price to protect the orchid in the empty valley. Shubai was probably supporting other experts. Otherwise, how could she control the situation? City Lord, just accept it. Take it as a sign of good karma, Shubai said. Ningxu nodded and accepted it. Only with his own strength would he be able to protect his own life. There shouldn't be anyone causing trouble in Water City. Don't worry, Ningxu said. In that case, Shubai thanks City Lord, Shubai said with a smile. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at Shubai. He thought to himself, I'm offering up resources with both hands and seeking protection from others. Even if she dies, she has to grit her teeth and persevere. I'm still the most reliable person who can protect myself. It was not bad to come here for a meal and unexpectedly earn a fortune. Ningxu didn't hesitate to accept them. In Water City, she naturally had to protect the merchants here. No taxes, no resentment for 100 years. After eating and paying the bill, Ningxu went to the spatial city to comprehend the spatial laws. As long as he could comprehend it, he could embrace the 9-palace mountain. Forget about the 9th level. There must be a lot of resources in the lower 8 levels. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. He calmly comprehended the laws. The more anxious he was, the harder it was to comprehend. He felt that the spatial laws were much harder to comprehend than the water laws. Perhaps it was because his sense of direction was not good or his spatial thinking was not good. When Ningxu comprehended the spatial laws, he felt that it was very difficult. It was the kind of feeling that he couldn't make sense of. He couldn't enter the spatial law city for a long time. He couldn't buy anything. Ningxu shuttled through various planes. He walked slowly and aimlessly. Although he wanted to comprehend something, his mind was blank. He couldn't comprehend anything. Perhaps there would be a flash of inspiration, but he didn't know when it would appear. It might take a long time. It might be tomorrow or the next second. Who could say for sure? Time and space were indeed high-grade laws. After comprehending for such a long time, he didn't even understand a little bit. Sigh, needless to say, the temporal laws were difficult to comprehend. In addition to the 5 elemental laws, there were other laws. For example, the supreme laws, the life laws, the destruction laws, and so on. There was no law city at all. He didn't know if it was because it didn't allow people to comprehend or because there was no way to condense a law city. Ningxu felt that his imagination was getting worse and worse. He was imagining things for no reason. He could clearly comprehend the spatial laws, but it was related to the supreme laws. It's over, it's over. The hole in his brain couldn't be too big. Ningxu was too lazy to walk. He sat in the space and looked at the white space. He was the only one in this space. At least let people comprehend something a little. Ningxu was about to be hit hard. He felt that the spatial laws were as difficult as hell mode from the beginning. It was difficult. He admired those who could comprehend the spatial and temporal laws. How did the Xianxia man comprehend the temporal laws? Ningxu propped up his chin, bored. Then 2333 called him back to do the mission. Ningxu was annoyed. Why do I have to do the mission again? She didn't have long to wander around, but she had to do the mission again. She just chatted with Pai Lupi for a while, chatted with the golden earthworm for a while, dug a mine, had a meal, and comprehended the spatial laws. The system's time was at the speed of light, right? How did it pass so quickly? Back in the system space, 2333 said, "You've been wandering around for a long time. The time in Nine Palace Mountain is too slow. So, according to the system's time, you've been wandering around for a long time. You have to at least increase the number of missions." The main system added missions again. Other than the mission takers who don't have the system, everyone is doing missions. Since the end of the war, you've only done 2 missions. Time was running out. Even 2333, who was in a daze, came back to his senses. Recently, 2333 had become more and more silent. She couldn't hear him speak for almost any mission. It was only when the mission ended that there was a notification, and then there was a suffocating silence. 2333, do the system's missions? Nope. Ningshu sat on the sofa and bought some fasting pills and medicine from the exchange store. Then he clicked on the video. He wanted to see how Tong Tong lived her life. After all, she was a child that he raised. He tried to put the best cards in her hands. He just didn't know how she played. Ningshu watched the video, touched his chin, and frowned. Tong Tong's life was really hard. The older she got, the more work she had to do. Washing clothes and cooking. Fortunately, she could study. She coaxed Ding Chun to let her go to high school. In order to get into high school, Tong Tong knelt down, said good things, and made all kinds of promises. Ding Chun saw that her son was disappointing, but she didn't put all her eggs in one basket. She was an adopted daughter after all. The grace of raising her would make the rest of her life easier. Ding Chun agreed to let Tong Tong go to high school, but Tong Punhai, who was paralyzed in bed, insisted on not letting Tong Tong go to high school. If she studied too much and grew wings, how could he control her? He argued with Ding Chun every day, saying that there was no point in studying so much and that it was better to work and earn more money. Tong Tong said that if she went to high school, her salary would definitely be higher than now. All these years, Tong Tong helped with the housework so that Ding Chun was not so tired. In the end, she sighed and let Tong Tong go to high school. She had a secret thought in her heart, that when Tong Tong earned more money in the future, she could marry her son so that his son would have an easier life. Tong Tong almost worked her heart out to get into university. She worked part-time to study, so at least she had a better starting point than ordinary people. It was probably because of what happened when she was young that Tong Tong did not have a good impression of boys from puberty to university. Although she was pretty and had people chasing after her, Tong Tong really did not like any of them. She probably had not met anyone who could tolerate, understand, and care for her. It was not impossible to say that a man did not care and did not have a knot in his heart. Feelings were not a big deal. Now that Tong Tong had the strength to protect herself and survive independently, there was nothing that could threaten her. After Tong Tong started working, she would transfer a portion of the money to her adoptive mother. She had fulfilled her responsibility of raising her. Every time she transferred money, she would collect the receipt. Although the bank also had records of the transfer, it was not as direct as the receipt. Since Ding Chun intentionally or unintentionally asked Tong Tong to find a partner and come back to get married, Tong Tong sent more money home. She even suspected that Ding Chun wanted to trick her into marrying Tong Liang. Tong Liang was in his 30s. He did not have a proper job or a stable income. He was still living at home and had a bad temper. During festivals, Tong Tong bought a lot of gifts and mailed them back, saying that she was busy with work and could not go home. Tong Tong did not tell her family her specific location outside and the name of her company. She was afraid that her family would come to the company and make a scene. Ding Chun saw that her son was so old and there was no one around him who cared about him. She did not have a grandson yet, but she directly asked Tong Tong to come back and marry Tong Liang. Tong Tong said that they were legally siblings and could not get married. Moreover, she had already fulfilled her responsibility of supporting him. If it really did not work out, she would go to court. Ding Chun was so angry that she scolded Tong Tong for being ungrateful. She said that if it weren't for her, Tong Tong wouldn't have been able to go to high school and college. Tong Tong said that I was filial to you and sent you a lot of money every month. It was enough for you to live on. I had done a lot of work over the years. It cost a lot to hire a nanny to do the laundry and cook. Ningxu watched with relish. Ningxu felt more at ease. At least he wouldn't follow the crowd and be manipulated by others. He would marry whoever he wanted and wouldn't be threatened by the debt of gratitude for raising him. Although they couldn't get rid of this family, their influence would gradually decrease. However, did Tong Tong draw her on a piece of paper and paste it on the bedside to ward off evil spirits? She must have turned on a fan filter to make her look as beautiful as a fairy. It was definitely too photoshopped. Ningxu looked in the mirror again. It wasn't that exaggerated. Although Ningxu felt that she was pretty, it wasn't to this extent. Ningxu lowered his head and looked at the red clothes. The red clothes were too impactful. The color was full and eye-catching, full of aggression, and also a little provocative. No wonder Shu Bai didn't call her a little white rabbit when she saw her. In other people's eyes, she looked like a little white rabbit. Was she that deceiving? He secretly saw Tong Tong's diary. She seemed to suspect that Ningxu did something. However, she didn't pursue the matter. Maybe Tong Tong knew, but this kind of thing should be buried in her stomach. Ningxu really wanted to ask Tong Tong to take down the picture on the bedside. It was inexplicably embarrassing. What if there were other mission takers in that world? Ningxu liked to hide in the corner and observe secretly. He didn't like to be observed by others. After turning off the video, Ningxu rubbed his face and said to 2333, "Go do the mission." 2333, "Do the system mission?" Ningxu. "Didn't you already ask? Did you lose your memory?" 2333. "I'm asking again." Ningxu, "No." "Oh." Ningxu was sent to the mission world. Ningxu was deeply worried for 2333. He was afraid that 2333 was mentally retarded. Ningxu felt that he merged into a body smoothly. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it wasn't a child's mission. When he woke up, Ningxu realized that he was like a blade of grass. Next to him were fragrant flowers. So, he was a blade of grass next to flowers. This setting was suffocating. After accepting the plot, Ningxu couldn't help but shed tears. This was pretty much the most broken world Ningxu had ever encountered. The client was a blade of grass in the heavenly realm's peony garden. It should have been removed, but because of a person's words, it remained until now. It absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon with the peony and formed a human form. This was pretty much a colorful Mary Sue story. All the men in the world loved me, and all the women in the world hated me. The peony formed a human form. It was so beautiful that it could only be found in heaven and earth. There were no words to describe the beauty of the peony. It was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Skin like cream, devastatingly beautiful. Omitting 10,000 words to describe beauty. What lotus fairy, flower fairy, and all kinds of musical instrument fairies couldn't compare to this peony fairy. As soon as she appeared, she dominated the crowd. Wherever she went, all the male gods looked at her. Their eyes were full of strange infatuation and amazement. When the female fairies saw the peony, their eyes were full of strange hatred and loathing. Most of them resented the peony for stealing the limelight. Even the male god they liked looked at the peony with infatuation. The peony gathered all the adoration and hatred. Even before peony took human form, there was an endless stream of people looking at her. This feeling was as if I had fallen in love with a woman. When she was still an egg, I had already fallen in love with her. Compared to the indescribably beautiful peony, the blade of grass that Ningxu possessed was much more ordinary. Even if it turned into a human form, even if it was a fairy, it was still an existence that disappeared from the immortals. Compared to the peony fairy who turned into a human form, it was like heaven and earth. The plot simply made Ningxu speechless. The plot was very simple. All the female fairies in the heavenly realm tortured the peony fairy one by one. However, she wasn't tortured at all. The male god was a hero who saved the beauty in time. The male god that the female fairies liked also hated the vicious female fairies. The female fairies were even angrier and hated the peony fairy even more. However, the peony fairy was still beautiful. The peony fairy was the object of love of all the male gods in the heavenly realm. She was an existence that all the female fairies wanted to kill. Ningxu shed rainbow-colored tears. These people were so bored. Gods had a long lifespan. Weren't they tired of playing with these things every day? No matter where the peony fairy went, special effects would be added to her body. Petals would fall, and her fragrance would fill the air. She was indescribably beautiful. It felt like the entire god realm was shrouded in her fragrance. After the client transformed into a human form, she became an incense fairy and served the immortal emperor in the immortal palace. The client was very happy. When the peony fairy, who transformed at the same time, was still admired by other male gods and tortured by the jealousy of other female gods, the client became a little maid in the immortal palace to repay her savior. When the immortal emperor saw the weed beside the peony fairy, he casually said that it was an opportunity for a weed to grow here. He also knew that he was inferior, but he didn't dare to overshadow the peony fairy's beauty. Although these words didn't sound good, it really allowed Lve to survive in the peony garden. Thinking about it, if a weed grew stronger and taller than a peony fairy, it would be pulled out sooner or later. The great emperors in the god realm were powerful and noble. Since the immortal emperor said so, this weed naturally had a different opportunity. Just a sentence could change a person's fate. Lve worked hard to absorb the essence of the god realm's sun and moon. She wasn't as talented as the peony fairy, but when the peony fairy was still swaying and showing her beauty, Lve was still absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. When she transformed, all the immortals were attracted by the sky full of petals and fragrance. No one paid attention to Lve's transformation. In fact, there was nothing good about a weed. When the god realm had a new fairy, it would be registered. Then, Lve would be given the name Lve and wear green clothes. The registrar casually named her. After being assigned to the immortal palace, Lve should repay the immortal emperor's karma. Lve was very happy. She became an incense fairy and lit incense for the immortal emperor. She also had a chance to meet the immortal emperor. Lve originally thought that this kind of life would be like this. One day, the incomparably beautiful peony fairy rushed into the palace, saying that someone was chasing her and begging the immortal emperor to let her hide. At this time, the peony fairy was targeted by other female immortals and chased to the immortal palace of the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor slightly nodded and asked her if she was the little girl from the peony garden. She nodded and begged him to let her hide. As a result, Peony stayed in the longevity hall. Of course, longevity immortal emperor also fell in love with Peony during this period. Every day, there would be an endless stream of male immortals and male gods coming to visit the longevity hall. They were all here to see the peony. Therefore, the immortal emperor liked the peony fairy even more. Good things need to be fought over. Green intent, it was impossible for Louis to not have any other feelings for her savior. She was born in a lowly place and did not have a good foundation. In addition, she had the opportunity to interact with the immortal emperor every day, so her feelings for him were even deeper. Love is accompanied by doubt, jealousy, and insecurity. It was impossible for Greenie not to be jealous of the peony fairy, especially when it was inexplicably hated by women. When women saw the peony fairy, it was as if she had killed her father. The more the male gods in the immortal world were infatuated with the peony fairy, the more the female immortals targeted the peony fairy. Despite longevity emperor's protection, the female immortals still managed to get the peony fairy out of the longevity palace with the help of Greenie. Greenie did not want to see the person she liked. When she saw the peony fairy, it was as if she had changed into a different person. She was noble and indifferent, but she was obsessed with the peony fairy and gave her whatever she wanted. It was really unbearable to look at her. In the end, with the cooperation of the female immortals, the peony fairy was banished to the mortal world. However, she did not return to the mortal world. Instead, she went to the demon world. The noble fairy enchanted all the demons, demon kings, and demon generals. Then, all the female demons in the demon world targeted the noble fairy. The demon world wanted to take the noble peony fairy for themselves, but the immortal world absolutely disagreed. Then, the gods and demons started a war, and the world was turned upside down. Ningshu, Wath. All the men in the world love me, all the women in the world hate me, and the whole world revolves because of me. The war is to rob me. Ningshu seriously suspected that the peony fairy was completely a virus. As for Greenie, who took away the peony fairy, she faced a severe punishment. Her soul was extracted and whipped every day until her soul was scattered. There was no chance for reincarnation. Greenie looked at the noble and ferocious face of Longevity Emperor, which made her shudder. In her mind, Longevity Emperor was not like this. He was so crazy and ferocious. Greenie shed tears and said that she did not regret it. If she had to do it again, she would still do it. The Peony Fairy was a scourge. Greenie's wish, she hoped that Longevity Emperor would not fall in love with the Peony Fairy. Even if he did not fall in love with her, she hoped that Longevity Emperor would not be so crazy as usual. Ningxu felt that if the heavens wanted to destroy people, they would first make them crazy. With the appearance of the Peony Fairy, the gods and demons started a war, and both gods and demons were destroyed. This was probably the biggest female lead halo she had ever encountered. The Mary Sue halo covered the whole world. Any man who saw the female lead would fall in love with her. Women who saw the Peony Fairy wanted to kill her. This was a crazy world. Ningxu accepted the plot and hurriedly absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. He had the secret book of plant cultivation. Ningxu activated it. When he turned into a human, he would cultivate the peerless martial arts. She could not be tied up and whipped every day. If she was locked up, she would not be able to go back. Although it was the heavenly realm, Ningxu's place was like an ordinary human society. The only difference was that these immortals had beauty and greater power. The fragrance of the Peony Fairy next to him made Ningxu want to cry. He was about to shed rainbow-colored tears. And it grew next to the Peony Fairy. Ningxu felt that the client's fate was a key factor in pushing the Peony Fairy down to the mortal world. After all, without Greenie's help, those female immortals could not even enter the Longevity Hall, let alone push the Peony Fairy into the demon realm. The men in the demon realm wanted to have a noble fairy and started a war. Ningxu touched his chin and pondered. A weed did not have a chin. Ningxu suspected that this world was evolving. That was why the virus-like Peony Fairy was born to destroy the gods and demons. Maybe the existence of the gods and demons put a burden on the plane, so it started a mode of extinction. In that case, the birth of the heavenly Tao was actually intentional. Whether it was true or not, these were all Ningxu's speculations. The Peony Fairy was born in the heavenly realm. She flirted with all the male immortals in the heavenly realm and won the hearts of many. Then she came to the demon realm and turned it upside down. The gods and demons started a war just to get a beauty. The honey trap was a sure thing. Being able to accommodate powerful beings like gods and demons, the plane wall should be very tough. This was a high-level plane. It was probably a stalk of grass. Ningxu pondered for a while and fell asleep from exhaustion. The fragrance of the peony beside him made Ningxu feel as if he had fallen asleep in a sea of fragrance. After waking up, Ningxu continued to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, and he tried to lower his body as much as possible to hide under the leaves of the peony tree in order to avoid being noticed. Every day, immortals would come to the peony garden to admire the beauty of the peony tree. Ningxu sensed that Emperor Chongqing was also here. He was sitting in the pavilion and chatting with Emperor Qinghua. Emperor Chongqing did indeed possess a noble aura. His aura was as light as water, and he was like a flower standing at the peak of a mountain, looking down upon the world as lonely as snow. Look, there's a weed growing beside the peony tree. Emperor Chongqing caught a glimpse of the weed out of the corner of his eye. Everyone immediately noticed the weed. Emperor Qinghua's brows furrowed. How is Jade Maiden Sihua taking care of the peony garden? Why isn't she taking care of the weed? Emperor Chongqing only replied, seeing as it's already grown, it's a fortuitous encounter. A weed growing here is also a fortuitous encounter. It's also a sign of its own inferiority, but it can't obscure the beauty of the peony tree, so there's no harm in leaving it here. Ningxu felt the will of the heavenly Tao descend upon his body after Emperor Chongqing's words. She now had karma with Emperor Chongqing. Ningxu's lips twitched. It looked like he would have to go to the immortal palace and become a fairy incense immortal. He thought back to what Emperor Chongqing had said to Lu Yi, who was on the brink of death, that a lowly thing like her should be grateful for her life. However, he still wanted to harm Fairy Peony, who was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon with him. At that time, Emperor Chongqing had lost all of his coldness after losing Fairy Peony, and he was like a cruel and ravenous wolf, tearing apart all those who had caused him to lose Fairy Peony. Ningxu heaved a forlorn sigh. Hence, she still had to follow the plot. Whether or not she would be captured and whipped day and night would depend on her abilities. What a terrifying halo. If he had legs, Xianxia really wanted to stay away from the peony. He never knew that the peony was so fragrant. She was a weed. Would the weed bloom flowers, such a fragrant flower? It was completely to arouse her jealousy. Xianxia only wanted to say that this flower was so fragrant that it could kill a person. It attracted countless bees and butterflies. There were countless wild bees and butterflies. Xianxia was speechless. Does this mean that when I was still a virgin, there were already many men who fell in love with me? Shielding herself from the outside world's interference, Xianxia hurried to cultivate. She wanted to become an immortal as soon as possible so that the peony fairy could transform before her. If she stood there naked, she would be pulled out sooner or later. The land was the source of all power. Probably because of the law of wood, Xianxia was able to continuously absorb the energy in the land. Especially since this was the immortal world, it was suddenly filled with vitality. Xianxia's roots grew deeper and she absorbed more vitality. With energy, her body would grow. Xianxia suppressed this energy and directly condensed it to prevent her body from growing too fast and blocking the beauty of the peony flower from being pulled out by others. Xianxia cultivated. Every day, he could smell the fragrance of the peony fairy next door. It was very fragrant. The peony fairy didn't seem to know that there was a grass next to her and didn't talk to it. Sometimes, Xianxia heard her softly saying something. He couldn't understand the details, but her voice was definitely pleasant to hear. Describing it as an oriole coming out of the valley was an insult to her voice. In short, just her voice alone could mesmerize people. Her voice was like the most beautiful instrument in the world. It made people feel relaxed and happy. It was as if a clear spring was flowing through their heart. Beautiful, enjoyable. Xianxia cultivated and occasionally listened to her talk. He treated it as cultivating his mind. What kind of situation could gather all the beauty of time on this person? Her figure was excellent. Her legs were straight and her legs were 2.8 meters long. Needless to say, her skin was so tender and smooth that a touch would leave a red mark. Her facial features were definitely the most beautiful. Therefore, this was an absolutely perfect thing. The spiritual energy in the immortal world was really good. The concentration of spiritual energy was very high. If a spirit gathering array was set up, it was possible to condense drops of spiritual liquid. Cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. The immortal world's environment was really good. Blue sky, white clouds, flowers, cranes, and all kinds of beautiful immortal birds were flying around. Not to mention other things, just the environment alone made people feel relaxed and happy. Moreover, the men and women here were all handsome men and beautiful women. Everything was very beautiful. One day, Xianxia felt thunder above his head. Xianxia knew that he was going to pass the tribulation. As long as he passed it, he could smoothly transform. Why did tribulation clouds appear? The peony fairy swayed her body. It's not time for tribulation yet. When the immortals saw tribulation clouds appear in the peony garden, they all thought that the peony was going to pass the tribulation. Some pinched their fingers and calculated. It wasn't the peony who was going to pass the tribulation, but someone else. Many people came to the peony garden to see how beautiful the peony, whose body was already very beautiful, would become after transforming. The tribulation lightning fell on the peony, the weeds next to her. But because the two of them were very close, the peony was more or less affected by the lightning tribulation. Originally, it wasn't time for tribulation yet, but the peony's body was injured. Seeing this, some high gods quickly set up a barrier to protect the peony from the lightning tribulation. But they were puzzled. It didn't seem like the peony was going to pass the tribulation. Xianxia's body flashed with lightning. He felt that the cells in his body were about to burst. It seemed that he couldn't withstand the power of the lightning, but there was an endless stream of vitality in his body that repaired the damage. The lightning didn't stop striking Xianxia's body. The immortals who came to watch the tribulation were disappointed. It turned out that a weed was going to pass the tribulation. They were speechless. Some immortals turned and left. What was there to see about a weed's tribulation? Xianxia felt his body slowly change. Finally, it floated up and turned into a green human body. Ningshu narrowed his eyes and touched his face and hair. He stretched lazily. Sure enough, the human body was more comfortable. In the future, he wouldn't have to smell the fragrance of the peony. Ningshu flicked his sleeve and a mirror appeared in front of him. In the mirror, a woman in green clothes appeared. Her face was exquisite. She was actually quite beautiful, but the god realm didn't lack beauties. Compared to these female immortals and goddesses, the client couldn't be considered good-looking. She could only be described as ordinary. Plus, she was just a weed with no noble bloodline. Her future was limited. Ningshu swept a glance at the onlookers and left in the air, ignoring them. The others saw that it was just a weed's transformation and felt very bored. One after another, they left the peony garden. Some immortals saw that Peony had been injured by the lightning tribulation and gave her some healing elixirs. Peony shook her body and expressed her gratitude to these immortals. Ningshu went to the celestial official who registered the female immortals. The celestial official glanced at Ningshu and then looked away. He asked slowly, "Where are you from? What are your roots? How long have you been cultivating?" "Peony Garden." "Wait, you're not the Peony Garden's peony fairy?" the celestial official asked. Ningshu, asking for the size of my psychological trauma. He was speechless that he had to get involved with the Peony Garden's peony fairy. Chatting. "Where are you from?" "Peony Garden." "Isn't there a peony of unparalleled beauty there? Do you know her?" No matter where he went, he couldn't get rid of the peony fairy. Living under her shadow for the rest of his life, he felt that his birth was a tragedy. Ningshu looked at the celestial official expressionlessly. "No, I'm a weed. I've been cultivating for more than 200 years. Today, I transformed. My name is Green." The celestial official recorded it and then told the female immortals what they had to do, unless they were very noble. Actually, the immortal world gave Ningshu the feeling of an imperial palace. Although she was a fairy, she obviously had to do things like a palace maid. Moreover, immortals had very long lives. If they didn't change their appearance, they would live even longer. It was really hopeless. If he did something wrong, he would immediately be sent to the mortal world. His lifespan would be less than 100 years, and he would be a mortal who would die of old age and illness. Ningshu sighed. Soon, Ningshu was assigned to the Longevity Immortal Palace to be the incense fairy. The job was relatively easy. He just had to make some spices. Ningshu was brought to the Longevity Immortal Palace. There weren't many people there, and it was very cold. It was like the Longevity Immortal Emperor himself, cold and unparalleled. The Immortal Palace's spiritual energy was very abundant, even more so than the Peony Garden. It was better to cultivate here. Ningshu started to circulate his peerless martial arts. Spiritual energy rushed into his body, and it was very comfortable. In addition to his peerless martial arts, Ningshu also cultivated plants. When he fought, he would be able to extend many vines. Although weeds were lowly, they had tenacious vitality. Even if they were about to die, they could produce new weeds and grow again. However, these little tricks were useless in the hands of the immortal world. As a newbie, there was naturally someone to teach Ningshu, including the incense that the Longevity Emperor liked and the smell that he disliked. Ningshu noted it down and pondered how to complete this task. As one of the more powerful great emperors in the heavenly realm, if he wasn't fascinated by the Peony Fairy, how could he start a war with the Devil Realm? After the Peony Fairy arrived at the Longevity Hall, several other emperors, such as Emperor Ziwei and Emperor Qinghua, came to the Longevity Hall and encountered the Peony Fairy. All of them developed a favorable impression of her. A few great emperors would definitely agree to start a war with the Devil World. The Immortal Realm and Demon Realm were united for the first time. The winner would have the right to have the noble Peony Fairy. Therefore, this mission was very difficult. Under Mary Sue's halo, no one could resist. Although these people from the Divine Realm were immortals, they still had the 7 emotions and 6 desires that humans should have: love, hate, greed, anger, and infatuation. How could one stop a person from liking another person? He thought that love was just like drinking water when one was thirsty. Ningshu had a headache. Immortal Emperor. Didn't he have any self-control? Ningshu expressed his disdain. If a Tom Su stood in front of her, she would hypnotize herself that he was just a skeleton. She just wanted to see if he had the heart to resist. Perhaps gods were more free and romantic than humans. They never suppressed their inner feelings. When they were in the peony garden, Ningxu deliberately led the thunder tribulation to the peony fairy so that the next thunder tribulation would be more powerful. This meant the peony fairy was protected by the heavenly Tao. And there were so many attentive male gods who set up barriers for her to prevent her from being struck by lightning. Sometimes, there were some things that couldn't be envied. Louis, hurry up and burn some incense. Emperor Qinghua is coming to the Immortal Palace to play chess with you, Ningxu instructed. Ningxu nodded and went to burn some incense in the palace. Emperor Chongqing was sitting with his legs crossed and drawing something on a piece of paper. Ningxu extended a salute before opening the lid of the incense burner. He scooped some incense into the burner, lit the fire, and closed the lid. After a short while, a faint scent wafted out from the incense burner along with the smoke. The scent was very light, and it was quite refreshing. Emperor Chongqing raised his head and looked at Ningxu, who was standing at the side with her head lowered. Are you new here? Yes, I've only just taken human form, Ningxu replied with his head still lowered. Emperor Chongqing didn't ask any more questions. He didn't care that a new immortal had arrived. When Emperor Qinghua arrived, the cold expression on Emperor Chongqing's face finally dissipated slightly, and the two of them began to play chess. Other immortal maids brought immortal tea to the table. The two of them were playing chess using their intents. Scenes of war between the two countries appeared on the chessboard, and blood splattered all over the chessboard. Emperor Chongqing's brows furrowed, and he placed down a chess piece, upon which a large swath of his opponent was killed. Emperor Qinghua chuckled heartily. There's a massive disparity in power between the Wei country and the Jun country. It looks like I've won today. Ningxu raised his head and quickly scanned the chessboard. The scenes of war were changing as the pieces changed. He was using all of the living beings in the world as chess pieces, right? The battles in the mortal world were merely the result of these immortals playing chess out of boredom. All of the dead were ants to these immortals. Ningxu added some more incense into the incense burner, and the aroma of the incense became even more pronounced. As the battle progressed, both Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Chongqing wore serious expressions and didn't place down their chess pieces for a long time. The scenes on the chessboard were filled with corpses. Many people had already died, but even more people were going to die before a victor was decided. Ningxu only lowered his head and grimaced. These gods controlled the mortal world and used all of the living beings in the world as chess pieces, but they were also manipulated by the heavenly Tao in the end, and the divine realm and demon realm fought like they were in the mortal world. Perhaps in an even higher place, there were also two people playing chess like this, using the god realm and the devil realm as chess pieces, fighting to the death, and only the god realm and the devil realm would die. Both of them died like ants in the mortal world. The final victor was Emperor Chongqing. Emperor Qinghua was a little perplexed. How did you win? The two countries aren't evenly matched. Emperor Chongqing took a sip of the immortal tea with a smile on his face. Emperor Qinghua was a little unconvinced. Let's play again. This time, we'll play against two countries of equal power. A few years had already passed since the divine realm had played a game of chess. During these few years, countless battles had taken place and countless lives had been lost. Emperor Chongqing turned down Emperor Qinghua's suggestion for another round and removed the chessboard. We'll play again next time. Emperor Qinghua was unwilling to give up and insisted on playing again, but Emperor Chongqing only shook his head. Emperor Qinghua couldn't convince him otherwise, so he gave up and left the immortal palace. Make more incense in the future. Emperor Chongqing turned to Ningxu and said, I'll reward you with a golden pill. Ningxu immediately expressed his gratitude. It wasn't a bad thing to receive an immortal pill. After all, an immortal pill like this could bring one back from the dead. Where did you ascend from? Fairy servant is a weed that grows in the peony garden, Ningxu replied. Oh, so you're a weed that grows around little peony? You transformed before she did, Emperor Chongqing said. Ningxu seriously suspected that the immortal emperor had already fallen in love with the peony fairy when she was still a flower when he called her little peony. Ningxu, what the f***ck, Ningxu walked out of the palace with the golden pill in his hands before popping it into his mouth and munching on it like a bean. It seemed to be a little more powerful, but it was useless. Ningxu began to work without any pay. Perhaps the boss would toss him a golden pill when he was in a good mood. It sounded like an immortal pill, but Ningxu didn't really care. Cultivating for a while was more useful than eating golden pills. Incense was quite a busy job. If the boss was about to go to bed, he would need incense. However, he couldn't light something to wake him up at a time like this. Different situations required different incense. Thankfully, he didn't get mixed up. Ningxu had been working for a while now, but the Peony Garden Fairy still hadn't transformed. The Peony Garden Fairy's transformation was something that the entire Divine Realm was looking forward to. Everyone was fantasizing about how beautiful the Peony Garden Fairy would be. Ningxu had been to the Peony Garden. He wanted to uproot the roots of the Peony Fairy directly, but after thinking about it, there were still the Peach Blossom Fairy, the Lotus Fairy, and the Chrysanthemum Fairy. Wherever he went, chrysanthemums would bloom. Moreover, Ningxu was afraid that if he killed her, it would affect the plan of the Heavenly Tao. When the time came, a bolt of lightning would strike her to death. What was even more terrifying was that he would be targeted by all the male gods in the entire heavenly realm. There were also so many big shots. They were probably going to blast her into ashes. Furthermore, Peony herself was protected by the heavenly Tao. Tens of thousands of female immortals and goddesses in the heavenly realm were unable to kill her. At every turn, there would be male gods saving the damsel in distress. She herself was also able to turn misfortune into fortune. I won't touch the darling of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, this mission is incomparably cold. What a noble immortal emperor, don't fall in love with the Peony Fairy. Ningxu smacked his head. He was in charge of everything, but he really couldn't control who she liked. This was definitely AF** King mission. He might as well throw the Peony Fairy into the demon realm. Ningxu, he already had a bold idea in his heart. Should he just kill the immortal emperor? If he died, he definitely wouldn't fall in love with the Peony Fairy. The Peony Fairy was protected by the heavenly Tao. He couldn't possibly protect the immortal emperor like that. Ningxu left the Peony Garden. The fragrance assailed his nose. However, the male god said that the fragrance assailed his nose. He guessed that the male gods and female immortals had different noses. None of the female immortals said that the Peony Fairy smelled good. However, the male gods liked this smell. Some of the female immortals had no choice but to apply this kind of pungent fragrance on their bodies in an attempt to attract the male gods. However, pirated goods were pirated goods. How could they compare to the natural fragrance of the Peony Fairy? Among the flower fairies, only the Peony Fairy stood out. Her beauty overshadowed all the other female immortals. Female immortals, F***ck, I can't stand it. Kill her. After leaving the Peony Garden, Ningxu saw some male gods going into the Peony Garden to look at the Peony Fairy. Ningxu was puzzled. It was just a flower. Did he really not get tired of looking at it every day? Or was it that the immortal realm was so bored that he could look at the same flower every day, and even make it look so beautiful? She was convinced. Ningxu really didn't understand the beauty of the flower. If the Peony Fairy transformed, she might be able to look at it for a while. You're the incense fairy who was with the Peony Fairy? A male god stopped her. Ningxu nodded. Yes. What's the matter? You transformed before the Peony Fairy. Ningxu? So, couldn't he transform before her? Why was this guy stopping her? This male god was quite handsome. To be precise, there were no ugly people in the heavenly realm. Everyone had their own beauty and handsomeness. There was never a place that was so pleasing to the eyes. Looking around, there were all beauties and handsome guys. She felt like her soul was being purified. Even her eyes were shining. After a while, she became numb. Heaven Origin High God hesitated. I'm Heaven Origin High God. Ningxu nodded and bowed. Greetings, High God. Heaven Origin High God looked at Ningxu as if to confirm something. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with him? Just say it. I'm going to light incense for the eternal heavenly emperor. Ningxu said. Ningxu didn't have a good impression of these male gods. They were called gods, but they couldn't even resist a little beauty, even with the extra Mary Sue halo. You are. Heaven Origin High God hesitated and said, 0752. Ningxu's pupils shrank. Then, he reacted. This was a mission enforcer, and a male one at that. Ningxu sympathized with him. Under the female lead halo and Mary Sue halo, men would become blindly infatuated. He just didn't know if they could resist it. Hi. Ningxu greeted him. He just didn't know what this mission enforcer's mission was. Was it to protect the peony fairy? All the male gods in the god realm were like flower protectors. Even if there were bad gods, they would use all kinds of methods to obtain the peony fairy. Because of the peony fairy, the entire god realm was filled with a sour smell of love and the smell of overturned vats of aged vinegar. The god realm was bustling with excitement. Heaven Origin High God got the answer he wanted. He didn't say much to Ningxu. He just told him to be careful, which was considered a polite greeting. Then, he turned and entered the peony garden. They didn't ask each other what the mission was. Ningxu shrugged. No matter what the mission enforcer's mission was, it couldn't threaten her. After all, her mission was to deal with the eternal heavenly emperor, not the peony fairy. The peony fairy's charm had nothing to do with her. It was just that her identity as a weed was always brought up. Sigh, the weed beside the peony fairy, the weed in the peony garden, Ningxu, MP, what did the weed have to do with you? Why did you have to mention the weed and the flowers together, but why hadn't the peony fairy transformed? Was it too early? Ningxu rubbed her chin and pondered. She guessed that when she went through the tribulation, the peony fairy was affected. Her foundation was damaged and the tribulation was delayed. Ningxu was shocked by the jealousy and hatred in his heart. He suppressed the negative emotions in his heart. She was the first person Ningxu had seen who could attract hatred like this. Ningxu grabbed the peony fairy's wrist. Her hand was soft and smooth, like the most gorgeous silk. This touch, you. The peony fairy was a little panicked. She was frightened by Ningxu's sudden grab. Her eyes were as clear as Bambi's. At this moment, she was frightened. Ningxu's stern face was reflected in her watery eyes. Come with me. Ningxu pulled the peony fairy and was about to leave. Incense, bring the peony fairy in. The door of the immortal palace suddenly opened, and the cold voice of the immortal emperor sounded. Ningxu was speechless. Damn it, she almost pulled the peony fairy away. What are you talking about? Powerful plot power. I can't hurt the peony fairy, but can't I deal with you? She only said that she wouldn't let the immortal emperor fall in love with the peony fairy. As for the immortal emperor's moral character, it was none of her business. Ouch. The peony fairy's wrist hurt. Pain flashed across her face. She saw the auspicious clouds were getting closer and closer. The female immortals were coming. Well, can we leave here? The peony fairy begged pitifully. The peony between her eyebrows was bright red, adding an enchanting feeling to her innocence. Pure and innocent enchanting, the peony fairy was the most charming. Incense, bring her in. The immortal emperor's voice sounded again. This time, it was with dignity and a trace of anger. Incense, bring her in. The immortal emperor is going to be angry. The mystic fairy walked out and bowed to the peony fairy. Please come with me. Well, can you let go of my hand? The peony fairy asked Ningxu softly and pitifully. Incense. The mystic fairy reached out to pull Ningxu's hand away. Ningxu held the peony fairy's hand tightly. Finally, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her. Ningxu's sudden move made the mystic fairy and the peony fairy confused. Ningxu said, I like the peony fairy. Can you let the peony fairy be with me? Burn incense. Mystic fairy stammered. She looked at Ningxu as if he was an alien. You and the peony fairy are both female immortals. So what if she's a fairy? Love doesn't care about age, gender, or race. Ningxu took advantage of the time when Mystic Fairy was in a daze and dragged the confused peony fairy away. Ningxu left the longevity hall with the peony fairy and headed to other places in the divinity. Mystic Fairy was confused. It took her a while to come back to her senses and report to the two great monarchs. Emperor Qinghua couldn't help but burst into laughter. A weed falling in love with a peony, and a female immortal at that. Oh my, this is hilarious. Could it be that they've developed feelings for each other after spending so much time together? Emperor Chongqing frowned. Go and bring her back. Yes, yes. Mystic Fairy hurriedly exited the palace and heaved a long sigh. What was up with that weed? She had almost been punished by the great monarchs. The Peony Fairy looked at Ningxu and didn't know what to say. We're both female immortals. I know, I'm just saying that on purpose. There are many female immortals in the Longevity Hall. You're going to be hated by all of them no matter where you go, so it's not safe for you to go there, Ningxu explained. She would be fine as long as she didn't go to the Longevity Hall. The Peony Fairy nodded. I see. Thank you. Ningxu took a deep breath to repress his surging emotions. Ningxu set up an enchantment barrier. Stay here. I'll come and find you later. Alright, come back as soon as possible. The Peony Fairy seemed to be very trusting of Ningxu. It was probably because they had grown up in the same place. Ningxu returned to the Longevity Hall and was greeted by the sight of the Peony Fairy, who was supposed to be inside the enchantment barrier. Ningxu was quite displeased. He felt like his efforts had been for nothing. The Peony Fairy was also a little dumbstruck. She didn't understand why she had suddenly appeared here. Emperor Qinghua wiped the sweat off his forehead. His features were a little pale, but a smile appeared on his face as he looked at the Peony Fairy. You really are little Peony from the Peony Garden. The Peony Fairy hurriedly extended a respectful bow toward the two emperors. Emperor Chongqing glanced at Ningxu, and Ningxu fell to his knees involuntarily. Thump. His knees were in excruciating pain. You deserve to be punished. Go and receive 3 bolts of divine lightning, Emperor Chongqing said coldly. The Peony Fairy immediately pleaded, Your Majesty, she only took me away to help me. There really are female immortals chasing after me. Emperor Chongqing turned to Ningxu with a cold expression. Go and receive your punishment. Ningxu rolled his eyes internally before standing up and leaving. Emperor Qinghua asked, She broke your restriction and left just like that? Emperor Chongqing didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to the Peony Fairy. You live in the Longevity Hall. No one will dare to do anything to you. Please forgive her, Your Majesty. She only did this to save me. The Peony Fairy pleaded on Ningxu's behalf. A hint of a smile appeared on Emperor Chongqing's face, but there was a hint of mockery in his smile. It was just that no one knew who this mockery was directed at. You haven't taken human form for long, so there are some things you don't understand. You'll find out in the future. Do you really think she likes you? Emperor Chongqing's expression was extremely cold. The Peony Fairy said, I know she said that on purpose. She's a plant, so she'll definitely be destroyed by the divine lightning. The Peony Fairy was also a plant that had ascended to immortality, so she was naturally fearful of divine lightning. Emperor Qinghua interjected, Alright, just listen to what he has to say. He then turned to Emperor Chongqing with a teasing smile. With the Peony Fairy here, your Longevity Hall is going to be flooded with people from now on. Emperor Qinghua chuckled and was just about to leave when he thought about it for a moment before giving the Peony Fairy a few pills that could change her appearance. In fact, this kind of elixir that could change one's appearance was useless because the fragrance of the Peony Fairy could be smelled within a radius of 1 mile. There was no other shop that sold it. Ningxu exited the Longevity Hall to receive his punishment. There were many female immortals pacing back and forth outside the Longevity Hall, but none of them dared to enter. Seeing Ningxu emerge, all of them surrounded Ningxu and asked him if that B*TCH was in there. All of them gritted their teeth at the mention of the Peony Fairy's name with unbearable jealousy and hatred. Ningxu nodded and replied, She's in there. Emperor Chongqing has left the Peony Fairy behind. Do you want to go in? All of the female immortals cursed the Peony Fairy for being a seductive vixen instead of a peony upon hearing this. Ningxu ignored all of these female immortals and made his way to the platform to receive his punishment, where he was struck by 3 bolts of lightning and almost had his soul destroyed. Ningxu made a mental note of this. Once her cultivation progressed, he. When Ningxu came back from the punishment, the peony fairy came to visit Ningxu and asked Ningxu if he was in pain. Ningxu, of course, grimaced and said that he was in pain. How could he not feel pain after being struck by lightning? He deeply felt that all the lightning he attracted to the peony fairy when he transformed into human form was now returned to him. Sure enough, the peony fairy was the favorite of the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, with the law of wood, she had a steady stream of vitality and saved her life. If she was a little weaker, she might have been struck to death by a bolt of lightning. The peony fairy apologized, "It's all because of me that you were punished. You are the first female immortal who was nice to me. The other female immortals don't like me." Hearing this, Ningxu felt very speechless. To be honest, he couldn't suppress the irritation in his heart when he saw the peony fairy. He wanted to kill her with jealousy. How did this kind of woman come to have a body constitution that made men love her to death? Fortunately, we are all female immortals from the peony garden. We should take care of each other. Ningxu said with a toothache, "I want to rest." "You can do as you please." "Okay. Take care of yourself. Here are some elixirs. Do you want them?" Several jade bottles appeared in the peony fairy's hand, which were full of elixirs. She put them beside Ningxu and said, "Take some when you are sad." Ningxu suppressed the impulse to smash the bottles on the peony fairy's face. He put them away and said, "Thank you." The peony fairy smiled. As soon as she smiled, a fragrant wind blew over. Then, petals floated down and fell on the bed. Ningxu was speechless. It seemed that Ningxu was hallucinating. He only felt that the flowers around the peony fairy bloomed layer by layer, which set off the peony fairy's beauty. What's with this kind of special effect? Ningxu rubbed his bright eyes and said, "I want to rest." "Okay. I am in the East Hall. You can come to me." The peony fairy hesitated and said, "Well, it's impossible for us to be together." Ningxu said, "I know." The peony fairy breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she couldn't bear to hurt Ningxu. Ningxu rubbed his chin. How did Mystic Fairy arrange the accommodation? The peony fairy lived in the East Hall, while Xianxia of the Hall of Eternal Life lived in the West Hall. Was she trying to break up this pair of startling mandarin ducks? It was as if he wanted to separate her from the peony fairy. Ningxu began to heal himself. After all, he had been struck by heavenly lightning. It was equivalent to experiencing 2 lightning tribulations in such a short period of time. He had to circulate his peerless martial arts. While Ningxu was recuperating, the quiet longevity hall became lively because of the peony fairy. Many male idols came to visit the longevity emperor to see the peony fairy. There were male gods and female immortals, but the female immortals were forbidden from entering the longevity hall. The female immortal who was stopped outside stomped her feet in anger. It had only been a short while and this vixen had already bewitched the longevity immortal emperor. The longevity immortal emperor was a flower on a high mountain. No one in the heavenly realm could win his favor. Now, the longevity immortal emperor was protecting her. This made the female immortals even more jealous. Their resentment was almost tangible. Especially when the male god they liked came here every day. It was easy to imagine what he was thinking. Wasn't he just here to see the peony fairy? Some female immortals had no choice. They couldn't enter and the vixen didn't come out. They went to the noble goddess and asked her to tell the longevity immortal emperor to hand over the peony fairy. Otherwise, she would have to face the wrath of all the female immortals in the heavenly realm. However, the everlasting immortal emperor didn't give her any face. He chased her out of the everlasting palace empty-handed. The everlasting immortal emperor didn't give her any face at all. How was she supposed to survive in the immortal world? Of course, this hatred was all directed at the peony fairy. The more people you have to protect, the more I want to kill you. Otherwise, how can I show my face? Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu, who was recuperating, looked at the lively silence. Sure enough, after living for so long, the entire heavenly realm went crazy over such a trivial matter. Not only were the female immortals outside eyeing the peony fairy covetously, but even the female immortals in the longevity hall hated her. Look at the peony fairy. She seduced the emperor to protect her. Hee hee, as soon as she came, those male gods flew over like bees. I really don't know what's so good about her. She's just used to pretending to be innocent. Ningxu listened to the female immortals who were sleeping next to him. His tone was sour, jealous, and hateful. He admired the peony fairy's ability to attract hatred again. In the demon realm, those female immortals became more irritable. Immortals were originally tough, so this made them even more irritable. From time to time, fights broke out in the demon realm. When a female immortal became irritable, she would directly fight with the person who protected the peony fairy. You want to protect her, right? I'll beat you too. Speaking of which, these female immortals in the heavenly realm were noble and elegant. Their fighting strength was not comparable to the fierce female immortals at all. Even so, the peony fairy did not do anything. Ningxu's ears were filled with these female immortals who gathered together and chattered endlessly. He was impatient to listen to them. The more he attacked, the more envious he became. He probably wished he was the one who attacked. The more self-proclaimed a woman who knew her place, the more vicious she was to attack those who were bold and unrestrained. If you had the ability, you could also be beautiful. If you had the ability, you could also be protected by the heavenly Tao. But you were not so lucky. So what if you could not hurt the beauty of others? However, the peony fairy was really too hateful. When facing her, one's entire soul would be shrouded in negative emotions. There was probably something wrong with the peony fairy's magnetic field. Like repelling, opposite attracting, like a magnet. Ningxu left the room and walked to the main hall. He saw an endless stream of male immortals coming to see the peony fairy. Ningxu also saw Primordial Sky God, the mission enforcer. He actually came to join in the fun. Ningxu's eyes almost popped out. Could it be that even the mission enforcers were charmed by her? Primordial Sky God also saw Ningxu and pointed in a direction. Ningxu went to the pavilion he pointed to. Why are you here? Are you also here to see the peony fairy? Ningxu asked in surprise. Primordial Sky God rubbed his nose and said with an awkward expression, I really am here to see the peony fairy. Ningxu. You are also charmed? I can't control myself. My mind is filled with the peony fairy. I think about her day and night. I can't control myself at all. Primordial Sky God frowned. Ningxu, what was the mindset of a mission enforcer? Ningxu still said, you have to control yourself. Don't think too much. The more you think about it, the more you beautify the peony fairy. I live with the peony fairy, and she eats 2 buckets of rice every day. She grinds her teeth and drools when she sleeps. Primordial Sky God. Actually, she is quite cute. She is cuter than the peony fairy. She has such a cute side in private. Ningxu, my bad temper. Needless to say, these males' love for the peony fairy was just like how female immortals hated the peony fairy. There was no way to stop them. Even she couldn't control her anger when facing the peony fairy. If she had such a terrifying aura, no one would be able to resist it. She was a mission enforcer, so her anger was drawn out. Love was always better than negative things. It was more addictive. Did that mean the Eternal Emperor already had deep feelings for the peony fairy? Ningxu felt that he should go and guard the peony fairy. Heaven Origin God probably saw Ningxu, who was also a mission enforcer, and felt a little awkward. He suppressed his yearning and love and left the Eternal Palace. Ningxu went to the Eastern Palace, but before he could enter, he was stopped. Xianxia, who was guarding the Eastern Palace, stopped Ningxu impatiently. What are you doing? The Emperor said that no one is allowed to enter. The Xianxia guarding the Eastern Palace were very unhappy. They looked very humiliated. It was as if they had something to do with the peony fairy. It didn't matter if they really hated the peony fairy or if they were just following the trend. They just opened Ningxu's eyes. Ningxu guarded the Eastern Palace. He sat cross-legged and cultivated. He was here to see if the Eternal Emperor would come to visit the peony fairy. The 2 Xianxia saw Ningxu shamelessly guarding the Eastern Palace. One of them couldn't help but ask Ningxu, Xianxia, you don't really like the peony fairy, do you? What was the difference between him and those infatuated male idols who were separated by the walls of the palace? Ningxu asked. Why do you say that? The whole Eternal Palace is saying that you like the Peony fairy. Even the emperor knows. Ningxu said, it's just a rumor. You don't have to believe it. The peony fairy and I are from the peony garden. People from the same place are bound to be close. Sure enough, the rumors were getting more and more ridiculous. She was infatuated with the peony fairy, but not like that. She actually wanted to hit the peony fairy. Can you two sisters let me in to see the peony fairy? Ningxu asked quickly. No, the great emperor said that no one is allowed to enter. The two fairies shook their heads. But you really don't have good taste. How could you fall for such a female fairy? She seduced all the male gods in the entire god realm. If the female fairies outside knew that you like her, who knows what they would do to you? Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu gave up on explaining. If there was a misunderstanding, then so be it. Ningxu stayed here. While cultivating, he released his spiritual power to check the peony fairy's situation inside. However, the inside was surrounded by a barrier. His divine sense could not enter at all. Was this a prison? Ningxu withdrew his divine sense, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. Great Emperor. The two fairies hurriedly bowed when they saw the longevity Great Emperor. Ningxu opened his eyes and saw the longevity Great Emperor standing at the door. Ningxu immediately cursed in his heart. Then, he slapped his thigh with realization. The longevity Great Emperor must have done this on purpose. Now, it was convenient for him to lock her up here. Although it was to protect the peony fairy, it was more to imprison the peony fairy so that he could enjoy her alone. He did not want her to attract other male gods when she went out. Ningxu bowed to the longevity Great Emperor expressionlessly. You want to be struck by lightning? Who allowed you to come here? The longevity Great Emperor frowned and said unhappily. Ningxu lowered his head and said, I want to see the peony fairy. The longevity Great Emperor's face was as cold as ice. He looked at Ningxu with a piercing gaze. Don't come again. If there's a next time, you'll receive 10 bolts of lightning. 3 bolts of lightning were enough to kill someone. 10 bolts of lightning were enough to shatter one's soul. Ningxu's face was cold. I want to see the peony fairy. Not allowed. You're just a lowly fairy. How dare you disobey my orders? I know what you're thinking. Don't try to get close to the peony fairy with a fake face. The longevity Great Emperor's aura was very strong, and it was directed at Ningxu. It was like a mountain was pressing down on him. Ningxu really didn't care about this pressure. She looked up and said, Then what do you think this immortal servant is planning? You won't fall in love with the peony fairy. Don't try to get close to her by saying we're from the same sect. Without my permission, you're not allowed to come here again, the longevity Great Emperor said coldly. Ningxu laughed instead. If I were to spread the word that the immortal emperor imprisoned the peony fairy and wanted to have her for himself, all the male gods in the god realm would see you as an enemy. Although the immortal emperor is strong, many ants can bite an elephant to death. I don't know if the immortal emperor can handle it. Ignorant fool. The longevity Great Emperor did not get angry. Instead, he looked at Ningxu with pity. If you don't know the truth, don't talk so casually. When the two Xianxia heard the conversation between the two of them, they wished they could cover their ears. They didn't want to hear the conversation at all. What was more shocking was that a lowly fairy would talk to the longevity Great Emperor like that. Ningxu squinted. How would I know if you don't tell me? If you tell me, I'll know what you're thinking. Don't you want to have the peony fairy for yourself? Ningxu rolled her eyes, quickly calculating the whole thing in her mind, analyzing all the possibilities. You imprisoned the peony fairy on purpose? Ningxu could only come up with one conclusion. Either the longevity Great Emperor saw that the god realm was in chaos because of the peony fairy, so he put the peony fairy in the longevity hall. The others were afraid of the longevity Great Emperor, so they did not dare do anything. But the longevity Great Emperor also fell in love with the peony fairy. Ningxu put his hands behind his back and pinched his fingers like a clairvoyant. In fact, he was filtering this matter out in his mind. The longevity Great Emperor coldly stared at Ningxu. You're just a little fairy. There's a limit to meddling in other people's business. Go and receive your punishment. 10 bolts of lightning. A little fairy like her would be struck to death by 10 bolts of lightning. The longevity Great Emperor wanted to kill her. Ningxu narrowed her eyes and smiled. Grand Emperor, you can't steal someone else's love. You can't read my mind, so how do you know that I won't fall in love with the peony fairy? Plus, I just received 3 heavenly thunders not long ago. If I get struck again, then I won't be able to keep my life. Please forgive me, Grand Emperor. There must be some inside story behind this matter that she did not know. She had to get to the bottom of it. The client was just a lowly little Xianxia. She definitely didn't know what the inside story was. She also didn't know what the great emperors were planning. Ningxu rolled up her sleeves and was ready to fight. Today, she had to fight with the longevity immortal emperor. Otherwise, the longevity immortal emperor would ask her to receive punishment and be struck by lightning. If he showed his strength, he wouldn't dare to treat her casually. Emperor Chongqing was as cold as ice. Seeing Ningxu like this, he frowned. You dare to disobey my order? Ningxu curled his finger at Emperor Chongqing. I don't dare to take another bolt of lightning. 10 bolts, I'll die. Most importantly, the lightning was too harmful to the soul. Ningxu didn't want to torture his soul for no reason. Seeing Ningxu's provocative finger, Emperor Chongqing put on a fake smile. He wanted to laugh, but his face was twisted. His facial nerves were extremely uncoordinated. You may survive 10 heavenly thunders, but you will never survive if I attack you. We'll only know after we try, Ningxu said with a smile. Then, she crooked her finger at Longevity Emperor. Emperor. Mystic Fairy came over on her cloud. She said to Emperor Chongqing, Emperor Ziwei sent someone to invite you to the Ziwei Palace. He said he has something to discuss with you. Emperor Chongqing glanced at Ningxu and nodded. He waved his sleeve and said to the 2 trembling fairies, if this person enters the palace, I'll kill you. Yes. Yes. The 2 fairies glanced at Ningxu. They only hoped that he would be smart and not drag them down with him. Emperor Chongqing flew away on his cloud and disappeared in an instant. Ningxu was a bit disappointed. He thought he could fight Emperor Chongqing. Xianxia, did you leave your brain in the ground when you transformed? Mystic Fairy looked at Ningxu with hostility. Do you want to drag all the sisters in the palace down with you? What do you want? I just want to see the peony fairy, Ningxu said pitifully. Why do you want to see her? Why do you care if she lives or dies? Mystic Fairy said directly. Why do you have to go against Emperor Chongqing for her? Do you think you can get away with it if Emperor Chongqing gets angry? Ningxu, this made her and the peony fairy look like a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. She couldn't bear to look at it. For the time being, he would not go in. When the time came, he would sneak in. Ningxu said, then I won't go in. As the steward of the Palace of Immortal Life, Mystic Fairy was very wary and displeased of Ningxu, who was like a bomb that could kill everyone at any time. The Great Emperor wants you to receive 10 bolts of heavenly lightning. Mystic Fairy said. Ningxu turned around and smiled at the Mystic Fairy, which made her a little uncomfortable. I don't intend to accept my punishment. Even if the Great Emperor is here, I won't accept my punishment. 10 bolts of heaven's thunder may destroy my soul. Sister Mystic Fairy, do you want me to die? Where there were people, there would be disputes and fights, even if they were immortals. I didn't ask you to die. You did something wrong. Besides, it was Emperor Chongqing who punished you. What do you mean by asking you to die? It has nothing to do with me whether you accept your punishment or not. Mystic Fairy turned around and flew away on the auspicious cloud. The 2 fairies looked at Ningxu warily. I won't let you in. Ningxu shrugged and turned to leave. When she returned to the West Hall, Mystic Fairy gave her another task, which was to pick the peach of immortality. She gave her a beautiful basket. Ningxu knew that Mystic Fairy wanted to send her away and not let her find the peony fairy. Ningxu didn't say anything. She took the basket and left the Palace of Immortal Life. There were many female immortals outside the Palace of Immortal Life. They wandered around and looked like they wouldn't give up until they caught the peony fairy. It was as if they hated the peony fairy for 10 lifetimes. The moment Ningxu left the Palace of Immortal Life, she felt many gazes on her. Some people even followed her. Ningxu didn't care. She carried the basket to the Peach of Immortality garden. The Peach of Immortality was growing very well. It was big and one would be full after eating one. It was filled with sweetness. Ningxu was picking the peaches when she felt someone approaching. She stopped. "You are Xianxia from the Palace of Immortal Life?" A cold female voice rang out. Ningxu turned and saw a beautiful fairy. However, this fairy looked very arrogant and she was surrounded by a few other fairies. She gave off the feeling of a big sister. Ningxu nodded. "I am from the Palace of Immortal Life." "Then do you know where the Peony Fairy is in the Palace of Immortal Life?" the female immortal asked. Did they want to snatch it by force? If they really had the strength, they wouldn't have lingered outside for so long and didn't dare to offend Emperor Chongqing. "I know, but Emperor Chongqing said that no one is allowed to enter," Ningxu said helplessly. She was really speechless. She was basically following the plot now. So these people still found her. It felt like she was destined to give Peony the final blow. As expected, that vixen has already charmed Emperor Chongqing. She wants Emperor Chongqing to protect her. How shameless! The other female immortals said with a sinister expression. Jealousy made people ugly. They were all little fairies. Why were they so ugly? "Get the Peony Fairy out and I will give you benefits," the leading female immortal said arrogantly to Ningxu. Ningxu shook his head like a rattledrum and said timidly, "Emperor Chongqing will kill me." "Don't be afraid. Don't tell me you want to see Emperor Chongqing protect that shameless vixen?" The female immortal frowned and looked at the timid Ningxu with disdain. If the client heard such words, he would be filled with jealousy. He helped Peony get out of the Palace of Immortal Life. Who knew how the client opened the enchantment? The power of love was just that great. This. Ningxu's expression was very hesitant. He was scared and tempted. But he still refused. "Forget it. Emperor Chongqing will kill me. And there is an enchantment. I can't open it." Ningxu shrugged helplessly. The leading female immortal gave Ningxu a bottle and said, "This is dirty demonic liquid. It can pollute the enchantment and break it." Okay, so that's what it was. Ningxu took the bottle. "Let me think about it." "What's there to think about? Just do it. Otherwise, I will kill you." Ningxu shrunk his neck. "We are all fairies. How can we fight and disturb world peace?" Ningxu picked a basket of immortal peaches and returned to the Palace of Immortal Life. Ningxu gave the peaches to Xiannu and asked, "Sister Xiannu, is Emperor Chongqing back?" "Just give up." Mystic Fairy took the basket and turned to leave. Ningxu touched the bottle. He didn't go find Peony Fairy for now. He returned to his room and began to cultivate. A few fairies slept on a bunk. When they saw Ningxu come, they ignored Ningxu. Then they began to mock Ningxu for being disgusting. Not only did he like women, but he also liked women like Peony. Ningxu suddenly realized that he had become the same as Peony Fairy. He had become an existence that others couldn't wait to avoid. Ningxu didn't care at all. Emperor Ziwei said something to Emperor Chongqing, but he didn't come back. Ningxu sneaked into the East Palace. He set up a water enchantment barrier around himself and swaggered into the East Palace. Ningxu felt a repulsive force from the enchantment barrier. This was the enchantment barrier set up by Emperor Chongqing. Ningxu took out a bottle and poured a drop of black liquid onto the enchantment barrier. The black, filthy demonic liquid sizzled like sulfuric acid and corroded a hole in the enchantment barrier. The liquid dripped onto the ground and turned the ground black. Ningxu crawled into the hole and knocked on the door. The Peony Fairy asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." The Peony Fairy opened the door and was very happy to see Ningxu. "Why are you here?" Ningxu got right to the point. "It's not safe for you to stay here." "Why?" "Emperor Chongqing said he would protect me," the Peony Fairy asked. Ningxu told the Peony Fairy that the fairies were looking for her. "They have found me. Besides me, they may find other fairies. At that time, you will be in danger." The Peony Fairy wore a sad expression. Even so, she was still very beautiful. Her melancholy appearance was very charming. Then what should I do? The peony fairy asked with a sigh. She looked at Ningxu with clear eyes. Ningxu, you might as well run first, Ningxu said. The peony fairy, but where should I go? The fairies here don't like me. Ningxu, go to the mortal world. Ningxu didn't dare to attack the peony fairy. He lured the lightning to the peony fairy and returned it not long after. This was a precious egg. He couldn't touch it. Go to the mortal world? The peony fairy frowned and hesitated. But I'm not familiar with the mortal world at all. Ningxu was just about to speak when he suddenly felt a powerful pressure pressing down on him. Moreover, there was more than one. Ningxu looked up and saw a mortal emperor and the other 3 emperors standing on clouds, looking down at Ningxu and the peony fairy. One of the white-bearded old men was the great emperor of the East. He stroked his white beard and said, "So this is little peony." His tone was rather melancholic. "You're courting death." The longevity immortal emperor's face was extremely cold as he spat. Ningxu shrugged. What can I do? I can't just watch the person I love die. Ningxu spoke as if he was telling the truth. Emperor Ziwei was a very scholarly emperor, and he furrowed his brows upon seeing this. I didn't divinate for this weed. Emperor Qinghua praised Ningxu. Do you know something, Xianxia? Ningxu? I don't know. However, Ningxu wore an unfathomable expression, as if he really did know something. The peony fairy hid behind Ningxu and felt that the atmosphere wasn't quite right. She tugged on Ningxu's sleeve and whispered, "What do we do now?" Piss off. The longevity immortal emperor seemed to have lost his patience. He was filled with murderous intent towards Ningxu, a lowly immortal who had offended him. Ningxu, why do we have to kill the peony fairy? The scholarly Emperor Ziwei countered with a question of his own. Who told you we have to kill her? Because you're afraid of her? Ningxu suddenly understood, as if a ray of light had illuminated her heart. He suddenly understood. These people were all gods, so they had to have predicted or sensed that the peony fairy had come with a mission from the heavenly Tao. Perhaps the peony fairy herself didn't understand this. Wasn't there a saying that when the world fell into chaos, all demons and devils would appear? When abnormal phenomena appeared in the heavens, there were bound to be demons and devils. When abnormal things happened, there was bound to be demons and devils. Ningxu looked at Emperor Chongqing with a hint of a smile. Emperor Chongqing was probably imprisoned to kill the peony fairy, but in the end, he went crazy for love. Surprise, 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 you all know how to have fun. Emperor Chongqing reached out, and a huge palm pressed down on Ningxu. A surging golden dragon roared silently and rushed out of Ningxu's body, passing through the huge palm and dissipating the power of the palm. Emperor Chongqing narrowed his eyes. I underestimated you. You and I have karma, but now you're going to stand on the opposite side of me. Ningxu smiled. No matter how much karma there is, it's all been repaid. Her survival was entirely due to the calculations of the heavenly axiom. It was only through the mouth of the Eternal Emperor that the person who entrusted her fell in love with the Eternal Emperor. Out of jealousy, he became the person who pushed the peony fairy to leave the divine realm and enter the demonic realm. But what was going on now? Why was she protecting the peony fairy? There was something wrong with the plot, but Ningxu still had to send the peony fairy away. The war between the divine realm and the demon realm was entirely due to the self-healing of the heavenly Tao plane. When it came to eradicating a race or country, war was the best way. Ningxu wanted to laugh. This was the mission of this grass. The white-bearded Emperor Don Do stroked his beard and said, "There are some things that a little fairy like you doesn't know. Now get out of the way, or your 100 years of cultivation will turn to ashes." The peony fairy was a little scared now. Ningxu asked in horror, "Why? You don't know?" It was really because of the low status of the person who commissioned her that Ningxu could only speculate about a lot of things. As for the specifics, Ningxu still didn't know. Perhaps these 4 big shots knew that the peony fairy would make the divine realm and the demon realm fight, so they imprisoned the peony fairy and didn't dare to kill her, fearing that the heavenly Tao would kill her. If the heavenly Tao wanted to kill her, even the gods couldn't resist it. It was better to just keep her locked up like this. The person who imprisoned her fell in love with the person who was imprisoned. Ningxu pieced together the general situation from the fragments he knew. Did this count as killing them with love? Everyone, you should think about how to avoid death. The will of the heavens cannot be defied. Ningxu wagged his index finger. Emperor Qinghua was a little impatient. Didn't I tell you to just end everything? This wouldn't have happened. Emperor Chongqing looked at Ningxu. You're a lot smarter than I thought. You're most likely not a little fairy, are you? Ningxu replied, I'm a red weed. You can take a look if you don't believe me. Seeing the peony fairy hiding behind Ningxu, Emperor Chongqing's eyes darkened. Darkness brewed in his eyes. Ningxu met Emperor Chongqing's eyes. Emperor Chongqing was most likely both in love and in fear of the peony fairy. Sometimes, being too beautiful was a sin. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief and cracked his neck. You're not going to gang up on me, are you? That's not going to sound good. It's going to damage the reputation of your emperors. Emperor Qinghua immediately retorted, what does this have to do with you? Why are you jumping up and down like this? We're doing this for the safety of the divine realm. Ningxu came to a sudden realization. So you're saying that you're imprisoning the peony fairy to protect the stability of the divine realm? Ningxu finally figured out the ins and outs of this matter. These big shots must have vaguely sensed or calculated that there would be a god in the divine realm who would start a war between gods and demons, so they targeted the peony fairy. They didn't care as long as the peony fairy didn't leave the divine realm. However, they didn't expect the peony fairy to be so charming that the whole divine realm was in a mess. Some gods were obsessed with the peony fairy. Some female immortals seemed to have lost their minds, so the immortal emperor kept the peony fairy in the immortal palace as a prisoner. He didn't let her go out. However, he didn't expect that a group of jealous female immortals actually took the peony fairy away. The peony fairy fell into the demon realm and set off a storm in the demon realm. However, the immortal emperor who imprisoned the peony fairy also fell in love with the peony fairy. Everything was put together in a straight line, and everything was crystal clear. On the surface, those female immortals were jealous of the peony fairy and didn't want the peony fairy to hook up with their favorite gods in the divine realm. The immortal emperor let these female immortals take the peony fairy away. On the surface, the immortal emperor protected the peony fairy and didn't let others get close to her. To put it bluntly, he was imprisoning her. The powerful gods could sense this disaster and were thinking of ways to avoid the gods' killing intent. Now Ningxu had to face the strongest and most powerful people in the divine realm. Ningxu glanced at the pitiful peony fairy standing behind and felt helpless. Even if she died, the peony fairy wouldn't die. Even if she was injured, her life would not be in danger. Greenie, what should we do now? The peony fairy exhaled. Ningxu asked. Because they were close, Ningxu could smell her fragrance. Ningxu asked the peony fairy, what do you want to do? I don't know. The peony fairy looked at the four great emperors standing on the auspicious clouds and said blankly, they won't harm me. Yes, we won't hurt little peony. Dongdo Grand Emperor stroked his white beard and smiled. He looked like a kind old man. As long as little peony stays in the god realm, you can have anything you want. Heavenly treasures, spirit stones, or all kinds of good things. The great emperor of the east was like a strange uncle who was trying to coax a little lowly. Ningxu snorted and said, not all girls like money. There are also some kind girls who like cute little animals, such as Land Rovers, BMWs, Jaguars, Hummers, Bugatti Veyron, and Lynx. There will be all of these. Great Emperor Dongdo said. Emperor Qinghua was getting a little impatient. What the hell? Is there a need to make such a difficult decision? Emperor Ziwei replied in a scholarly voice, even if there aren't any peonies, there are still other lotus flowers and chrysanthemums. This mission of provoking the war between gods and demons could be given to the peony fairy, or it could be given to someone else. Once something happened to the peony fairy, the will of heaven would choose another suitable candidate. This was a calamity. Ningxu turned to Emperor Ziwei and asked, I heard you have an outer heaven stone, is that true? That's right. Emperor Ziwei nodded. I do. Then I'll give the peony fairy to you in exchange for the outer heaven stone, Ningxu said. The peony Fairy stared blankly at Ning Shu before tugging on Ning Shu's sleeve with a pitiable expression. Are you going to exchange me for something? Ning Shu. Don't worry, you'll be fine. He was going to exchange her for something before leaving with the Peony Fairy. Emperor Qinghua looked at Ning Shu with a disdainful expression. You're very close to the Peony Fairy, so you're only doing this because you want to use her as a bargaining chip to exchange for the Outer Heaven Stone, you despicable man. Ning Shu puffed out his chest. I am a despicable man, so I'll take the Peony Fairy with me. Ning Shu repressed the urge to beat the Peony Fairy into a pulp. Go with Emperor Ziwei, I'll come find you later. The Peony Fairy bit down on her lips. Do you really like this Outer Heaven Stone that much? That's right, I like it very much. Ning Shu nodded without hesitation. The Peony Fairy thought for a moment before replying, then I'll go with Emperor Ziwei, you have to remember to come find me. Alright, I'll be sure to come find you. Ning Shu replied with a smile. Did this count as selling the Peony Fairy? She was counting the money for him. Everyone, Emperor Qinghua clicked his tongue before turning to Ning Shu. Are you ashamed? What's there to be ashamed of? Ning Shu countered with a question of his own. Emperor Qinghua. You're so shameless even though you're such a lowly being. Ning Shu tugged on the Peony Fairy's arm before turning to Emperor Ziwei. How about you give me the Outer Heaven Stone? Emperor Ziwei was extremely calm. Even in the face of Ning Shu's blatant disrespect, he still replied in a calm and collected manner, I can give you the Outer Heaven Stone, and I can even give you a little more, but the price is that you have to stay out of this. What a difficult choice. I have to think about it. Impudent. Emperor Chongqing spoke in a cold voice as a magic tool appeared in his hand. This magic tool was constructed from countless thin needles, which rained down like a torrential rain of needles. Many vines extended from Ning Shu's hand, and these vines stacked on top of one another to form a round ball, which enshrouded Ning Shu and the Peony Fairy within, keeping these thin needles at bay. Ning Shu taunted, Needles? You're not invincible East, are you? Ahahaha, the Peony Fairy's expression was one of shock and horror. Let's not fight anymore. Otherwise, I'll just go with them. Ning Shu, even if you want to go with them, you have to at least get something in return. The Outer Heaven Stone is extremely powerful. The Peony Fairy didn't care about any of this. She didn't care about magic tools or power, and she didn't want to get anything in return. She was like a piece of floating duckweed, drifting with the wind. Her fate had already been decided. This was actually very satisfying. The Peony Fairy spoke with a forlorn expression, let's not fight anymore. You won't be able to beat 4 emperors. It doesn't matter where I go as long as I don't encounter any female immortals. If you like rocks, I can collect them for you in the future. Ning Shu almost blurted out, who wants your stinky things? I don't need your charity. However, he managed to repress his urge. He bit down on the tip of his tongue, and he took a deep breath before replying, I like them very much. The more the merrier. Wait, I'll go with you, the Peony Fairy said to the 4 emperors. Ning Shu withdrew his vines, and the Peony Fairy turned to Emperor Ziwei with a pair of clear eyes. Can you give that rock some green light? All right. Emperor Ziwei produced a dazzling rock that was shimmering with starlight. The rock floated toward Ning Shu before making a sharp turn and landing in Emperor Qinghua's hand. Ning Shu looked on expressionlessly as Emperor Qinghua snatched the star stone from him. Ning Shu was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. Emperor Qinghua turned to the Peony Fairy and said, Little Peony, stay away from people like him. He's only approaching you to satisfy his own selfish desires. The 4 emperors had very complex feelings toward the Peony Fairy. There was a mix of wariness, but there was also a hint of doting, as if they were worshipping her. The Peony Fairy said, Emperor Qinghua, please give the stone to Lu Yi. Why are you so stupid? Emperor Qinghua shook his head with a resigned expression. She's trying to trick you. You better give it to me. You make it sound like I'm despicable just because I'm trying to steal something from you. Ning Shu extended a hand and looked at Emperor Qinghua expressionlessly. As for whether I'm lying or not, that's up to the Peony Fairy herself. The Peony Fairy nodded. Take this stone as a token of my gratitude to Lu Yi. Lu Yi has been very nice to me. All the other female immortals hate me, but she's been very nice to me. Ningxu. I actually hate you too. This was an involuntary feeling. Emperor Qinghua's expression darkened as he looked at Ningxu with a stern expression. You're just a lowly fairy, how dare you speak to me like that? Ningxu cocked his head to the side. Who knows if there will be any more emperors in the future? What gave you the confidence to provoke us 4 great emperors so confidently? Emperor Qinghua was truly enraged. He felt like he was an ant trying to intimidate him. If he didn't satisfy her, then he would crush her to death. Otherwise, if everyone dared to strut around in front of him, what dignity would he have left as an emperor? Ningxu's expression darkened even further at the sight of Emperor Qinghua stowing away the stone. The peony fairy furrowed her brows with a depressed expression. Lu Yi, do you want me to get another one for you? Ningxu grabbed the peony fairy's wrist and stepped on the auspicious cloud. He slowly floated up and looked at the 4 great emperors face to face. The outer sky stone belongs to me now. Now, give it to me. Emperor Qinghua sneered coldly. What if I refuse? The other 3 emperors looked on in silence. Now that Emperor Qinghua had stepped in, all they had to do was watch. Ningxu pinched her fingers and stretched out her vines to tie the peony fairy to her back. She didn't want the peony fairy to be taken away by someone else in the middle of the fight. According to the peony fairy's character of believing everyone's words, she wouldn't ask for the star stone after being fooled by others. Ningxu was now very obsessed with the stone. The peony fairy was lying on Ningxu's back in a daze. Emperor Qinghua was about to explode with rage. This was a blatant insult. This was a blatant provocation. It looked like he didn't take him seriously at all. Ningxu extended a vine that was as thick as a fist toward Emperor Qinghua. A cold sneer appeared on Emperor Qinghua's face as lightning erupted from his body. The lightning struck the vines, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Emperor Qinghua's attribute was lightning, which was the bane of plants like her and other creatures. When she was a human, she had cultivated peerless martial arts and was barely able to absorb the power of lightning. However, as a fairy whose roots were plants, the power of lightning was not something her body could withstand or absorb. Even if she could absorb it, the power of lightning would destroy her body. The peony fairy was a little scared of lightning. This reminded her of the excruciating pain from being struck by lightning during her human form. She turned to Ningxu. Stop fighting. How about I ask Emperor Qinghua for the stone? There's no need for that. I won't give it to you without a fight. There were still 3 emperors present, so it would be easier for them to negotiate after a fight. A huge golden dragon appeared on Ningxu's back. The dragon was extremely lifelike, and there was a faint spiritual light in its eyes as it charged toward Emperor Qinghua. Emperor Qinghua narrowed his eyes and extended a hand. A net of lightning enveloped the dragon. The net of lightning tightened as the golden dragon struggled to break free. Flashing lightning coursed through every inch of the dragon's body, but it didn't feel any pain. Instead, its body swelled larger and larger, as if it was about to break free from the net of lightning. Emperor Qinghua gripped the air, and the lightning on the net of lightning became even more powerful. Bolts of thick lightning struck the dragon's body as they drew closer and closer. Ningxu pointed a finger, and the dragon within the net of lightning collapsed before materializing into a new dragon, which charged toward Emperor Qinghua in the blink of an eye. The dragon crashed viciously into Emperor Qinghua's body, forcing him to stumble back a couple of steps with a dark expression. An even more powerful bolt of lightning erupted from his body, and the entire divine realm could hear the rumbling of thunder. It was as if divine might had descended, and all of the male and female immortals were feeling quite uneasy. What was going on? The peony fairy was lying on Ningxu's back, and her body was trembling with fear. She couldn't say anything as the 2 of them weren't going to listen to her anyway. The gigantic bolt of lightning seemed to have split the world in half before crashing into the dragon's body. The dragon was sliced in half, but it quickly materialized again. As long as there was enough spiritual energy, it could materialize into a dragon. Furthermore, dragons didn't know the concept of fatigue or pain. The dragon charged toward Emperor Qinghua before using its body to wrap around him. Emperor Qinghua's entire body was crackling with lightning, and the feedback power from the lightning was a little too much for Ningxu to handle. However, it appeared that Emperor Qinghua was at a disadvantage. Ningxu turned to Emperor Qinghua and said, "You're actually quite stupid. No one else has made a move yet you've made a move. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens if you enter the Peony Fairy?" Everyone else was just spectating, and Emperor Qinghua was the only one who was eager to teach her a lesson. "Give it to me." Ningxu grabbed onto Emperor Qinghua's entangled body. Emperor Qinghua chuckled coldly as his body transformed into a streak of light and escaped from the dragon's entanglement. He stood on the other side with a face full of rage and embarrassment. He most likely didn't think that he would be beaten so badly by the lowly Xianxia. Furthermore, there were 3 emperors watching from the sidelines. Where was he supposed to show his face in the future? Ningxu extended a hand. "Give me the stone." "What if I don't give it to you?" Emperor Qinghua couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation, so he decided to fight Ningxu to the bitter end. "Ningxu, then I'll elope with Fairy Peony." Emperor Qinghua looked at Ningxu with disgust as if he were looking at a heinous criminal. "You really are a selfish, greedy woman." Ningxu nodded. "Yes, that's the kind of person I am. It's as if you guys aren't selfish. Do you know that Celestial Peony Fairy has left the divine realm and descended into the mortal world? The entire world will be plunged into chaos," Emperor Qinghua said in a cold voice. Even gods were unable to resist Celestial Peony Fairy's charms, let alone ordinary mortals. The entire world would be plunged into chaos as they fought over her. Ningxu understood what Emperor Qinghua was trying to say. The heavenly Tao wouldn't harm ordinary mortals. Even if Celestial Peony Fairy were to fall, she would fall into the demon realm. Even if something were to happen along the way, she would still be saved in the end. Ningxu spoke with a disdainful expression. "You're using the entire world as a chess piece, and now you're worrying about the entire world? Can you be any more pretentious? Countless people had died in this game of chess, yet you're worrying about the entire world? Do you think you're the one who's going to make the best of everything?" "Ignorant fool," Emperor Qinghua said with an ashen expression. Ningxu splayed his hands open. "I don't know anything about the entire world. All I know is that you're taking something that belongs to me, and it was given to me by Celestial Peony Fairy. What reason do you have to take something that belongs to me?" At this moment, Emperor Ziwei spoke up first. "It's understandable that you don't know some things. How about this? I'll give you a stone, but you won't get involved in this anymore." Ningxu extended a hand. "Let me see what you have first. I heard you want a magic tool. I've already refined one." Emperor Ziwei brought out a red ribbon with a small bell attached to each end. This magic tool was quite beautiful, and it was especially suitable for female immortals. Ningxu said, "I only want the stone, not the magic tool." Emperor Ziwei continued, "All right, I'll give you the stone, but you have to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao that you won't get involved in this anymore. Otherwise, you'll suffer divine retribution." "Ningxu, give me the stone, and I'll swear an oath." Emperor Ziwei turned to Emperor Qinghua, who reluctantly tossed the stone to Ningxu. Ningxu quickly reached out and took the stone. It was a star stone. Ningxu quickly put it away. "Then swear it." Emperor Qinghua glared at Ningxu with an unfriendly expression. All the other emperors were also staring at Ningxu. Ningxu coughed, raised his hand, and swore to the heavens, "From now on, I will not participate in this matter. If I violate it, the heavens will punish me." "That should be fine." The great emperor of Dongdo frowned. "Swear it again." "Swear again? Then give me another stone. If I swear again, I'll be cursing myself again. How can I swear so casually?" Ningxu retorted. Emperor Qinghua was as enraged as a toad. "I really want to F***king kill you. I've never seen such a greedy Xianxia. F***ck, there's a gender difference between greed and greed. A woman who takes the initiative to fight for what belongs to her is a slut, while a man who takes the initiative to fight for what belongs to him is a sign of ambition and ambition. Why don't you say something like that? I am that greedy, what are you going to do about it?" Ningxu raised his chin and looked at the silent and aloof Emperor Chongqing. He really did want to fight Emperor Chongqing, but Emperor Qinghua was the first to step forward. In reality, she had been provoking Emperor Chongqing this entire time, but Emperor Chongqing had always maintained a cold expression. A dog that bites doesn't bark, and a dog that barks doesn't bite. He had to pay more attention to Emperor Chongqing in the future. Ningxu smelled the fragrance that had been lingering at the tip of his nose. Did Emperor Chongqing have feelings for Fairy Peony now? He wasn't going to accept missions like this again. The most uncontrollable thing in this world was the human heart, and the most unbearable thing was love. Here's another stone. Swear it again. Emperor Ziwei tossed another stone to Ningxu. Ningxu hurriedly caught it and almost put it in his mouth. I swear it with your name, as well as a specific punishment, such as dying a horrible death, never to be reincarnated, Emperor Ziwei said in a scholarly voice. That vicious? Ningxu stowed the stone away. I can't bear to curse myself like that. Emperor Chongqing looked at Ningxu. Even if you're arrogant, there's still a limit. Do you really think you can traverse the entire divine realm with your mediocre skills? Even if I can't, it's still very easy for me to take care of Emperor Qinghua. Ningxu spoke with a smile. Emperor Qinghua harumphed coldly. With a dark expression. Emperor Dongdo had been spectating this entire time, and he turned to Fairy Peony. Little Peony, do you want to go to the human world with your accompanying weed? If you want to go to the human world, then I'll take you to the human world. You'll see the sceneries of the human world, eat the delicacies of the human world, and see how mortals live. Emperor Dongdo's appearance was very deceiving. He was a benevolent old man, and no one seemed to be able to refuse the request of a benevolent old man. The Fairy Peony was a little hesitant. Ningxu released her. All right, I'll take you to the human world. Emperor Dongdo is an old man, so I'm sure he won't drool at the sight of you like all the other male idols. Emperor Dongdo, the Fairy Peony stood rooted to the spot with a blank expression. Emperor Chongqing turned to the Fairy Peony. Come here. Don't be fooled by his flowery words. Ningxu grabbed onto the Fairy Peony's hand. Don't go over there. This emperor is actually just like all the other male idols. He has all kinds of feelings for you, but he puts on a cold and aloof facade. On the other hand, his heart is as hot as a volcano. The Fairy Peony stood still and allowed Ningxu to hold on to her hand obediently. Emperor Chongqing's face turned even colder. His whole body was releasing cold air. He looked at Ningxu with a very sharp gaze. Ningxu laughed. He pulled the Fairy Peony's hand and started running. What's the point of being a servant in the immortal realm? It's better to go to the human world. There are many places in the human world. Come with me. How dare you? A huge hand reached for the Fairy Peony. It wanted to take her away. Ningxu pulled the Fairy Peony back. His spirit chi formed a huge sword. Ningxu swung the sword and cut the hand in half. Then he pulled the Fairy Peony and ran. At the end of the immortal realm, they reached the immortals' viewing platform. If they fell from the immortals' viewing platform, they would be in the human world. They would never be able to return to the immortal realm. Below the immortals' viewing platform was an endless cloud. Those who were afraid of heights would feel their legs go soft. Ningxu and the Fairy Peony were forced to the edge of a cliff. The Fairy Peony held on to Ningxu tightly. She was confused. Why do we have to fight? If you go back, you'll be imprisoned. They might even do bad things to you. Ningxu could only say so. The Fairy Peony smiled brightly. Petals fell around her. Flowers bloomed all around her. Even on the edge of a cliff, it was beautiful. I'll go wherever you go. The female immortals here don't like me, the Peony Fairy said. Ningxu. No woman will like you no matter where you go, beauty was a weapon. Ningxu had seen it for himself. When beauty was a weapon, not many people could resist it. But the key was that not many people could have such extreme beauty. Ningxu felt that the heavenly Tao had taken the Peony Fairy's feelings. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel anything when so many people adored her, nor would she like anyone. The four great emperors chased after them. When they saw Ningxu and the Peony Fairy standing on the edge of the cliff, their expressions changed. The great emperor of Dongdo became more and more amiable. He said to the Peony Fairy, Little Peony, come here. Don't be crazy with this man. You know, if you jump from here, you'll no longer be an immortal. You'll become an ordinary mortal without the power to protect yourself. Those mortals will covet your beauty and hurt you. In the heavenly realm, no one will hurt you. Then the peony fairy hesitated again. To be exact, the peony fairy herself was not an opinionated person. Anyway, whatever the heavenly Tao said was right. Otherwise, she would have been swallowed up by others. Some women would be jealous, but more men would protect her. Greenie, what do you think? The peony fairy turned to Ningshu and asked. Ningshu, just do what you think. I don't have the heart to cheat you. Then I'll go with you. How about we stop being immortals? The peony fairy asked. Ningshu, He was speechless. Little peony, when you two jump from here, you'll no longer be immortals. You'll have no power. This Greenie you trust won't have the power to protect you. What's wrong with being in the heavenly realm? The great emperor of Dongdo said. No one will do anything to you too. In fact, the great emperor of Dongdo's words made sense. In the heavenly realm, the peony fairy was loved by all the male immortals and envied by all the female immortals. But when she came to the human world, she would definitely have to live a very bitter life. With such an appearance, she was destined to not be ordinary, but she went directly to the devil world. Moreover, the devil realm was also living very comfortably. Although the devil realm was poor in resources, the devil master would give whatever he wanted. If he was homesick, he would attack the heavenly realm and let him go home. Moreover, he would show the heavenly realm his ownership. He felt that the devil lord was the true love of the peony fairy. The male gods and great emperors of the god realm were all like fleeting clouds. Then are we in the god world? Ningshu asked. Ningshu, sigma, degree, asterisk, do you have any ideas of your own? He felt that it didn't matter where the peony fairy was. She had no desires. Her lack of desire made her even more mesmerizing. He placed the things in front of her and coaxed her. The four great emperors didn't dare to act rashly. No matter what, they had to keep the peony fairy in the god realm. They had to keep her under their nose and not let her go out of control. Ningshu said to the peony fairy, you stay in the god realm. I'm going to jump down. If I stay in the god realm, the four great emperors won't let me go. I can't live in the god realm. Ningshu was itching to jump off the immortals viewing platform. The peony fairy immediately said, then I'll jump with you. Ningshu, you really want to die with me? Everyone, the North Pole Emperor said elegantly, you stay in the god realm too. Today's matter is over. We won't pursue it. The peony fairy can't leave the god realm. Otherwise, wherever she goes, there will be war. Ningshu's eyes turned. Peony, you stay here. I don't want to be a fairy in the god realm. It's too hard. I want to go to the human world. Emperor Chongqing's expression was very cold. Emperor Ziwei immediately said, with your power, you don't need to be a fairy anymore. When the time comes, you can become a goddess and stay in the god realm with the peony fairy. Ningshu felt like the four great emperors were truly being wronged. They had to compromise and indulge her for the sake of the stability of the god realm. Now that they had tricked the peony fairy into staying, she was definitely going to die a very painful death. Ningshu and the others grinned and jumped off the immortals viewing platform with the peony fairy in their arms. Come and catch me. The four great emperors' expressions shifted, and they hurriedly rushed to the edge of the cliff. However, they could no longer see the two of them. All they could see was a vast expanse of white mist. Emperor Qinghua's expression was extremely dark. How dare she, a lowly weed? What did you do to the maid in your palace? Why is she so distrustful of us? Emperor Ziwei's brows furrowed as he pulled out his divination book. In the end, he shook his head. Tribulation is upon us. Emperor Chongqing's expression was as cold as ice. She's still holding a grudge against us for the 3 bolts of divine lightning. The most important thing now is to find the peony fairy and bring her back as soon as possible. Emperor Dongdo stroked his beard and said, we also have to make preparations to protect ourselves during this tribulation. Emperor Qinghua was extremely irritated. So what if we find her? Bring her back to the god realm and worship her. Why can't we just kill her? I really don't understand what's going on with the will of the heavens. Emperor Dongdo only replied, nothing lasts forever. The god realm has already reached the point of extinction. So that's the will of the heavens. Emperor Dongdo heaved a forlorn sigh. Kill the peony fairy, Emperor Qinghua said with irritation. Emperor Qinghua grumbled in a fit of rage. He had been defeated by the lowly Xianxia and had lost all of his dignity, so why would he care about fairy peony? We can't. Emperor Chongqing shook his head. So what if I did? Even if the heavenly Tao is going to give birth to a new heavenly mandate, it'll still take some time. Isn't it better to buy some time? It's just like Xianxia said, you also. Emperor Qinghua wanted to lash out at everyone he saw. Emperor Chongqing, I like her, but I don't want her to have anything to do with this. The peony fairy concerns the safety of the divine realm. Is this really the time to be discussing this? Emperor Chongqing glared coldly at Emperor Qinghua. The small boat of friendship was about to capsize. Good friends were about to end their friendship. The four emperors decided to find the peony fairy through a special channel. Emperor Qinghua insisted on killing the peony fairy. Even if the peony fairy were to remain in the god realm, she would still cause unrest in the god realm. Not only did he want to kill the peony fairy, but he also wanted to tear that lowly weed into pieces, extract her spirit, and whip her for eternity. Only by destroying her spirit and making her unable to reincarnate could he vent the hatred in his heart. Everyone ignored Emperor Qinghua's incessant chatter. Emperor Ziwei divined the location where the two celestial maidens would appear in the human world. However, Emperor Ziwei was unable to see through the heavens, and he suffered a severe backlash as a result. Ningxu jumped off the Immortals viewing platform with the peony fairy in his arms. The wind whistled past the layers of clouds. He didn't know where they would land. The peony fairy was at a loss. Her hair was messed up by the wind. Being held by Ningxu, she was only at a loss, not afraid. He didn't know how long it would take to fall to the mortal world, but Ningxu felt that he had been in free fall for a long time. Taking the peony fairy away was to comply with the heavenly Tao, and to not give the immortal emperor a chance to interact with the peony fairy. He didn't want the immortal emperor to be infatuated with the peony fairy. He didn't know how the immortal emperor felt about the peony fairy, but if he had less time to interact with the peony fairy, he wouldn't be enveloped by the buff. The chances of falling in love with the peony fairy would be much lower. Ningxu always felt that the heavenly Tao had calculated him. It was her. Ningxu wasn't the client. The client was calculated by the heavenly Tao, and she was also calculated by the heavenly Tao. Fate was really a difficult thing to figure out. The falling speed was getting faster and faster. There were countless astral winds around. When they hit the body, it seemed that even the bones would be broken. This kind of astral wind should be able to kill a god. Even if the god didn't die, it would deprive the god of his power. Ningxu pulled the peony fairy. The peony fairy's clothes had been cut open by the astral winds. The wounds were faintly stained with blood. Ningxu hurriedly set up a barrier, but it was also broken by the astral winds. A huge astral wind came and directly swept the peony fairy away. Green. The peony fairy stretched out her hand and shouted to Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. So the peony fairy was swept away and sent to the demon realm. Ningxu just said, "You'll be fine." Really, Ningxu didn't care about the peony fairy's safety at all. This guy was very lucky. Nothing would happen to him. He could live well wherever he went. The heavenly Tao wouldn't let him die before he completed his mission. The immortality buff was at the maximum. The peony fairy's figure flashed and was swept away by the astral wind, disappearing without a trace. The astral winds around him grew stronger and denser. Ningxu's clothes were filled with cuts, and an inexplicable power was seeping into his body from the cuts, dissipating the power in his body. Moreover, the astral winds were still increasing in strength. It looked like they were about to kill Ningxu. Ningxu released the giant dragon and stood on its head. The giant dragon rushed down at an extremely fast speed. Ningxu raised his middle finger at the heavenly Tao. Could it not burn the bridge a little more after crossing the river? Now that her mission had been accomplished, it was time for her to die. Even if he didn't die at the hands of the longevity immortal emperor, he should have died in the process of jumping onto the immortals viewing platform. Ningxu set up one barrier after another on his body, enveloping himself and the golden dragon. He didn't know how far the immortals viewing platform was from the mortal realm. After falling for so long, they still hadn't reached it. Even a god would not be able to withstand it. Strong astral winds hit Ningxu's body, especially when the astral winds cut through his skin. The astral winds would dissolve the power in his body. This kind of power would dissolve the power of a god, and from then on, he would become a powerless mortal. Not only that, but this kind of power would continue to wear down the power of a god, making him weaker and weaker. He would not even be able to compare to a mortal's body. In the end, he would die before reaching the age of a mortal. Ningxu did not want his power to be worn down. After doing all this, if he did not have the power to protect himself, he would definitely be killed by the 4 emperors. Moreover, when the time came, he would be the driving force behind the gods and demons. When the entire god realm saw him, everyone would shout for him to be killed. The giant dragon's body was also cut by the astral winds. Once it touched the astral winds, it could not take back its spiritual energy. It was directly dissolved by the astral winds. Ningxu was struck by a sense of foreboding. Even if he survived, he would not be able to cultivate again after his body was destroyed by the astral winds. He set up layers upon layers of vines, enchantments, and layers upon layers of turtle shells to protect himself. If he did not have any power, he could imagine the sinister smile on Emperor Qinghua's face as he pinched his fingers together in an attempt to kill him. He could live without anything, but he could not live without power. When the time came, he would pin all the crimes on her head, and she would become an existence that the entire god realm wanted to kill. As long as he had power, there was nothing to fear. Ningxu cursed the heavenly Tao in his heart. It looked like if the heavenly Tao wanted to kill him, he would either tear him to shreds or die of exhaustion. Ningxu was as scared as he was when he jumped down. It was a pity that none of the emperors had jumped down with him. He was the only one who had to bear the brunt of this destruction. No, there was still the Peony Fairy. Perhaps the Peony Fairy had also been corroded by the astral winds. Even if she had been corroded, she would not die before completing her mission. The Demon Master was trying to conquer the God realm, and he was most likely trying to save the Peony Fairy's life. The Peony Fairy had also been pushed off the Immortals' viewing platform by the female Immortals, and the same thing would happen again. Once the God realm and the Demon realm began to fight, the Peony Fairy would be slowly corroded. Ningxu massaged his own head. There were some things that the Demon Master did not know. Perhaps the Peony Fairy's life would also be slowly fading away while the God realm and the Demon realm were in full swing. Ningxu's mind was a complete mess. The astral winds were becoming more and more powerful. He just wanted to know when he would be able to land on the ground. Ningxu flared up in his heart. Is there an end to this? Ningxu froze the water into a thick layer of ice. What does letting an ant like me live have to do with you? In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, she was just an ant. Seeing as she was already a pawn, it was fine to abandon her. There was no need to take her life. The giant dragon under him accelerated its descent and finally broke through a barrier. It was as if they had entered another world. This world did not have as much spiritual energy as the God realm, nor did it have the fragrance of flowers and birds. Moreover, it was an ancient plain. The giant dragon carried Ningxu and landed on a mountain range. The huge impact caused the whole mountain range to tremble. Ningxu fanned the dust with his hand and coughed. He found himself standing in a big pit. His body was badly shaken and his internal organs were injured. Ningxu spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and took out a jade bottle. He poured out an immortal pill with golden pill patterns on its surface and a burst of pill fragrance. He could not feel it in the God realm, but when he took out the pill in the human world, the pill fragrance drifted far away. Ningxu hurriedly stuffed the pill into his mouth, lest the fragrance of the pill attract any mountain spirits. Now he had to concentrate on dealing with the remaining power of the astral winds in his body. This kind of power was nibbling away the power in his body and weakening his body. He was afraid that the Peony Fairy's current situation was not very good. The pill turned into a force and integrated into his body. The wounds on his body healed at once. Although her flesh wounds had healed, the hidden power in her body hadn't dissipated. If this power couldn't be eliminated, although she was an immortal, she would slowly weaken and age. Even the power she cultivated would be devoured and dissipated. The Peony Fairy was still in the devil world. The power system of the devil world was different from that of the god world. When a god came to the devil world, most of their power would be contaminated. Thinking about it, the peony fairy's situation wasn't very good. Previously, he only knew that the devil master of the devil world gave the peony fairy whatever she wanted. He even started a war with the god world because of this. There were other hidden things. Ningxu touched his chin. When his body's problem was solved, should he go to the devil world to find the peony fairy? Ningxu felt the power in her body flowing away, just like an hourglass, her power dissipating. What he needed to do now was to eliminate this power in his body. Ningxu looked up and saw an endless mountain range. Ningxu flew out of the pit and sensed that many mountain spirits had gathered around her in just a short while. There was also a ginseng with 2 leaves on its head and a monkey. All of them were hiding in the dark to observe her. They were probably attracted by the fragrance of the immortal pill. Legend had it that one could become an immortal after eating one. What was the point of becoming an immortal? Now that the god world was gone, those gods had no place. Even the gods who barely survived could only live in the mortal world. Ningxu walked slowly with a long line of mountain spirits following behind her. She guessed that these mountain spirits wanted to eat her. He wasn't an immortal peach or an immortal pill. He was just a grass. It was useless to eat him. It was only because she grew up in the divine realm that she was able to take human form. The mountain spirits behind her all had better roots than her. However, she was born in the mortal world where spiritual energy was thin. This was something that could not be helped. If she wanted to ascend to the divine realm, the chances were a little slim. The god world was another space of this plane. It was a subsidiary space of this plane. The devil world existed independently of this plane. He felt that the heavenly Tao wanted to destroy these 2 spaces. Maybe this space affected the plane, or the plane couldn't bear the burden, so it decided to be destroyed. It was as if 2 tumors had grown in his body. He didn't feel anything for a short period of time, but as time passed, the tumor would affect his health. Ningxu found a cave, which was probably the home of a bear. The moment he entered, there was a foul smell, and there were some white bones under his feet. It would be better to sleep on a tree branch than to live in such a place. Ningxu pointed his finger and water immediately gushed out, washing away all the animal bones and human bones out of the cave. Even the feces and other filthy things in the cave were flushed out. Only then could the cave breathe again. The water droplets evaporated. Ningxu walked into the cave and set up a barrier around the cave, blocking the mountain monsters outside. Some of them hit the barrier and were sent flying. Ningxu began to control the inexplicable power in his body. The spirit qi that Ningxu absorbed was devoured by this power and began to dissipate. Ningxu looked inside his body and scanned his body inch by inch with his mental power. What kind of power made his body unable to store energy? After checking again, he didn't find anything. Ningxu was confused. Could it be that his body had become a funnel? Impossible. His meridians and dantian were fine. There was no damage, but why couldn't he store any spirit qi? And the spirit qi that was originally stored in his dantian was slowly decreasing. What was going on? It was a bit weird. Ningxu didn't give up. He scanned his body again and again, checking his dantian and the complicated meridians of the human body. Especially the meridians of the body, he checked them one by one. High concentration consumed a lot of mental power. There were so many meridians in the body. Ningxu only checked a little and was already so tired that he wanted to vomit milk. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was already dark. There were some peaches outside the barrier, and a monkey was squatting beside them. Ningxu removed a little bit of the barrier and said to the monkey, "Come in." The monkey immediately jumped happily and chirped. He walked into the barrier with a few peaches in his arms. When he arrived at the cave, he held the peaches and walked into the cave on his knees. As soon as the monkey saw Ningxu, he immediately began to make a comical bow. He knelt on the ground and bowed, then handed the peach to Ningxu with both hands. This peach was quite big, but it was not as fresh as the peaches in the divine world that grew up in the spirit qi. Ningxu took the peach, and the monkey's dark eyes flashed with hope. The monkey was smart and wanted to use a few peaches to exchange for immortal pills. Ningxu touched the peach. It was estimated that the peach had been washed. There was no hair on it. Ningxu took a bite. It was quite sweet. When the monkey saw Ningxu eat it, he was very happy. He raised another peach for Ningxu. Ningxu finished the peach and threw away the pit. He said directly, "You can't become an immortal just by eating immortal pills. Not becoming an immortal now is the best choice. As long as one was a god or a fairy, they would have to face the cleansing of the heavenly Tao. They would be free in the human world and would not be remembered by the heavenly Tao. Moreover, even if they became an immortal, when they reached the divine world, they would be weak and could only be servants or mounts. It was not that good." When the monkey heard Ningxu's words, his bright eyes dimmed. He chirped in a low voice, looking very pitiful. Ningxu could not help but laugh. This monkey was actually pretending to be pitiful. Ningxu said, "I came from the divine world, but the divine world is not that good. How about this? I will teach you a set of breathing techniques. Anyway, your cultivation will be more powerful." Although the monkey was disappointed that it didn't get the secret manual, it was still very happy that it got the celestial art to cultivate. It hurriedly bowed to Ningxu. Ningxu tapped its forehead with a finger, then told it to leave the peach behind and leave. After the monkey left, Ningxu restored the barrier. He finished all the peaches and was in a bad mood. He wanted to eat more. He had to quickly solve the problem of his body. Ningxu began to check his meridians again. He checked every corner of his body, even his hair. In the end, Ningxu looked at the ceiling in a daze. What was the problem? There was clearly no problem with his body, but his strength and vitality were dissipating. Ningxu rubbed his swollen temples. He was very tired. He wanted to sleep, but Ningxu suspected that he would become an old woman if he woke up. Ningxu touched the peach beside him and realized that he had finished eating it. During the time he was in the human world, Ningxu had been looking for the problem with his body. However, as his vitality and strength dissipated, Ningxu still could not find the problem. If this dragged on, the strength that she had painstakingly cultivated would be almost depleted. Without strength, how would she be able to face the upcoming changes? Most importantly, when there was no power to support such a collapse, the vitality in her body would begin to collapse. Her body would become weak, and in the end, she would die. The monkey sent some fruits every day. If it was not peaches, it was other wild fruits. In any case, Ningxu could not name them. The taste was not bad. Ningxu now needed to eat to maintain the energy in his body and resist the nameless power to dissipate his vitality. Every time the monkey sent something, Ningxu would eat it clean. Other than cultivating, he would constantly check his body. The spiritual energy in the mortal world could not be compared to the God realm. Naturally, his cultivation could not catch up to the God realm. In addition, his strength was still constantly dissipating. Ningxu felt that his strength was getting weaker and weaker. He was also getting more and more panicked. However, Ningxu tried his best to suppress his panic. He carefully checked his body, meridians, and blood vessels. Meridians and blood vessels were two different concepts. There were many blood vessels in the body. It was a big project to check all of them. There was no problem with his dantian and meridians. Ningxu could not figure out what the problem was. He began to check the blood vessels. Starting from the heart, he checked them one by one. Then, a cycle returned to the heart. One by one, the blood vessels returned to the heart. Just like that, over and over again. Ningxu really found something strange. There was a strand that seemed to be a hair, but it was even thinner than a hair. It was mixed in the blood vessels. It was undetectable and not easy to detect. It flowed through the body along with the blood flow. Then, it flowed out of the heart and returned to the heart. It was like a black thread. It was very short. What was this? No matter what it was, he had to get it out. Who knew if there was any harm in leaving it in the body? Ningxu separated a small amount of spiritual energy to force this black thread-like thing out of the body. However, this thing seemed to have sensed danger and swam around in the blood in Ningxu's body. Convinced, what the hell was this, a chase was carried out in Ningxu's body. Ningxu separated more spiritual energy and used it to entangle the black thread. However, the moment the spiritual energy touched the black thread, it dissipated. Ningxu, Oh, he had finally found the culprit. It had to be this thing. What was it? How do I get him out and bleed him dry? Ningxu tried to use the law of water, using the water in his blood to set up a barrier to trap the black silk. The water in the blood set up a barrier. The barrier was very small and trapped Xianxia inside. However, the barrier was quickly destroyed by Xianxia. Then, Xianxia fled inside the body and didn't come out. This made Ningxu speechless. Ningxu closed his eyes and sensed the blood in his body. Since blood was water, he should be able to sense it. After discovering the direction of the black thread, he used a barrier to trap the black thread. He used a thick barrier to trap it and directly pierced his arm, causing blood to flow out. The black substance that was wrapped in the barrier flowed out along with the blood. Ningxu quickly took out a bottle and put it in. He wanted to ask what it was when he returned. A tiny black strand swam in the bottle. Ningxu put the bottle away and ate an immortal pill to replenish his vitality. Speaking of which, these bottles of immortal pills were given to him by the peony fairy. Ningxu sighed in his heart. However, he cultivated even faster. During this period of time, his body was in a state of not being able to make ends meet. Now that he didn't have the black thread, when he cultivated, all the spiritual qi was stored in his dantian. It wouldn't disappear for no reason. Ningxu put away the bottle. Not only that, she also added an extra layer of enchantment to prevent herself from accidentally breaking the bottle. The black color then drilled into her body. Although the spiritual qi was not as good as the divine realm, with a spirit gathering array, the spiritual qi was still good. Moreover, he was in the deep mountains and forests. The spiritual qi was enough for Ningxu to cultivate. After cultivating in the mountains, Ningxu didn't know how long. When he opened his eyes again, he felt that his body was full of energy. He suddenly felt fearless and full of confidence. GG. The monkey outside brought food to Ningxu. With the monkey as an example, some monsters in the mountains also imitated the monkey and sent things to Ningxu. Some of the things placed outside the barrier were already rotten. During this period of time, Ningxu didn't eat anything. He didn't need to eat anything. Ningxu called the monkey in. The monkey's black eyes turned. Feeling Ningxu's powerful aura, it immediately knelt down and made a comical bow to Ningxu. I want to leave here. You don't have to send things anymore. Ningxu thought about it and went to the devil realm to find the peony fairy. He just didn't know how she was now. Her mission had been completed. Her life was saved. He just didn't know how the immortal emperor felt about the peony fairy. In fact, love wasn't that important. When the divine realm no longer existed, there was no such thing as a humble mentality. The surviving gods could only hide in the mortal world. They also had to constantly be watched by the heavenly Tao. A sorrowful expression appeared on the monkey's furry face upon hearing that Ningxu was going to leave. He was extremely reluctant to part with immortal pills. The mountain spirits had a strange obsession with the immortal pills of the divine realm. They had heard too much about how one could ascend to immortality and ascend to the divine realm after consuming the immortal pills. In any case, it was an obsession. Ningxu just wanted to say that the people of the divine realm didn't need to cultivate. They just needed to consume immortal pills every day. These immortal pills could replenish vital energy for the gods and immortals of the divine realm, but they were a lot more effective for normal people. However, they definitely couldn't become an immortal just by consuming them. Ziwei divined this direction. A male voice sounded from outside. Ningxu found this voice to be very familiar. It couldn't be Emperor Qinghua, could it? The little monkey also heard the voice and turned toward Ningxu. Ningxu waved his hand and gestured for him to leave. Don't get too close to this place. The little monkey wouldn't be able to handle the shockwaves from their battle. The little monkey obediently ran out of the cave. Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Chongqing didn't pay much attention to the fleeing monkey. It was just an ant that was passing by. Ningxu tidied herself up and washed herself with water. After making sure that she looked radiant, she walked out of the cave. She looked up at the two great emperors and greeted them with a smile. Long time no see. Emperor Qinghua chuckled. Weed, how did it feel to jump off the Immortals viewing platform? It must have been quite uncomfortable, right? Ningxu also chuckled. It was very satisfying. It's a pity that you didn't jump off the platform. Otherwise, you would have experienced a different kind of satisfaction. Ningxu could sense from their auras that they hadn't come from the immortals' viewing platform. Instead, they had come to the mortal world through some other passageway. Ningxu looked at the two emperors with an expression that said, "You're the one who got the short end of the stick." "So stubborn," Emperor Qinghua said with a disdainful expression, thinking that Ningxu was just putting on a brave front. Emperor Qinghua and Ningxu were bickering with one another, but Emperor Chongqing couldn't find the peony fairy anywhere. He turned to Ningxu with a cold expression. "Where's the peony fairy?" Ningxu splayed his hands open. "I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Some things needed time to ferment." "Where is she? Where is the peony fairy?" Emperor Qinghua asked. Ningxu gave an honest reply. "I jumped down with the peony fairy in my arms, but she was swept away by the wind." "I don't know where she was swept away to." "Really?" Emperor Qinghua's brows furrowed. Disbelief was written all over his face. "I can swear to the heavens that the peony fairy really was swept away by the wind and we were separated. Otherwise, please let my soul dissipate." Ningxu was telling the truth. He wasn't afraid of swearing at all. Emperor Qinghua's chest constricted. "Your swearing is like a fart to me." "I have to be elegant," Ningxu replied. Emperor Chongqing's expression was as cold as ice. He scanned the entire mountain range with his divine sense, but he couldn't find any trace of the peony fairy, nor could he detect her aura. If the peony fairy had stayed in a place for a long time, then there would be a fragrant scent lingering around that place. If the peony fairy really was with the grass, then that scent wouldn't have dissipated. Emperor Chongqing spoke in a cold voice. "Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Everything that's happened to the divine realm is all because of you." Ningxu pursed his lips. "That's enough. The divine realm should have faced this tribulation, but you're blaming everything on me? Then why don't you think about why the divine realm has to face this tribulation?" Ningxu rolled her eyes. "No matter how you look at me, I'm like a weed. You're just putting all these hats on my head." Emperor Qinghua turned to Emperor Chongqing. "Looks like she really isn't here." "Then where did the peony fairy go?" Emperor Chongqing nodded. "Let's look in the human world again. If we can't find her, then we'll go to the demon realm." When Emperor Chongqing mentioned the demon realm, he stared at Ningxu, but Ningxu just smiled and didn't say anything. The longevity immortal emperor's gaze was like an icy blade, so sharp that it was hard to maintain a straight face. "Look at me. I don't know where she went either." Emperor Qinghua looked at Ningxu with a cold smile. "Then take this weed back and whip him. He'll open his mouth one day." Emperor Chongqing said casually. She was not important. The most important thing was to find the lost peony fairy. This location had been divined by Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei had suffered a backlash from his divination, and it took him a long time to find this location. No wonder he could divine it because the peony fairy wasn't here. If the peony fairy was here, he wouldn't be able to see the mysteries of heaven. Who the hell would want to know the whereabouts of a stalk of grass? Damn it, Ningxu floated into the air and stood on the tip of a tree before facing Emperor Qinghua. "Are you sure you want to take me back and whip me?" Emperor Qinghua asked upon seeing Ningxu float into the air. "You haven't become immortal?" "Ningxu, I feel like I've become stronger." Ningxu rolled up his sleeves and looked at Emperor Chongqing. "How about we have a battle? I'll show you what I'm capable of." "Emperor Chongqing, you're bluffing, Qinghua." This meant that he wanted Qinghua to fight him. Qinghua was a little hesitant. It was one thing to lose face the first time, but what if he lost face again? Emperor Qinghua wasn't going to attack regardless of whether he was bluffing or not. "In order to make up for your mistake, you have to come with us to find the peony fairy. Otherwise, you'll never be able to return to the divine realm." Emperor Qinghua raised his chin with a haughty expression. Ningxu was a little surprised. "Why would I go back to the divine realm? The human world is so much better." He could find a mountain and become the king of the mountain. It would feel great to have a bunch of mountain spirits as his underlings. Why would he go back to serve others? There was nothing in this world that was as comfortable as freedom. The divine realm was perhaps a good place, but Ningxu didn't really care about it. Qinghua chuckled coldly. Keep pretending. Do you want the two of us to drag you away, or do you want to come with us? Emperor Chongqing asked coldly. I like it when you guys drag me away. Ningxu spoke with a grin. He had wanted to fight Emperor Chongqing for a long time. After all, Ningxu still remembered the 3 bolts of divine lightning. He had to go with these two. They were going to find the Peony Fairy, and Ningxu also wanted to go. However, he couldn't just be a servant who served them tea. There was nothing that couldn't be resolved with a battle. If that didn't work, then he would just have to fight again. You're a fairy of the Immortal Palace, but you're trying to rebel just because you have some power. Ningxu looked at Longevity Immortal Emperor in surprise. Didn't you become immortal emperors with your own strength? You have the strength to become immortal emperors. Why must I be a little fairy at your beck and call? If you want to fight, then I'll grant you your wish. Emperor Chongqing attacked Ningxu first, and a powerful pressure surged toward Ningxu. Ningxu's expression remained unchanged as he received the attack. The two of them exchanged blows, and the shockwaves from their battle uprooted all of the trees around them. One crater after another was smashed into the ground by the shockwaves. The little monkey nearby was trembling with fear as he hugged the branch of the tree tightly to prevent himself from being swept away. So, these are gods? What a powerful force. Emperor Qinghua's brows furrowed as he looked on from the sidelines. This weed had jumped off the Immortals viewing platform and was fine. All of the Immortals who jumped off the Immortals viewing platform would become powerless mortals without any exception, and they wouldn't be able to live for long. The Immortals viewing platform was a forbidden place for immortals. Why did this weed still have power? This didn't make any king sense. Emperor Qinghua wanted to capture it and whip its soul, but it was a little difficult to do that. Should he tie it up with an immortal binding rope? Ningxu and Emperor Chongqing's battle was still raging, and it was becoming more and more intense. The surrounding forest was about to be razed to the ground. Emperor Qinghua had no choice but to mediate between the two of them. Why didn't anyone intervene when he was fighting Emperor Chongqing? Alright, stop fighting. Chongqing, you can take care of this unimportant person at any time. The most important thing now is to find Peony. Find Peony, stop fighting, Emperor Qinghua said in a feeble voice. Emperor Chongqing harumphed coldly and stopped. Ningxu also stopped. Ningxu estimated Emperor Chongqing's power and found that he was at least 10% more powerful than Emperor Qinghua. As for Emperor Dongdou and Emperor Ziwei, they had never fought before, so there was no way to compare them. Emperor Chongqing remained silent with a cold expression. Emperor Qinghua could only say, "You have to come with us. This is your fault." "I can come with you, but I definitely won't admit that this is my fault." "This is the will of the heavens," Ningxu retorted. The 3 of them worked together to search for the Peony Fairy. Emperor Ziwei had suffered a backlash from divining the whereabouts of the Peony Fairy, and the Peony Fairy had been concealed from the heavens, so no one knew where she was. Ningxu was the only one who knew where she was, and he was extremely frustrated. However, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction at the sight of the 2 emperors. Thankfully, the 3 of them were all immortals, so traveling was a piece of cake for them. They arrived at a place in no time and began to search for the Peony Fairy. They smelled her unique fragrance and sensed her aura. All of the immortals had different auras. They sniffed around like dogs every time they arrived at a place, and it was quite a perverted sight. Along the way, Emperor Qinghua kept staring at Ningxu. Ningxu gave him a sideways glance. "What are you looking at?" "Emperor Qinghua, what's wrong with looking at you?" "Ningxu, why don't you keep looking?" "Emperor Qinghua, I'll keep looking." Usually, this kind of conversation was meant to be a fight. Ningxu flicked his sleeves with a grin. "You want to know why I haven't become immortal, right?" Emperor Qinghua gave him a sideways glance, and even Emperor Chongqing glanced at Ningxu. The Immortals viewing platform was the tomb of all immortals. Without exception, all of the immortals who had jumped off the Immortals viewing platform had died. Why was this weed still intact? Could it be that there was something special about it? "Ningxu, I'm not going to tell you. Also, don't mess with me," or I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to jump off the immortal's viewing platform. Ningxu thought of the black strands in the vial. Even though he didn't know what they were indeed wearing away at the energy within her body. If he were to use them on either of these two, they would definitely die from exhaustion. However, Ningxu was more interested in what they were. What kind of chemical reaction would occur if he were to toss them into the law of nothingness? Hence, Ningxu felt like it would be a waste to use them on these two. It would be better to just knock them out and toss them off the immortal's viewing platform. It took him a lot of effort to get it out of his body. Emperor Qinghua looked at Ningxu as if he were looking at a scumbag. Ningxu chuckled lightly and completely ignored Emperor Qinghua. Go ahead and fight me if you can. Emperor Qinghua chuckled coldly and ignored Ningxu. Emperor Chongqing was a man of few words, so he was definitely not going to take the initiative to ask questions. If Ningxu were to take the initiative to ask, then it would be more appropriate. He probably felt that talking to Ningxu was beneath him. He spent a lot of time, more than a year in the mortal world, but he still couldn't find the peony fairy. Even if he was an immortal, he would still be disgraced by such torment. Emperor Chongqing frowned and said, if it's not in the human world, then it's in the demon world. The devil realm, this is the situation that we don't want to see the most. Emperor Qinghua looked at Ningxu with a resigned expression. Why do I feel like you know that the peony fairy is in the demon world? Ningxu. You're overthinking things. Even Emperor Ziwei couldn't divine where the peony fairy was, so how would I know? Emperor Qinghua spoke with certainty, my intuition tells me that you're hiding something from us. Ningxu, Io, when did our hearts connect? You can still feel that there's something in my heart? You're still joking around in a moment of life and death? You're an immortal as well, shouldn't you do something for the divine realm that you were born in? Emperor Qinghua glowered at Ningxu. Ningxu immediately replied, all right, the peony fairy is in the demon world. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Emperor Qinghua chuckled coldly. She's not in the human world anyway. If she's not in the demon world, then why would she be in the divine realm? Ningxu countered. Emperor Qinghua panted heavily as he glared at Ningxu with the urge to beat him up. Emperor Chongqing dragged the enraged Emperor Qinghua back. Let's go to the demon world and find her. Emperor Qinghua immediately calmed down, but his brows furrowed upon hearing this. I really don't want to go to that place. It's so uncomfortable. Ningxu didn't have any objections. In any case, she could just follow along. After arriving at the demon world, they could go straight to the demon lord's palace to find the peony fairy. The demon lord was the supreme ruler of the demon world, and there were many demonic women who wanted to become his women. Hence, the peony fairy was a complete idiot when it came to scheming. Emperor Chongqing led the two of them to a mountain range. There was a cave within the mountain range that was sealed with talismans. A sinister aura emanated from within the cave, and it was filled with the stench of blood and gore. It felt as if one were to pry open the rock, black and red blood would flow out from within. Emperor Chongqing opened the talismans, and an extremely sinister aura swept toward them. Ningxu felt as if his entire body had been contaminated by this aura. Emperor Qinghua's brows furrowed. Only a place like the demon world should disappear. It was far too disgusting. Hurry up and come in. Emperor Chongqing led the way in, and he immediately spoke upon seeing Ningxu and Emperor Qinghua still standing at the entrance. Emperor Qinghua hesitated momentarily before going in. You're not allowed to plot against me. I'm not that kind of person. If I want to beat you up, I'll beat you up fair and square, Ningxu replied. Emperor Qinghua felt like Xianxia was the most detestable of all celestial maidens. Ningxu went in as well. Emperor Chongqing blocked the stone and pasted talismans on it. He even pasted a few more talismans on it. If the human world was contaminated by demonic energy, then the divine realm would also be contaminated. The passageway was very narrow, and Emperor Chongqing led the way. Emperor Qinghua followed behind, and Ningxu brought up the rear. Ningxu had been feeling quite uncomfortable ever since he entered the passageway. He was surrounded by demonic energy instead of spiritual energy. Perhaps it was because he was a plant that he was more sensitive to his surroundings. After walking for a long while, Ningxu coughed lightly. When will we reach the demon world? The passageway was very quiet, so Ningxu's sudden outburst was a little frightening. Emperor Qinghua's heart constricted slightly. Why are you being so loud? I'm being very quiet. I just want to know when we'll reach the demon world. Ningxu felt as if Emperor Qinghua was about to explode at any moment. Where was his self-restraint? He had lived for so many years. After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, the demonic energy became more and more abundant. They finally exited the passageway. Ningxu looked around at the demon world. The entire demon world was a dark red hue, and there seemed to be a red sun in the sky. However, the light it radiated was a dark red color, which made the demon world appear even more sinister and terrifying. It was a very oppressive place. There were all sorts of strange things growing on the black soil, as well as some strange insects. The divine realm was filled with countless auspicious signs, but the demon world was the complete opposite. Ningxu was content to be their little tail. As for where they were going, that was up to the two of them to decide. Ningxu obviously wasn't going to say that he was going to the Demon Lord Palace to find Fairy Peony. Emperor Qinghua stroked his chin as he looked at Ningxu. Ningxu replied calmly, "Don't look at me with those perverted eyes. Where do you think Fairy Peony would be?" "You two grew up in the same place," Emperor Qinghua asked Ningxu. "Ningxu, just because I grew up in the same place doesn't mean I should know where she is." "What kind of logic was that?" Emperor Chongqing paused for a moment before replying, "Let's go to the Demon Lord Palace." Emperor Chongqing glanced at Ningxu as he spoke. "Ningxu, why are you two staring at me?" Thus, Ningxu and the others discovered that they couldn't fly in the demon realm. Were they going to have to walk on 2 pairs of feet? This place was so desolate, so it had to be very far away from the palace. Emperor Qinghua pulled out his flying magic tool, only to discover that the dense demonic qi in the air would corrode the magic tool. Emperor Qinghua's brows furrowed. The demon realm really is a detestable place. Ningxu laughed heartily before releasing a golden dragon. He leaped onto the golden dragon's head and looked down at the two of them from above. "I'm going to go now. You two have to follow me." "You're going to run away first?" Emperor Qinghua was dumbstruck. How could he be so cold, heartless, and unreasonable? Emperor Chongqing's face had already turned into a square block of ice. Ningxu said, "If you want to, sure. But you'll have to pay for the ride." Emperor Qinghua looked at Ningxu with a disdainful expression. Ningxu's face was so thick that even a laser couldn't penetrate it. Emperor Qinghua's gaze was completely ineffective on Ningxu. 2 outer heavenly stones per person. Ningxu extended a hand with a smile. "Emperor Qinghua, we can go now." "Then you guys can go." Ningxu said without a care, "I'm leaving first." Ahahaha, Ningxu laughed heartily. Emperor Chongqing looked at Ningxu expressionlessly, took out 2 outer space stones, and threw them to Ningxu. Ningxu hurriedly took the stone and put it away with a smile. He patted the golden dragon and said, "You can come up now." "What about you? Are you coming up or walking?" Ningxu turned to Emperor Qinghua. "This place is so desolate. Do you know where the Demon Lord's palace is?" Emperor Qinghua reluctantly pulled out 2 stones and stuffed them into Ningxu's hands before sitting down on the golden dragon's back. Ningxu was grinning from ear to ear. "Sit tight. Let's go. By the way, which way is the palace?" Ningxu stood on the giant dragon's head and turned to ask the two of them. "Emperor Qinghua, give me back those 2 stones, and I'll tell you." "That doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry to find Fairy Peony, so let's sit here and play. However, the longer we drag this out, the more my spiritual energy will be polluted. Look, the golden dragon's color has dimmed. Once all the spiritual energy has been polluted, none of us will be able to leave." "Emperor Qinghua, you're the greediest female immortal I've ever seen. How did someone like you ascend to immortality?" "That way." Emperor Chongqing pointed in an east-west direction. Ningxu immediately headed in that direction. The golden dragon flew through the dark clouds, and the closer they got to the palace, the denser the demonic qi became. Devilish beings were naturally imbued with demonic qi, and there were many beings from the demon realm gathered around the palace, so the demonic qi was extremely dense. The palace was very luxurious. It was a massive city with black walls, and it was quite a spectacular sight to behold. Ningxu looked down at the dim golden dragon to find that even the spiritual energy had been polluted by demonic qi. He sped up toward the most luxurious palace at the center of the city. Ningxu yelled, "Peony, I'm Lu Yi, I'm here to find you." Ningxu's qi sank into his dantian. His voice was extremely loud, spreading throughout the entire palace. "Emperor Chongqing, Emperor Qinghua, what the f***ck? Was this guy retarded?" The three of them had barged into someone else's territory, and he was yelling so loudly. Was he afraid that no one would know that they were here? Emperor Qinghua's expression was wooden. He felt like this weed was a weirdo from the divine realm. Was it because of his lowly origins? This didn't seem like the style of beings from the divine realm at all. At the very least, he should have made an impression so that others would discover him instead of yelling like this. Following Ningxu's yell, all of the demon generals and soldiers in the palace began to gather like ants as they stared up at the golden dragon in the sky. It's beings from the divine realm. What are they doing here? These guards of the palace were wearing close-fitting clothes that looked like leather wallets. Below them was a leather skirt that exposed their arms and held spears in their hands. They looked similar to humans, but these people from the devil realm had black horns on their heads and black lips. It was as if they were wearing heavy makeup. If the immortal realm walked the path of floating immortals and drinking dewdrops, then the devil realm walked the path of demonic charm and wildness. Humph. A loud cold snort was heard, and then a man with long hair floated up. He was wearing a long black robe embroidered with golden silk. He was very handsome, and his rhombus-shaped jet-black lips gave him an evil charm. "Chongqing, Qinghua, what are you two doing in my territory?" The demon master glared at the two of them. As for Ningxu, he was the driver. Chongqing pursed his lips. Emperor Qinghua replied, "I'm here to look for someone. Someone from the divine realm has come here." "Hee, beings from the divine realm can't survive here." "Qinghua, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? I'll let you off the hook this time. Piss off, or I'll take a stroll around the divine realm." The demon master was very displeased that these two emperors had come here. And they were going to take Peony away? Dream on, Emperor Qinghua almost choked on his own rage. F***ck, he always spoke nicely to people, but these two were all shooting daggers at him. Who the hell had he offended? Emperor Chongqing stood on the golden dragon's back with a cold expression. "You're here to look for someone. Peony is in your hands, right? She's Fairy Peony, a being from the divine realm, so she should return to the two divine realms." The demon master pulled out a chair and sat down in midair. He propped his face up with his hand and sat down on the chair, exuding a devilish aura. Who knows how many celestial maidens there are in the divine realm? Two emperors are here to look for a single celestial maiden. Could it be that there's something special about this celestial maiden? Besides, don't come to the demon realm every time you lose something, the demon master said calmly. Even if there are many celestial maidens in the divine realm, they should be in the divine realm. Are you trying to steal a celestial maiden from the divine realm? Emperor Chongqing glowered at the demon master. She's just a celestial maiden. I can take over the entire divine realm if I want. The demon master didn't deny the fact that Fairy Peony was here. The demon lord admitted that she was here, but he didn't say that he would send her back. Greenery. The Peony fairy was helped out of the palace by two curvy witches. When she saw Ningxu on the golden dragon, she immediately waved and shouted. The demon lord, who had been leisurely, saw the Peony fairy come out of the palace. He immediately stood up and shouted at the two witches who were supporting the Peony fairy, "Who allowed you to take her out? You're courting death." The two witches immediately knelt down and kept begging for mercy. The cleavage in front of their chests was spectacular. Moreover, the witches were wearing clothes that exposed their midriffs. Their figures were hot. "This fairy asked us to take her out." Yes, demon lord, if you don't believe me, you can ask the fairy." The demon lord sneered, "Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You want her to leave, right? I said that as long as she serves in the palace, you're not allowed to bully her." The two witches knelt on the ground and trembled. They kept begging for mercy and kept saying that the fairy asked them to do it. But the demon lord didn't forgive the witches. The more they explained, the angrier the demon lord became. "Stupid. The last thing he wanted was to let the two immortals see the peony fairy. Damn it. The demon lord directly squeezed the two witches' heads in the air. The three people on the golden dragon looked on indifferently. The two great emperors were expressionless. The demon lord killed their own people. It was none of their business. The peony fairy was shocked. Her face was pale. The demon lord looked a little angry. He hurriedly let the guards drag the corpse down and feed it to the demonic insects. Don't be afraid. I know what these people are thinking. They just saw that someone from the immortal realm came, so they brought you out to let the people from the immortal realm take you away. After killing people, the demon lord changed his face quickly. He was murderous before, but now he was gentle and infatuated. The peony fairy looked at Xianxia on the golden dragon. Greenery. Xianxia jumped down from the golden dragon. He ignored the demon lord's steel-like eyes and walked to the front of the peony fairy. He looked her up and down. Are you okay? The peony fairy smiled. It was so bright that the dark immortal realm seemed to brighten up. Seeing the peony fairy's smile, the devil lord glared at Xianxia even more fiercely. I thought we would never meet again. I landed in the demon realm. Where did you land? The peony fairy began to chat with Xianxia, completely ignoring the surrounding environment and atmosphere. Xianxia said, I landed in the human world. The peony fairy smiled. That's great. The tall and strong demon lord stood between Xianxia and the peony fairy, blocking their conversation. The peony fairy said to the devil lord, Can you step aside? You are blocking the green. The devil master's expression instantly looked like it was going to destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. Xianxia moved to the side, tilted his body, and said to Peony behind the devil master, Do you want to return to the god realm with us? Okay. The peony fairy said without thinking. Demon master? The devil lord's expression changed from destructive to hopeless. He looked at the peony fairy in shock. Didn't you say you wanted to stay here? Yes, the green, I want to stay here, the peony fairy said to Xianxia. Xianxia just smiled. In terms of the shadow in his heart, the devil lord was definitely much bigger. The eternal emperor said to the peony fairy, You are an immortal. The demonic energy here will pollute the power of immortals. Moreover, you jumped down from the immortals' viewing platform. Your body will decay faster. You will die soon. What do you mean? The devil lord frowned. The power in your body is dissipating? The peony fairy nodded. Yes, very uncomfortable. The eternal emperor was still stabbing. In the future, the peony fairy will become immortal. In a few months, or a few years, your body will decay. The devil lord gripped the peony fairy's hand tightly. I won't allow it. I won't allow it. It's all right. The peony fairy heaved a forlorn sigh. This is my fate anyway. Emperor Xianxia didn't care about the peony fairy's life at all. Instead, he felt like it would be better if the peony fairy died like this. Perhaps the prophecy of divine destruction wouldn't come true. It was best if she died. Why do you care if she dies or not? It's even better if she dies. Emperor Xianxia whispered to Emperor Chongqing, If we really do bring her back to the divine realm, the devil lord might try to take her away from the divine realm. When that time comes, the prophecy will come true. We can just stay in the demon realm. What does her life have to do with us? Emperor Chongqing didn't say anything. He didn't mention bringing the peony fairy back to the divine realm again. However, his brows were still tightly furrowed. In the end, he heaved a silent sigh. If you want this female immortal to stay with you, then she can stay with you in the demon realm, the devil lord said to the peony fairy in a gentle voice. The peony fairy immediately asked Xianxia, Are you willing to stay in the demon realm? Xianxia. The demon realm will corrode my power and body. The peony fairy immediately said to the devil lord, Then we won't stay in the demon realm. The devil lord let loose a muffled groan as he clutched his chest, speechless. Xianxia was about to die from laughter. This was the peony fairy's personality. It looked like the peony fairy hadn't fallen in love with the devil lord yet, but the devil lord was already kneeling before her halo. The devil lord glared at Xianxia with his death gaze before speaking to Xianxia in an extremely reluctant voice, You're the peony fairy's friend, right? Why don't you stay in the demon realm and accompany her? Ningxu was very worried that the Devil Lord was going to twist his head off if he said no. Ningxu replied, I'll listen to the Peony Fairy. Huh? The Peony Fairy was surprised. She had never been the type of person to make decisions. If someone else made the decision, she would just follow. Now that she had to make a decision, she turned to Ningxu and asked, do you want to go back to the Divine Realm or the Demon Realm? I'll go wherever you go. The Peony Fairy had unwittingly kicked the ball back to Ningxu. The Devil Lord glowered at Ningxu with a cold expression. Ningxu. Where's your own opinion? Emperor Qinghua spoke. Za. Lu Yi, you can stay here and accompany the Peony Fairy. Ningxu chuckled coldly. You'll have to walk when you go back. Without the golden dragons, how long would it take for them to walk back? That's all right, we can walk, Emperor Qinghua replied without any hesitation. Ningxu immediately understood what these two emperors were trying to do. They wanted the Peony Fairy to die in the demon realm. Ningxu stared at Emperor Chongqing. Emperor Chongqing's attitude was quite surprising to Ningxu. Was he giving up on the Peony Fairy for the sake of the divine realm? Emperor Chongqing didn't seem to be the type of person who would go berserk in the storyline. Perhaps Emperor Chongqing had chosen the Peony Fairy for the sake of the divine realm. A faint smile appeared on Ningxu's face. He had just barely completed his mission. I'll stay in the demon realm with you, Ningxu said to the Peony Fairy. The Peony Fairy faltered slightly before nodding. All right. The Devil Lord gave Ningxu a look of approval. Treat this place as your home from now on. Ningxu didn't take the Demon Lord's polite words to heart. Hee, you tried to kill me last time. According to Fairy Peony's personality, the Demon Lord was going to try to kill her many times in the future. Ningxu withdrew the golden dragon and had the two emperors walk back. Without the support of the golden dragon, the two great emperors slowly floated to the ground. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, and they looked like immortals. However, their expressions weren't very good. Ningxu continued, if you give me 3 more outer heavenly stones each, I'll take you to the exit of the demon realm. How about that? Emperor Qinghua asked with a cold expression, why 3? Because I'll have to come back if I take you there. In the demon realm, the more energy I use, the more energy I expend, Ningxu replied in a matter-of-fact manner. That was 2 trips back and forth. Greedy woman. Emperor Qinghua spat with hatred, are you really going to stay here and not go back to the divine realm? If I go back to the divine realm, you'll want me to serve you tea again. Here, the Demon Lord treats me as an honored guest. Ningxu replied with a smile. Emperor Qinghua's brows furrowed. Don't forget that you're still an immortal. You're at odds with the demon realm. You clearly want me to stay here. Ningxu pursed his lips. Do you want to take the golden dragon back? Or do you want someone from the demon realm to take you there? You're both emperors, but you can't fly in the demon realm and have to be taken back by someone from the demon realm. How embarrassing. My golden dragon is of high quality. It'll look great in the sky. Ningxu was like a salesman trying to solicit customers. What a tacky woman. Qinghua pulled out 3 outer heavenly stones before tossing them to Ningxu. Another 3 outer heavenly stones. Ningxu was ecstatic. If you don't give them to me, then I'll have to take Emperor Qinghua back. Emperor Chongqing took a deep breath before tossing 2 outer heavenly stones to Ningxu. I only have 2 on me. Ningxu's expression immediately turned ugly. Then I won't hook up with you. Emperor Qinghua could only take out another piece and toss it to Ningxu. Emperor Qinghua felt like he was being forced into a corner. Ningxu looked at Qinghua from head to toe. This guy must be a tycoon. He used 6 renminbi in total. Ningxu counted with his fingers. During this period of time, he had obtained 10 stones. In addition to the previous 2 stones, he had already obtained 12 stones. Sure enough, extortion was the fastest way to earn money. He wouldn't have such an opportunity again. Ningxu very happily released the fire dragon and said to Peony, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. The Peony Fairy nodded. Okay. The 2 emperors got on the dragon's back. The Longevity Emperor looked back at the Peony Fairy. The Peony Fairy waved at the 3 people on the dragon. The Longevity Emperor closed his eyes and turned his head away from her. The return speed was much faster. Xianxia stood on the golden dragon head and waited for the entrance to the demon world to stop. See you later. Xianxia was just about to head back. Weed, I advise you to leave the demon world as soon as possible. The peony fairy is going to die sooner or later, Emperor Qinghua said to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at him with a suspicious expression. Emperor Chongqing said in a cold voice, let's go, Qinghua. Emperor Qinghua immediately entered the passageway. Xianxia stood on the dragon head and flew back to the royal palace. After returning to the royal palace, he discovered that there was a vast expanse of people waiting for him. The demon master, who had been quite amiable just a moment ago, was now looking at Xianxia as if he had stolen his wife. The peony fairy waved at Xianxia. Louis, I'm here. Xianxia, I see you. Xianxia made his way over to the peony fairy. The demon master had people lead the peony fairy and Xianxia to her bedchamber. The peony fairy's palace was decorated like a fairyland on earth. As soon as he entered, the courtyard was filled with the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was filled with colorful flowers, butterflies, and bees. The palace was also decorated in a fairy-like manner, completely according to the layout of the god realm. There were pastries and juicy fruits on the table in the room. The peony fairy was living very well. This is my room, the peony fairy said in a melancholic voice. The demonic maidens here don't like me, and they don't like the decorations either. They say it's ugly, but I think it's beautiful. Xianxia abruptly changed the subject. Can I take a look at your body? Xianxia guessed that the peony fairy's body should be similar to hers. There should be such black silk in her body. The peony fairy nodded before allowing Xianxia to inspect her body. Xianxia unleashed his divine sense, but he didn't inspect the peony fairy's meridians. Instead, he inspected her blood directly. This thing was hidden within her blood, and it was completely undetectable. Xianxia was stunned. He looked at the peony fairy in astonishment. The peony fairy's blood vessels were filled with such black silk, and it made her blood look dark and dense. Was it because she had been delayed for too long? Or was it because she stayed in the demon realm that these black silk grew? Xianxia asked, can you still release immortal techniques? The peony fairy tried to release a clear dust technique, but it didn't work. After several attempts, she shook her head at Xianxia. I can't do it. The peony fairy was very calm. She probably didn't realize that she had no power. Xianxia, the peony fairy pulled Xianxia aside and told Xianxia about her experience in the demon realm. For example, the demonic maidens here were very fierce, like fairies, and they beat people at the slightest provocation. Also, the demon master was a good person. She sympathized with the demon master for a second. As she spoke, the peony fairy was a little tired. She lay down on the chaise lounge and fell asleep with her eyes closed. Immortals shouldn't feel tired, but there were a lot of black silk in the peony fairy's body. It dissolved her strength and then her vitality. Moreover, this was the demon realm. There was no spiritual energy at all for cultivation. The demon chi would also pollute the immortal body. Under these multiple effects, the peony fairy probably wouldn't live for long. The heavenly Tao was really cold. It gave so much love, but it took it away just like that. After the peony fairy fell asleep, the demon master appeared in the hall. He looked at Xianxia. How is her body? Not good. She can't hold on for long, Xianxia said directly. You can check the blood in her blood vessels. The demon master covered the back of her hand with his hand and carefully sensed for a while. When he opened his eyes, a storm was brewing in his eyes. Didn't you jump down with her? Why are you fine? The demon master stared at Xianxia sharply. I also have something to do. It's just that I was in the mortal world before and could cultivate. I can barely resist it. If you want her to live, you can send her back to the immortal world. There is a lot of spiritual energy there. The power of spiritual energy can barely resist the melting power, but as time goes by, her body will weaken faster and faster. Xianxia explained. There was too much. It wouldn't work even if the blood was drained. I won't send her back to the immortal world. Don't even think about it. The demon master was firm. I will save her. There is nothing I can't do. Ningxu. Up to you. Ever since they knew that the peony fairy was about to die, the entire palace was in a gloomy atmosphere. That was the pressure from the demon master. All the demons wanted to stuff their heads into their pants. They trembled, not daring to get close to him. The demon master found many demon generals and knowledgeable demons to ask if there was a way to control the immortals' viewing platform's damage to the immortals. Everyone said no, they had never heard of it. Someone even asked if the immortals who jumped down from the immortals' viewing platform would definitely die. The demon master was so angry that he beat up the demon general who spoke and told him not to come again. One of the older demons stroked his beard and looked very wise. He said to the demon master, "King, I know a way." "What way?" the demon master asked in surprise. The demon said, "I once read in an ancient book that the god realm has something called the three-flowered nine-leaf grass. This divine item's fruit has the effect of purifying the body and purifying the immortal body. It can also purify the blood and achieve the effect of being reborn. That fairy's immortal body has a problem, but if you try this thing, it might be effective." The old demon said unhurriedly. "Good, I'll go to the god realm to pick the three-flowered nine-leaf grass fruit." The demon master immediately wanted to go to the god realm. "Wait." The old demon hurriedly stopped the demon master. "What else?" "The three-flowered nine-leaves grass is a heaven-defying divine item that is guarded by 4 great emperors of the god world. Moreover, it has accompanying divine beasts protecting it. It will not be easy for the devil lord to obtain the divine fruit of the three-flowered nine-leaves grass." The demon master slapped the table. "If I had known, I wouldn't have let the 2 great emperors go. If I killed them directly, the chances of getting the fruit would be much higher. No matter what, I have to go to the god realm." He wasn't afraid of difficulties, he was afraid of not having a way. And even if he went to the god realm to ask for a fruit, the 4 great emperors would give him face. The demon master's mood immediately improved. He rewarded the old demon with many good things and then went to the peony fairy's palace. He just couldn't stand the pretentious people of the god realm. They occupied such a good place, but when he saw the peony fairy's palace, such a beautiful place, it should be worthy of a suitable master. The demon master somewhat yearned to live in a beautiful place with the peony fairy. The demon master had no confidence in his place. The god realm was too ugly. He didn't have any confidence in front of the peony fairy. It was as if the people of the heavenly realm were driving a Porsche while the devil lord was driving a QQ car. They were on completely different levels. The peony fairy was talking to Ningxu. When the devil lord came here and saw this scene, he was very annoyed. He disliked this female immortal who came out of nowhere. "Peony, I have found a way." The devil master made a solemn vow to Peony, "Don't worry, no matter how difficult it is, I will save you." "The fairy peony fairy Ningxu? What solution have you found?" The devil lord looked at the peony fairy deeply and then left the room. The peony fairy, "Fairy." Ningxu shrugged and spread out her hands. "Fairies, why the gods? Why don't we ask?" the peony fairy asked. Ningxu nodded. When the peony fairy wanted to see the demon master, she was told that the demon master had left for the god realm. Ningxu, why did he go to the god realm? Did the god realm have something that could save the peony fairy? If there was something that could eliminate the power of the immortals' viewing platform, it wouldn't be feared by so many gods. Was the demon master tricked by someone? Ningxu shook his head. It was all a trick. The peony fairy was even more confused. Why did he go to the god realm? Ningxu went through many difficult inquiries and found out that these devils were very hostile towards the gods of the god realm. When Ningxu asked, these devils all ignored her. Ningxu had no choice but to use hypnosis on the devil cultivator and obtain some trivial information. Probably because he wasn't proficient in hypnosis, the demons either woke up quickly or struggled to wake up during the hypnosis. This skill was rubbish. Ningxu hypnotized these demons for 2 reasons. One was to get information, and the other was to practice his hypnosis. When he was more proficient, Ningxu went to hypnotize the demons with higher status. The peony fairy looked at Ningxu silently. She stood aside without saying a word. After Ningxu left, she followed behind her. Finally, they got more complete information from a demon. Ningxu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and looked at the peony fairy. Ningxu asked, "How do you feel?" "He's a good person. He's very good to me." "He's not a god, but he's not bad," the peony fairy said. "Ningxu, aren't you worried that he'll be hurt?" The peony fairy's buff was invisible. "You love me, but I don't feel it." The peony fairy frowned. "He'll be hurt?" "Ningxu. He went to the heavenly realm to steal something. I've never heard of the 3 flowers and 9 leaves grass. It should be some secret treasure. He'll definitely have a conflict with the heavenly realm. One side wanted something, and the other side didn't give it. These 2 sides would have a conflict." He felt familiar with the routine of the heavenly realm. The peony fairy frowned gloomily. "Why did he do that?" "I don't want you to die." Ningxu's shoulders drooped. "Fei, I like you very much." Who would do that to a stranger on the side of the road? The peony fairy didn't seem to feel the impending death. Ningxu couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" the peony fairy asked back. "I'm afraid of death." Ningxu was very afraid of death. She was terrified. The peony fairy looked confused. "I don't know." It seemed that the peony fairy didn't fall in love with the Devil Lord during this time, but the Devil Lord was deeply in love with her. Did the peony fairy really not like people, or did she not understand what love was? Ningxu and the peony fairy waited for the Devil Lord to come back. The peony fairy was a little anxious. She kept asking Ningxu, "When will he come back?" "I don't know." "Don't worry. He'll be fine. He won't die," Ningxu said calmly. Ningxu speculated according to the heavenly realm. If it was not unexpected, the Devil Lord would definitely not get the fruit of the 3 flowers and 7 leaves grass. According to the routine of the heavenly realm, this 3 flowers and 7 leaves grass was of vital importance to the 4 great emperors. They would definitely not hand it over. What a terrible routine. Anyway, these 2 sides would fight. The Devil Lord would not die. If he died, the Devil Realm would be leaderless. No one would lead the demons of the Devil Realm to fight against the heavenly realm. Such a calculation, Ningxu felt that this plane should be a super plane. The power of the plot was very strong and could not be changed. The stronger the plane, the stronger the heavenly Tao. It was very difficult to reverse the heavenly Tao. It was very difficult to do so in this kind of world. Just the power of reversing the heavenly Tao was very tiring. Moreover, the heavenly Tao could mobilize any creature in the world as a chess piece to deal with the existence that violated the heavenly Tao. Ningxu rubbed her face. She had been calculated. After all, she had jumped off the Immortals viewing platform with the peony fairy in her arms. The peony fairy needed something from the Immortals viewing platform. The demon master came back with injuries. He sat on the couch. Blood dripped from his black clothes to the ground. It was like acid dripping on the ground. The peony fairy immediately asked with concern, "Are you okay? Don't go to the Immortals world." The demon master's face was gloomy. When he saw the peony fairy, he softened a little. "It's okay. It's just a little injury. It will be fine after a while. I won't let anything happen to you. Actually, I'm fine. I don't need to go to the Immortals world. I feel that my body is fine," the peony fairy said carelessly. The demon master touched the peony fairy's head. "I won't let anything happen to you." The demon master repeated these words over and over again. The peony fairy looked at Ningxu blankly. She had already said that she didn't need to go. Why did he insist on going? "Don't go. You'll get hurt," the peony fairy said. The demon master smiled. He looked happy and asked in surprise, "Are you worried about me?" "Yes, I'm very worried," the peony fairy said without thinking. He was going to steal something from the Immortals world for her. Of course she was worried. "Don't worry. No one in this world can do anything to me." The demon master smiled like a fool. Ningxu couldn't bear to watch. The peony fairy said again and again that he didn't need to go, but the demon master said, "Don't worry. In the end, the peony fairy gave up talking. She returned to the palace and asked doubtfully, why is he doing this? Ningxu was basically sure that the peony fairy didn't have any feelings. Men were dying for her, but she didn't feel it. She couldn't feel it. She felt sad for those men. Ningxu only said, he likes to play like that. Just let him be. It's good if he can really get his things back. It was basically impossible. The demon master recuperated for a period of time and went to the divine realm to steal the divine fruit. However, when he came back, he was still injured. Moreover, his injuries were very serious this time. He was half dead. The moment he came back, he went into seclusion to cultivate and recuperate. Alright, he went to the immortal realm again. He was reluctant to part with the immortal realm. He gave the devil master a thumbs up for his perseverance. Love makes people brave. But this time, when the devil lord returned, only a trace of his soul had floated back. His physical body was gone. After that, the entire demon realm was infuriated. What was the immortal realm trying to do? Wasn't it just asking for something? Besides, the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass had 3 fruits. What was wrong with giving one? The demonic chi cultivators were existences that were on par with the deities. How could they not give him face? The peony fairy was scared out of her wits. She told the demon lord not to go. Even his physical body was destroyed. The demon master still said, don't worry, everything will be fine. Then, he jumped into the demon pool and condensed his body. He reckoned that the divine realm had gone through a great battle and the devil master was beaten until only his soul was left. Then, the situation in the divine realm shouldn't be too good. The demon lord took a long time to condense his physical body. During this time, the peony fairy's physical condition was getting worse and worse. She became weak and could only lie on the soft couch and sleep. The demon lord condensed his physical body. Seeing the peony fairy's weak state, he decided not to wait. If he waited any longer, the peony fairy would die. So, he hurriedly counted his soldiers and went out to attack the divine realm. The demonic chi cultivators were warlike. Men and women were brave and good at fighting. When they heard that they were going to attack the beautiful divine realm, they all shouted excitedly. They raised their weapons and shouted that they would kill all the deities and occupy the divine realm. They ate delicious fruits and lived in beautiful houses. The demon lord led the demonic chi cultivators out of the demon realm and attacked the divine realm. The war had begun. Ningxu said to the peony fairy, let's go and have a look. The peony fairy nodded. Okay. Ningxu, he was really helpless. Because the vitality in her body was fading, the peony fairy gradually began to have white hair. But even with white hair, the peony fairy was still very beautiful. No, to be precise, she was even more beautiful. It was a kind of sad beauty of sunset, blooming at the most beautiful time of her life. Her beauty was unparalleled. She dazzled people who saw her. Ningxu sometimes stared at the peony fairy's face in a daze. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Ningxu asked the wise old man of the demon realm where the entrance to the divine realm was. Since the deities knew the entrance to the demon realm, then the demons should also know the entrance to the divine realm. After getting the answer, Ningxu released the golden dragon and took the peony fairy to the exit of the demon realm. Where is it from here? Ningxu asked the peony fairy. Ningxu pulled the peony fairy. While groping for the passage, he said, it's the mortal world. Oh, it's the mortal world. Out of the demon realm, the two suddenly felt a gust of fresh air blowing on their faces. It was too comfortable. It was just ordinary air, but it made the two people living in the demon realm feel very comfortable. Ningxu blocked the passage to the demon realm and then headed for the entrance to the divine realm. The entrance to the divine realm made Ningxu feel as if he had passed through the peach blossom spring. It was not easy to enter. The peony fairy was very curious and looked around. The mortal world is similar to the divine realm, but it's not as beautiful as the divine realm. There's also not as much spiritual energy as the divine realm. Ningxu answered her with NN and looked for the entrance. Finally, he found a cave. This cave was set up with a barrier. Ordinary people could not enter at all. Since it was a formation, he had to undo the formation. Ningxu was busy undoing the formation. The peony fairy sat on a stone and looked at Ningxu with her chin propped up. Every movement of the peony fairy was as beautiful as a painting. Ningxu undid the formation and broke the barrier. He pulled the peony fairy into the cave. As soon as the two entered the cave, they were transported to the divine realm. The divine realm, which should have been filled with birds and flowers, was now filled with the sound of killing. The ground was covered with blood. There was the blood of the deities and the demons. The demons' blood was full of corrosive. When it was sprinkled on the ground, it corroded the soil. The plants also withered. There were many corpses along the way. The corpses of the deities and demons were riddled with holes. This war was more intense than Ningxu imagined. The peony fairy's face was pale. She grabbed Ningxu tightly and looked very scared. Did the demon lord start a war with the divine realm because of this thing? Ningxu was silent for a moment and said tactfully, "You are only part of the reason. Moreover, the demon realm has always been coveting the divine realm and has always wanted to replace it." The peony fairy made an "oh" sound. She pulled Ningxu's sleeve and carefully avoided the corpses on the ground. Seeing the female deity's corpse, she said, "She actually died. She used to scold me. I didn't expect her to die." Ningxu stared at the female immortal's corpse. A large hole had appeared in her chest, and golden blood flowed out. Her expression was twisted with horror. Ningxu averted his gaze and headed toward the main battlefield. The battle in a canyon in the god realm was particularly fierce. All of the immortals in the god realm were gathered here. 4 emperors were guarding the canyon, and the demon lord was leading an army of thousands. All kinds of immortal techniques surged, erupting with bright light. Sand and pebbles flew, destroying the beautiful immortal world into a barren land. Ningxu was lying on her stomach, looking down from the top of the canyon. The peony fairy was lying beside her. She saw the thousands of soldiers and horses trying to wash away the enemy like 2 tides. During this time, gods and demons died. The peony fairy couldn't bear to watch. She lowered her head and stared at the soil in front of her. The demon lord was fighting 4 emperors to a standstill. Holy shit, this second demon lord was the strongest. The North Pole Emperor was the first to give up. Because of the backlash from his divination, his body was in the worst condition. Emperor Ziwei's forte lay in divination, followed by tool refinement. In order to save his own life, Emperor Ziwei tossed all types of magic tools toward the Devil Master as if they didn't cost him anything. The self-detonation of the magic tools also inflicted some damage to the Devil Master. The other 3 emperors each had their own unique skills. They were invincible. The 2 sides were evenly matched. Whether it was the battle strength of the big shots or the strength of the soldiers, both sides would suffer if they fought. In truth, the god realm was a bit weaker than the demon realm. The bodies of gods were pure and didn't tolerate impurities. If they were contaminated, they wouldn't be able to use 70% of their strength. Moreover, the demons had invaded the god realm. It was the home field of the god realm, but it was a bit difficult for the gods to drive the demons out. The aftermath of the battle almost razed this picturesque canyon to the ground. War was a meat grinder. Ningxu had seen bigger battles, so he was as calm as still water. The peony fairy couldn't stand it. She pulled Ningxu away. She didn't want to watch anymore. Ningxu said, "Lie down here and sleep." Ningxu set up a barrier to isolate the sounds of the battle. Ningxu, the peony fairy, smiled dazzlingly. Ningxu turned his head away, afraid that he would not be able to suppress the jealousy in his heart. Ningxu hid at the side and observed. He had no intention of joining the battle. He saw the shockwaves from the attacks hitting the divine world's spatial walls and causing a huge impact on the stability of the entire divine world. Perhaps the divine realm would shatter and cease to exist as they fought. Many gods and demons had died because of the war, and the divine world had been destroyed. The heavenly Tao's plan had succeeded. However, Ningxu still had a doubt in his heart. It didn't matter if the divine realm was broken. After all, the divine realm was filled with abundant spiritual energy. It didn't matter if the spiritual energy flowed into the human world. If this dense spiritual energy flowed into the mortal world, the human world would probably usher in a period of flourishing monsters. As the spiritual energy decreased, it would not be easy for the monsters in the wild to cultivate, and their numbers would decrease. Spiritual chi was beneficial and harmless, but what about the demonic chi of the demonic realm? Demonic chi was a kind of evil power that would cause living beings that came into contact with demonic chi to be demonized and turn into monsters. If devil chi flowed into the human world, it would be a hodgepodge. Moreover, the demon realm was not damaged at all. Could it be that the heavenly Tao allowed the demonic realm to exist? It could tolerate the demonic realm, but not the divine realm? Could it be that the gods had to go to the demonic realm to fight? But the demonic realm was very weak to the gods' power. The gods wouldn't go to the dirty demonic realm. Then how would the heavenly Tao deal with the demonic realm? The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. The demon lord desperately ordered his subordinates to attack. He must get the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass in the canyon. Only the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass could save Peony's life. For the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass, the demon lord fought with his life. On the divine realm's side, the 4 great emperors desperately blocked, not giving the demon lord a chance to get the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass fruit. Ningxu felt that this 3-flowered 9-leaves grass was definitely a trick of the heavenly Tao. Many gods and demons died in the battle. Black blood and golden blood mixed together. The originally beautiful canyon had been eroded by the blood of the demons into a barren place. The air was filled with demonic chi, which gradually corroded the spiritual energy in the canyon. From the sky to the ground, the aftermath of the battle directly hit the divine realm's spatial wall. The people who were fighting didn't feel it, but Ningxu clearly felt the entire divine realm shake. If this battle continued for any longer, the divine realm was going to collapse. The peony fairy yawned and really did fall asleep next to him. Her expression was serene and beautiful. It felt like the peony fairy was a little heartless. "Can't you give me one of the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass fruits?" the demon lord asked in an irritated voice. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was extremely ugly. "If you don't kill everyone in the divine realm, I'll make the divine realm flow with rivers of blood. Do you know how precious the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass is?" Emperor Qinghua harumphed coldly. There were only 3-flowered 9-leaves grass fruits, and none of the 4 great emperors could get a single one. There were only 3 fruits, so one of them was destined to fail. This fruit could allow a god to survive in the face of heavenly tribulation. Gods also had their own tribulations. All kinds of calamities would appear on the god's body, forming black spots that would crawl all over the god's body. At that time, the god would vanish into thin air. Furthermore, they were in the midst of a god-slaying period, so they had to rely on the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass fruits to survive this tribulation. There was also a saying that eating the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass fruits would allow one to transcend the heavenly Tao and be free from the control of the heavenly Tao. This was extremely tempting. The 3-flowered 9-leaves grass bloomed for a very long time, and it took even longer for it to bear fruit. The 4 great emperors had been waiting for the fruits to ripen, and they had all become extremely haggard. Now that the demon realm had suddenly appeared and wanted to take the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass, the 4 great emperors only had one word in their hearts: gun. The demon lord's robes flapped loudly in the wind. "If you don't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Not only will I take the divine fruits, but I'll also take the divine realm." "What right do you have to take the divine realm for yourselves?" Emperor Ziwei's hand quickly divined, and he let loose a muffled groan as blood seeped from the corner of his lips. He wiped the blood from his lips and said to the demon lord, "If we fight like this, we'll only accelerate our destruction. If the gods are gone, do you think the demons will still exist?" The demon lord, "Then give the 3-flowered 9-leaves fruit to me, and I'll immediately withdraw my troops and never set foot in the divine realm again." The 4 great emperors looked at each other. If they really did give it to the demon lord, then there would be one less 3-flowered 9-leaves fruit, and only 2 great emperors would be left. When the heavenly Tao slayed the gods, they wouldn't be able to survive, so they definitely couldn't give it to the demon lord. /BK. Are you going to give it to me or not? The demon lord roared. He didn't care about the god realm. Even if he conquered the god realm would end up like the demon realm. The god realm couldn't handle the demonic chi of the demons. He only cared about the 3-flower 9-leaf fruit. Seeing how the 4 emperors treasured the fruit, the chances of saving the peony fairy were much higher. The North Pole Emperor quickly pinched his fingers. He was so fast that he left after images. He shook his head and said, "I can't give it to you." The demon lord flew into a rage. The peony fairy was still waiting for him in the demon realm. "Then I'll flatten the god realm and kill all the gods." Ningshu perked up his ears to listen to these people. However, he was far away and couldn't hear much. The battle was very fierce. Gods and demons were dying constantly. Half of the demons brought by the demon lord were dead. There weren't many left. The demon lord was in a difficult position. However, if he retreated like this, it would be very difficult to get the 3-flower 9-leaf fruit. The peony fairy couldn't die. Instead, the devil lord shouted loudly, "Attack! Kill all the gods. From now on, the devil man will be the only god in the world and will be revered by everyone. Even the high and mighty fairies will become our slaves. Kill them all." The demon lord's voice was very bewitching. The demons who heard these words were like they were injected with chicken blood. They roared and killed the gods. The gods' golden blood splattered on their bodies. They laughed crazily and wickedly. The god realm couldn't hold on anymore. They retreated into the canyon. The female immortals were especially flustered when they heard that they would become the slaves of the filthy demons. Chaos broke out in one place. The god realm's army was in chaos. Their attacks were greatly weakened. The devil lord was very excited. The 3-flowered 9-leaves grass was right in front of him. He used extremely bewitching words to motivate his subordinates. The bodies of the devil dwellers began to swell. Their bodies became even bigger, just like the ferocious Hulk. He held a hammer-like weapon in his hand and smashed it at the god. Every time he smashed it, the entire canyon would tremble. If one was unlucky enough to be smashed by the hammer, he would definitely vomit blood and die. The bodies of the gods were actually not as tough as the bodies of the demons. There was a clear difference in the combat power of the two sides. However, the celestial arts of the gods could also cause great damage to the demons. For example, if they worked together to set up a formation, then these demons would run around the formation like idiots and be killed by the power of the formation. Even so, God continued to retreat into the canyon. The situation was not good. Among the 4 great emperors, the oldest one, the great emperor Dongdo, was already injured by the demon lord. The demon lord's attack was very ruthless. He probably hated these gods for destroying his physical body, so he attacked the 4 great emperors without any regard for his life. 1 against 4, he was actually not at a disadvantage. Ningshu was speechless. The demon master's newly condensed body was so awesome. "Peony, wake up." Ningshu nudged the sleeping peony fairy. The peony fairy opened her eyes. She looked confused, with a lazy and charming temperament. "What's wrong? Move over there." Now, a lot of gods had moved into the canyon. It could be said that the Immortals team had been blocked by the demons. Behind them was the canyon. The peony fairy stared at the corpses in the canyon in astonishment. She had only slept for a while, but so many gods and demons had died. Blood had dyed the entire canyon. The peony fairy pulled Ningshu's sleeve. "Let's go. I don't want to see it. I feel like it's because of me." "It's okay. The battle should be over soon." Ningshu dragged her into the canyon. The tip of his nose smelled of fragrance. This fragrance was not the fragrance of the peony fairy's body, but the fragrance of fruits. It was a sweet fragrance. Could it be the fragrance of the 3-flower 9-leaves fruit? The demon world was like a tiger, forcing the immortal world into the canyon. In addition, the immortal world's team was disciplined and did not follow the orders of the demon world. It seemed that the immortal world was on the right track. Aside from a few emperors and a portion of the immortal world's army, most of the immortal world's immortal world was free to do as they pleased. Now that they had been summoned back, it was quite normal that the demon world was going to attack the immortal world. None of the immortal world's immortal world forces had ever worked together before. The closer they got to the canyon, the more pronounced the fragrance of the fruits became. Ningshu began to salivate. Even the peony fairy exclaimed, "Wow, what kind of fruit is this?" Ningshu lay prone on the ground and looked around. He saw a shimmering rainbow plant. This plant had 9 leaves and 3 bright red fruits hung from its branches. The fruits were around the size of an infant's fist, and there were droplets of spiritual energy dripping down from the fruits. The colors of the fruits were vibrant and alluring, and everyone swallowed involuntarily upon seeing them. The Demon King's eyes lit up at the sight of the 3-flower 9-leaves fruit, and he immediately rushed toward the fruits, only to be held back by the 4 emperors. The fruits haven't even ripened yet. There's no point in plucking them, Emperor Qinghua said loudly. Emperor Qinghua yelled. Even though the fruits were bright red, the ripe 3-flower 9-leaves fruit was green. The other fruits all turned red and yellow after ripening, but the 3-flower 9-leaves fruit was the exact opposite, and it felt like it was defying nature. The Demon King replied nonchalantly, "It's fine if it's not ripe yet. I'll take this plant and find a way to make it mature." Emperor Qinghua was about to explode from rage. Why were all the people he encountered so unreasonable? What was wrong with this generation? How could they be so arrogant when they were robbing others? Kill them. For every god you kill, I'll reward you with a chance to enter the demonic liquid to materialize a more powerful body. For every 100 gods you kill, I'll reward you with a demonic crystal and make you a demon general. The Demon King's roar made the demon tribe even more excited. Meanwhile, the immortal world's momentum was weakening. Victory was about to be decided soon. Ningxu stared intently at the battlefield while the Peony Fairy's attention was drawn to the 3-flower 9-leaves fruit. She whispered to Ningxu, "That plant is so beautiful." Ningxu fell silent. It was clearly a plant that could kill 3 people with 2 peaches, so it could kill 5 people with 3 fruits. Wow, the fruits are starting to turn green. The Peony Fairy covered her mouth in astonishment. Ningxu looked over to find that the fruits were indeed turning green at a rate discernible to the naked eye. An even more intense fragrance erupted from the fruits, and the entire valley was enshrouded in the sweet aroma of fruits. It felt like it was telling everyone, "I'm ripe, come and eat me." Ningxu's lips twitched as he wiped the drool from his mouth. This was a familiar taste, a familiar recipe, this was all a ploy. Why couldn't it have ripened when everyone was fighting to the death? /BK Someone announced that the fruit was about to ripen, and the battle between the two sides ceased. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for the fruit to ripen. Saliva dripped from their mouths as they waited for the fruit to ripen. Not long after that, the bright red fruit turned into an emerald green fruit with an alluring aroma. Ningxu sniffed the air and really wanted to try one. It would definitely be very sweet. If he joined the battle, he would be killed by the heavenly Tao on the spot. It would be better for him to just be a spectator. Once the fruit ripened, the 4 emperors who were defending against the demonic army charged toward the fruit almost at the same time in an attempt to snatch it. The demon master faltered slightly upon seeing this. He didn't think that the 4 emperors would be fighting over the fruit, and he immediately joined the fray. Sand and pebbles flew through the air, and the shockwaves from the battle between the 5 of them caused the canyon to tremble violently. The 3-flowered 9-leaf fruit was still swaying slightly from side to side, and it was extremely fragrant. Ningxu was drooling all over the ground. The Peony Fairy stared at the fruit with a hand on her chin. "It smells so good." Yes, it does." Ningxu nodded vigorously. The Peony Fairy turned to Ningxu. "Do you want some?" "I want some." "Let's go pick some, alright?" Ningxu paused momentarily before replying, "They're fighting so ferociously. Let's wait for them to run out of energy before we go." The Peony Fairy nodded. "Alright." The battle between the 5 of them was extremely chaotic, and there weren't many immortals left on the battlefield. The sweet scent of the fruit mixed with the pungent odor of blood, and the scene was filled with a sense of madness. Emperor Ziwei said, "The 3-flowered 9-leaf fruit will fall off in 4 hours and disappear without a trace. If we keep fighting like this, none of us will be able to get the fruit once the stalk falls off." Ningxu was a little speechless upon hearing this. Disappear after falling to the ground? Could it be that the ginseng had disappeared after falling to the ground? The demon master harumphed coldly. "4 hours is more than enough for me to kill all of you. Emperor Qinghua, can you shut the F***ck up? How can you be so arrogant when you're facing the 4 of us? Ziwei, Chongqing, Dongdou, let's take him out first." As for the 3-flower 9-leaf fruit, we'll see who's more powerful. Thus, the 4 great emperors worked together to attack the demon master. It was 4 against 1, and they were locked in a stalemate. The spatial barrier of the immortal realm had suffered so much that it was probably going to break soon. Ningxu wondered if he should retreat first and leave before the god world was destroyed. Otherwise, he would be annihilated along with the god world. Fuzi is injured. The peony fairy looked worried. Ningxu asked, "Who is Fuzi?" Fiendlord. Fighting 1 against 4 was still a bit of a stretch, but the second demon master felt that he was invincible under the heavens. Gods were nothing. The 4 great emperors wanted the 3-flower 9-leaf fruit, and they were as anxious as demon master. They felt that the danger was getting closer and closer. The 4 great emperors wanted to eat the fruit to avoid the danger. The 2 sides could be said to be fighting to the death. The entire god world was trembling because of the power of the battle, and a large number of demons and gods died on the battlefield below because of the powerful shockwaves. The number of gods and demons was decreasing rapidly. All 5 of them were injured, and they were all heavily injured. The 3-flower 9-leaf fruit was slowly falling off its stalk. Seeing this, the 5 of them were about to go crazy. They attacked each other even more crazily, trying to use the fastest time to defeat each other and snatch the fruit when it fell off its stalk. So nervous. Ningxu did not directly join the battle, but he could feel the craziness rushing towards him. The gods and demons were like grasping at the last life-saving straw, and they went crazy. Ningxu pressed down on the peony fairy's head and dodged wave after wave of attacks. The 5 of them stood in the dark. Unknowingly, the light in the god world started to dim. There was no day and night in the god world. It was always bright, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. But when the light in the god world dimmed, Ningxu felt that something was wrong. He had to bring the peony fairy and retreat first. Green intent, I don't want to leave. The peony fairy looked at Ningxu with a calm expression. Fuzi is risking her life to get the fruit for me. I want to stay here and accompany her. Ningxu was stunned. You and Fuzi? Fuzi is a good person. She has done a lot for me. She had entered the god world again and again. Ningxu. Waha, the demon master has been given the good person card again. Peony, you are very awesome. Ningxu raised her head and glanced at the god world. Alright, I'll accompany you. Ningxu wanted to see the final result and see who won. If it was the demon master, he would definitely be hunted down. Whether he could leave the god world would be a problem. If the 4 great emperors won and obtained the fruit, there would be another battle. 4 people fighting for 3 fruits, and one of them had to die to split it evenly. Greed could not be ruled out. They wanted to take all the fruits for themselves. In short, fight, 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 what a good plan. This battle should be over soon, because the fruit would soon fall off the stalk and disappear. No one could bear the consequences of losing the fruit. Ningxu held his chin and dozed off. The peony fairy's gaze was always on the demon master Fuzi. Her gaze followed Fuzi. Could the peony fairy's destined one be Fuzi? Speaking of affection, there was no one in the god realm who was willing to risk his life to get something for the peony fairy. Half of the fruit had already fallen off the handle and was about to fall off completely. The demon master gritted his teeth and pounced at the 4 of them. With a plop, he self-detonated his newly condensed demonic body. The huge self-detonation caused the 4 great emperors to lose their ability to fight. One of the great Emperor Dongdo's arms was blown off. Golden blood splattered. Although the other 3 great emperors did not lose an arm or a leg, their bodies were severely injured. They could not even use their immortal arts. The self-detonated demon master turned back into a wisp of soul. His soul was very weak. He floated towards the 3-flowered 9-leaves fruit that was about to fall to the ground and reached out to pick it. But in a split second, a green chopstick-like thing that was nestled under the 3-flowered 9-leaves fruit bit at the demon master's hand. The demon master quickly retracted his hand to avoid being bitten by the little snake. The snake's speed was very fast. It was like a bolt of lightning as it charged towards the 4 great emperors who had not recovered their ability to fight. It probably wanted to bite them to death. Ningxu, this should be the 3-flowered 9-leaves fruit's accompanying divine beast. It was there to protect the 3-flowered 9-leaves fruit. Previously, these people were fighting until the sky was dark and did not appear. It only appeared when these people were killing each other and had no ability to fight. This meant that this little thing was intelligent. It looked like the green bamboo snake and was definitely poisonous/BK. In order to avoid being bitten by the snake, the 4 great emperors all took out their trump cards. Emperor North Pole even took out a cage to trap the snake. However, there was a cracking sound coming from inside the cage. The little green snake actually gnawed a hole in the cage and came out of the cage. Then, under everyone's stunned eyes, it gnawed the entire cage and swallowed it into its stomach. Its body was as thick as a chopstick, but it was able to swallow such a large cage. Its stomach wasn't even bloated yet. Where did all the food go? Everyone was stunned. The little green snake rushed toward Emperor Dongdo, who had lost an arm. Although he was fighting back, the other 3 great emperors couldn't even protect themselves, so they couldn't help. Little green snake bit Dongdo Emperor. Dongdo Emperor's face began to twist. His eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and he howled in pain. His body began to disappear from where he was bitten. In the end, Dongdo Emperor's entire body turned into sand. Everyone was silent. A great emperor was bitten to death by a little snake. Run! The gods and devils reacted and began to flee. If they didn't run now, they would die. The little green snake was very fast. It turned into a beam of green light and bit down on a devil. The devil struggled, but he was turned into ash and disappeared without a trace. Biting a devil, biting a god, both gods and devils would die. Ningshu's butthole tightened. He rubbed his eyes and didn't see the souls of the gods and devils. Where were their souls? Were they destroyed? Or were they eaten by the snake? He didn't even see the powerful Emperor Dongdo's soul. It was a terrifying existence. Even in war, there would be gods and devils left behind. In that case, this thing could kill any gods that escaped. In the god world, under the noses of the 4 great emperors, the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass was born. And this half-living creature grew up with the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass. It must have a mission. If the peony fairy was the cause, and the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass was a necessary tool, then this thing was supposed to clean up the battlefield and finish off the survivors. One after another, Ningshu knelt down in admiration. This little green snake bit quite a number of gods and devils, then yawned and flew back to the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass. It coiled around the plant, and at first glance, no one would be able to tell that there was a snake coiling around the plant. The 3 grass of 3-flowered 9 leaves were about to fall off the stalk and fall to the ground. However, the 3 great emperors and the demon masters didn't dare to take it. They could only watch as the fruit fell from the tree and disappeared without a trace. After paying such a high price for 3 fruits, he could only watch as the fruits fell to the ground. This pain, this helplessness. The demon lord gritted his teeth. He wanted to take the risk and pluck the fruit. However, the demon lord didn't have a body now. He was only a soul. If he was bitten, he would definitely die. If he had a body, he could still resist for a while and abandon his body to preserve his soul. The peony fairy immediately shouted, "Fu Zi, don't go." The peony fairy stood up and ran towards the devil lord. Ningshu had no choice but to follow her. The peony fairy stood in front of the devil lord, panting. "Don't go. That snake is very powerful." The peony fairy, who was already in the body of a mortal, was panting heavily after running for a while. The devil lord was a little surprised to see the peony fairy. He then turned to Ningshu. "Why are you here? It's very dangerous here. If he was bitten by that snake, he would die." The peony fairy gave an honest reply, "I've been watching from the sidelines this entire time." Ningshu rubbed his nose. Wasn't the peony fairy a little too honest? Emperor Qinghua harumphed coldly. "You watched from the sidelines as the demon realm attacked the divine realm, hee. Emperor Qinghua's rage was directed at Ningshu. Ningshu gave a shameless reply. "I'm too weak, so I didn't dare to fight." Emperor Qinghua was so enraged by this despicable weed's shamelessness that he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You sure are humble. You have the nerve to call yourself weak." "I've always been weak." Ningshu splayed his hands open. Why didn't he mention the peony fairy? This battle was all for the peony fairy. There was still a little bit of the 3-flowered 9-leaf grass fruit that was about to fall off the stalk. The Devil Lord was in a hurry and threw the peony fairy to the ground. The Devil Lord hurried over to help her up, but his hand passed through the peony fairy's body. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. I'll make sure you eat this fruit. The peony fairy immediately said, I don't want to eat this fruit. Fuzi, please don't die. The Devil Lord's expression softened. Be a good girl. If you eat this fruit, we'll be able to live in the demon realm forever. But that snake is very powerful. Let's go back to the demon realm. The peony fairy's clear eyes were filled with hope. The Devil Lord immediately agreed, but he still insisted on plucking the fruit. The fruit fell to the ground. The peony fairy was confused. Didn't you agree? My king. A demon stumbled over. The demon realm is gone. The Devil Lord didn't react for a moment. What do you mean the demon realm is gone? The demon realm is gone. It's gone. I felt the demon realm shake violently. I don't know what happened. I finally got out of the demon realm, but I couldn't find the entrance back to the demon realm. The demon panted. What did you say? The Devil Lord was shocked. How did the demon realm disappear? His nest was gone. Disappeared? The Devil Lord was shocked and puzzled. How was this possible? If the demon realm disappeared, he would be a soul forever. There would be no demon liquid pool to reform his body. If the demon realm was gone, where would the demons live? The Devil Lord was dejected. The 3 great emperors looked at each other. They didn't understand how the demon realm disappeared. Did the demon realm break? The Devil Lord asked. No, if it did, the demon chi would pour into the human world. The demon realm disappeared along with the demons inside. My king disappeared. The Devil Lord gritted his teeth. Who did it? He turned to the 3 great emperors with a sinister expression. Since the demon realm has disappeared, then the divine realm is the new demon realm. You're just a soul now. Do you think you can conquer the divine realm? You don't have a body to self-detonate again, Emperor Xianxia said coldly. The divine realm will always belong to the gods. Ningxu was astonished. The demon realm disappeared? Disappeared all of a sudden? Was there someone in this world who was powerful enough to teleport an entire space away? Or was it a mission enforcer who teleported the demon realm away during the war between the 2 realms? /BK The demons had no place to live, so they would fight for the divine realm. If the divine realm collapsed, everyone would become homeless orphans. Ningxu scratched his head. How confusing. The 3 emperors heaved a sigh of relief, but they were also worried that the demons would fight for the divine realm. The fruit was about to fall again. The 3 emperors were very anxious, but they didn't dare to pick it up. Thus, the 3 emperors, Chongqing, Qinghua, and Ziwei, all looked at the peony fairy. The peony fairy? Ningxu looked at the 3 people's expressions and suddenly had a bad feeling. Ziwei said, the peony fairy can pick the fruit. Ningxu, what gave the 3 emperors the illusion that the peony fairy could pick the fruit? Was it because she was favored by the heavenly Tao? The fiend master immediately said, you want to kill her, don't you? Ziwei, I'll kill you first. Ziwei explained calmly, the peony fairy is the chosen one, so she'll be fine. I've divined that it's a sure thing. I won't let the peony fairy take the risk. I'll pick it myself. The fiend master didn't believe that. There was still a 10% chance that something would happen. The fiend master wouldn't let the peony fairy pick the fruit. Was the peony fairy the only one this thing wouldn't bite? How was that possible? The divine realm was gone, and the peony fairy couldn't be gone. The fruit was about to fall to the ground. I can guarantee that she'll be fine, Ziwei said. The fiend master, the peony fairy said, I'll go pick it. Ningxu immediately objected. Peony, you have to think this through. You're immortal now. You've been bitten by a snake, and all the gods and demons have been annihilated. You can't fight it. Even with the protagonist's undying halo, no matter how powerful the halo was, it couldn't stop the peony fairy from seeking death. The peony fairy said, I won't pick it, but Fuzi will. I don't agree, the fiend master said coldly. the Devil Lord said coldly. He wanted to grab her, but he was a soul. His hand went through the peony fairy's body. The peony fairy walked to the grass of 3 flowers and 9 leaves. She bent down and stretched out her white and slender fingers to pick the fruit. The little green snake, which had been entwining the 3-flower and 9-leaf grass, had woken up. It stood upright and stared at the peony fairy with its vertical pupils. Then it bit the peony fairy's hand at lightning speed. Once again, it wrapped itself around the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass. With its eyes closed, it merged with the color of the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass. The scene was extremely quiet and awkward. The peony fairy raised her hand. There were 2 small teeth holes on her snow-white hand. Then, starting from the small holes, her body began to turn into sand. That's impossible. My divination can't be wrong. It can't be. The scholarly Emperor Ziwei was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He pinched his fingers repeatedly before throwing up a mouthful of blood. He's the chosen one. How could he die? That's impossible. Emperor Qinghua's brows furrowed as he looked at the fruit. Only the edges of the fruit were still attached to the stalk, and it was most likely going to fall off soon. The demon lord looked on with incredulity as the peony fairy was reduced to sand. The peony fairy looked down at her own body before turning to Ningxu. Green intent, I'm going to die. Ningxu didn't know what to say. He didn't think that the little snake would attack the peony fairy. Where was her immortal halo? Fuzi, don't pick the fruit. The peony fairy's body completely disappeared as she spoke. The demon lord was very calm, as if he was in a daze. He then turned to look at the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass and chuckled lightly. Didn't you tell me that nothing would happen to the peony fairy? The demon lord looked at the self-doubting Emperor Ziwei. How could my divination fail? Could it be that she's not the chosen one? I only want this fruit for the peony fairy. Seeing as the peony fairy is no longer here, I'm going to destroy this thing. Don't even think about getting the 3-flowered 9-leaves grass. Don't think I don't know that you're trying to get the fruit. You're telling me that the peony fairy won't die. The demon lord said calmly. A powerful demonic aura erupted from his body, as if he was going to perish together with them. Wait. Emperor Ziwei quickly pinched his fingers and said to the demon lord, the peony fairy isn't dead yet. Ningxu glanced at the demon lord. The demon lord paused and turned to ask, what do you mean? The peony fairy's body is gone, but her soul is still here. She'll definitely reincarnate, Emperor Ziwei said. The demon lord heaved a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll wait until the peony fairy reincarnates. If you dare to lie to me, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Ningxu, in an instant, he imagined a relationship between his past life and this life. Moreover, it was a relationship between his soul and a human girl. The demon realm was gone, and the demon master could no longer condense a body. The others were annihilated and their souls were gone, but the peony fairy's soul was still here. There was no black hole to enter the world of reincarnation, which meant that the heavenly Tao had taken away the peony fairy's soul. The peony fairy reincarnated. According to the fetters of everyone present, they would be together after she reincarnated. This was the scheme of the heavenly Tao. If the gods and demons present hadn't died and hadn't been killed by the little green snake, the peony fairy would still be entangled with them in her next life. Moreover, there was something special about her that attracted the remaining gods and demons. Maybe it was some great supplement to her constitution. If the gods and demons ate it, they would immediately change. They would become walking cakes. The gods and demons fought each other again, fighting for a chance to survive. Ningxu's expression was numb. What did the gods and demons do to make the heavenly Tao so ruthless? The scene fell silent again. It was also very awkward. The fruit finally fell to the ground. As soon as it fell, it immediately disappeared. Everyone could only watch as Ningxu carefully extended his vine under the plant and caught the fruit. He didn't dare to make a sound. Ningxu stared at the little green snake coiled around the plant. The little green snake didn't wake up, but the fruit still disappeared when it fell on Ningxu's vine. It disappeared as if it had fallen into the soil. Ningxu carefully put away the vine. If she couldn't eat it, then so be it. If she ate it, she would be targeted by the heavenly Tao and be schemed against. She wouldn't be schemed against by the heavenly Tao for a fruit. He couldn't take advantage of it. Moreover, Ningxu seriously suspected that the fruit's effect was exaggerated. Maybe there was no pure immortal body at all. Also, it might be fake that it could save the peony fairy's life. It didn't intend to let people eat it. The 3 fruits fell to the ground and disappeared. The demon lord laughed sarcastically. Serves you right. The 3 great emperors didn't look very good. For 3 fruits, the divine realm was different from the divine realm. But they didn't get a single fruit. It was like drawing water with a bamboo basket. How would they survive the next divine tribulation? From this day forth, the divine realm is mine, the demon master announced. Emperor Qinghua, hee. Emperor Ziwei's expression was ashen. He had been struck by the heavenly Tao's backlash and had fallen into self-doubt, causing his cultivation base to weaken significantly. The divine realm belongs to the gods, you stray dog. You don't even have a place of your own, so you're trying to steal someone else's place. Emperor Ziwei's voice was filled with disgust toward the demon master. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have progressed to this stage. Stray dog? I'm going to turn you all into stray dogs right now. I still haven't avenged Peony's death. Since Peony has gone to reincarnate, I'll make you all reincarnate as well. A powerful demonic aura erupted from the demon master's body, polluting the spiritual energy and air around him. Emperor Qinghua's expression was cold. Fu Zi, don't be so arrogant, you. Emperor Qinghua didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before the entire divine realm began to rumble. The earth quaked and the mountains tremored as a series of fissures appeared beneath their feet. These fissures grew larger and larger until the entire canyon was split in half. Ningxu hurriedly flew into the air and saw countless cracks appearing on the ground all over the divine realm. Furthermore, the cracks were still spreading at an extremely fast rate. A thought flashed through Ningxu's mind. The divine realm is about to collapse. What? The 3 emperors and the demon master were all extremely shocked. The demon master wanted to take the divine realm for himself. Why was the divine realm about to collapse, but I didn't, and you're going to lose it too. It's also very satisfying. Everyone is going to become stray dogs. The demon master roared with laughter. Ningxu. What the F***ck are you laughing about? Ever since Peony's death, Demon Master Fu Zi's mental state has become a bit abnormal. The little green snake that was wrapped around the 3-flower 9-leaf grass suddenly disappeared with a flash of green light. It had probably fled for its life. Ningxu hurriedly ran toward the passageway to the divine realm. He had to leave before the divine realm collapsed. The cracks in the divine realm were spreading at an extremely fast rate. Once the entire space was filled with cracks, it would explode with a loud boom. From then on, there would be no more divine realm in this world. Ningxu ran and ran, he felt his body uncontrollably floating. Aside from Ningxu, several other immortals were floating into the air. Ningxu struggled with all his might, but he was unable to break free from this invisible force. F***ck, where was she being taken to? Weed. Emperor Qinghua immediately yelled at the sight of Ningxu floating up into the clouds, but Ningxu disappeared in a flash. Let's go. Emperor Changxing dragged Emperor Qinghua away. Emperor Qinghua had no choice but to turn and head toward the passageway to the God world. Hopefully, the passageway to the God realm had not been destroyed yet. The ground of the God realm was filled with huge ravines. Some gods couldn't dodge in time and fell into the deep crevices, never to get up again. Ningxu floated to a place with a few immortals, including High God Tian Yuan, who was also a mission enforcer. When he saw the job, Ningxu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that only mission enforcers would be arrogant. At the very least, leaving the God realm, which was on the verge of destruction, was a good thing. Ningxu and the other immortals floated to a cloud. From here, they could see the cracked God realm growing on the plain wall like a huge mushroom. The black-robed Grand Elder slashed the God realm with a sword condensed from a black hole. The God realm trembled, and more cracks appeared on its surface. In an instant, the cracks covered the entire God realm. Grand Elder raised the black sword and slashed again. The God realm couldn't bear the weight and shattered. A huge gust of air rushed out, and countless spatial walls of the God realm exploded. Grand Elder reached out and collected the shattered spatial walls, so that they wouldn't cause any damage to the plane. It didn't matter if a few pieces were lost. When Ningxu saw him appear, he knew that he had probably moved the demon realm away. The demon realm couldn't be destroyed. Once it was destroyed, demonic chi would rush into the human world. The god realm was filled with spirit energy, so it wouldn't cause any harm to the human world. After experiencing this unforeseen event, it was unknown how many fiend gods would survive. Even if they did, they would have to face the cleansing of the heavenly Tao again. Where are the stones you collected? Grand Elder asked Ningxu and the others as the sword in his hand turned into a black hole and disappeared. Ningxu covered her pocket reflexively. She had to hand over the stones that she had obtained with great difficulty. No, she didn't feel good. High God Sky Origin and the other mission enforcers all handed over their stones. There were at least a dozen of them. Ningxu took out 10 stones. I got these. Grand Elder looked at the stones. Ningxu said calmly, these are all the stones I got. She had collected these stones for the law of nothingness. The others seemed to have come to collect stones on purpose. She looked like she had entered this world randomly. One of the female immortals said, the stones fell in the god realm and were broken. Some of them have been used by the people of the god realm and made into Dharma artifacts. These are the rest. Ningxu was extremely calm. Handing over 10 stones was a lot. She kept 2 to hold on to the law of nothingness. Otherwise, the law of nothingness would devour her world of peerless martial arts. She hoped that he hadn't noticed. Grand Elder frowned. That's all. The gap can't be filled. The connection between the planes was about to break. There were many planes connecting this plane. Once it broke, all the planes behind it would be hopeless. Ningxu was silent, and she was silent again. All right, all of you can leave this world. The Grand Elder disappeared in a flash. At least they had saved 2 stones. The organization would definitely have some in stock. This kind of stone was like the cement used to build a house. It connected and fixed bricks to each other, and in this way, connected one plane to another. The weight of the god realm and the demon realm was probably too great for the entire plane to bear. It might fall off soon. The heavenly Tao had taken action to destroy the divine world and the devil world. However, the divine world and the devil world were too powerful. Once they came to the human world, ordinary humans could be killed by a finger or a breath of air in front of the divine world and the devil world. The difference in strength was too great. What could they do? They would destroy the god realm and the demon realm. That way, even if the god realm split open, the human world would be peaceful. Sky Origin High God asked Ningxu, is the peony fairy really dead? Ningxu looked at him in horror. You still like her? Since she was dead, the buff should have disappeared. Huh. One of the female immortals couldn't help but sneer, showing her disdain for Sky Origin High God. Sky Origin High God touched his nose awkwardly. She left a deep impression. I won't forget it in a short time. Even if she's injured, she won't recover in a short time. Ningxu only said that she was dead. There wasn't even a corpse. Ningxu, who had secretly kept 2 stones, felt guilty. He said goodbye to the mission enforcers. Oh right, I have something to do. I'll leave first. The mission enforcers didn't care much about Ningxu. Ningxu said goodbye and quickly left. He flew to the human world and found a place to land. When his feet touched the ground, his heart started to beat uncontrollably. Damn, he finally dodged a bullet. Before this, he was overjoyed to find so many stones and felt that he could last for a few more centuries. Now, there were only 2 left. What should he do? He was so desperate. While the plane was healing itself, if it was too serious, he needed someone to help him remove the unnecessary things in his body like an operation. Even if the plane healed itself, it might not be satisfactory. For things like connecting the plane itself couldn't do anything. At this time, he needed the help of a doctor. However, the mission of this mission enforcer should be completed. At this time, it would be too boring if the man he liked another woman. Even if the other party was really in love, there was nothing he could do. Ningxu patted the dust on his body. After the divine world exploded, the spiritual energy rushed to the human world. The spiritual energy in the human world suddenly became much more abundant. Ningxu used an immortal technique. There was still power. However, once he used the immortal technique, Ningxu felt as if there was a pair of emotionless eyes staring at him from the sky. Ningxu had an epiphany. That meant that when a god came to the human world, he had to use the power of the divine world as little as possible. Otherwise, he would be targeted by the heavenly Tao. Well, he could live an ordinary life in the human world. He didn't even look old. It was simply too good. Ningxu planned to walk around this world and see if there was any world origin. It would be good if he could get some star stones. He didn't know if the three emperors still had any left. He could rob them. Maybe the three of them were already dead, but his intuition might not be. When Ningxu was traveling around the human world, he met a newborn baby in a small country. This baby had a strange fragrance on him, but people thought it was ominous. Because on the day this baby was born, the small country was destroyed. Ningxu saw a wooden basin floating in the river. There was a baby in the basin. Ningxu pulled the wooden basin over and opened the baby's clothes. He saw a peony on the baby's collarbone. Ningxu was speechless. Isn't your reincarnation a little too fast? Ningxu looked up at the sky and accepted his fate as he picked up the child. Being a wet nurse was better than being destroyed by the heavenly Tao. Ningxu hugged the child and suddenly felt that the fragrance was pungent. He had just felt that his nose had been refreshed for a while, and now he had to smell the horrible fragrance every day. Why did he have to change the fragrance? It's here. This is where I performed my divination. Emperor Ziwei appeared in front of Ningxu with a head full of white hair. Emperor Ziwei's hair had been completely white before. Apart from Emperor Ziwei, there was also Qinghua and Chongqing. There was no demon master. Where was the devil master, killed by 3 people? Ningxu rolled his eyes. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Weed, you're actually still alive. As expected, you've lived a long life. Qinghua raised her eyebrows and said in surprise. You're here to find the reincarnated fairy peony, right? Here. Ningxu shoved the baby into Emperor Qinghua's hands. Suddenly, a soft child was stuffed into her arms. Qinghua was a little flustered as she hugged the child. Her whole body was stiff. Ningxu chuckled. Don't fall in love with little peony. Otherwise, you'll all be lollicons. He wondered if the reincarnated fairy peony still had such a strong UFF that all the men she interacted with would fall in love with her. Ningxu clicked his tongue as he looked at the 3 old guys before turning to look at the baby. What a bunch of animals. Perhaps it was because the baby in Emperor Qinghua's arms was uncomfortable that it began to wail at the top of its lungs. Emperor Qinghua was extremely distressed, and he tried to shove the baby into Ningxu's hands. However, Ningxu took a step back and clasped his hands behind his back, refusing to accept the baby. Emperor Qinghua then shoved the baby into Emperor Ziwei's hands. Emperor Ziwei remained expressionless. Emperor Qinghua then shoved the baby into Emperor Chongqing's hands. Emperor Chongqing took the baby and began to coax it. Ningxu's lips twitched at the sight of Emperor Chongqing's actions. Emperor Chongqing probably liked little peony. After going around in a circle, he felt that he had fallen into a strange cycle. Falling in love with the baby he had raised again. Haha, this was a pleasant surprise. Ningxu felt like the heavenly Tao was plotting something again, and Emperor Ziwei had divined something to stop the heavenly Tao's plot again. Why did he say again? Ningxu asked, where's the devil master? He's gone. We only discovered that he had disappeared after we escaped from the divine realm. We don't know where he went, Emperor Qinghua replied. Ningxu's brows furrowed. Could it be that the devil master was dead? That wasn't very likely. How could the devil master be dead? What if he wasn't dead? Ningxu stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes as he stared at the crying baby. A bold thought occurred to him. Perhaps the devil master had been taken away by the heavenly Tao just like little peony and had been reincarnated. Perhaps the devil master and little peony would meet and fall in love, but the stubborn old bastards who had raised her wouldn't allow it. The reincarnated devil master would then go on a killing spree. In any case, this wouldn't be the first time he had done something like this. There was also that little azure snake. He didn't know how it was doing. Perhaps it had escaped and was still going to kill the living gods. Ningxu. How despairing. He was living in a trap every day. Sometimes, the more he fought against the heavenly Tao, the faster he would perish. She had just felt like she had regained her freedom, but she had become a pawn in the blink of an eye. This definitely wasn't a good thing. Is the child hungry? Is that why she's crying? Emperor Chongqing asked with furrowed brows. The three men all turned their gazes toward Ningxu's chest. Ningxu immediately warned, if you keep looking, I'm going to stab your eyes blind. Perhaps she's pissing and pooping. Take a look. Ningxu wanted to leave. He didn't want to get involved in this. She's just a little girl. How do we look at her? Can you help us? Emperor Qinghua immediately stopped Ningxu from running away. What's wrong with that? As long as you maintain the pure thoughts of an elder towards a junior, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. If you treat her as your own daughter, you won't have so many scruples, Ningxu said righteously. She didn't want to raise a child. Furthermore, she had to deal with these three emperors. These three were definitely under the surveillance of the heavenly Tao. The last one was Emperor Chongqing, whom she liked. Furthermore, she didn't know if Fairy Peony was still a stepmother who could enchant men and turn women into vicious women. If she still had such a buff, then Emperor Chongqing would probably want to strangle the child to death every single second. Ningxu really was scared of children now. The last mission was to raise a child. After arriving in this world, she thought that she was going to raise a child. She refused. You can't leave. You picked up this child, Emperor Qinghua said. Then give the child back to me. I'm taking her with me. Ningxu didn't want to stay with these three. No. Emperor Ziwei shook his head. You can't take the child with you, and you can't leave either. Wasn't this a scam? It was too unreasonable. Why? Don't forget that the divine realm no longer exists, and you're no longer immortals and emperors. Are you still going to treat me like a slave? Ningxu chuckled coldly. You know what you're doing, but some things are futile. Ningxu looked at Emperor Ziwei's head of white hair. Sometimes, being able to foresee the future is not necessarily a good thing. Perhaps the emperor had divined something, but the events in the divine realm were a bloody example. Emperor Ziwei's face was as pale as a sheet of white hair, and he pursed his lips in silence. Emperor Qinghua continued, you can't leave. If you leave, this child won't be able to live. If worst comes to worst, we can just find a good family for her. Why do we have to keep her with us? She was already like that in her past life, so why don't we just let her be a normal child in this life? We don't have to be monitored by the heavenly Tao either. They were like extremely eye-catching lighthouses in the night. The three emperors and the reincarnated peony appeared to be the female lead. Just from her scent alone, I can tell that she's going to be a beauty. How could someone like her be a normal person? If she were to be placed in a normal family, she would only bring disaster upon them. Emperor Qinghua looked at Ningxu as if he were looking at an idiot. Ningxu looked at him with an even more idiotic expression. Can't you cast a spell technique to mask your scent and change your appearance? Emperor Chongqing was still trying to comfort the crying child, and he turned to Ningxu. We have no choice but to take this child with us. Ningxu, what does that have to do with me? The child's throat is hoarse from crying. Take a look. Emperor Ziwei was having a hard time dealing with this demonic voice. Ningxu looked at Emperor Qinghua. You still have some outer heaven stones, right? Emperor Qinghua shook his head. No, I don't even have one. May the heavens strike me with lightning if I lie. It seemed like all the stones in the divine world had been plundered, except for those stones that were used to make magic tools. Ningxu glared at Emperor Ziwei. Do you know how many good things you've just ruined? All magic tools that were imbued with outer heavenly stones were refined by Emperor Ziwei. Without the outsky stone, I won't help. Ningxu shrugged. Emperor Qinghua stared at Ningxu with a dumbstruck expression. Seriously? Weren't you on very good terms with Fairy Peony? Now that she's asking for your help, you're trying to turn her down, Ningxu said, I'm still on good terms with the Peony Fairy. This reincarnated one is already a different person from the Peony Fairy. Let's take a look at the child first. He's going to break down if he keeps crying like this, Emperor Chongqing said helplessly. Ningxu opened the baby's swaddling clothes, and a foul smell wafted out. Ningxu covered the baby with the swaddling clothes. He pooped. Why are you covering him? Hurry up and change. Qinghua urged. Ningxu rolled his eyes and carried the baby to the river. He removed the swaddling clothes and placed the baby on his lap before scooping up some water to wash the baby's dirty bottom and feces. Wash the swaddling clothes, Ningxu said to the longevity immortal emperor. She wanted to see him wash diapers. Emperor Chongqing pursed his lips and didn't move. Ningxu continued, you're going to take care of the baby, but you're not going to do anything for me, are you? Then I'll take the baby with me and find a new family. I don't owe you anything. If you three want to live like immortals while I raise the baby, then keep dreaming. Go wash the swaddling clothes. Emperor Qinghua was dumbstruck by Ningxu's shrewdness, and he nudged Emperor Chongqing. Don't be so tense. What are we going to do if she really leaves? Emperor Chongqing took a deep breath before finally making his way to the river. He tossed the swaddling clothes into the water, only for the swaddling clothes to float away. Emperor Chongqing finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He ran into the water to scoop up the swaddling clothes and wash the dirt off them. Ningxu said to Emperor Qinghua, take off some clothes and wrap the baby up. Oh, all right. Emperor Qinghua immediately took off his jacket. Ningxu wrapped the baby up and coaxed her into a comfortable hug. The baby was so comfortable that she didn't cry anymore. He felt like this little baby was quite lucky to have been raised by 3 emperors of the divine realm. However, there had to be some other reason for raising her. Here. Ningxu shoved the baby into Qinghua's hands. Qinghua's expression was ashen. Why are you giving this to me? I'm tired of carrying her around. Aren't you tired of washing the baby? Ningxu shrugged. Emperor Chongqing picked up the swaddling clothes and asked, what do we do now? Blow dry it with your mouth, Ningxu replied. King retard. Let's go to a town and buy some things. We'll find a place to settle down, Emperor Ziwei said calmly. The baby in Emperor Qinghua's arms suddenly began to cry again, and Chongqing almost threw the baby out of his arms. She's probably hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Like immortal peaches or something? You can squeeze some juice for her, Ningxu suggested. Emperor Qinghua hurriedly brought out some peaches for the baby to suck on. At the very least, she wouldn't cry anymore. There was a lot of juice in the immortal peaches, and the baby stopped crying after sucking on them. The 4 of them traveled to the nearest town to buy some things for the baby. They then entered a store, only to find that they had no money. Everything in the human world cost money. The 3 men all stared at Ningxu. Ningxu, King trash. Ningxu pulled out some ginseng. This ginseng had fallen into the human world and was given to him by a ginseng spirit in order to obtain an immortal pill. Ningxu took the ginseng to the medicine hall and exchanged it for a few banknotes. He then went to the bank to exchange it for some silver coins. The 3 large pieces of trash trailed behind him. Gods didn't need to eat. Even their clothes were clean all year round, so they didn't know that life in the human world was so troublesome. Furthermore, gods generally disdained to come to the human world, let alone 3 mighty figures from the divine realm. They had only come to the human world to find Fairy Peony, so they hadn't lived in the human world before. Ningxu used the money to buy a lot of things, most of which were for the baby. Emperor Ziwei and Emperor Chongqing both had their hands full of things. Ningxu placed the large amount of banknotes into the baby's swaddling clothes before waving at the 3 of them. Goodbye. Then, she disappeared in a flash, leaving behind the 3 men, who were carrying their things and carrying their children in the wind. She still had to find the essence of this world. If the person who asked her to come back and was willing to raise the baby with her, then she would naturally go back. As for how frantic the 3 men were in taking care of the baby, that had nothing to do with her. They wanted to enslave her? In their dreams. He had to give some time to develop the plot. Looking at it now, he could only see 3 fools taking care of a child. What was the point? After absorbing 70% of the soul power, Ningxu added his attribute points. Although she was the mastermind behind the deaths of so many god fiends in that world, there was still merit. It was really hard to explain. It felt like it was no longer a plane, but a plane connected to that plane. If the connection was broken, then the plane behind it would be separated from the Sea of Law. Who knew how many planes there were? Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Rank, Super Mission Taker. Points card, 259 plus 18, 10 million points per card. Soul, 22 plus 2 life, 18 plus 2 wisdom, 22 plus 2 luck, 24 plus 2 charm, 17 plus 2 mental power, 25 plus 2 martial power, 23 plus 2 aptitude, 23 plus 2 faith, 603, 9273 plus 12600 merit, 276,199 plus 3,000 plus 50,000 soul strength, 95 plus 4 authority ticket, plus 1 pure heart, none law comprehended, water law incarnation, wood law incarnation, constructed world, suspected to be the world of reincarnation items, calm halo, tranquil pill, faith halo, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless. Ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis halo, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader halo, grass blessing, lifelong friend, meow meow meow's blessing. Healer, Zhu Sunyang's blessing, founding lady, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty-in-law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, cross-race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing, ding. System notification, 50,000 merit points, 1 privilege ticket. When Ningxu heard the notification, he opened it and saw that it was Mei Ziqing returning the money. He clicked to accept it. Another 50,000 merit points. One could imagine how Mei Ziqing had to live a frugal life to earn so many merit points. Completing a mission would only earn him 3,000 merit points. She had even returned the access ticket to her. It seemed like Mei Ziqing was working hard. Ningxu sent a message to Mei Ziqing, but Mei Ziqing's system informed him that Mei Ziqing was currently on a mission. Now, whenever she looked for Mei Ziqing was basically doing missions. Was Mei Ziqing on steroids? Ningxu asked Mei Ziqing's system if there were any traces of Xiaohua. Now that the war was over, the judges should have had time to bring Pan Chen back. He wondered how Xiaohua was doing and what happened to the stones on his body. After being told that there was no news, Xiaohua never came back. There was no news. Ningxu's mouth twitched. Could it have been swallowed by Pan Chen, or it had been taken away to do evil? Pan Chen was not affected by karma, but Xiaohua was different. He might have been killed by someone. If these two stones were good friends, then at least Xiaohua was safe. There was no news at all. The biggest possibility was that something had happened. There were so many planes. It was not easy to find him. Her stones were conflicted. Moreover, Mei Ziqing had borrowed money from her to buy Xiaohua. Now that Xiaohua was gone, Mei Ziqing had lost both her and her money. She pitied Mei Ziqing, who had no money and was worried about Xiaohua every day. Those who should come back would eventually come back. Some people would never appear again. Ningxu took a star stone and entered the world of peerless martial arts. Looking at the vast lake-like law of nothingness, she felt that it had become bigger. It was definitely not her imagination. Ningxu tossed the star stone into the law of nothingness with a loud thud, causing layers of ripples to appear. He hoped that she could last longer and find a way to solve this law of nothingness. Although the silver-haired man said that the chances of her solving the law of nothingness were small, it was not absolute. She would find a way eventually. It was just that she did not have the ability now. As long as she had enough time, she would definitely be able to solve it. Facing the law of nothingness, she was a little frightened. She still went to mine and understand the law of space. The sea of stars and the 9-palace mountain was waiting for her. After leaving the ultimate martial arts world, Ningxu was conflicted as usual. Should she go to the Nine-Palace Mountain or the City of Space? Well, compared to understanding the law of space, mining was obviously much more interesting. Then she would go mining. She happily entered the black hole and ran into the Nine-Palace Mountain. When she reached the plaza, she saw Pai Lupi's servant running over. He had a long face. Ning Shufeiyang's heart dropped to the ground with a thump. It was obvious that something was wrong. What is it? Ning Shu asked Li Si. Madam, you have to save the young master. Something has happened to him. Li Si was almost in tears. He looked like the sky was falling. Was he beaten up? Pai Lupi's business should be doing well. It was very possible that someone wanted to rob him. No, something happened to the young master's cultivation. I think he went berserk. Li Si said anxiously. I couldn't find anyone else. I could only wait here for Madam. Ning Shu, how did you get the term Madam? Ning Shu nodded. Then I'll go take a look. How did he go berserk? Could it be that he was uncontrollably absorbing the soul energy in the soul stone? Okay. Li Si quickly brought Ning Shu to the small courtyard. Along the way, Ning Shu asked Li Si, did the Li family come looking for trouble? They did a few times. Especially when they saw that the young master took out so many high-quality treasures. They wanted the young master to give them to the family, but the young master beat them all away. Later, they saw that the young master was strong, so they didn't dare to come looking for trouble. Now the main family wants the young master to go back. They say that the young master is a descendant of the Li family. Li Si pursed his lips. Even a servant like him could see the reason for this. Wasn't it because they wanted the treasures in the young master's hands? Ning Shu clicked his tongue. The Li family was really thick-skinned. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard. Li Si opened the door for Ning Shu and respectfully welcomed her in. Ning Shu looked at Li Si. He felt that the Pai Lupi was really lucky to have such a loyal servant who would stay by his side no matter what happened. He would stand in front of him no matter what happened. Ning Shu gave him a bottle of spirit liquid. Cultivate well. Although she said that a wise man submits to circumstances, loyalty was something that everyone admired and wanted. Li Si was flattered and took it. Thank you, madam. Please take a look at the young master. Ning Shu went to the room where the Pai Lupi was cultivating. Outside the door, she saw wisps of imperceptible black gas coming out. Ning Shu. Ning Shu opened the door and saw Pai Lupi sitting on the bed with his head lowered. When he heard someone come in, he raised his head. Young master, how are you? Li Si asked Pai Lupi. The second young master rubbed his forehead. Not too good. Pai Lupi's expression was cold. He was probably in pain. His expression was hideous and terrifying. His eyes were red, and there was a faint black aura around him. He looked like an evil spirit. This was G deviation. He was probably going to spontaneously combust. How did you end up like this? Ning Shu kept a distance from Pai Lupi. He didn't want to touch the black smoke around him. Pai Lupi rubbed his forehead with a pained expression. I probably absorbed too many soul stones. Ning Shu was speechless. Soul stones weren't pure. Ning Shu never dared to touch them. Pai Lupi seemed to be desperately absorbing them. After absorbing too much, his soul couldn't take it anymore. Finally, there was a problem. The impurities had to be filtered by the soul before it could be strengthened again. Right now, Pai Lupi's soul was stronger than Ning Shu's. One could imagine how many soul stones he had absorbed. It would be strange if there were no problems. Other than absorbing soul stones? Looking at the other soul cultivators, he didn't see such a situation. Pai Lupi kept rubbing his forehead in frustration. He felt that his head was buzzing. It was as if there were many people whispering in his head. His ears were ringing. Pai Lupi's situation could be diagnosed as mental illness in modern times. He was hallucinating. I've only absorbed good quality soul stones. Second young Master Li wouldn't even look at ordinary soul stones. Ning Shu squinted. High-quality soul stones? Didn't you absorb gold-colored soul stones? Pai Lupi nodded. Ning Shu was speechless. Directly absorbing soul origin, and not only that, but it wasn't pure either. This outcome was completely normal. If soul stones were like vegetables, then soul origin was like fish and meat. Eating and digesting it was all too normal. Moreover, the soul origin carried all the information and power of a soul, which he couldn't digest. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. It fearlessly absorbed the golden soul stone. He had too many soul stones, so he didn't have to worry about using them. How much did you absorb? Ningxu asked. Quite a lot. Pai Lupi lowered his head with his fist, his expression pained. Lisi cautiously asked Ningxu, can young master still be saved? Who knows, this situation was a little tricky. It was easy to eat, but not easy to spit it out. Didn't she tell him to go all out to court death? Lisi saw that Ningxu was silent and immediately begged, please save young master. Pai Lupi groaned in pain. He clenched his fists and hammered his head. Pai Lupi had been suppressing his anger. Previously, he was beaten into a dog by Big Brother and lost his body. He could only live in the form of a soul. Even after becoming a soul, Big Brother was still aggressive and didn't let him go. He harassed him time and time again. In the past, he used vines to kill the people sent by Big Brother, but Pai Lupi wasn't happy. The proud Pai Lupi didn't want to use this method. He wanted to become stronger and stand in front of Big Brother. Crush him to death, the business of heaven and earth treasures was getting better and better. There were more and more soul stones, and the quality was getting better. There were even golden soul stones. Pai Lupi had a resentful heart and kept absorbing soul stones. In the end, he didn't want to absorb normal soul stones and turned to golden soul stones. However, the more soul stones he absorbed, the stronger Pai Lupi felt. But his soul was out of control. Sometimes, his soul felt like it was being torn apart, and many people whispered. All of this made Pai Lupi's mood worse and worse, and he became more and more irritable. He was in a state of pain every day. Now that Ningxu was talking to Pai Lupi was very impatient. He wanted to get angry, but in front of him was Ningxu. It could be said that she was the only person who could save him. Pai Lupi tried his best to endure and endure. Ningxu looked at Pai Lupi with a headache. To be honest, she really didn't have a way to save him. She said, from now on, you can't absorb soul stones. Cultivation isn't done overnight. When your body was still there, you just needed to keep absorbing spirit chi to become stronger, right? How could Pai Lupi not understand the same logic? Ningxu saw Pai Lupi's face become more and more twisted in pain. He hugged his head with both hands, his eyes were scarlet, and his body was surrounded by a dense black aura. How many golden soul stones did he absorb? It seemed like this guy was hiding something from her. The soul stones that he gave her before were not golden. The best ones were mixed with a few strands of gold. He kept the good things for himself, but he ended up having problems. Ningxu temporarily left her calm aura for Pai Lupi to use. The calm aura could suppress the negative emotions in one's heart. As for other things, she still had to think of a way. She was too lazy to care about this guy. Thinking about this guy's business, she had invested in 9 Palace Mountain. Since she took the money, she had to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Pai Lupi, who was supported by the calm aura, felt a little better. He felt like a clear stream had extinguished the thick flames in his heart. He felt much better, and his head didn't buzz as much. Thank you. Pai Lupi thanked Ningxu with a hoarse voice. Ningxu squinted. You're not being honest. Actually, there aren't many golden soul stones. I admit that I kept some for myself. Pai Lupi said. Not many can eat like this. I absorbed a lot of soul stones. Tisk, you've only just recovered a little. You're playing tricks with me. Your condition can only be temporarily suppressed. It can't be cured. Also, you have to control your emotions. Ningxu said coldly. I understand. Pai Lupi gave Ningxu the soul stones he had collected during this period. There were also a few golden soul stones. Ningxu kept them. Don't absorb any more. You have to let your soul adapt. Ningxu prepared to leave. Does absorbing soul stones have such side effects? Pai Lupi frowned. He couldn't absorb soul stones in the future. It wasn't that Pai Lupi was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own yardstick. He felt that this girl was doing this on purpose so that he couldn't absorb soul stones. Then, he would give all the soul stones to her. Ningxu clicked her tongue. You can think whatever you want in your heart. The soul stone is originally a stone formed by absorbing people's souls. The 7 emotions and 6 desires of the soul have not been processed. What do you think you will absorb when you absorb the soul stone? Pai Lupi didn't say anything. He stared at Ningxu's soul. I feel that your soul is different from mine. The difference was even greater now. Pai Lupi, jealousy makes me ugly. /BK When Ningxu heard Pai Lupi's words, she touched her face. Am I prettier? Pai Lupi. No, it's just that you're very pure. Why are you pure? Standing next to her, he felt like he was covered in mud. Thinking about this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but take 2 steps closer to Ningxu. Ningxu immediately took 2 steps back with her hands behind her back. It's fine if you're going crazy, but you want me to be contaminated by these things. Stay away from me. Pai Lupi, this woman was really heartless and cold. She was obviously disgusted. Ningxu narrowed her eyes and said, instead of thinking about absorbing impure soul stones all day long, why don't you find a way to purify them? Then, you can absorb as much as you want. As for what you ate, you should think of a way to spit it out and get rid of the black gas in your body. Then what can I do to purify soul stones? Pai Lupi asked. I don't make any. Then what do you absorb? Pai Lupi wanted to spit on her face. What kind of person was this? I don't absorb. My soul was born like this. I don't care about soul stones. To be precise, she didn't care about impure soul stones. She never touched them. Hee hee. Pai Lupi grinned. He didn't know what to say. Who was born with such a strong soul? To put it bluntly, she didn't want to tell him. Also, if she didn't care about soul stones, why did she collect them? She pretended to be indifferent to fame and fortune. Only profiteers would do such things. I really don't know how to purify soul stones. You can research more. Maybe you can soar into the sky and become the best in the world. You'll be a peerless expert and worshipped by thousands. Ningxu said. Pai Lupi, I don't want to listen to her at all. How could he purify a soul stone? If he could purify a soul stone, then he would definitely become rich. He would probably become a spirit body. Right now, Pai Lupi was very obsessed with soul stones. Ningxu looked at Pai Lupi's thoughtful expression and decided to let him do it. If he really succeeded, she would also benefit from it. I heard that your big brother often comes to trouble you? Ningxu asked. Pai Lupi's face revealed a mocking expression. If you're not strong enough, instead of cultivating properly, you play around with your authority all day long. All you can do is scare mortals. In this place where strength was respected, strength was everything. Power was not important at all. Based on his current wealth and treasures, if he wanted to return to the family and ask the family to give up on his big brother, the family would definitely do so, because the benefits he brought to the family were greater. However, he didn't want to go back. Otherwise, the heir of the family would have to step down at any time. He wanted to return in an even more powerful way. Even if it was his spirit body, it had to be extremely powerful. That was why he was desperately absorbing soul stones. Ningxu did not ask any more. This was someone else's family matter, and it had nothing to do with her. After leaving Pai Lupi's small courtyard, Ningxu went to see the golden earthworm. To be precise, he wanted to see the child in the golden thread grass bud. Ningxu walked into the mine. The earthworm was lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. Ningxu looked at the child in the bud. It was still so small. Could it be that this child would be so small his entire life? How could he find a boyfriend at such a small age? He heard that there was only one child, and there was no matching size. Ningxu poured some spirit liquid around the golden thread grass and dripped some emerald green liquid that was full of vitality. He then looked at the child in the bud. The child opened his golden eyes and stared at Ningxu without focusing. It was as if he was looking at Ningxu, but also as if he was looking behind Ningxu. In any case, he did not know what he was looking at. Ning Shu glanced at the earthworm sleeping soundly on the golden thread grass. He felt that the earthworm was unlucky to be guarding this place. However, every time he opened his eyes, the earthworm was either sleeping or missing something. The child opened his eyes for a while. Before closing them, he curled up in the bud and slept. Ning Shu hugged his head. He felt that no matter where he went, there would be children surrounding him. Ning Shu kicked the sleeping earthworm awake. The earthworm woke up. Who? When the earthworm saw Ning Shu, it immediately asked angrily, "What are you doing? Won't this child grow up in the future?" Ning Shu did not know anything about such things. He guessed that the earthworm knew a little. The earthworm straightened its body and said uncertainly, "It should grow up." Should? Then when will it grow up? Did it have to sleep in the bud for a few hundred years? A few hundred years on Nine Palace Mountain was unknown to the outside world. It had been a few thousand years. By then, she would have probably gone to the second level. No, she might have toured the entire Nine Palace Mountain. It was likely that she would not be able to see this child grow up. It was great that she did not have to raise a child. Ning Shu felt a little hopeless when it came to creatures like children. The golden earthworm looked at Ning Shu warily. "Why are you asking this? Are you trying to steal my child?" Ning Shu. "Don't worry, I will never steal your child." The golden earthworm heaved a sigh of relief. However, due to his disgust for two-legged monsters, the golden earthworm never gave Ning Shu a good look. Of course, Ning Shu could not see his expression. He did not care about the earthworm's expression. If a human absorbed a lot of soul stones and went berserk, is there any way to solve it? Ning Shu asked the earthworm. Did he go berserk after absorbing too many soul stones? The earthworm said happily, "Serves him right." Great, another two-legged monster went berserk. Ning Shu was expressionless. "I'm asking you if there's a way, not for you to gloat." "No, this situation is hopeless. The soul stone's poison will only go deeper into the soul and cannot be removed. Two-legged monsters are greedy and will desperately absorb soul stones. The soul stone's poison is produced by the two-legged monsters themselves. You reap what you sow. Two-legged monsters harm other two-legged monsters. It feels so good." The earthworm wanted to do 2 somersaults to express its joy. Ning Shu looked at the happy earthworm. The soul stone was poisonous. It was the poison of the soul, the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans. Your poison was removed from the soul stone, right? The earthworm's poison was so poisonous that it could pollute the soul of a person and contaminate mineral deposits. This poison came from a human. Yes, but two-legged monsters have no way to remove the poison. Any soul that absorbs a soul stone will be more or less poisoned, including you. The earthworm looked at Ning Shu. La, you're poisoned." Ning Shu frowned. This kind of poison would take root in the soul. There was no way to remove it. Fortunately, she did not absorb any impure soul stones. Moreover, when she mined in the future, she would have to wrap herself up. Otherwise, she would be contaminated by the soul stone's poison and her soul would be contaminated. Damn, it's really poisonous. That Pai Lupi situation would not be better unless she came up with a solution. /BK Ning Shu felt that something wasn't right. When a soul cultivator absorbed a soul stone, they would be more or less poisoned. If the soul couldn't continue and died, the poisoned soul would be absorbed by the heaven and earth, forming an even more turbid soul stone. It was simply a vicious cycle. Ning Shu felt that he had to quickly mine. It would be best if he could quickly enter the second level and see the quality of the soul stones there. Looking at how the earthworms removed the poison from the soul stone, he knew how strong the poison was. Damn, he had to be more careful when mining in the future. Once he touched it, it would slowly take root in his soul. What should he do then? He couldn't let his soul have any problems. His career would end here. She still had to build the world, look at the sea of stars, and stand at the peak of the mountain. However, humans were both poisonous and weak. Even the earthworms could evolve to remove the poison and use it as a weapon. However, humans couldn't. Perhaps many soul cultivators had already noticed it, but they couldn't solve it. If they wanted to become stronger, they could only absorb soul stones and drink poison to quench their thirst. In the end, they would be completely infected by the poison. After their soul dissipated, the poisoned soul energy and soul origin would be absorbed by the heaven and earth. Sigh, how sad. Ningxu felt that if this continued, there would be problems with the Nine-Palace Mountain world. Originally, the 9th level was the world of reincarnation. However, it was a deformed world of reincarnation where one could only leave and not enter. Otherwise, the reincarnation world's pool of reincarnation could remove the poison from the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the soul. The soul in reincarnation wouldn't have so much poison, and the poison wouldn't accumulate. Then, would the heavenly Tao of this world also be affected by the poison? Ningxu suddenly realized that the Nine-Palace Mountain seemed to have a problem. If the Nine-Palace Mountain exploded, these extremely poisonous soul stones would fall into the world of reincarnation. Would it affect the world of reincarnation? To prevent problems from occurring in the world of reincarnation, she had been feeding pure soul energy. It was hard to imagine how this would affect the world of reincarnation. Ningxu cursed in his heart. Should she move the Nine-Palace Mountain out of the world of reincarnation? However, the Nine-Palace Mountain world wasn't her world. She couldn't move it at all. Because this was her world, she could easily pick up a peerless martial art. No matter how big the space inside the peerless martial art was, for her, this space had no power. But for others, this peerless martial art was absolutely as valuable as 1,000 pieces of gold. It was absolutely impossible for a powerless mortal to move a mountain. Against Nine-Palace Mountain, Ningxu was a powerless mortal. Ningxu pulled at his hair. What the F***ck? The golden earthworm looked at Ningxu's twisted and ferocious face and immediately asked expectantly, "Were you poisoned too? Did you absorb the soul stones?" "That's right, you have so many soul stones. You must have absorbed them." Ningxu looked at the golden earthworm and said, "Just now, that baby woke up and even opened his eyes. Come on, let's hurt each other." The golden earthworm's body stiffened as if it had been struck by lightning. "Impossible. Did it see you? I'll bite you to death." Ningxu nodded and said, "Yes, it woke up. Golden eyes. I'll bite you to death." The golden earthworm bared its fangs. Black venom floated on the fangs. Ningxu was now very afraid of this poison. He couldn't wash it off after touching it. He calmly said, "I lied to you." He didn't open his eyes. Ningxu took out a jade bottle and caught the venom floating on the golden earthworm's fangs. "What are you doing?" The golden earthworm immediately closed its mouth and covered its fangs. "I'm studying it." Ningxu closed the bottle. The earthworm revealed a meaningful smile. It was unknown how it made such an expression. "You want to poison the other two-legged monsters, right? Two-legged monsters are all creatures that are best at killing their own kind. They are very vicious to their own kind." Ningxu said, "Yes, they are cruel to their own kind. So, no matter how I treat you, an alien, it's not cruel." The earthworm snorted, propped up its body and looked at the baby in the bud. It muttered and hummed, as if it was singing a lullaby. But if it heard his song, it would be more difficult to sleep. Ningxu put away the bottle with a heavy heart. It seemed that he couldn't directly feed the soul stone in the world of samsara in the future. Although what he fed now was pure soul power, Ningxu thought that after the world evolved and became more stable, he could feed the soul stone directly. But the soul stone was so poisonous that it couldn't be used. He had to use pure soul power all the time. Moreover, Ningxu was a little worried now. Was the soul stone purified by the main system really pure? Worry. Ningxu said to the earthworm, "I'm leaving." The earthworm ignored Ningxu and stared at the baby in the bud with kind eyes like an old father. Ningxu said, "This baby was born from the original soul liquid absorbed by the golden thread grass. The soul stone is so poisonous. Do you think the baby will also absorb the poison? If there was a problem with the mother's body, then there must be a problem with the child born." The golden earthworm's body stiffened. "It shouldn't be. The golden thread grass should be able to remove the bad things. The baby's whole body is golden. It shouldn't be contaminated." Ningxu stretched out his finger and pushed the baby in the bud left and right to check if there were any black spots. "Be gentle. You are too rough." The golden earthworm saw the baby being pushed around and immediately said. After a careful check, it seemed that there were no black spots. It doesn't seem to be contaminated. Ningxu touched his chin and looked at the baby in the bud. There is nothing on the outside. Maybe the body has begun to rot. What are you going to do? The golden earthworm looked at him in shock. Are you going to cut its body open? Ningxu pondered. Actually, there is a way. There is no need to cut it open. Check the color of the blood that flows out. Just like the golden earthworm, the blood in its body was golden. If it was really contaminated, the color of the blood would definitely be different. The blood was related to the health of the whole body. No, you can't poke. The golden earthworm shook his head. I won't allow it. Whatever. If you don't allow it, then forget it. Ningxu said indifferently. She was going to collect the original soul liquid in the underwater mine. When she went back, she would ask the main system if the soulstone's purification was really pure. Hey, why are you leaving? The golden earthworm saw that Ningxu was really leaving and hurriedly called out to her. The earthworm was now in a state of wanting to know and being afraid of knowing. It was the same as the patient's family. How about we prick it? Everyone can rest assured. The golden earthworm said. Ningxu turned back, took out a very thin needle, and pricked the baby. /BK, how is it? The earthworm asked Ningxu. Ningxu said directly, the skin is too hard. I can't pierce it at all. Ningxu poked it several times, but he couldn't pierce it. It felt like the tip of the needle was poking a stone. It seemed that there was no need to worry about this little thing. It would be a little difficult to cut open its body. Then it's fine. The earthworm let out a long sigh of relief. Ningxu was speechless. He wasn't sure at all. Should I use a chainsaw? Ningxu asked. Saw? No, it will hurt it. Ningxu put away the needle. He was originally in a good mood today, but he encountered Li Si, Pai Lupi, and the earthworm said that the soul stone was poisonous. His heart was tired. Why did you say such things? All his good mood was ruined. Pai Lupi's condition was obviously very serious. He didn't know if he could be saved. Ningxu flew to the seaside, walked into the sea, and dived into the mine. Before diving in, Ningxu set up barriers around himself. The soul stone was now like a biochemical weapon to Ningxu. Perhaps he had been exposed to some when he was mining in the past. After entering the mine, Ningxu saw that there was half a bucket of soul origin liquid inside the mine. Ningxu collected the soul origin liquid and left the mine. Then, she set up a barrier around the mine. Just as she walked out of the sea, she encountered a cultivator carrying a large blade on his back. This cultivator was tall and strong. He stood upright on the beach and looked at Ningxu. His voice was very loud. You are a sea beast, right? Ningxu snorted. Who are you? Are you following me? Are you trying to rape me? The big guy was speechless. He didn't expect to bump into a cultivator when he came out. Ningxu walked out of the sea. When the big guy saw the sea beast walking on the surface of the sea as if it was walking on flat ground, his pupils constricted. He stared at Ningxu and reached out to pull out the big saber on his back. The broadsword was dazzling under the sunlight. Ningxu stepped on the beach and took 2 steps toward the big guy. The big guy held his broadsword nervously and took 2 steps back. Move aside, you're blocking my way, Ningxu said. What kind of sea beast are you? The big guy asked. Mermaid. Isn't it said that piranhas are peerlessly beautiful, capable of causing the downfall of a city? The big guy asked very straightforwardly. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu directly gave this big fat guy a good beating. Moreover, he specifically hit his face, causing him to have a bloody nose and swollen face. That's not what I meant. I meant that you really haven't reached the point where you can cause the downfall of a city. The big guy covered his face and explained vaguely. Which family did he come from? His strength was only average, and he didn't even know how to speak. Ningxu patted the dust off his hands and turned around to leave. He wasn't worried at all that this big guy would discover the mineral deposits at the bottom of the sea. This was because this soulstone mine was still at the bottom of the sea, and the strong water pressure was something that even powerful cultivators couldn't withstand. The mineral deposits had been set up with a barrier, so it was impossible to enter. In particular, there were so many sea beasts in the sea. Once someone entered, the sea beasts would swarm over. A person's fighting strength in the sea would probably be reduced by half. The big guy covered his face and followed behind Ningxu. When Ningxu turned around, he immediately stopped in his tracks. "Which sect are you from?" Ningxu had beaten someone up, but he still acted as if nothing had happened. He spoke to the big guy nicely. "I'm a disciple of Shadow Plum Nunnery." The big guy covered his face and said. Ningxu said, "Shadow Plum Nunnery, it sounds like the name of a nunnery." "It's a nunnery." Ningxu sized him up. "You cultivate in a nunnery?" "Yes, I'm an orphan. I was picked up by the aunts of Shadow Plum Nunnery and brought up." "The aunts of Shadow Plum Nunnery are all women who can't survive." "Ningxu, what was wrong with her recently? Why did she always meet such straightforward and silly people?" It made her feel a little guilty for lying to them. "Don't follow me anymore, or I'll eat you." Sea beasts like to eat human cultivators with cultivation the most. Ningxu threatened. He couldn't even tell that she was a spiritual body. He was probably a newbie who had just entered the Jianghu. The big guy covered his face. "You suddenly beat me up, and even beat me up like this. Shouldn't you apologize to me and compensate me with some spirit stones?" F***ck, was this a scam? Ningxu said, "I can beat you until you can't speak. You're unreasonable. You beat me up like this. You have to be responsible for me." Ningxu flew up and left the big guy behind. "You beat me up and then ran away." The big guy chased after Ningxu. His speed was actually comparable to Ningxu's. He actually ran so fast. Was he pretending to be weak? Ningxu stopped and looked at him. "You must be an expert." "I'm alright. The nunnery aunts said that my physique is abnormal. And very suitable for cultivation. Actually, I don't like to cultivate." Ningxu, haha, you're saying this to a straight-A student. "I never study or revise, but I always get first place. I'm hated." "Then attack me. Attack me with your big knife." Ningxu wanted to test the straight-A student's fighting ability. The big guy shook his head. "I don't like to fight." Ningxu slapped the big guy's face. The big guy squatted on the ground and hugged his head. "You hit me again. You won't give me spirit stones, and you still hit me." Ningxu, she must have met an idiot. Was this a mentally handicapped child? Ningxu couldn't be bothered with him. He liked to follow him. Finally, they arrived at the door of Pai Lupi's small house. The big guy was still following behind. Ningxu knocked on the door. Li Si opened the door. When he saw Ningxu, he immediately opened the door. "He brought you an assistant." Li Si looked at the big guy with a bruised nose and swollen face. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Who is this?" "You have to compensate me with spirit stones," the big guy said to Ningxu while covering his face. "Li Si? What's going on?" This lady had spirit liquid, let alone spirit stones. Why was she being chased for debt? "This guy's master will give you spirit stones," Ningxu said. "I'm leaving." Li Si thought that this guy was placed here by his lady, so he politely called him in and asked him to wait. He would ask the young master how to settle this guy. "You'll compensate me with spirit stones, right?" The big guy pulled Li Si and asked. Li Si looked at his unrecognizable face and said, "You have to ask the young master about this." The young master wouldn't care about a few spirit stones at all. It was just that the young master was in a bad mood now. Whoever angered him could be scared to death just by his gaze. "Okay." The big guy waited for Li Si to call the young master. A gloomy young master appeared from the house. He was a tall and strong man. Although he was strong, he gave people a silly feeling. "Since she asked you to stay here, just stay here," the second young master said. "Then when will you compensate me with spirit stones?" the big guy asked. "What spirit stones? Who owes you spirit stones? Who are you looking for?" Pai Lupi's face darkened. /BK Ningxu walked out of Nine Palace Mountain and saw a black mountain in the world of reincarnation. Ningxu was really worried. If something happened to Nine Palace Mountain, Would it affect her world of reincarnation? The world of reincarnation swallowed too many things and Xianxia had put in a lot of effort. If something happened to the world of reincarnation, all her efforts would go to waste. Xianxia checked the world of reincarnation and realized that another leaf had grown. This meant that Xianxia had to support 4 worlds now. Xianxia didn't feel anything. It was just 4 leaves and there would be 5 more in the future. 6 more and branches would grow too. Life in the future would be tough and there was nothing to cry about. If the world of reincarnation could evolve normally, she didn't care. She was just afraid that something would go wrong. The investment was risky and she would lose everything if she wasn't careful. Xianxia felt like she was taking a huge gamble. Xianxia returned to the system space and took the soul source liquid and soul stone for 2333 to purify. He told 2333 not to touch the soul stone. The system was a soul too. Do you think the main system will purify these things? Xianxia said worriedly to 2333. He was afraid that the main system would cut corners. Then, the purified things wouldn't be purified. 2333 didn't reply. Xianxia shouted helplessly, 2333, what did you say? I was absorbing energy. 2333 asked. What an unnecessary explanation. After the war ended, Xianxia felt that 2333's situation wasn't right. You must be a minister. 2333 said that she had been imprisoned for many years and His Excellency even asked her to greet 2333. What minister did she know? The only person she was related to was 2333. As for the people she met in the quest, they were all fleeting. She might not meet them again in her life. If she met them again, it would be fate. Minister? 2333 sounded confused. Who is Jingqing? Even if I know him or me, I don't have any memory. I don't know who you are talking about. Xianxia did not force 2333 to admit that he was the official that Abyssal Prefect mentioned. As for who 2333 was and who he used to be, Xianxia did not want to get to the bottom of it. It was just that 2333 was in a bad state. She had to repeat herself every time she spoke. I mean, don't touch soul stones and soul origin fluid. Those things are highly toxic. Also, will the main system really purify them? Xianxia repeated. 2333, it will be purified. The main system will purify the soul power that mission takers obtain from completing missions and extract a portion of it. This portion of the soul power will be supplied to the army, so you can't be careless. Your soul stone will be purified. Xianxia replied with an "oh," and the worry in his heart finally eased a little. He reckoned that the main system had a lot of venom to purify the soul force offered by so many people. Xianxia prepared to go to Water City and Wood City to check on the city's enchantment. Although there was no tax, the 2 cities were under her control. If there were any problems, she would be the one to look for. First, he went to Water City, then to Wood City. Walking into Wood City, Xianxia felt refreshed. The air in Wood City was too fresh and full of vitality. His soul felt very comfortable. Xianxia strengthened the enchantment and then went to the city lord's mansion. He thought that he might as well sleep in the mansion. It was so comfortable here, even more comfortable than burning agarwood. Xianxia arrived at the city lord's mansion and found that there was someone living in it. Xianxia walked in and saw a woman who looked like Lin Daiyu sitting in a pavilion, looking at the lush flowers in the garden. Because of the law of wood, these flowers bloomed very well. Xianxia was surprised. The woman saw Xianxia and was even more surprised. She asked, "Who are you?" "And who are you?" Xianxia asked. "This is not a place you should be. Please leave." The woman said with a straight face, "This is the city lord's mansion. It is not a place where an ordinary task taker like you can come." Xianxia was speechless. "I know. This is my city lord's mansion now. Although I don't know who you are, please leave." Xianxia said coldly. This woman probably did not know that the law of wood's incarnation had died in the war. It had been so long, yet she did not know. Nonsense. This is my big brother Wen's city lord's mansion. How could it become your city lord's mansion? Please leave. Otherwise. The woman took out a bean. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Ningxu stared at the woman. This woman was actually a human and not a spiritual body. Without exception, all those who appeared here were spiritual bodies. Moreover, only super task takers could enter this place through trial missions. A human was actually in the city lord's mansion. From the looks of it, she and the Law of Wood's incarnation were lovers or husband and wife. The Law of Wood must have used some method to avoid punishment. In addition, it was the Law of Wood's incarnation. Therefore, no one in Wood City had discovered it. The woman stared at Ningxu, sizing him up from head to toe. There was jealousy in her eyes. What is your relationship with Big Brother Wen? How could you enter the city lord's mansion? The woman bit her lip and looked at Ningxu, her expression disappointed. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu directly rolled up his sleeves, revealing the law imprint between his thumb and forefinger. I am the Law of Water's incarnation. I am the city lord of Wood City. The woman looked as if she had been struck by lightning. What? Big Brother Wen actually gave you the law imprint? Ningxu took a deep breath. He's dead, and I got the law imprint. I understand. What about you? Go back to where you came from. The Law of Wood's incarnation's actions were against the rules. No, that's impossible. He's so powerful. How could he die? The woman's face turned pale in an instant. She stared at the law imprint between Ningxu's thumb and forefinger with a look of disbelief. It was as if she wanted to stare a hole in Ningxu's hand. Although I don't know how you got here, this is really not a place you should be. Therefore, please leave. Ningxu said lightly. He thought that this was the world of the mission enforcers. He did not expect that there would be a woman in the city lord's mansion. Moreover, she had a body. The previous city lord was really bold. If he was discovered, he would most likely be punished. Impossible, impossible. Did you kill my big brother Rong? Otherwise, how could someone as powerful as him die? Impossible. Everyone in this city was respectful to Big Brother Rong. She had seen people sending him things more than once. Of course, she had secretly seen it. Big Brother Rong said that this was a place for souls. She could only stay in the city lord's mansion and could not go out. Ningxu instantly imagined a love story. The previous city lord had even taken the risk to bring a woman into the city of law. He had probably met this woman during a mission. After completing the mission, he would have to leave this world. It was basically impossible to meet her again, so he had brought her back. What method did he use? If this woman stayed here, it might implicate her. After all, she was now the city lord of Wood City. If she was found to be hiding a woman, she would most likely be punished. Therefore, Ningxu had to get rid of this woman now. What about my brother Rong? Did you kill him to steal his law of wood? The woman was extremely sorrowful. Tears seeped out of the corners of her eyes. She directly activated the bean in her hand. The bean quickly sprouted, and tender vines grew out. Ningxu rolled over. Ningxu was surrounded by a water barrier. The vines could not do anything to Ningxu, let alone break the barrier. The woman gritted her teeth. She pulled out a crossbow and aimed it at Ningxu. The crossbow shot out a short arrow. This crossbow was probably some kind of powerful tool. It directly broke through the barrier and shot towards Ningxu's face. Ningxu's face was cold. He stood still. The short arrow shot between his eyebrows. It spun, but it could not pierce through Ningxu's forehead. Ningxu stretched out her hand and held the short arrow. She threw the short arrow at the woman. The short arrow flew towards her at an extremely fast speed. The woman seemed to be stunned. She stood there without moving and did not react. However, just as the short arrow was about to hit her, her body was enveloped by a barrier. The short arrow hit the barrier with a ding sound and finally fell to the ground. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. This woman had so many tools on her. Are you crazy? I didn't kill your lover. Ningxu asked 2333 to directly notify the main system. There was a human hiding here. It was better to report it. When it was discovered, she would not be able to bear the consequences. 2333, if she keeps talking, just kill her. There's still a soul. Keep the soul. Do you still need to trouble the higher-ups to come? Ning Shu, it's illegal to enter the country. The higher-ups won't say anything even if you kill them. 2333 said directly. Even if the higher-ups come, the way to deal with it is to kill and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Ning Shu, kill her. You can have the soul. 2333 said shyly, if you want to give it to me, I can accept it. Ning Shu, it's better to inform the higher-ups to come out. As for whether this woman lives or dies, it has nothing to do with me. 2333, oh. When the woman saw Ning Shu staring at her with an indifferent gaze, she had a bad feeling. Brother Rong had said that she couldn't be discovered. If she was discovered, she would die. Without Brother Rong's protection, she wouldn't be able to move an inch. She wouldn't be able to live in this world full of souls. She felt that she wasn't good enough for Brother Rong. Brother Rong was so strong, and Brother Rong protected her from the wind and rain. She didn't expect that Brother Rong would die in front of her. Even the law of wood imprint had been taken away by someone. Was it this woman who took it away? The woman stared at Ning Shu with hatred in her eyes. Ning Shu just snorted in his heart. He didn't care about her hatred at all. As for the matter of the law of wood imprint, Ning Shu didn't even think about explaining it, nor did he feel like explaining it. He just needed to wait for the higher-ups to come and take this person away. What's with that look in your eyes? Are you looking down on me? The woman's heart was pierced by Ning Shu's gaze. The pain of losing the person she loved, and because she wasn't strong enough, she felt powerless in front of this new city lord. She couldn't take revenge for Brother Rong either. Ning Shu, you think too much. It was this kind of gaze, this kind of look of contempt. The woman said angrily, you think you're so great just because you're strong? Ning Shu nodded. I really like how you speak the truth. After working so hard for so long, she just wanted to hear others scold her. She always scolded her. You think you're so great just because you're strong? You think you're so great just because you're skinny? The woman was furious. What kind of person was this? You think you're happy just because you're strong? Wrong. You can't imagine the happiness of being strong. Ning Shu grinned. He felt great. It was as if people who stood at the top were all pitiful. The rich were pitiful and couldn't feel happiness. The strong were all pitiful. What kind of illusion was this? The woman, Ning Shu saw that the woman's eyes were red and she was looking at him with hatred. He was confused. Soon, people from the top arrived. They were from the military. There were 3 of them, and the leader was Mo Ming. Behind him were 2 men in military uniforms. Is it this woman? Mo Ming looked at the woman and asked the 2 soldiers to capture her. What are you doing? I know Brother Rong. The woman panicked and activated the seed. The vines wrapped around them. The 2 soldiers immediately took out their laser guns and wiped out the vines. Mo Ming didn't pay attention to the situation. He asked Ning Shu, how long has this woman been here? Ning Shu spread his hands and said, I didn't bring her here. She's the widow of the previous city lord. I only found her when I came here today. Mo Ming narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the woman who had been captured. The woman kept struggling. Her face was red and she shouted in panic, let me go, Brother Rong. The woman's tears fell, but the 3 men didn't care about her. They ignored her struggles. Mo Ming said coldly, if you struggle again, I'll kill you. When he spoke, he was full of murderous aura. The woman was so scared that she kept her mouth shut. She was dragged away by the 2 soldiers. Mo Ming was about to leave too. He said to Ning Shu, in the future, just kill her. Ning Shu. It was just as 2333 said. She was still a little cautious. Sometimes, the rules of the organization were too vague. It was impossible to figure out where the boundaries were. Ning Shu said, why dirty your hands? Isn't it good to have an organization to do it for you? She had also paid taxes, whether it was the power of the soul or the power of faith. Mo Ming was silent for a moment. That's true. In the end, the woman was taken away. If she was lucky, she might be sent to the world of reincarnation. If not, she would be purified and supplied to the organization. He couldn't keep this woman forever, could he? Ningxu cleaned up the entire city lord's mansion, erasing all traces of the previous owner's life. Then, he lay comfortably on the bed and bathed in the rich vitality of Wood City. It was so comfortable, Ningxu closed his eyes and slept. At the same time, he became more familiar with the rules of Wood. He didn't know how long he slept. When Ningxu woke up, he felt refreshed. He felt that his soul was full of vitality and strength. After leaving Wood City, Ningxu went to the Dimensional City to learn the space rules. No matter what, he had to learn the space rules before he could enter the second level. There were too many spaces in the Dimensional City. Ningxu, who didn't have a good sense of direction and didn't have a good spatial thinking, resisted learning the space rules. But he couldn't help it. It was too painful. The golden earthworm stared at Ningxu with its tiny eyes full of hatred. I also want to ask you what you did and why you grew up to look like you. Ningxu turned to look at the man with a bad face. How could it be? How could she look like this? When the man saw that Ningxu had rejected his flower, he walked over and stepped on the golden earthworm's body with his bare feet. The golden earthworm vomited blood and cried as it vomited. It was heart-wrenching. What do you have to say to it? Woman, you dare to refuse my flowers. The man stared at Ningxu arrogantly. Ningxu's head was full of black lines. What the hell is this? The behavior of a domineering president makes people want to beat him to death. Ningxu was annoyed to death now. A pocket-sized doll suddenly became big. Pai Lupi's side had an accident again. Ningxu was too lazy to reason with him. You keep it for yourself. I specially left it for you, but you actually refused me. When I was still in the bud, I ate it sparingly. I just left a little for you. You still dare to dislike it. The man's face was very long. Looking at a face similar to his make such an expression, Ningxu simply wanted to die. No, thank you. Hurry up and eat by yourself. You let it go. I have something to say to it. I don't want to fight with you. It's fine if you copy my face, but you still want to tease me. A person who looks like me is teasing me. It's so damn shameful. You are a vicious woman. When I was still in the bud, you asked me every day when I would grow up. Now that I have grown up, you dislike me. The man was very angry and agitated. He stepped on the earthworm until it vomited blood. Get lost. Ningxu roared, shaking the dust in the mine. The man's expression froze. He released his foot and stood in the corner with his head down. His expression could not be seen clearly. Ningxu asked the earthworm, what's going on? What else could it be? You've grown up. What did you do to grow up to look like you? Are you hiding something from me? Earthworm's heart broke when he thought of the child's cruel behavior towards him when he grew up. It was as if the son that she had carefully raised was very unfilial. That was called heartache, despair, and helplessness. Previously, he was only the size of a thumb. Now, he had suddenly grown up and was much taller than her. Ningxu only had one feeling in his heart, and that was that he was a troublesome fellow. Ningxu changed the topic. Anyway, we can't stay here anymore. Let's leave. The golden earthworm said, no, I just want to die. As soon as it finished speaking, it encountered an invisible thread-like power that severed its body. Its body was cut into two, and golden blood spurted out. Things happened too suddenly. Ningxu and the earthworm were both stunned for a moment, and then the earthworm wailed, I really don't want to live anymore. Another wave of power directly cut the earthworm's body in half, and now its body had been cut into 4 pieces. Ningxu looked at the man in the corner. What are you doing? The man grinned, revealing his white teeth. In the dim light, only his bright white teeth could be seen. It already said that it wants to die. I'm helping, said the man. Ningxu was speechless. Hurry up and reattach your body. There's still something important to do. Ningxu said to the earthworm. She couldn't leave Nine Palace Mountain now, and the most important thing now was to figure out what was wrong with Nine Palace Mountain. She didn't want to be trapped in Nine Palace Mountain forever. The earthworm definitely wouldn't move, as if it was really dead. However, Ningxu knew that the earthworm could split its body into several pieces and form several clones. Stop talking. I just want to die. I don't have any attachment to this world anymore. The earthworm was weak, and its big eyes were filled with despair. Another wave of invisible power came. This time, Ningxu was prepared and blocked the attack. She frowned and looked at the man. What kind of person was this? Ningxu didn't have time to waste here. She said to the earthworm, do whatever you want. Anyway, I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'm leaving. She originally wanted to take the earthworm to find Pai Lupi, but the earthworm looked like it didn't want to live anymore. She was probably going to be trapped in Nine Palace Mountain until she died. If she couldn't get out, how was she going to do missions? How was she going to feed soul power to the world of reincarnation? How was she going to repair the world? Was she going to be a missing person in the organization in the future? Ningxu turned and walked out of the mine. The man followed behind Ningxu. Ningxu looked back at him. Do what you're supposed to do. Don't follow me. I have something to do. I don't know what I'm going to do. The man said directly. Can you give me a name? I don't even have one. You can call yourself whatever you want. Ningxu wasn't in the mood to care for her. A child was a child. An adult was an adult. He didn't have that much care for her. The man pulled a long face. What exactly do you mean? Ningxu wiped her face and said in despair, what do you mean? You're mine from now on. The man said. Ningxu's face was expressionless. She chuckled. Because you saw my face and imitated my face, I'm yours? Otherwise, why would I look like you? Ningxu said, you can look like an earthworm. The man said, it's too ugly. There are only two choices. I'll definitely choose the slightly better one. The earthworm, who had just weakly crawled out of the mine, was petrified when it heard this. It was like a bolt from the blue. Wah, I don't want to live anymore. The earthworm was shrouded in despair. As soon as it said this, its body was cut in half. Ningxu said. It's just what it said. A person who really wants to die wouldn't cry out that they want to die. The earthworm stared at the man with resentful and hopeless eyes. Her mung bean-sized eyes were gray. The two of them walked down the same path. The earthworm lay on Ningxu's shoulder and didn't say a word. It glanced at the man from time to time. This feeling was like you've tortured me 1,000,000 times, but I'll treat you like my first love. I'll forgive you no matter what. A father's love is as heavy as a mountain. The man pulled a long face. You have to give me a name. The golden earthworm immediately said, how about Liren? The man glanced at the earthworm. Who asked you? The earthworm collapsed on Ningxu's shoulder. Despair enveloped its entire body. Ningxu said, Liren is pretty good. I'm a man. How can I be called a beauty? The man wasn't satisfied. The earthworm said, it means indomitable spirit. A person is a person of people. Ningxu said, oh, you can read? The earthworm said. I've always been thinking that Liren can be used by both boys and girls. A father's love was as deep as the sea. I don't want to be called this name. I don't want it. I want you to give me a name. The man pointed at Ningxu and stubbornly insisted that Ningxu give him a name. /BK Ningxu said, apart from looking like me, this earthworm has always been protecting you. It's okay for him to give you a name. Don't be stubborn. The earthworm immediately looked at Ningxu with tears in its eyes. I was wrong. You're a good two-legged monster. Okay, then do me a favor this time. When the time comes, search a place and find someone, Ningxu immediately said. The earthworm snorted. Liren's expression kept changing. In the end, he reluctantly accepted the name and revived the earthworm. Liren asked Ningxu, you don't like me. Should I like you? Ningxu asked back. You have to like me because you're mine, Liren said rudely. The earthworm's heart was stabbed again. The baby that it had protected for so long had become someone else's. It silently cried, and its eyes squeezed out drop after drop of despair. Ningxu returned to the city and asked for the address of the Li family. Fortunately, the Li family was a famous family in this area. It was the overlord of this area. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi always said that he was the second son of the Li family. After asking for directions, they went to the Li family. In any case, the Li family was the biggest and most glorious family here. Liren gave the bud to Ningxu. Try it. It's very sweet. The earthworm's tears flowed even faster, like a broken string of pearls. I can't eat this kind of thing that hasn't been purified. Ningxu directly refused. The golden thread grass absorbed soul origin liquid, and soul origin liquid was also poisonous. Therefore, Ningxu didn't touch it. If it was contaminated, it couldn't be removed. Pai Lupi was a living example. Liren immediately said, "It's pure, very pure nectar. It's very sweet." Ningxu said, "Keep it for yourself. You don't have to please me. In fact, you have grown up and can do other things. You don't have to follow me." Liren had done this because he had taken her as his woman. First impressions were the strongest. It was the same as raising one's own livestock. "You woman." Liren was infuriated. His eyebrows were raised, and his expression was fierce. "If you don't eat it, I'll throw it away." "Wha?" The earthworm cried out. Ningxu said, "Give it to him to eat. Consider it as repaying him for protecting you. Here." Liren threw the flower to the earthworm. The earthworm immediately showed a gratified smile, like a simple father receiving a gift from his son. Then, he really began to lick the nectar from the flower bud. "It's so sweet. It's so sweet. It's so sweet that it reaches my heart." The earthworm was good at it. Liren looked at Ningxu. "What do I have to do to make you like me? You're so rebellious. I've already looked like you, but you don't like me. Whoever I look like will be my partner in the future." "Wha?" The earthworm cried as he licked the nectar. "Why?" Ningxu said. "I'm afraid you're thinking too much." "Then what do you think I should do? How can I find a wife with such a face?" Liren questioned Ningxu. Ningxu's face suddenly fell. "Are you saying that my face is so ugly that you can't find a wife? It's not that beautiful. I've received information that everyone likes good-looking people." "Your face is not the most beautiful," Liren said honestly. Ningxu was speechless. This was the second time someone had said that she was not good-looking. But she was not ugly. These people's taste was really high. Only a fairy beauty could be considered good-looking. Liren said again, "You can do it. You're the ugliest. You're also the ugliest." Ningxu could not be bothered with him. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the Li family. He directly released his spiritual power to scan the Li family's courtyard. The Li family's residence was built on a mountain. There was a long flight of stairs at the gate. These stairs were awesome. They were actually formed by piling up soul stones. The soul stones were ground into a specific shape and then inlaid to form the stairs. And there were quite a lot of stairs, stretching all the way to the mountain. There were at least a few hundred stairs. Ningxu was speechless. This was the latest way to show off. F*ck, kneel down and worship the rich. Ningxu squatted down and touched the soul stones. He really wanted to pry these soul stones away. His family was so rich. Pai Lupi lived like a poor illegitimate child. He lived in a small courtyard, had nothing, and had to rely on farming to get rich. In the end, because he absorbed too many soul stones, he seemed to have been poisoned. What a tragic life. Ningxu stepped on the stairs made of soul stones. He felt that his whole body had been sublimated. It was awesome. Liren curled his lips. This kind of soul stone is trash. Even if it was trash, no one would use it as a step. The two of them had not taken a few steps when someone came down the stairs. The Li family's servants surrounded Ningxu and Liren. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Li family's residence?" the leader said sternly. Ningxu said, "I'm looking for Pai Lupi. Please call him out. He owes me money." "Nonsense. Pai Lupi is not in the Li family's residence." The leader held a weapon in his hand. "If you don't get lost, don't blame the Li family for being ruthless." Liren next to him snorted and was about to make a move. Ningxu stopped him and said to the leader, "I'm Pai Lupi's partner. Now he's gone. He ran away after donating money, so I can only come to the Li family to find him. If the Li family can pay back the soul stones for him, I'll leave. The leader sneered and raised his chin. No one has ever dared to ask the Li family for a debt. It seems that you don't want to live. The Li family can help you. Ningshu clicked his tongue and released his spiritual power to check the entire Li family. He shook his head and said, the Li family is too arrogant. Who will pay for my losses? Ningshu's spiritual power was blocked. It seemed to be a boundary. It was estimated that many masters of the Li family felt Ningshu's spiritual power and were attacking Ningshu's spiritual power with their spiritual power. There is no second young master in the Li family, only one young master. The Pai Lupi you mentioned is probably swindling people in the name of the Li family. If he was cheated, why should the Li family be responsible? The leader said impatiently, you don't want to live anymore. Please inform them that I'm here to find young Master Li, Ningshu said. He let the earthworm drill into the soil and check the entire Li family. Her spiritual power was blocked by the boundary and the masters of the Li family. She couldn't enter at all. It was estimated that the Li family had many masters. The earthworm slid down Ningshu's body and drilled into the soil and disappeared. Liren didn't know what was the point of a woman talking endlessly. He just wanted to kill his way in. Why bother? But an eyesore earthworm was gone. Now he and she were alone. /BK Liren stood beside Ningshu and stared at her. Only then did he realize that he didn't know her name. What's your name? Ningshu. Liren replied with an "oh." The leader of the Li family's guards saw that these two people actually ignored him and started chatting with each other. Are you provoking the Li family? Ningshu asked in surprise, can you represent the Li family? The leader's face suddenly turned ugly. Do it. Shut up. Say that again. Liren heard the buzzing sound in his ears and said sternly. The leader choked. Who are you? A man and a woman both wearing red clothes and looking alike. Could they be brother and sister trying to blackmail? The Li family? Did the Li family look so easy to bully? Ningshu stretched out her vines and saw that these guards were tied up. She covered their mouths while she was at it. These guards didn't even have a chance to resist. Some of them were tied up and didn't even know what was going on. Ningshu dragged a few guards and stepped on the steps made of soul stones. She was experiencing the life of a nouveau riche. A few guards were dragged by the vines. Moreover, it was a step. Their bodies were bouncing up and down. It was simply miserable. The leader of the guards was furious. He struggled with all his might but couldn't break free. His face turned red. She had been at the gate of the Li family for so long. It was impossible that no one had noticed her. However, no one came out. Obviously, they wanted to let these guards test her fighting ability. Didn't Pai Lupi know her? He had wanted to recruit her before. Now that she was here, he didn't recognize her. Was it because the clothes were red? Did he not recognize her after changing clothes? Ningshu dragged a few servants up a few hundred steps and arrived at the gate. Grand young Master Li was standing there with an awe-inspiring aura of righteousness around him. Behind him were several powerful old men. Eldest young Master Li was a man with a strong desire for power. He wasn't very strong, but the people guarding him were all very strong. Perhaps young Master Li felt that although he was not strong enough, he had great power. No matter how strong they were, they still had to protect him for all kinds of things and resources. Learning martial arts and selling himself to the imperial family. Young Master Li must have thought of himself as an emperor. Even iron itself was not hard. The Pai Lupi Gongzi Ningshu cupped his hands and said, Miss, we meet again. Please let my family's servants go. If they have offended you in any way, I will apologize on their behalf. Young Master. When the servants saw their young master like this, they all had tears in their eyes. They wanted to repay young Master Li with their lives. It wasn't easy for him to be so approachable, and he was even able to win people's hearts at any time and place. Ningshu said, I didn't intend to embarrass these servants. I came here to find Pai Lupi. I went to find him, but his house collapsed. So, where is Pai Lupi? You mean my younger brother? I haven't seen him for a long time. Miss, I'm afraid you've asked the wrong person. Although there are some misunderstandings between us, I understand. He is no longer a threat to me. I don't need to kill him, and I can still leave a good reputation. Young Masterly seemed to be telling the truth. Speak, speak. Why are you winking? Liren said to young Masterly unhappily. Then she turned her head and said, he winked at you frivolously. It's so disgusting. Young Masterly didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he said, a fair lady is a gentleman's mate. Liren asked Ningxu, what do you mean? Haha, it's alright. I can only watch and can't do anything. I can't even have children. What's there to be happy about? He probably saw that she had some strength and wanted to show his masculine charm to work for her. Ningxu didn't want to beat around the bush with him. She still had to wait for the earthworm to come back. Where did the earthworm go? Why hadn't it come back yet? Could it be that the Li family was too big and she hadn't finished searching? If the earthworm didn't come out after a while, she would have to force her way in. She had to see if there was a Pai Lupi in the Li family. Ningxu thought about it. She had to find Pai Lupi and ask him what had happened. Ningxu had a bad feeling about the shaking of Jiugong Mountain. Could something have happened to the earthworm? However, the earthworm was still very venomous. If it was bitten, its soul would be contaminated. No one should be able to do anything to it. However, its efficiency was too low. Why hadn't it come out yet? She and young Masterly had to keep talking here. Ningxu didn't want to make a move unless she had no other choice. How tiring. Moreover, if Pai Lupi wasn't here, she would have fought for nothing. It was too tiring. Miss, do you want to go in and have a cup of tea? Young Masterly asked very elegantly. Ningxu grinned, revealing her white teeth. Sure. They walked into the Li family's courtyard. The spiritual energy inside was very abundant. It was probably because of the array formation. Liren asked unhappily, why did we come in? Ningxu said, if we didn't come in, wouldn't it be a waste? The Li family's tea must be good. In fact, Ningxu was very impatient and anxious. She had tried several times, but she couldn't leave Jiugong Mountain. Jiugong Mountain had locked her in this world. In order to entertain you, of course, we have to bring out the best things to make you smile. Young Masterly said with a smile. He was very elegant. In addition, he was the heir of the Li family. He was a very attractive man. Ningxu only wanted to say that he was a wolf pretending to be a saint. Liren looked at young Masterly expressionlessly. His expressionless face was exactly the same as Ningxu's. Both of them stared at him with the same expression. Even young Masterly felt a little annoyed and a trace of displeasure flashed across his eyes. He was the heir of the Li family. His politeness wasn't genuine politeness. The normal reaction would be to treat him as an approachable person. The normal reaction should be to feel flattered and frightened. What kind of expression was this? Young Masterly was brought to the flower pavilion, where a maid brought over a cup of fragrant tea. Young Masterly immediately smiled and said to Ningxu, have a taste of the spiritual tea grown in the Li's villa. He even took the lead and took a sip of the tea, indicating that there was no fraud. Liren took a sip of the tea and immediately spat it out. He said in disdain, what the hell is this? It's so disgusting. It's so bitter. I thought it was sweet. Young Masterly, where did this bumpkin come from? However, the other party's matter-of-fact attitude made young Masterly unable to say anything. He could only smile awkwardly and ask Ningxu to drink. Ningxu asked directly, where is Pai Lupi? Call Pai Lupi out. I want to ask him a few questions. That bastard Pai Lupi ran away with his little lover and servant. He ran away with my hard-earned money. Where is he? /BK Young Masterly said helplessly, you should know my relationship with my brother. I really don't know where he went, but it's normal for you to be cheated by him. He's that kind of person. Then can you compensate me on his behalf? Ningxu looked at young Masterly and asked, he took away a lot of my soul stones and so much spiritual liquid. He cheated me of all my belongings. Can you compensate me? Young Masterly. Well, how much does he owe you? Ningxu complimented the Li clan. After doing some calculations, there are still so many spirit liquids. In total, there are more than 100,000 high-quality and pure soul stones. I think 100,000 soul stones is nothing to the Li clan. You even used soul stones to build stairs. Ningxu complimented the Li clan. Where did the earthworm go? She couldn't have been caught, could she? She was tired of arguing here. It was a completely awkward conversation. Young Master Li heard Ningxu's exorbitant demand and his eyes flashed with displeasure. An old man with a crooked back walked into the flower hall and whispered something in young Master Li's ear. Ningxu clearly saw the surprise in young Master Li's eyes. He waved his hand and let the old man go out. He stood up and said to Ningxu, "Sorry, something happened at home. I can't entertain you. As for the money, you were cheated by my brother. The Li family will be responsible for finding him for you. You can ask him for the money. I can't entertain you." Ningxu was almost instantly sure that the earthworm must have been caught. "Then can you arrange a room for me? I've never been to the Li family, so I'm going to stay here. It's the first time I've stayed in such a luxurious place." Young Master Li hesitated for a moment and asked the servant to arrange a room for Ningxu. Although young Master Li's face was expressionless, his footsteps were hurried. Ningxu knocked the servant out and set up a ward to cover himself and Liren. It was almost invisible. He followed young Master Li in front. Young Master Li followed the old man to a room. There was a cage in the room. The cage was closed and vibrating. Ningxu scanned with his spiritual power and found that the cage was isolated from divine sense. He couldn't see what was inside. "This is a soul worm," young Master Li said. "Yes, it's golden in color, a rare sight in this world." "Congratulations, first young noble," the old man said with a smile. "There will be a reward." Young Master Li wanted to open the cage but was immediately stopped by the old man. "Don't, young master. This insect is very powerful. Several servants who were bitten have gone crazy." "I see." Young Master Li was a little disappointed. "I wanted to see what a golden soul worm looked like." "You've actually been caught. Can't you show some promise?" Ningxu said somewhat helplessly. He was simply a pig teammate. He was strong in the nest, but as soon as he came out, he would be instantly killed. What kind of setting was this? "Two-legged monster, save me!" Earthworm Ningxu shouted. Ningxu said, "Call me daddy." "Earthworm, I was caught by two-legged monster to help you. You can't do this to me. I trusted you so much. You're heartless, you're heartless." Earthworm was furious. "I know I can't trust two-legged monster." Ningxu walked over and directly snatched the young master from Master Li's hands. Being caught off guard, Master Li looked around in horror. "Who is it?" Then he saw the cage disappear. He didn't know where it went. The invisible Ningxu looked around the Li family's courtyard for a secret room to hold people. The Li family was in chaos. Grand young Master Li was so angry that he wanted to die. He didn't even get a chance to look at the soul worm before it was stolen. The entire Li family was in action, looking for the thief who had stolen their things. "Don't worry, young master. That cage has the consciousness of the little old man. I can lock their position," the old man said. Ningxu looked at the cage. He didn't know where he opened it. He directly smashed it open and released the dying earthworm. Then he threw the cage into the pool. Young Master Li looked at the fish in the pool according to the old man's senses. "You mean the thief is in the water?" The little old man sensed it like that. The old man frowned. Young Master Li immediately ordered people to go into the water and fished out the cage that was about to fall apart. The scene was silent and very awkward. "Find him for me. Break him into pieces if you find him," young Master Li said while holding his breath. "What did you find?" Ningxu asked weakly. "I didn't find the two men you said, but I found some women who were locked up," Earthworm said. "Women? Are they cultivation furnaces that were locked up?" Some cultivators or clans had the habit of keeping cauldrons for the purpose of harvesting yin to nourish yang for cultivation. Did they wear clothes? Did they wear too little? Ningxu asked. As cultivation furnaces, they had to serve their masters at all times. Of course, they would wear whatever was convenient for them. Generally speaking, they would wear very little or nothing. I have to think about it. I just took a quick glance and didn't pay attention. Ningxu said, what do I need you for? No, they wore clothes. Moreover, they wore hats on their heads. Their clothes were all the same. They were all gray and holding a string of beads in their hands. Nuns, why did the Li family catch nuns? Ningxu thought of the big guy. He was said to be raised by a nun. When she left, she handed the big guy to young Master Pai Lupi. He didn't know what happened while she was gone. Liren was expressionless. Why did you find 2 men? No, to be precise, 3 men. Ningxu retorted. This guy's nestling plot was really crazy. Liren was angry. You are my woman. We are going to be together. How can you find other men? Earthworm, so desperate. I want to cry again. Every time he heard the child he raised say something like this, his heart would hurt. Ningxu let Earthworm take him to find the nuns. Earthworm complained, you can clearly walk freely here. Why did you let me find them first? You even got me caught. The Li family is so big. It's too tiring to search every place. Since you found them, I don't need to search anymore. Don't you think I'm tired of drilling? 2-legged monsters were indeed creatures that were used to ordering others around. These nuns were locked up in an underground prison. There were many guards at the door. The invisible Ningxu brazenly walked past these guards and went to the cell where the nuns were locked up. You are from Plum Shadow Nunnery, right? Ningxu asked. The nuns suddenly heard someone speak and looked around in surprise. Ningxu said again, don't look around. You just need to answer me. I know the big guy. One of the nuns closed her eyes and whispered with her lips moving. It looked like she was chanting and praying. We are from Plum Shadow Nunnery. For some reason, the Li family brought people to Plum Shadow Nunnery and captured us/BK. Do you know Mountain Gaze? Tell him to leave quickly and not come to save us. He can't afford to offend the Li family. Even the abbess was killed. The nun was a little anxious and her lips moved quickly. Was that big guy called Mountain Gaze? Ningxu nodded and used his mental strength to check if there were any cages in this cell. However, he still heard the guards discussing how beautiful these nuns were and saying some dirty jokes. No matter what world they were from, when men gathered together like this, they wouldn't say anything good. Ningxu focused on finding the secret room and the mechanism. Finally, he found a secret room through the stone wall. In this secret room, Li Si was tied to a pillar with iron shackles on his feet. He didn't see young Master Pai Lupi. He had forgotten that Pai Lupi was now a soul body. Ordinary methods couldn't trap him at all. Ningxu found the mechanism and pressed it. He entered the secret room and removed the barrier. Li Si looked blankly at the 2 people descending from the sky. When he saw that one of them was Ningxu, he cried. Madam, please save young master. Why did he hear this sentence so often recently? Ningxu asked, what's the matter now? Young master has been captured and is going to be made into a Dharma artifact spirit by the eldest young master. From then on, he will be controlled by others, Li Si said while crying. Ningxu said, if he is made into a Dharma artifact spirit, it will contaminate the Dharma artifact. With such a poisonous soul, the Dharma artifact would definitely be contaminated if it was made into a Dharma artifact. Li Si said. Madam. Ningxu asked directly, what happened? Li Si wiped away his snot and tears as if he had found an organization. He recounted everything that had happened to Ningqing. The cause was actually the big guy that Ningxu had brought back. The big guy wasn't obsessed with anything else, but he was very obsessed with spirit stones. Every day, he nagged Pai Lupi to compensate him with spirit stones. Pai Lupi was extremely annoyed. Coincidentally, at this moment, the Li family sent people over again. The leader was still the eldest son of the Li family. Pai Lupi felt that he shouldn't let his big brother see him like this, so he said to the big guy with a swollen face, if you chase these people away, I'll compensate you with spirit stones. Then the big guy, who was also mountain gazing, really went out to chase them away. Of course, there was a conflict. Don't look at the mountain's honest appearance, and Ningxu didn't fight back when he was beaten, but his strength was really strong. While fighting, he still said, "I didn't want to fight, Bodhisattva, please forgive me." In the end, he knocked them all to the ground and apologized to Bodhisattva. Eldest young Master Li wanted to recruit Mountain Gaze for his own use since he was so powerful. Just like when he saw Ningxu back then, he tried to recruit Mountain Gaze. He even asked where Mountain Gaze was from and who his family was. "If you work for me, you'll get a lot of spirit stones." Mountain Gaze said, "Wait, I have to ask Bodhisattva if he wants me to follow you." Anyway, he squatted at the side and muttered for a while. In the end, he said to eldest young Master Li, "Bodhisattva said that I can't go with you." Eldest young Master Li was speechless and felt that he had been fooled. He took out a powerful spirit weapon and broke the barrier of the small house, blasting the entire house into pieces. Caught off guard, Li Si and Pai Lupi were captured. Pai Lupi's soul was even taken into a Dharma artifact that specialized in carrying souls. Li Si, who was captured, asked Mountain Gaze to find his grandaunt. Only she could save them. Li Si asked, "Did Mountain Gaze find you?" Ningxu rubbed his head. "You two are really troublesome master and servant." "I didn't see Mountain Gaze. I only found this place when I saw the house turn into ruins." "Didn't I give you the emerald green water? How could you still be captured?" "Young master, you put it away solemnly." The house was suddenly blasted open by a spirit weapon and the items were no longer with you. "Do you know about those nuns?" Ningxu asked the imprisoned people outside. "What nuns?" From the looks of it, Li Si did not know about nuns. In that case, these nuns must have been used by the Li family to threaten Mountain Gaze. Did eldest young Master Li want to take in all the experts in the world as his subordinates? It didn't matter if he didn't agree when he saw powerful people being recruited. There were plenty of ways to make them compromise. "You're just a servant. Why didn't he kill you?" Ningxu asked in surprise. Li Si said, "Grandaunt, when refining an artifact spirit, if the artifact spirit is too stubborn, it won't be easy to refine. At that time, you have to destroy the artifact spirit's mind and faith. I grew up with young master. If you kill me in front of young master, it will more or less affect young master's mind and make it easier to refine." Ningxu acknowledged. It was a little cruel to use a soul as an artifact spirit. He felt that young master Pai Lupi hated his younger brother. Heh, humans are so cruel. They can even use such a method to torture people who are related by blood, Earthworm said mockingly. Li Si saw Liren standing beside Ningxu and asked, "Is this your brother?" "No, I'm her man." "We look like husband and wife," Liren corrected him with a sullen face. Ningxu was speechless. He couldn't be bothered to explain. "Alright, I won't save you. When eldest young master wants to refine artifacts and kill you, I'll save you and that fool Pai Lupi." The most important thing now was to leave the Nine Palace Mountain. Why had the Nine Palace Mountain closed? Even she couldn't go out. Ningxu walked out of the secret chamber and saw these nuns. Eldest young Master Li's desire for power was simply abnormal. No one was willing to use such a method to threaten others. It was simply speechless. "Why do you care about these people? Let's leave." Liren said unhappily, "I don't like these people. I also don't like you to meddle in other people's business." Ningxu said, "My money." Ningxu couldn't leave the Nine Palace Mountain. She couldn't find a way out. Moreover, time passed slower in the Nine Palace Mountain than outside. So she could only save people first. She had to stabilize her foundation in the Nine Palace Mountain. Liren asked, "Why do you like those things so much?" "Because I need them." Ningxu shrugged. If she didn't need them, why would she go through so much trouble to collect these things? Did she eat too much and have nowhere to digest them? Ningxu hid in the Li family. The Li family's servants and guards were searching the entire Li family, but they couldn't find anyone. Eldest young Master Li was very angry. If he didn't catch the soul worm before, it would be fine. But he caught one and it was golden. Suddenly losing it was really heartbreaking. He was most afraid of having it before. If he obtained the golden soul worm, he would be able to explore the soulstone mines. Those hidden mines that hadn't been excavated would all belong to the Li family. Ningxu tried to open the black hole again and again to leave the Nine Palace Mountain. But no black hole appeared. She felt that the Nine-Palace Mountain had been sealed and even she couldn't leave. Why, what was the Nine-Palace Mountain trying to do? Or more accurately, what was the Nine-Palace Mountain trying to do? BK Ningshu still didn't know if the Nine-Palace Mountain was a heavenly Tao or a world with a heavenly Tao. Why did they trap her, an outsider, here? Was she going to be schemed against by the heavenly Tao again? Otherwise, why did they seal the world and lock her up in the world? It was simply hopeless. Liren asked Ningshu, "What do you like?" Ningshu, "Soul Stone." Liren, "What's your favorite?" Ningshu, "Soul Stone." Liren, "Shouldn't you like me the most? Why do you water me every time you come?" Ningshu, "If I knew you would look like this, I wouldn't have watered you. I would have just pinched the flowers." Liren, "What a vicious woman. Earthworm, you actually did so many things behind my back. No wonder he grew up to look like you. You are so shameless." Liren looked at Earthworm and said, "Even if she didn't do these things, I wouldn't have grown up to look like you." Earthworm was dejected. The Li family's residence had been searched many times, but they didn't find anything. This made young Master Li very unhappy. He also heard from the servants that Ningshu had disappeared and felt that it was that woman who had snatched his soul worm. While young Master Li was unhappy, a thunderous roar sounded from the gate of the Li family. "Li family bastard, let go of my ants." From the voice, it should be that big guy, Wang Shan. Young Master Li's mouth twitched. "I was waiting for you. I didn't have a place to vent my anger. This hothead happened to bump into me. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know how powerful the Li family is. Even if he wants to follow me, I will break his bones." Therefore, he brought a few experts to the gate. Ningshu also decided to go to the gate to watch the show. Wang Shan held the saber tightly in his hand. His hand was trembling slightly and there were tears in his eyes. He stared at young Master Li with hatred. "You killed the abbess and imprisoned my aunts. You have committed a heinous crime. You're just a bumpkin who grew up in a nunnery. I recruited you because I thought highly of you. I caught these nuns because I wanted you to work for me. However, those nuns didn't know what was good for them and resisted with all their might. Pai Lupi was in a bad mood and was no longer in the mood to pretend to be virtuous. You. Mountain Gaze grabbed the broadsword and tears welled up in his eyes. He wiped them with the back of his hand. "The abbess and the aunts said that good and evil will be repaid in this world. There is no need to use blood to wash away hatred. But this is different from what the aunts said." Ningshu watched from the side and frowned. He looked at Mountain Gaze helplessly and felt that this had something to do with him. She met Mountain Gaze and beat him up. Mountain Gaze insisted that she compensate him with spirit stones. In the end, he was brought to Pai Lupi's small courtyard. In the end, he got entangled in the Li family's matters. Young Master Li looked at him again. In order to make him behave, he captured these nuns. After all, Mountain Gaze had no power or influence. He was just an orphan who grew up in a nunnery. "I will definitely take revenge for the abbess and the dead aunts." Bodhisattva Guanzai. Mountain Gaze recited a sutra and then opened his eyes. He raised his broadsword and slashed at young Master Li. Gusts of whirlwind surrounded the broadsword, and the wind blew past. A huge force broke through the ground, and a huge attack was launched towards young Master Li. The huge attack caught everyone off guard. Young Master Li couldn't dodge in time and was pulled away by the experts beside him. Only then did he avoid being hit by the attack. However, the attack didn't stop and directly blasted open the Li family's gate. With a bang, the gate collapsed. There was a ravine on the ground that had been destroyed. When young Master Li saw such an attack, he was both terrified and happy. He had almost been beaten to death and turned into a soul like his younger brother. He was happy because if this person could completely become his subordinate, his strength would definitely be powerful. Young Master Li had mixed feelings about these powerful people. He was both envious and jealous. Enslaving these experts would comfort him a little, since he couldn't become an expert. So what if he became an expert? He still had to listen to him, a person who couldn't become an expert. Young Master Li hated his younger brother because he had been nagged by the elders at home since he was young. He hated this feeling of competing with his younger brother who had talent. Young Master Li's body trembled slightly. He was both excited and terrified. When Mountain Gaze saw him dodge, he didn't have a chance to attack him again. The experts beside young Master Li hurriedly protected him. A few people surrounded Mountain Gaze. Mountain Gaze kept chanting. If one listened carefully, they would realize that it was a sutra. How unique. Was he chanting sutras to eliminate his sins while fighting? Mountain Gaze was crying as he fought. He was still chanting sutras, severely injuring a few experts. One of them was even killed and turned into a soul. When young Master Li saw Mountain Gaze coming towards him, his pupils constricted. The aura made him feel a little timid. He had the strength to pick up mountains and an unparalleled aura. Moreover, the other party was very burly and had a strong body. Young Master Li swallowed a mouthful of saliva and immediately said, "Your ants are still in my hands. If you kill me, I will kill all of them." "How dare you?" Mountain Gaze stopped in his tracks. "Aren't you afraid of retribution?" "Retribution?" Young Master Li laughed disdainfully. He had done many things, but he had never received any retribution. Mountain Gaze had just entered the Jianghu and his worldview had been washed away. The reality was different from what the abbess and ants had said. Bad people never received retribution. Why did good people like the abbess and ants meet with misfortune? The incident at the entrance had already alarmed the Li family. Some people who were in seclusion came out and rushed to the entrance. The elders questioned young Master Li, "Li Ji, what's going on?" Li Ji's expression was a little ugly as he said, "It's fine. I can settle it immediately." "What do you mean it's fine?" "The entrance was smashed by someone. This has never happened before. If you can't do a good job, don't be the head of the Li family." The elders bluntly reprimanded young Master Li, making him feel very embarrassed. If such a thing had happened to his younger brother, the elders would only protect him and would not reprimand him at all. Because his cultivation talent was not good, these elders did not treat him well. If his younger brother had not become a soul, these old bastards of the Li family would probably have made him the head of the family. "Let go of my ants, or I will destroy the Li family." Mountain Gaze gritted his teeth and said. He had probably never done such a thing before, and it went against his beliefs. He appeared very nervous. Destroy the Li family? What arrogance. The expert of the Li family snorted coldly as a huge pressure surged towards him. Ordinary people would vomit blood or kneel down from this pressure. They used pressure to attack one's confidence, but Mountain Gaze was completely unaffected by the pressure. BK Mountain Gaze was disdainful of the pressure. It could even be said that he did not feel anything because his expression did not even change. When the elders of the Li family saw this situation, they could not hold it in any longer. They turned to the Li family's eldest young master and asked in an unpleasant tone, "Where did this come from? Quickly send him away. Fourth Grandpa, it will be dealt with very soon. You can go back." The Li family's eldest young master took a deep breath and said. He was not a servant who spoke to him in such a tone. Because he was not strong and his spiritual root was not good, he could not cultivate to become an expert. Therefore, he was ordered around like a dog. He was the future head of the Li family. When Ningshu saw the Li family's expression, he seemed to have been humiliated until his face turned red. This man had an inferiority complex and was proud of himself. He was able to interpret an ordinary matter into a different meaning. Mountain Gaze held the saber tightly and shouted as he attacked the Li family. The two sides fought again. Mountain Gaze's strength seemed to have no bottom line. He became stronger when he met the strong. Even when he was fighting with a group of experts from the Li family, he was not at a disadvantage. He fought while crying and chanting Buddhist scriptures. He was multitasking. Ningshu was speechless. Therefore, the fool who had been beaten by her back then and had not fought back was actually so powerful. Ningshu allowed the two sides to fight without interfering. Then, he decided to go to the prison and save the nuns. Anyway, he was invisible with the enchantment. Ningshu floated to the front of the prison and whispered to the nuns, "I'll save you now. I'll wrap you up with the enchantment. Mountain Gaze has come to save you." The nuns' expressions changed drastically, especially when they heard that Mountain Gaze had come. A beautiful nun hurriedly asked, "Did Mountain Gaze use his strength?" How can you not use your strength in a fight? Ning-Shu asked in return. Could there be something special about Mountain Gaze? Please save us. Mountain Gaze can't use his strength. The nuns begged Ning-Shu. Although Ning-Shu didn't understand, he still used a barrier to wrap all the nuns. Then, he shrunk the barrier, allowing the bubble-like barrier to float out of the cell and float behind Ning-Shu. Ning-Shu asked Liren, what do you think is special about Mount Gaze? You're quite strong. Liren casually said, I don't like you looking at others. Why can't you look at me? I'm your future husband. Ning-Shu slapped the back of his head. To me, you're my son with my face. I don't want to face my own face every day. If you were someone else, would you like yourself and fall in love with yourself? Liren looked down at Ning-Shu and asked with his arms crossed. Ning-Shu covered his mouth and laughed. I don't even dare to think about it. How can I be so lucky? So, you now have a chance to fall in love with yourself. It's with me. Are you excited? Liren pointed at his face. Ning-Shu looked away, not wanting to look. Liren was speechless. Woman, didn't you say that falling in love with yourself is a wonderful thing that you don't even dare to think about? Liren chattered nonstop. Earthworm lay on his shoulder and listened, feeling desperate and helpless. Ning-Shu faced the barrier bubble and arrived at the entrance. The nuns in the barrier saw the intense battle at the entrance. Furthermore, Mountain Gaze was getting braver and braver as she fought. She was simply a brave and good general under the command of tens of thousands of soldiers. Mountain Gaze, stop fighting. The nuns slapped the barrier, but it isolated the sound. Mountain Gaze couldn't hear their voices at all. Mountain Gaze, enough. A voice exploded in the air like thunder in everyone's ears. The weak people were directly knocked unconscious by this voice, and the strong people were also in a daze. With a pop sound, Ning-Shu's enchantment barrier was broken by a force, and the nuns inside the enchantment fell out. Ants. Mountain Gaze was pleasantly surprised when she saw the nuns. Ning-Shu slowly landed on the ground and looked at the floating man. Patriarch, you're out of seclusion? When the experts of the Li family saw this man, they immediately knelt down. Do you really think no one will notice if you travel through the Li family without anyone else? The Li family's patriarch said coldly as he looked at Ning-Shu. Ning-Shu spread his hands. He didn't expect the Li family to have such an expert. Young Master Li was knocked unconscious because he was weak. When he woke up and saw the powerful patriarch, he also knelt down and pointed at the earthworm on Ning-Shu's head. Patriarch, she stole the Li family's soul worm. Ning-Shu was speechless. Bah, what a shameless two-legged monster. The earthworm crawled into Ning-Shu's collar. Ning-Shu twisted it out and stuffed it into Liren's collar. The earthworm immediately revealed an infatuated expression. It finally got close to Liren and was still in his chest. Liren despised it and wanted to throw it away. It looked too disgusting. The Li family's patriarch's gaze locked onto Ning-Shu. Ning-Shu raised his head and looked straight at him. He narrowed his eyes and leaned slightly towards Liren. He said to the earthworm, does this man look like the person guarding the secret room where we found the golden thread grass? That man had already been turned into a lunatic by the earthworm. These two people looked a little similar. Could that person also be from the Li family? If that was the case, then this enmity was a bit big. However, the other party didn't seem to know. The earthworm poked its head out of Liren's collar and looked carefully for a while. I don't know. The situation was so urgent. How could I remember? Yes, their auras are very similar, Liren said with a gloomy face. You remember? Ning-Shu and the earthworm both stared at Liren. I was just sleeping. I'm not retarded. Also, that person wanted to eat me. Liren stared at the middle-aged man floating in the air. At least the cultivation method is the same. Ning-Shu and the other two whispered to each other as if no one else was around. Young Master Li gritted his teeth and said, this woman has a lot of spirit liquids on her, and also a treasure that can accelerate the growth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Li Xiang earned countless soul stones with her help. Ning-Shu, where are the countless soul stones? Ning-Shu shrugged indifferently. I have treasures. What does it have to do with you if I have spiritual liquid? You want to kill me and steal my treasures? You have to see if you have the ability to do so. Liren immediately clapped and laughed. Yes, my wife has good things. It's none of your business. The earthworm, I feel terrible. I want to cry. Ants. Mountain Gaze saw his ants and stopped fighting. He quickly knelt in front of the nuns. It's all because of me. It's all because of me that you encountered such a thing. Mountain Gaze, you can't use your power. Do you know that? We deserve this calamity. It's none of your business. Mountain Gaze, the abbess said that you can't use your power. /BK This power will make you lose your mind. Recite more scriptures when you're impulsive, the nuns advised Mountain Gaze. Mountain Gaze was holding back his anger. This anger made him very restless and desperate. Ants, you said that evil people will be destroyed by the heavens. Why is it different? It's just that the time hasn't come. I believe that the heavens will destroy those evil people. But good people always die in front of evil people. Is this how you comfort yourself? Mountain Gaze's worldview was collapsing. Don't think that way, Mountain Gaze. Everyone has their own fate. The ants were agitated. Quickly recite with me. Then, Mountain Gaze sat cross-legged and recited scriptures with the nuns. Ningxu was rendered speechless. This was a strange scene. The Li family's patriarch seemed to have never received such cold treatment. These people were either whispering together or sitting on the ground reciting scriptures. Should he knock on them with a wooden fish? Call out the soul worm and the treasures that can promote the growth of natural treasures. Then, I'll forgive you for offending the Li family, the patriarch said indifferently. Ningxu said, these two things don't belong to your Li family, right? Indeed, they don't belong to the Li family. These are your compensation. The Li family has been standing for so many years, but no one has ever died well after offending the Li family. Bullying the weak is not called being strong, Ningxu said. Wrong. The Li family's strength is obtained through countless sweat and tears. Why should we accept the offense of the weak? Otherwise, all our sweat would have been in vain. Our Li family's strength is obtained through tireless cultivation. What's the logic of compromising with the weak when we have strength? The patriarch said coldly. Liren turned to Ningxu and said, that sounds reasonable. Then, he said to the patriarch, I'm stronger than you. Can I kill you? Don't say that I'm bullying the weak at this time. Liren twisted his neck and prepared to attack. I can use you to atone for my sins. Although you're not that person, who asked you to be related to him? I'm going to kill someone. Aren't you going to give me your blessings? Liren pursed his lips, closed his eyes and asked for a kiss. Ningxu punched him in the face. Get lost, Liren touched his face. What a heartless woman. Mountain Gaze opened his eyes and stared at Ningxu in shock. Every time he saw this woman, she would beat someone up. He wasn't hitting him, but someone else. Ningxu glanced at Mountain Gazing. What are you looking at? Thank you for saving my ants. Mountain Gaze scratched his head and said, I don't want you to compensate me with spirit stones. I'll help you recite a sutra and increase your longevity, said Mountain Gaze. Ningxu. She had played this trick a long time ago. He recited scriptures for others and changed their diets. Liren glared at Mountain Gaze. Don't get close to my woman. Mountain Gazing scratched his head. I chanted the sutra and didn't approach. The Li family's patriarch wanted to rub his head. These people were causing trouble again. Did they take the Li family seriously? There were so many people in the Li family, yet they were just watching a few people cause trouble. Enough! The patriarch roared like thunder. Liren dug his ears. What are you shouting for? Do you think your voice is loud? Liren shouted at the top of his lungs. Immediately, sand and rocks flew everywhere. Even the floor tiles were lifted up one by one. Even the sky and earth darkened. Ningxu looked up at the sky. The sky was dark. Ningxu stared at Liren's back. Why did the heavenly Tao give birth to Liren? There had to be something special about the heavenly Tao. The role of the bricks was to build walls, and the role of the tiles was to shelter from the rain. What was Liren's role? Such a person would not be born for no reason. Furthermore, he had not cultivated and had great talent and strength. Mountain Gaze's face looked very young, but he was very strong. According to the nuns, this guy's body was still hiding power. Ningxu was sure that the heavenly Tao wanted to do something, but he didn't know what to do. She just wanted to go out. Could it be that the heavenly Tao wanted to trap her and bury her with this world? The Li family was a drop in the ocean to the entire world. Could it be that the heavenly Tao wanted to cause waves from the Li family and then this wave would affect the entire world? While Ningxu was thinking, Liren had already charged towards the Li family's patriarch. His attacks were unpredictable, and even the Li family's patriarch found it difficult to deal with. However, the Li family's patriarch was not a simple person. After entering the Nine Palace Mountain to train, he did not directly enter the second level. Instead, he established his own family on the first level. The Li family was getting stronger and stronger. The attacks of the two dazzled everyone. They could not even understand each other's moves and attacks. A fight between experts. Ningxu said to Mountain Gaze, "Take your aunt and leave quickly." "Oh, right." Mountain Gaze immediately wanted to take the nuns away. Young Master Li snorted coldly. "No one can leave today." As he spoke, he got someone to activate the mountain protecting array. He wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. The Li family's elders and powerful elders surrounded Mountain Gaze and Ningxu, not intending to let them go. No one can leave after offending the Li family. Otherwise, how can the Li family establish itself? Young Master Li sneered. Ningxu said, "I'm afraid you're retarded. You relied on some small tricks to become the successor of the family head. If you're not strong enough, who would care about a future successor like you?" Young Master Li's face contorted. He was most concerned about this matter. When this woman said it out loud, it was as if the most secret thing in his heart had been exposed. He was flustered and furious. "I'll tear your mouth apart." Young Master Li said sternly to the expert guarding beside him, "Capture her. I want to refine her into an artifact spirit and enslave her forever." The expert guarding beside young Master Li frowned, but he still followed his instructions and rushed towards Ningxu. He held a gourd-shaped Dharma artifact that stored souls in his hand. Next, was it going to say, "I'll call you. Do you dare to respond?" The gourd was opened, and something similar to a black hole appeared inside. It was about to suck Ningxu's soul in. Ningxu stretched out his vines and wrapped them around the man and the gourd. The gourd landed in Ningxu's hand. Ningxu placed the gourd by his ear and shook it. When he heard the sound of water shaking inside, he shouted at the gourd, "Pai Lupi, fool, are you inside?" Since it was used to store souls, second young Master Li should be inside. "Pai Lupi, fool, are you answering from inside?" "My name is Li Xiang, not Pai Lupi, fool." Young Master Pai Lupi's voice came from the gourd. "Can you come out?" Ningxu asked. "No, there's an array formation inside." "I'm trapped," Li Xiang said. "What a piece of trash." Young Master Li cursed in his heart. This was an expert under his command, but he was trapped in one move. Even his Dharma artifact had fallen into the enemy's hands. /BK Young Master Li looked back and forth between Ningxu and Wangshan. Why couldn't he have a subordinate like this who was loyal to him to the death? His status in this family would also be high. Those who could be used by him were all dabblers. They were all here for the Li family's offerings and resources. When something really happened, none of them could withstand it. "Even if you get the Dharma artifact, release my brother." "Without Master's orders, the gourd will not release him," young Master Li said coldly. Why did she have to save Li Xiang? What was so good about Li Xiang? It wasn't that he was more talented, but he had already become a soul body. Why did this woman still not give up on him? Ningxu shook the gourd and said to young Master Li, "Oh, then please release him." "What benefits did Li Xiang give you?" "I can give you double." Young Master Li gritted his teeth and was very unconvinced. "I can give you whatever he can give you. I can even give you more. Why can't you give up on him?" Young Master Li was jealous of these people who could cultivate and become powerful, but he also hoped that these experts could be used by him to increase his competence. Ningxu was a little surprised. She thought that they had already fallen out. She did not expect young Master Li to still insist on recruiting her. Was there really no problem? She and Pai Lupi were fools. It was not a matter of who would submit to whom. They were using each other. Both of them were free. It was not like what young Master Li thought, waiting to serve him at any time like a servant. She had a lot of things to do. How could she have the time to protect him 24 hours a day and earn some trivial resources? Ningxu said, I'm willing to cooperate with Li Xiang. I don't want to cooperate with you. It's my business who I cooperate with. How could he force her? She did not want to argue with a fool. She always felt that young Master Li thought that the Li family was amazing and that it was an honor to be loyal to the Li family. He was thinking too much and thought too highly of himself. Ningxu didn't allow young Master Li to let the people out. Instead, he dropped a drop of water into the gourd. As the water entered the gourd, it turned into an ocean. More and more water flowed into the gourd, creating a raging wave. Kacha, kacha, the surface of the gourd was full of cracks. Finally, it exploded into pieces with a bang. Everything had a limit to how much power it could withstand. Once that limit was exceeded, it would collapse. More and more water formed a huge pressure, causing the gourd to collapse. The water inside gushed out like a torrential flood. Ningxu pointed his finger and the water instantly disappeared without a trace. It was as if the flood from before was just an illusion. The souls in the gourd were released. The gourd didn't only contain Pai Lupi's soul, it also contained a few other souls. Suddenly seeing the light of day, he was still a little dazed. In the end, he glared at young Master Li with hatred. Li Ji, of course, nothing good awaited these captured souls in the gourd. Ningxu watched from the side. Young Master Li had more and more enemies now. These souls all charged towards young Master Li. They looked like they wanted to tear him into pieces. Stop them. Let their souls scatter. Young Master Li laughed coldly. They were just a bunch of rogue cultivators, yet they dared to be so arrogant. Yes. The people beside young Master Li pounced on the souls. Ningxu's mouth twitched. Before, he felt that this young Master Li had a strong desire for power. Now, he realized that he really relied on the Li family to do whatever he wanted. He gave up on treatment. There was always a taller mountain. The Li family might be strong, but there was someone stronger. Ningxu looked up at the battle between the Li family ancestor and Liren. The Li family ancestor was worried that the Li family was below, so he fought in midair to avoid the shockwaves from the battle affecting the Li family members and the house. Liren was probably born not long ago, so he wasn't very familiar with fighting. It seemed like he was just practicing, but he was still able to fight to a draw with the Li family ancestor. Such people who were born with powerful abilities weren't favored by the heavens, but because there was a mission for them to complete. Ningxu didn't feel jealous at all. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Even if there was a free lunch, it could be poisonous. With his strength, even if the heavens wanted to scheme against him, he was sure that they could do so. Mountain Gaze and the nuns were surrounded by the Li family. Mountain Gaze wanted to attack, but the nuns held him back, preventing him from doing so. Chant the scriptures with us. Don't attack, Ningxu was speechless. There was such a godly operation, Mountain Gaze really had no choice. He chanted the scriptures with the nuns, but the Li family wouldn't let them off so easily. However, these nuns didn't let Mountain Gaze attack. They would rather be beaten until they vomited blood and collapsed in front of him. Mountain Gaze's face was ferocious. He had no choice but to stand up with his saber to fight. Sit down. A beautiful nun shouted at Mountain Gaze sternly. Mountain Gaze was conflicted and had no choice but to sit down and chant the scriptures. These nuns' cultivation levels could only be considered average. They weren't as strong as the Li family's guardian elder. A casual spell had severely injured these nuns. They had no way to resist at all. Even so, these nuns still didn't let Mountain Gaze attack. As they vomited blood, they told Mountain Gaze not to attack. Ningxu was dumbfounded. Why were they so insistent on not letting Mountain Gaze attack? What kind of power did Mountain Gaze have? Even if he didn't have consciousness, the situation was critical now. Why didn't he use his power? Was he waiting for others to kill him? These nuns were really, Mountain Gaze, who was chanting the scriptures, was suffocating. He watched the heavily injured nuns collapse in front of him. These people he regarded as his family didn't allow him to attack. This made it easier for him to lose his mind. Seeing these people treat the people he cherished and cared about at will and remain unmoved, he would probably turn evil faster. A nun fell in front of Ningxu's feet and vomited blood. She reached out and grabbed Ningxu's skirt. She begged Ningxu, "Please take Mountain Gaze away. I beg you." Ningxu was expressionless. "No." The nun's expression froze. Ningxu said, "Isn't it good to let him take you away? Why can't he use his own strength? If he held it in, the backlash would be even greater." Instead of being aggrieved like this, it was better to be more straightforward. So what if he lost his mind? It was fine if he didn't have strength, but if he endured it even though he had strength, it would be even more harmful to his mind. If he didn't even have the courage to face the enemy, what was the use of strength? Look at how righteous the Li family's patriarch was when he snatched someone else's things. The nun vomited blood and said, "You can't do this. You can't." Once Mountain Gaze uses that kind of power, he will become a lunatic without consciousness. Even if all of them died, Mountain Gaze couldn't use his own strength/BK. Ningxu frowned and reluctantly agreed. "Alright, if you're all dead, I'll leave with him." Although the words were unpleasant, the nun was still very grateful to Ningxu and fainted. Mountain Gaze was so anxious that he cried. As he wiped his tears, he recited the scriptures. The beautiful nun opposite him said sternly to Mountain Gaze, "Be serious. Recite seriously." Ningxu really felt that these nuns were crazy. Did they think it was noble to sacrifice themselves to let Mountain Gaze live? They clearly knew how important these people were to Mountain Gaze, but they wanted him to be indifferent. This was more painful than Mountain Gaze's life. It was difficult for such a big guy like Mountain Gaze to sit cross-legged on the ground and cry like a dog. Ningxu didn't look at the nun. Instead, he looked at the battle situation in the sky. The patriarch had taken out some powerful spirit weapon and directly slashed Liren's arm. As soon as Liren was injured, the sweet smell of fruit emitted. Ningxu sniffed. What kind of natural treasure had matured? Ningxu was now traumatized by those high-profile and very fragrant natural treasures. This was because this kind of ostentatious treasure was a trap. Life was full of traps. Liren covered the wound tightly to prevent the blood from flowing out. However, the blood still flowed through the gaps between his fingers. The Li family's patriarch also smelled this smell and was a little bewildered. In the end, he confirmed that the fragrance was emitted from his opponent's body. After thinking for a long time, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. The experienced and knowledgeable patriarch immediately realized that he might have encountered a rare treasure fruit that could take human form. If he caught it, it would be very precious whether it was for alchemy or bloodletting. He was clearly sitting at home, but the treasure had automatically come to his home. Why should the Li family obtain such a peerless treasure? To be precise, Liren was indeed a kind of fruit that grew in a bud. The patriarch was very excited. If he caught such a thing, he would be powerful and could increase his combat strength. He could also obtain a walking natural treasure. It would be very convenient for him to take blood. The old ancestor's attacks were getting more and more powerful. He was using a magical artifact to trap him. Ningxu saw that Liren's situation wasn't very good. He floated to Liren's side and asked, "Why didn't you call me when Dingyi didn't stay?" Liren covered his wound and healed it in the shortest time possible. A good man never says no. Ningxu pursed his lips. How did he become a shameful domineering CEO? By sleeping all the time? As soon as he got close to Liren, Ningxu smelled something sweet. "It's the smell of your body. I hate this smell. I want to be full of manliness." Liren was a little annoyed. This kind of fragrance would bring a lot of trouble. "So you're saying that you're a heavenly treasure? Is your blood worth a lot of money? Let's sell it in the future," Ningxu said. "Liren, other than that, is there nothing else in your mouth?" Liren asked. Ningxu shook his head. "No." Ningxu realized that Liren was a troublesome character. Following this kind of person who was loved by the heavens, the unlucky ones were usually the people around him. The old ancestor stared at Ningxu. He realized that this woman had a lot of treasures on her. She had a golden soul stone, and now there was a humanoid fruit and spirit liquid that could promote the growth of heavenly treasures. Where did this person come from? Could it be that she was a little girl from a hidden family who came out to train? The old ancestor was a little conflicted. If this little girl really had a strong background and he stole her things, would the people behind her come looking for him? The Li family would be in trouble. But if he killed this little girl and took her things, his strength would increase greatly. He wouldn't have to be afraid of the power behind this little girl. If he got this humanoid fruit and used the blood to refine pills, the strength of the entire Li family would increase greatly. The Li family would become the true overlord of this area and integrate a lot of resources. The Li family would become more and more powerful and invincible. At that time, the world of the first level would be his world. Even if he didn't enter the second level, he would be a king in the first level. The more the old ancestor thought about it, the more excited he got. He looked at Ningxu and Liren with killing intent in his eyes. Liren said to Ningxu, "Back off. I will deal with this old bastard. I am just new to this. I will kill this bastard." Ningxu said to the earthworm, "Bite him and turn him into an idiot." When the time came, the old ancestor of the Li family would become a crazy person. Without the support of the old ancestor, the other powers would pounce on the Li family like hungry wolves. Moreover, he didn't believe that the Li family didn't have any enemies. Who wouldn't get stabbed in the underworld? The earthworm stuck out his head and stared at the old ancestor. He shook his head. The chances of me being bitten aren't high. Moreover, I might be killed. Ningxu, stupid teammates. They never did anything. They couldn't even deal the finishing blow. Ningxu pinched his fingers. He had to make a move after all. It didn't make sense for him to remain indifferent when the other party had snatched his things. He really couldn't be like the mountain gaze. His ants were about to be killed and he was forced to recite scriptures. Ningxu stretched out vines that covered the sky and earth. The vines grew very quickly and soon spread to the old ancestor's side. The dense vines were about to wrap around the old ancestor. The old ancestor dodged the vines' entanglement, but the vines kept surging toward him. The entire sky was covered by vines. The old ancestor didn't even have a place to land. If he landed on the vines, he would soon be entangled by the vines. The old ancestor hit the vines with his spiritual qi. When the two collided, there was a clang. It was like two stiff pieces of iron colliding. The old ancestor was a little stunned. How could the vines be so hard? However, the Li family was an expert who had lived for thousands of years. How could they be defeated by these vines? They directly released a fire element spell and roasted these vines. Fire was fatal to wood, and the originally stiff vines began to shrink. Ningxu pointed with his finger. Countless raindrops smashed down and landed on the vines, extinguishing the flames. These vines seemed to have been reborn. They were lush and verdant, and the leaves were green and glistening. There were so many good things. Even the old ancestor, who used all the resources of the Li family, couldn't help but be envious and jealous. If there was one of these things, it would be better than 100 pieces of trash. Liren watched silently and finally said, "I feel like I'm a gigolo that you're keeping." Where did these words come from? Ningxu was very good? It's okay. I'll take you to sell your blood. You're not a gigolo anymore, Ningxu comforted her. Natural treasures were of no use to Ningxu. They were not even as useful as a wisp of pure soul power. /BK Ningxu didn't care about treasures, but to a cultivator with a physical body, the temptation of treasures was no different from the temptation of money and beautiful women to ordinary people. Liren was in despair. Why couldn't this woman be like other women, shy and cute? Why was she so cruel that she wanted him to sell his blood? The old ancestor was busy fighting the vines, but Ningxu and Liren were chatting. There was also an earthworm that was sad and in a state of despair. Ah! A scream attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked over and saw Pai Lupi stabbing young Master Li's waist from behind. Pai Lupi's body was emitting black gas. He chuckled, looking very sinister. Young Master Li's face was full of disbelief. He turned around and looked at his younger brother who had been beaten by him like a dog. This dog dared to bite him. Pai Lupi pulled out the knife expressionlessly. Blood flowed along the knife. Pai Lupi stabbed again. Young Master Li grunted. My dagger is coated with poison, and it's a poison that targets the soul. You want me to be an artifact spirit forever? I'll make you watch as you lose your power. The experts you recruited can't save you. Pai Lupi smiled faintly. You. Young Masterly fell to the ground. His soul floated out of his body. He desperately wanted to return to his body, but his soul was still ejected. The blood in his body had been drained. This body was no longer alive. Not only that, young Master Li's soul was emitting thick black smoke. There was also a burnt smell. It was as if an invisible flame was burning his soul. Ningxu looked at Pai Lupi. Young Master Li was probably holding it in too much. That was why he treated Pai Lupi like this. He was more like an enemy than a brother. I'm in so much pain. Young Master Li curled up his body and spasmed. Pai Lupi said, Brother, this pain will last for a long time. This poison is not the most poisonous, and the effect is very slow. It will take a long time to burn the soul. Although Pai Lupi's voice was very gentle, the words he said terrified everyone present. Wouldn't young Master Li have to suffer a lot before he died? The educator nun said to Mountain Gazing, killing to stop killing, taking revenge with revenge. What's the final result? Look at what he will become after he succeeds in his revenge. He will also be trapped in a demonic land and can't be freed. Mountain Gazing glanced at second young Master Li, who was covered in black qi. After a long while, he said, he has always been like this, emitting black qi all over his body. Since the first time he saw second young Master Li, he had been emitting black qi all over his body. Mountain Gazing wiped away his tears. Aunt. Don't talk. Luckily, everyone's attention was attracted by this scene. The Li family members stopped attacking the nun. The two successors of the Li family had become soul bodies, and one of them had been poisoned. The Li family had no successor. Bastard. The old ancestor was furious. Now that the enemy was invading, this bastard actually had internal strife. No matter what the reason was, he shouldn't have done that. The old ancestor threw an attack at Pai Lupi, wanting to kill him completely. Pai Lupi's face revealed a mocking expression, but he knew that he couldn't dodge, so he stood there motionless. The Li family elder immediately begged for mercy, saying that the Li family only had one child left, so he couldn't be killed. Otherwise, there would be no successor. But the old ancestor didn't. To the old ancestor, these Li family descendants were just strangers. They served him, helped him manage the Li family, and found resources to worship him. There was no kinship. Without a successor, there were still other members of the Li family, so he didn't care at all. Ningxu directly condensed a thick ice shield in front of Pai Lupi to save him. The attack penetrated the ice shield. Although the strength was much weaker, it still cut off Pai Lupi's arm. However, he was in soul form, so he condensed a new arm. Don't be a corpse. If you can't do it, take these people away. Why are you guarding here? Ningxu said to Pai Lupi. They weren't corpses. They were treating this place like a nunnery and chanting scriptures. Today, no one can leave. The old ancestor ordered the Li family, kill everyone who needs to be killed. Don't leave anyone alive. Let these people leave today. In the future, everyone can come and provoke the Li family. Yes. The Li family elders and protectors started to attack. All sorts of spells clashed together. Mountain Gazing watched helplessly as a nun died in front of him. Then, her soul was taken away by the Li family. Aunt, I can't take it anymore. Mountain Gazing stood up and pulled out the knife on his back. However, the nun stopped him sternly. Mountain Gazing continued to slash at the Li family members with the huge knife. It seemed like he didn't use any spells. He held the huge knife and split the Li family members into two. Mountain Gazing, stop. Stop. The beautiful nun actually went to pull Mountain Gazing, but Mountain Gazing was in the mood to kill. He pushed the nun who was holding his arm to the ground and was killed by the Li family members. When her soul was taken away again, she shouted at Mountain Gazing, stop. Don't kill anymore. Leave this place. Don't avenge us. Wang, before she could finish speaking, she was sucked into the spirit artifact. Mountain Gazing's body stiffened. He turned his head and saw the nun lying in a pool of blood. What he saw were nuns lying on the ground and ants struggling to die. The Li family had turned out in full force, and there were fewer and fewer people on their side. The nuns that Ningxu had rescued had all been killed, and Ningxu had been taken away. Ningxu's heart suddenly wavered. Should he not have pulled these nuns out so early? Would it be safer for them to stay in the cells? Was Mountain Gazing about to go berserk? Ha ha ha. The patriarch took out a black flag and stored all the souls he had collected into it. The flag was completely black and emitted a metallic luster. Do you want to have a taste of the power of the soul summoning banner? The old ancestor waved the soul summoning banner, and countless souls rushed out, fighting to be the first to come out. Countless densely packed human heads rushed out, and their expressions were hideous and painful. They blotted out the sky and even blocked the sunlight. The people below only felt the sky darken as though the sun was being eaten. Ningxu felt goosebumps all over his body. The densely packed human heads made his trypophobia act up. This kind of world didn't lack souls the most. When a person died, be it a cultivator or an ordinary person, they couldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. It was fine for cultivators as they could continue cultivating. If it was a relatively weak soul, it would be absorbed by the world after wandering for a while and become a soul stone. /BK however, there were so many souls. The number was truly astonishing. These souls were tumbling in the black fog, struggling in pain. They dragged others into the pain, gnawing and devouring them to become a member of the suffering. Mountain Gaze stared intently at the black fog. His ants were tumbling in the black fog. Their faces were filled with hideous pain, and their eyes were swollen and bloodshot. They shouted at him, "Mountain Gaze, we are in so much pain. Can you accompany us? It's so painful." Mountain Gaze gripped his saber tightly and kept crying. "Ants, ants, Mountain Gaze, save us. We are in so much pain. We are so hungry. Mountain Gaze, we are about to starve to death." Ningxu put away the vines. Everything that had been tainted by the black fog had been contaminated. Ningxu did not wish for his woodnomological imprint to be tainted by these things. Furthermore, he discovered that in any cultivation world, there would always be some people who liked to play with souls and borrow the power of souls. Souls were indeed powerful, but using such a painful method to stimulate the power of souls was akin to playing with fire. Liren could not help but frown when he saw the black fog souls wailing in pain and greed. How disgusting. Ah. Mountain Gaze could no longer stand the wailing of the ants. He slashed at the black fog with his saber, slicing it into two. The souls in the black fog roared in pain. The weak and defenseless souls were devoured by the other souls, including Mountain Gaze's ants. Furthermore, the souls that had been struck by Mountain Gaze had dissipated. Mountain Gaze was at a loss. He did not know what to do. No matter what he did, he would hurt the ants. He hugged his head in pain and did not know what to do. The ants' painful cries made Mountain Gaze cry helplessly. The patriarch was extremely pleased. No one could dodge the attack of the soul-summoning banner, especially when they saw that there was something they loved and cared about inside. They would obediently be devoured and become a member of the soul-summoning banner. The corners of Ningxu's mouth twitched. The nuns, who had previously wanted to sacrifice their lives to protect Mountain Gaze, were now begging him to save them. Although this was not out of their own volition, they could not help but say words to tempt him. However, he still found it somewhat ironic. Did he think that by chanting the scriptures, he was a Buddha and could save the world? The Mountain Gazing was crying like a child. The souls of the nuns in the black fog were still begging the Mountain Gazing to save them, or to come in and be with them forever. The consciousnesses of these souls were controlled by the soul-summoning banner, and the words they spoke were no longer resources. Ningxu decided to withdraw. Anyway, he had already saved the people he needed to save. It was time to leave. There was no need to stay here for too long. Once the black aura was tainted, it would be impossible to get rid of it. Ningxu always kept a respectful distance from these things. Liren stared at the proud old ancestor. "I must kill him. He already knows my identity. There will definitely be countless troubles." Ningxu nodded. "That's good." Liren was like the walking meat of Tang Xing. It was as if eating some meat and drinking some blood could make him soar to the heavens. Ningxu tapped the old ancestor's body from afar. The old ancestor grinned. Today, none of these people could leave. This was a gift from the heavens to the Li family. If the Li family didn't take it, they would be punished by the heavens. However, not long after, the Li family's old ancestor felt that his body seemed to have become very, very hot. His skin also began to turn red. It was completely red, like a cooked prawn, and white smoke was coming out of it. His body was being cooked, gurgle, gurgle. He seemed to hear the blood in his veins boiling and bubbling. He tried hard to mobilize the spirit energy in his body to suppress this abnormality, but there was no way to do it. There was no scorching pain. Ningxu tapped with his finger, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The temperature of the blood in his body directly dropped, and the blood in his body directly froze into ice. No matter how strong a cultivator's body was, under such extremely hot and cold temperatures, his body directly exploded into bloody foam, which scattered all over the Li family. Ningxu set up a barrier in front of him, so he was not sprayed with bloody foam. Old ancestor, the Li family's people were stunned. The old ancestor that they were proud of, the pillar of the Li family, exploded into bloody foam just like that. Not even a complete corpse was left. Although his body exploded, his soul was still there. The old ancestor's soul wasn't strong, and it even looked a little thin. Seeing his body explode into bloody foam, he was furious. Ningxu picked up the earthworm and threw it at the Li family's old ancestor's soul. The earthworm was caught off guard and was immediately thrown out, and it immediately cried out. Ningxu said, "You know how to do this kind of thing, right?" In this world, the physical body was gone, but the soul still existed. It could live in another way. A living person and a soul person could live together. This was really a strange world. If it was really possible to live like this, then why would the world of reincarnation exist? It was a place for souls to rest and reincarnate. The situation in the Nine Palace Mountain shouldn't last for long. Something would happen to the world sooner or later. The earthworm said, "You should have at least told me so that I could be mentally prepared." It was really afraid to suddenly throw it out like that. Although the earthworm hated humans, it was more afraid of them. It had always hidden its past in its heart, but it was still afraid. The earthworm hit the old ancestor's soul with a smack. The earthworm immediately opened its mouth to reveal its poisonous fangs and took a bite. Then, it quickly ran back. The old ancestor felt a piercing pain in his soul, and then it started to feel like it was being torn apart. He held his head and roared in pain. His soul became thinner and thinner, and the light in his eyes slowly disappeared. He was like a puppet. He was like a wandering soul without any consciousness. But the soul in the flag seemed to have seen something delicious, and it actually swallowed the old ancestor's soul. At the same time, young Master Li, who was lying on the ground crying out in pain, was swallowed too, and joined the soul-devouring array. Such a weak soul like young Master Li would definitely be swallowed. The Li family was stunned. Not only was the old ancestor's physical body gone, but even his soul was gone. The old ancestor was an expert at playing with souls, but now he was actually swallowed by the soul in the flag. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Ningxu reached out and grabbed the soul-summoning banner. It felt sticky and disgusting to the touch. She immediately wiped away the old ancestor's consciousness from the soul-summoning banner and collected all the souls. The black soul fog that covered the sky was retracted, and the sunlight shone down. It was even a little dazzling. The Li family people felt like they were dreaming. Everything that happened was really like a dream. Ningxu shoved the spirit-summoning banner to Ritsuhito. Ritsuhito stared blankly as Ningxu settled the matter. Suddenly, something appeared in his hand. BK Liren lowered his head and looked at the black flag. He asked curiously, "Why are you giving it to me? I have such a pure soul, so I can't touch it. What if it contaminates my soul?" Ningxu said. He was afraid that it would contaminate his soul, so he gave it to him. Liren was expressionless. "You are thinking too much." Ningxu and the others prepared to leave. Pai Lupi dragged Wang Shan, who was wiping his tears and hugging his head. After they left the Li family, Pai Lupi realized that something was missing. "Right, where is Li Si?" Ningshu punched his palm. Right, he is still locked up in the secret room. Thus, they returned to the Li family. After a fierce battle, the Li family couldn't be looked at anymore. The walls were broken and there were bloodstains everywhere. The Li family old ancestor's body exploded, causing the entire Li family to be covered in bloodstains. If they had to clean up the bloodstains, they would be so tired that they would vomit milk. The entire Li family was in a sad and fearful atmosphere. They were all panicking. The old ancestor was dead, so who would protect the Li family? They went to the secret room and saved Li Si. When Li Si saw Pai Lupi, his eyes were filled with tears. He was surprised and touched. Young master, you are fine. That is great. Pai Lupi looked at his subordinate and sighed. He thought that the next time they met would be when they died. Ningshu felt that this pair of master and servant who depended on each other for survival was really touching. Hee. Ningshu looked at the stairs made from hundreds of spirit stones. She couldn't let them go to waste. She stretched out her vines, and the vines plucked all the spirit stones from the stairs. Then, she stored them in her meson space. The soul stone steps that the Li family used to show off their wealth were totally destroyed. When the Li family saw this, they were in despair. After Ningshu's group left, in a secret room of the Li clan, a man was spitting out blood. Upon closer inspection, this man's facial features were exactly the same as the Li clan ancestors. Even his expression was the same. The man covered his chest and spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked tired and said fiercely, I won't let you go. The clone that he had painstakingly condensed was destroyed just like that. Cultivators would usually form two clones and cultivate together, splitting their souls into two halves. In truth, they were the same person. This was to prevent anything from happening. Some cultivators would even form several clones. When they came across materials suitable for forming clones, they would choose to form clones to help them deal with certain matters. Even if one of them died, it would at most cause some damage to the others. The Li family had been ruined to such an extent, and they had even lost a clone. Only by capturing those people could they make up for their losses. Just as the Li family members were imagining their miserable future, and some of them were even packing up and preparing to flee, the Li family's old ancestor appeared in front of them again, saying that the one who died was a clone. With someone to rely on, the Li family's valiant and high-spirited aura returned. The old ancestor directly marked out Pai Lupi's name from the Li family's genealogy book. He didn't need such a traitor. Then, he began to arrest that group of people. The bounty was particularly generous. Except for a man in red, the others were wanted. If they died, their souls would be captured. In addition to rich cultivation resources, the bounty also allowed one to become an elder or protector of the Li family and enjoy a lot of resources. The Li family was definitely the overlord of this area. As soon as the arrest warrant was issued, the itinerant cultivators of the Jianghu and cultivators who wanted to make a fortune began to search for Ningshu's group. After leaving the Li family, this group of people looked at each other in dismay. Where should they go next? Pai Lupi could not return to the small courtyard. The Shadow Plum Nunnery on the mountain gaze was empty now that all the nuns were dead. If he returned, it would be an empty nunnery. It was not considered a home anymore. Ningshu was not from the Nine Palace Mountain. What he wanted to do the most was to leave the Nine Palace Mountain. During this period, Ningshu tried several times but failed to summon the black hole and leave the Nine Palace Mountain. As for Liren, as a person who had just transformed, he naturally followed Ningshu wherever he went. As a result, the entire team did not have a destination. They just wandered around, going wherever they went. 2333's voice suddenly appeared in Ningshu's mind. Damn, where did you go? Didn't you do the mission? Ningshu felt that he should have been wandering around for a long time. He had spent a lot of time on the Nine Palace Mountain. Time must have passed quickly outside. Ningshu said in despair, I'm trapped in the Nine Palace Mountain. Try to teleport me back to the system space. In the past, he could come and go as he pleased. Now that he was trapped here, Ningshu was very worried that he would never be able to get out. I've tried. I can't teleport you back. I wish you the best. 2333 said. Ningshu said, then do I have to be trapped here forever? Maybe because you often enter the Nine Palace Mountain and the Heavenly Tao knows you, so it decided to use you. 2333 said. Ningxu pounded the ground and cried. She had just been used by the Heavenly Tao in her previous world. What was this Nine Palace Mountain going to do? Was the words "I'm easy to scheme against" carved on her forehead? Why? The Heavenly Tao is a high-speed and precise computer. It manages the world according to a specific program. However, it might be reformatted and restarted. 2333 said. Maybe it knows that you are the Heavenly Tao of the outside world. 2333 said. Ningxu was expressionless. What Heavenly Tao of the outside world? When did she become the Heavenly Tao? When did she become the Heavenly Tao? Why didn't she know? The world of reincarnation. You are the Heavenly Tao of the world of reincarnation. 2333 said. Ningxu was speechless. What kind of Heavenly Tao was she? Even if she was the Heavenly Tao of the world of reincarnation, the world of reincarnation still carried the Nine Palace Mountain. Nine Palace Mountain still locked the Heavenly Tao of the world of reincarnation inside. What kind of logic was this? What was it trying to do? If something happened to the world of reincarnation and the Nine Palace Mountain couldn't get anything out of it, then let me out quickly. This was illegal imprisonment. It was restricting the freedom of others. 2333 left after saying a few words. Even if Ningxu called him, he didn't respond. This made Ningxu even more depressed. Why are you in a daze? Liren pushed Ningxu in annoyance. Ningxu staggered. Ningxu came back to her senses and looked at him coldly. Will it kill you to speak properly? Then why did you hit me? He felt wronged after being punched in the face. Your hooligan behavior. It wouldn't be too much even if I beat you to death. Ningxu said firmly. The world is so big. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to follow me. Are you chasing me away? You watered me every day and planted me, but you don't care about me. I've never seen such an irresponsible person like you. Don't you feel guilty? Don't you feel guilty? Don't you feel guilty? Don't you feel guilty? /BK Ningxu chuckled. My conscience is alive and kicking. It won't feel uneasy. Won't your conscience hurt if you force yourself to extort money? Earthworm felt his heart hurt. It hurt a lot. You don't feel pain, but I do. Liren pulled a long face. His face was somewhat similar to Ningxu's. When he pulled a long face, it was really a little imposing and scary. Ningxu asked, where did those words in your head come from? There was no such thing as a kept woman or a gigolo here. There were also those shameful lines, such as not being allowed to go home until they finished eating. What a troublesome little vixen. These were words that did not belong to this world at all. You passed them to me. I sensed them when you touched me. Liren said and sneered. You touched me back and forth, but you didn't recognize me. If I knew you were in such a situation, I would rather chop off my hand than touch you. Liren's words were so dirty when he touched her when she was a baby. Moreover, she had checked his body at that time. Don't think that I look like your mother. Ningxu didn't think that Liren belonged to her. Similarly, she didn't belong to Liren. She had never asked Liren to do anything for her, but Liren couldn't use this kind of thing to extort money. The world was vast. Why should he follow her? Not to mention that she was born for her. She was born long ago. She couldn't bear such a huge responsibility. Liren looked at Ningxu from the corner of his eyes. Ningxu saw that he was using a face that was somewhat similar to his to make such an expression. He really deserved a beating. Ningxu suddenly felt that he also deserved a beating. This was really a terrifying realization. No, it should be that Liren deserved a beating. It had nothing to do with his appearance. Mountain Gaze, who had been crying all this time, burped from crying. Now that he had finally cried enough, he said to Ningxu with red eyes, can you release my aunts? There's no saving her even if she's released. Your aunts are completely different from when they were alive. She's no longer your aunt, Ningxu said. Mountain Gaze said stubbornly, but I want to see them. So what if you do? They will only seduce you and drag you into that kind of hell. You will suffer as much as they do. The only thing left in them is evil. Ningxu said with a frown. If you insist on watching, it will only make you suffer more. I want to avenge Aunt. I want revenge. Mountain Gazing's body trembled. Young Master Li has been killed, and his soul has been devoured by your aunt. You can say that you have taken your revenge. I don't know what kind of power your body has that your aunt would rather die than let you use your own power. Ningxu shrugged and said. He realized that all his team members were problematic children. How tiring, she had to think of a way to leave Nine Palace Mountain. Being trapped in Nine Palace Mountain would waste a lot of her time. Where should she go next? Ningxu didn't know what was wrong with this world, so he decided to mine. He hadn't dug out all the mines, but he was afraid that it would affect his soul origins. He didn't dig until they were extinct. However, there was a problem with the world. Ningxu was afraid that there would be a problem with the soul stones in the soulstone mine. Since he couldn't leave for the time being, he decided to mine. As long as there were soul stones, everything would be fine. Ningxu made the decision to mine. This group of homeless children followed Ningxu wherever he went. The first place they went was the soulstone mine in the sea. It was a very large mine. Ningxu only dug out a small portion of the soul stones and only dug a tunnel. Ningxu didn't touch the other soul stones. Ningxu went into the sea. The other babies stood on the beach and waited for him. When Mountain Gaze saw the sea, he recalled that he had met Ningxu here. That was when he had just left the Shadow Plum Nunnery and wandered the pugilistic world. Things had happened like a wild horse. The cruel pugilistic world had given Mountain Gaze a heavy blow. It was like a dream. Ningxu entered the mine and enveloped himself with a barrier. Then, he started mining. He decided to dig out all the soul stones and not leave a single one behind. What if something happened to the world? Ningxu knocked in the sea. There was a suffocating silence between the four people and an earthworm on the beach. Liren was a little impatient. He wanted to go into the sea time and time again, but he retreated. They waited from day to night and then until sunrise. The four of them had turned into statues. They were motionless and had numb expressions. When Ningxu came out and saw the four wooden blocks, he thought that they didn't have souls. They looked very creepy. Ningxu walked over and said, "The matter has been resolved. Everyone, let's disperse and return to our homes." Then, the four of them rolled their eyes slowly and stared at Ningxu numbly. Alright, the four of them didn't have families or mothers. Did she have to bring the four of them? How hopeless, Pai Lupi said. Actually, there are many things in that small house. There are many soul stones and natural treasures that have grown and been collected. Are you sure the Li family didn't take them? With so many good things, he didn't believe that the Li family wouldn't search for them. I hid them very well. Ordinary people wouldn't notice them, Pai Lupi said. It was great to have soul stones. Then what are you talking about? Go to the small house and take the things. Liren looked askance at him. Other than these things, there's nothing else in your heart. Ningxu also looked askance at him. What do you want me to have in my head? Do you want me to think of you every day and have a face that looks so similar to mine? She knew that Liren was only looking for a reference to grow up. There was no such thing as Liren had said. If she and Earthworm hadn't barged into that secret chamber, Liren would probably have grown up to look like that soul. Would he have treated that man as his partner? Ningxu looked askance at him. Liren looked askance at him. At the same time, they chuckled. Earthworm? Hee hee. Along the way, Mountain Gaze wetted a few handkerchiefs from crying. He carried a huge saber on his back and looked very pitiful. However, no one could sympathize with him. In the beginning, everyone would try to persuade him, especially Pai Lupi. He felt very embarrassed and felt that it was because of him that Mountain Gaze was involved in the Li family's matter. His big brother looked normal on the surface, but he was paranoid. That was why such a tragedy had happened. When he wetted the handkerchief with his tears, Li Si would help him wash it clean and dry it in his hands. It was considered atonement for his master. Of course, the water used to wash the handkerchief was provided by Ningxu. However, everyone was numb to his continuous crying. Ningxu felt that this big guy was still in a psychological state, especially after encountering such a thing. He could only cry. There was no other way to express his pain. Ningxu was glad that he didn't drown his sorrows with alcohol. Otherwise, he would have to take care of a drunk man. /BK Wangshan probably didn't know that there was something called wine in this world. When they arrived at the small courtyard, Ningxu saw many people loitering around before he entered. Some sharp-eyed people saw them. They're here. There are 5 of them. Not one of them is missing. Ningxu looked at these cultivators with high cultivation bases. There were soul cultivators and fleshly body cultivators. All of them gathered and surrounded them. One of the cultivators asked, "Are you Li Si, Li Ji, and Wang Shan?" The people of the Li family didn't know the names of Ningxu and Liren. The arrest warrant said that the 2 of them were wearing red clothes and looked similar. It was completely correct. Wang Shan blew his nose and asked in a hoarse voice, "I am. What's the matter?" Wang Shan was obviously a rookie in the pugilistic world. He didn't feel that the other party was aggressive and the atmosphere was not right. "That's you. You are wanted by the Li family. If you obediently surrender, we won't harm your lives," one of the cultivators said in a deep voice. Well, they were wanted. Ningxu asked, "Who from the Li family wants us?" The Li family patriarch was dead. The Li family didn't deal with those forces and actually dared to want them. Was there something wrong with their brains? Of course it's the Li family patriarch who personally came out of seclusion to arrest you. The 4 of them looked at each other. Didn't the Li family patriarch explode into a bloody mist in front of them? Even his soul was devoured by the soul-attracting banner. Why did another Li family patriarch appear now? Are you sure it's the Li family patriarch? Ningxu asked. Of course. Pai Lupi's expression was somewhat ugly. Perhaps the patriarch has a clone. If he had known that there would be such a calamity, he would have also created a clone. At that time, he was young and full of vigor. Not far from splitting his soul into several parts, he felt that with his talent, he would definitely become an eye-catching expert if he cultivated a body. But he never expected that. Ningxu was speechless. What damn clone? If one clone was killed, who knew how many more there were? However, it was better to split one's soul. In the end, it was better to have a complete soul. However, there were also those who were afraid of death and would constantly split their souls to create doppelgangers. However, the strength of each doppelganger was not that great. It was no wonder that she had wondered why the soul of a powerhouse was so thin. It turned out that it was only a part of his soul. "Can I ask about the reward for us?" Ningxu and the other cultivators who wanted to claim the reward asked. The cultivators looked at Ningxu suspiciously. One of them threw a jade slip to Ningxu. Ningxu scanned the jade slip. Among their group, the one with the highest bounty was Liren, who even wanted to be captured alive. The one with the lowest bounty was Li Si. When Ningxu saw Liren's bounty, he was immediately moved. He said to Liren, "Why don't I send you to get the bounty and then you escape? We can save you." Liren was horrified. "Do you still have any integrity?" Ningxu said. "There's nothing bad about getting so many soul stones and cultivation resources for free. Besides, I'm not sincerely handing you over. Why are you doing this? Why are you forcing me?" Mountain Gaze wiped his tears while holding the saber. "Auntie always said that evil people will be punished by the heavens. However, these people have forced me time and time again. Auntie, I don't want to do anything." Then, Mountain Gaze began to recite the scriptures. He recited the scriptures very quickly, indicating how conflicted he was. Ningxu said, "Don't listen. Don't look. I can't do it. Regardless of whether I open or close my eyes, I look like my auntie. I can't take it anymore. My auntie didn't do anything. Why do they have to suffer such misfortune? The gods worshipped by the Shadow Plum Nunnery don't protect my auntie. My auntie has never dared to neglect them for a day. Why? Mountain Gaze hugged his head and cried bitterly. Ningxu really did not know how to comfort Mountain Gaze, whose worldview had collapsed. Also, the worldview that the nuns of the Shadow Plum Nunnery had created for Mountain Gaze was a little shocked. It was a little shocking. Mountain Gaze began to doubt his entire life. Why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me? Mountain Gaze held the saber and rushed at these cultivators, slashing at them like he was chopping melons. However, even with such a disorganized saber technique, no one was a match for Mountain Gaze. As Mountain Gaze slashed, he shouted, "Why are you so aggressive? I don't want to do anything." The other three did not even have a chance to attack. Mountain Gaze had yet to recover from the blow of the Shadow Plum Nunnery's death overnight. Now, the other party was endless. Mountain Gaze vented his pain on killing. However, the three onlookers did not have the awareness of using death to persuade Mountain Gaze to stop. They watched as he chopped one person after another, muttering to himself, "Don't force me to make a move," or chanting scriptures. The cultivators who had come for the bounty were either killed or seriously injured. When they were about to escape, they were chased by Mountain Gaze and captured. "Why are you forcing me to do something? Auntie said that I can't do anything." There was not a single person around who was not terrified. Ningxu frowned tightly. The nun did not want him to do anything. Could it be that Mountain Gaze was a straightforward person? It was obvious that he had suffered a blow and could not change his mood. Ningxu floated to Mountain Gaze's side and said, "Enough. Stop." Mountain Gaze turned his head and stared at Ningxu with his scarlet eyes. The pupils in his red eyes could no longer be seen. It was really blood red. It seemed that he had really lost his mind. Ningxu slashed the back of his neck with his saber, but Mountain Gaze did not react. He did not have any intention of fainting. This was a little awkward. "Enough." Ningxu snatched the saber from his hand. "I'm your auntie. Look at me." Mountain Gaze seemed to wake up for a moment. The scarlet in his eyes faded away as he stared at Ningxu. The cultivators who did not die under the saber scrambled away. The cultivators who were secretly observing also began to retreat. This was simply a wild beast. It was not worth it to kill an old master with random punches for some bounty. "You are not my auntie." Mountain Gaze wiped his tears. "My auntie. I want to see my auntie." "They are not your auntie anymore. Pull yourself together. When I think of a way to let your auntie escape this pain, she might be able to reincarnate again." In the soul summoning banner, she was not devoured by other souls. She had to endure endless pain. "Really?" Mountain Gaze immediately asked. "There's a certain chance." The premise was that she could leave 9 Palace Mountain and hand this over to His Excellency. Perhaps His Excellency could handle it. Now that she was trapped in 9 Palace Mountain, she could not do anything. Mountain Gaze's mood improved slightly, but he was still wiping his tears. Everyone entered the small courtyard. The house had already collapsed. However, Pai Lupi did not dig the ruins. Instead, he went to the land where the natural treasures were cultivated and began digging. /BK The secret room was below. This secret room was buried very deep. Pai Lupi and Lisi had been digging like moles for a long time. They probably didn't just dig 3 feet. They were almost at the bottom of the room. "We're here." Pai Lupi arched out of the ground and said. Ningxu slid down the hole. Ningxu asked Liren and Mountain Gaze to guard the entrance. Liren immediately pulled a long face. "Are there any secrets inside that you can't let me know? Then get down." Ningxu couldn't be bothered with him. Liren touched his nose. "Then I'll guard the entrance." Ningxu was speechless. This was a small secret room. The walls were made of stone, and it was filled with large boxes. When the boxes were opened, they were filled with soul stones and several ring spaces. The ring spaces probably couldn't fit them all, so they were stored in the boxes. "Then shall we split these soul stones?" Pai Lupi, Ningxu asked. "Then let's split them. There's a problem with your soul. You need to absorb less soul stones," Ningxu said. Pai Lupi was speechless. In the end, Ningxu took 70%, and Pai Lupi took 30%. "I didn't expect you to save so much behind my back. You must have been showing me fake accounts every time." Ningxu looked at Pai Lupi from the corner of his eyes. "Who doesn't have the habit of saving money?" "I saved these from the gaps between my teeth," Pai Lupi said without changing his expression. Ningxu said, "Then the gaps between your teeth are really big." After climbing out of the ground, Liren, who was supposed to be guarding the entrance, was gone. Ningshu looked around but didn't see him. He didn't say anything and ran off somewhere. Even Mountain Gaze was gone. Liren. Ningshu shouted, but there was no response from Liren. Where did they go? Pai Lupi looked around and asked. Ningshu released his spiritual power and scanned the surroundings, but he didn't see these two people. He felt that something would definitely happen if Mountain Gaze and Liren teamed up. Liren gave people the feeling that he did as he pleased and did not care about any rules. Mountain Gazing was a straightforward person. When the two of them encountered problems, it was really irreparable. If she had really been kidnapped, there would have been some noise. It was impossible for someone to kidnap her without making a sound. When they were dividing the loot, she had disappeared. He was really worried sick. Do you want to look for it? Lisi asked Ningshu carefully. There's no need to look for them. No one should be able to hurt them. Perhaps they got impatient and didn't want to follow us anymore. They left, Ningshu said directly. They were strangers who had met by chance, and Ningshu had discovered that Earthworm had run away with them. Earthworm definitely loved Liren. No matter what he did to her, she would forgive him and tolerate him infinitely. Haha, Ningshu asked Pai Lupi and his servant, what are your plans next? If the team was disbanded, Ningshu felt that it would be easier for him to be alone. He could do whatever he wanted. It was not easy to lead a big team, and they were all teammates who were always dragging them down. Pai Lupi shook his head. I don't know. I've been removed from the Li family and am wanted. Wherever I go, there will probably be people who want to capture me and bring me to the Li family to receive a reward. I'll follow you. This girl was so powerful. He felt safe following her. Ningshu was speechless. You can't always follow me. To be honest, I will disappear for a period of time. What will you do when I disappear? She was going to leave Nine Palace Mountain. Would Pai Lupi follow her out of Nine Palace Mountain? He couldn't leave. Are you going back to your home at the end of the universe? Pai Lupi asked. Can you bring me to your home? Ningshu was speechless. He was determined to stick to her. This was too shameless. Besides, what was the point of having these two people? Sorry, my home at the end of the universe doesn't entertain guests. The others won't agree. Ningshu rejected him directly. Second young Master Li sighed. His battle prowess was truly too weak now. There was a problem with his soul, and he couldn't continue to absorb soul stones. The Li family patriarch was still alive, and could crush him with a single finger. Pai Lupi continued, why don't we rob the Li family? Instead of being wanted, we might as well take the initiative to kill the Li family patriarch. Ningshu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. That's your family's ancestor. What ancestor? I've never seen him. I've only heard of him. He's like a stranger. I don't feel anything. Besides, he has already removed my name from the Li family. I'm no longer a member of the Li family. Pai Lupi didn't care at all. Ningshu thought for a moment. I have more important things to do. To mine. Don't you like soulstones? The Li family has a lot of them. Besides, they took a lot from the courtyard. The Li family occupies a lot of mineral resources. They have both soul stones and spirit stones. Pai Lupi tempted Ningshu. Ningshu looked at him expressionlessly. So, how many soul stones did you hide? A little. Other than the ones in the secret room, they were all taken by Li Ji, Pai Lupi said. If he hadn't suddenly encountered such a situation, he would probably never have told her. Ningshu touched his chin and stared at Pai Lupi. It seemed like he had to find another partner. It was normal for him to hide, but to this extent, he was clearly playing her like a fool. Pai Lupi immediately raised his hand. I apologize. I did hide some soul stones. Because I'm in a spirit state, I don't feel safe. Seeing these soul stones every day fills my heart with a sense of security. Ningshu laughed. Hee. Ningshu left the courtyard. Pai Lupi and Lisi followed behind Ningshu. Lisi whispered to Pai Lupi, young master, great aunt is angry. Pai Lupi didn't say anything. As soon as they left the courtyard, they saw two men standing there. One was Liren, and the other was Wangshan, who was blowing his nose. Liren looked at Ningxu in despair. I'm gone, but you're not worried. You didn't even look for me. Aren't you worried that I'll be captured by the Li family's patriarch to bleed me for alchemy? Ningxu said. Can you be any more pretentious? He ran away from home for no reason to test other people's feelings. What kind of trash did Liren accept? Everyone was an independent individual. They had to bear everything by themselves. The people they met in life were all passers-by. Even if they were husband and wife, they could die first and leave you alone. Ningxu really didn't care if Liren left or stayed. He had his own life. Liren was speechless. F***ck, this woman didn't follow the rules. Liren restrained the despair on his face and pulled a long face. He was very unhappy. Ningxu looked at Wangshan, who said in a muffled voice, he dragged me away. What the F***ck, everyone had gathered again. Ningxu had always wanted to act alone. Why did he have to bring these people, especially when the 5 of them were wanted criminals? 2 of them were wearing menstrual-colored clothes and swaggering through the streets. /BK with the previous example, Liren also gave up on disappearing. It was useless to make Ningxu anxious. Thus, Liren pulled a long face along the way, feeling very unhappy. During this time, Ningxu kept trying to see if a black hole could appear to leave this place, but it was impossible. After a while, Ningxu felt a bit irritated. They had been in the 9 Palace Mountain for so long, who knew what had happened outside? Time passed quickly outside, and by the time she went out, the world might have changed. Was the organization still around? Ningxu originally wanted to go mining, but along the way, there were many small tails tailing them. They were probably cultivators who wanted to capture them for a reward. When they appeared in the town, there were wanted posters all over the streets, pointing at the 4 of them. Ningxu picked up the wanted posters on the ground, saying that they had stolen the Li family's peerless treasure. It was a heaven and earth treasure fruit that could transform. There was also a soul worm. A heaven and earth treasure that could transform was very exciting. The cultivators who were watching from the sidelines all moved out. Drinking the blood of a heaven and earth treasure fruit could greatly increase one's cultivation. These cultivators were either here for the reward, or they wanted to take the heaven and earth treasure fruit for themselves. Even if they couldn't get the whole thing, getting an arm or a leg was still not bad. Thus, the group behind them grew bigger and bigger. Wherever they went, people would buy things. For example, in restaurants, if they were late, they wouldn't be able to book a room. Ningxu didn't care about these people. Pai Lupi frowned. Gazing Mountain would occasionally feel sad. He wanted Ningxu to release his ants and wanted to see them, but he was rejected by Ningxu every time. Gazing Mountain could cry a few more times. Liren obviously knew that there were people behind them, and said gloomily, that ancestor is doing it on purpose. He wants these people to exhaust our strength, and then he can take advantage of us. Ningxu, with you by my side, I suddenly became the public enemy of the world. When your body is cut open, the blood that flows out is sweet. Liren heard Ningxu's disdain and immediately said, what can I do? Can I choose my birth? Do you think I want to be a fruit that can be eaten at any time? I can't control the fragrance of my blood. Liren was very excited. I haven't despised you for being a spirit body yet. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. Then let's just dislike each other. Liren still wanted to say something, but he felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly. He immediately lay down on the ground to listen. Ningxu also lay down. Indeed, he could hear the ground rumbling. Could this be the reason why the 9 Palace Mountain was trembling? When Pai Lupi saw the 2 of them lying down, he followed suit. In the end, only Wangshan was left standing there. Humans were kind-hearted. The cultivators following them also lay down on the ground. What's the reason? Ningxu asked. Could it be that there was an earthquake? The earthworm burrowed into the ground and came out after a while. It's a movement from the land of lightning punishment. The earthworm said it's the land of lightning punishment. You can hear that? Pai Lupi was surprised. He suddenly realized that he was the weakest in the team. Of course, there was also Li Si. Of course. As long as it's something on the ground, there's nothing I don't know, the earthworm said proudly. However, other than Ningxu, no one could communicate with him. When Ningshu heard that it was the land of lightning punishment, he was immediately interested. Could it be that the monster in the land of lightning punishment was about to come out? Everyone headed for the land of lightning punishment. The people behind them hurriedly followed. The closer they got to the land of lightning punishment, the stronger the trembling became. Ningshu felt that he might have found the reason why the Nine-Palace Mountain was trembling. Perhaps the thing that had been struck by lightning was about to come out. Did it come out? Could it leave the Nine-Palace Mountain? By the time Ningshu's group arrived at the land of lightning penalty, the tribulation clouds that had been lingering around the mountain peak were no longer there. The changes to the land of lightning penalty had attracted the attention of many cultivators. These cultivators went back and forth to inspect the pitch-black mountain range. Everyone was still happy that the tribulation clouds were gone. Now, they could look for treasures. Ningshu stood at the foot of the mountain range. The ground kept trembling. He did not know what would jump out. Ningshu also looked around. Other than the barren mountain range, there was nothing, let alone any treasures. When they arrived here, the earthworm trembled like the mountain range. Clearly, he was thinking of the guy covered in lightning. More and more cultivators rushed over. Clearly, they felt that some kind of treasure would appear here. Considering how long it had been struck by lightning earlier, the treasure must surely be extraordinary. It did not take long before cultivators from all over the place gathered around a donut, looking like ants. Those who came late did not even have a place to stand. Those cultivators who wanted to kill Ningshu and his group to get the bounty also temporarily focused on the mountain range. However, the things in the mountain range were like difficult childbirth. They did not come out for a few days. Apart from the trembling, they stood on the trembling ground and bit their tongues when speaking. The commotion in the land of lightning punishment attracted the Li clan ancestor. The 5 people and the Li clan ancestor looked at each other. Sparks flew. The Li clan ancestor's gaze focused on Liren. Liren said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Do you love me?" The Li clan ancestor coldly snorted. He paid attention to the mountain range. Clearly, he felt that the mountain range was more important now. These people could not escape. This ancestor was exactly the same as that ancestor. Did he set the appearance of the clones to be the same? He should have set them to be different. The mountain range trembled more and more. Ningshu was very worried that his world of reincarnation would be affected by the tremors of this world. Everyone thought that the treasure inside was going to come out again and again. However, it still did not appear. Everyone was getting impatient. However, the ground continued to tremble as if it was deliberately teasing them. Kacha, kacha. Cracks appeared in the mountain range. Everyone immediately stretched their necks. Soon, the crack spread throughout the entire mountain range. Soon, it would come out. The cultivators took out their spirit tools and prepared to fight for the treasure. Ningshu was also very curious. What kind of monster was that? As for the treasure, Ningshu felt that there might not be any. A monster covered in lightning jumped out. Was it unexpected? Was it a pleasant surprise? The earthworm could not control its body. It trembled more exaggeratedly than the mountain range. However, no one pitied it. Even if they wanted to fight, they would not let it go. Ningshu vaguely knew what was inside. He was not looking forward to it. Instead, he focused on the Li clan ancestor. When the time comes, he would take advantage of the chaos to kill this guy. Otherwise, he would be so annoyed. How could he develop his foundation here? Because of this incident, second young Master Li could no longer plant heaven and earth treasures to earn soul stones. Now, she had no income at all. BK After dealing with the Li family ancestor, the Li family would naturally scatter and not be a threat. However, he didn't know how many clones the Li family ancestor had. In any case, he would kill whoever came. He didn't believe that the Li family ancestor had countless clones. While they couldn't leave the Nine-Palace Mountain, they had to deal with the hidden danger of the Li family. When young Master Pai Lupi settled down, they could plant grass and earn soul stones again. The Li family ancestor seemed to sense Ningshu's gaze and turned to look at Ningshu. He revealed a smile and glanced at the big man, mountain gazing. His smile was filled with the feeling of victory. Ningshu raised his brows and glanced at mountain gazing. What was the Li family ancestor trying to do? Ningxu couldn't figure it out. In addition, the cracks in the mountain range were getting denser, so Ningxu focused all his attention on the mountain range. Boom! The entire mountain range exploded. Rocks flew everywhere, and a penetrating sound came from the mountain range. This sound was a bit like the cry of a cow, but it was more majestic and deep. After everyone avoided the flying rocks and looked at the mountain range, they found something surrounded by lightning. Not only that, it was sleeping in a sea of lightning with lightning flashing all over. It had silver-white scales and a huge body. At this moment, it raised its head and opened its eyes. Even its eyes were flashing with lightning. It slowly stood up and its body was huge. Ningxu looked up at this thing. It was like King Qilin with lightning under its feet. All the cultivators were like ants standing in front of an elephant. This Thunder Qilin's eyes swept across the cultivators present. Then, it lowered its head and gulped down all the lightning in the lightning lake. When Ningxu saw this, he gulped. Many cultivators couldn't help but stretch their necks and gulp when they saw how powerful this thing was. Some people had already started to retreat. This thing was so powerful, so how could they have a share? Of course, there were also powerful cultivators who planned to capture this guy and make him their mount. With such a mount, there was no need to be flashy. Wherever it went, it would be equipped with top-notch equipment. Moreover, it was covered in lightning and had extraordinary strength. Some competent cultivators rubbed their palms together. Ningxu took a look at himself and the Thunder Kirin. Furthermore, he was a spiritual body. If he were to be struck by lightning, which was an extreme yang energy, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. He then looked at the people around him. None of them were reliable. If Liren were to rush over, he would feel like a fruit rushing over and the Thunder Qilin would swallow him whole. Therefore, Ningxu felt that he should observe in secret and let these cultivators observe the situation first. The Thunder Kirin leisurely drank all the thunder in the Thunder Lake. It swung its tail like an ox's tail and prepared to run away. Seeing that the flashy mount was about to escape, several cultivators immediately surrounded the Thunder Kirin. The auras of these cultivators were formidable, even stronger than that of the Li family patriarch. Of course, there was also the possibility that the Li family patriarch's aura was weak after losing his clone. The surrounded Thunder Kirin pawed its hooves and breathed out air from its nostrils. Lightning crackled all over its body. Although these people were powerful, Ningxu felt that it would be very difficult to win this battle. The difference in size was like heaven and earth. Secondly, lightning was such a powerful weapon that mortals could not resist. Drinking lightning was like drinking water. The result was obvious. This thing is so annoying. Liren stared at the Kirin. For wood-type things, lightning and fire were fatal. It was normal for Liren to hate the Kirin that was covered in lightning. I really want to kill this thing. Ningxu, you have to have the ability to kill it first. Now that the Thunder Kirin was out, would the world of Nine Palace Mountain tremble? Could she go out? Ningxu tried to summon the black hole, but it did not appear. How long was she going to be locked up for? She still wanted to go out. She felt that the world was going to be chaotic. There was a walking treasure, Liren, and now there was a Kirin covered in lightning. How did such an invincible existence with no natural enemies come into existence? Ningxu was very depressed. No matter how the world was going to change, Ningxu hoped that she could go out. The Thunder Kirin spat out a ball of lightning at each of them. Its body exploded with dazzling lightning. While the cultivators were dodging the ball of lightning, it stepped on one of them. Although the cultivator tried his best to resist with his spiritual artifact, he was still stepped on by the Kirin. He cried out in pain and then there was no more sound. It also swallowed a cultivator in one gulp. The cultivator that was swallowed did not even have time to cry out. The Thunder Kirin lifted its foot and swung its tail. The cultivator that was stepped on was turned into a matchstick man. Even if he was not dead, his cultivation was probably crippled. In just one exchange, 2 powerful cultivators had been killed. This made many cultivators tremble. This was a bug that could not be defeated. How could such a powerful thing be born in the first level? Many powerful cultivators went back to the second level or even higher. Each level had a limit. When one's strength reached a certain level, they would reach a bottleneck. Unless they entered the second level or higher, they would be able to improve. This thing's strength could totally crush the cultivators of this world. It didn't make sense for it to be born in such a world. After dealing with the ant blocking its way, the Thunder Kirin swung its tail. It stepped into the air and was about to run. "I can't take it," Liren said and rushed towards the Thunder Kirin. He stood in front of the Thunder Kirin and faced the Kirin. "Damn." Ningxu rubbed his face. He couldn't even stop this fellow and charged over. Li family ancestor saw the situation and laughed coldly. It was best if the two of them fought and both sides were injured. Only then would he be able to benefit. Li family ancestor knew that he couldn't beat this thing covered in lightning with his strength. However, if the lightning could help him consume this fellow's strength, he was really asking for death. The Thunder Kirin looked at the ant that suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of lightning. Liren jumped and stepped on the ball of lightning. He raised his fist and smashed towards the Kirin. The lightning from the Kirin's body struck towards him. Liren's hair stood on end. However, his face was black and his hair was smoking. He wasn't dead yet. Liren roared and smashed the Kirin's head. The Kirin took 2 steps back and shook its head that was a little dazed from the beating. Of course, Liren felt worse. Mountain Gaze wanted to help, but he remembered that his aunt said he couldn't fight. Thus, he started chanting scriptures. Liren fought the Thunder Kirin with his bare hands. He was struck by balls of powerful lightning /BK. The battle between Liren and the Thunder Qilin was exciting and nerve-wracking. Ningxu looked askance at Liren using his body to withstand the lightning. He only grinned and chuckled. Balls of lightning smashed into the ground, creating craters and shaking the mountain range. The Thunder Qilin seemed to be annoyed by this entanglement. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of purple lightning. It looked harmless. This time, Liren didn't dare to take it head-on. He hurriedly dodged, but the purple lightning brushed past him. Liren's face immediately twisted in pain and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After being stepped on by the Thunder Qilin raised its head and mooed twice. Then, it swung its hooves and ran away. Ningxu flew over and saw that Liren's body was pitch black and flashing with lightning. Liren got up. "Next time, I'll definitely kill this bastard." "Why do you insist on killing it?" Ningxu was a little puzzled. "For something like this, if you ignored it, it wouldn't pay attention to you. No one would specially kill ants. Anyway, it's uncomfortable. It's either it dies or I die." Liren grabbed his afro. "Natural enemy?" Ningxu could only guess at such an unprovoked hostility. The Li family's patriarch floated over. Ningxu looked at him indifferently. "Why? Do you think you can take advantage of the situation? I can kill one of your avatars. I can kill you now." The Li family's patriarch looked at Liren, who was pitch black from the lightning, and snorted. He turned to look at Mountain Gaze. "I have the person you want. Your aunt, the abbess of the Shadow Plum Nunnery." Mountain Gaze immediately said, "Abbess is already dead. Her body is dead, but her soul is still in my hands. If you want to save your aunt, bring this person to the Li family and use this person to exchange for your aunt," the Li family's patriarch said coldly. Seeing that Liren hadn't been killed by the Thunder Qilin, he felt fear. This person was stronger than he had imagined. "You are shameless." Without thinking, Mountain Gaze slashed at the Li family's patriarch with his saber. However, what he slashed was an afterimage. The Li family's patriarch should have some teleportation Dharma artifact in his hand. He instantly disappeared. Wangshan's tears flowed even faster. His body was shrouded in deep sorrow. After crying for a long time, he looked at Liren, who had an afro. "I want to capture you and exchange you for my aunt." "Liren. Are you sick?" Ningxu said, "Anyway, we're going to the Li family. Let's take care of the Li family together and save your aunt. Besides, it's not certain whether your aunt's soul is in his hands." "How's your aunt's cultivation?" Mountain Gaze fell silent for a moment. "I don't know. I've never seen Abbess Auntie fight before." After the Thunder Qilin left, many cultivators went to the place where it lay to see if there were any treasures. However, they were disappointed to find nothing. Without finding any treasures, many cultivators focused their attention on Ningxu and the others. After all, these 4 people were wanted by the Li family. If they caught them, they would be rewarded handsomely. Their presumptuous gazes swept back and forth between the 4 of them. It was said that there was a treasure that could transform. It would be very good to catch a strand of hair. But who was the human-shaped treasure? Was it the big guy blowing his nose? Or was it the 2 wearing red clothes? But these 2 looked too similar. They looked like brother and sister. It was impossible for them to be 2 heavenly treasures that could take human form. As for young Master Pai Lupi, who had been expelled from the Li family, it was absolutely impossible. Gradually, the surrounding cultivators gathered around. As soon as they got close, they smelled Liren's scent. Many people's eyes were filled with excitement. They felt that they had found the right person and stared at Liren with saliva dripping from their mouths. Liren was very unhappy to be stared at by so many ferocious eyes. It was as if they would bite him at any time. So what if he was a fruit? However, not everyone could take a bite out of him. Ningxu was really helpless. Once he bled, his body would emit a fragrance. What a show-off. Ningxu, who had a body fragrance, now had a psychological shadow. Looking at the surrounding people, he felt as if he was facing the entire world. This feeling was really not good. He remembered that when Liren was a pocket-sized baby, his skin was very thick. How come his skin became thinner and juicier when he grew up? Sure enough, he was a fruit. Ningxu pointed his finger and a large amount of water rushed out. Then, he snapped his fingers and the water instantly froze. These people instantly turned into ice sculptures. Their expressions also froze. They looked very lifelike. He snapped his fingers again and the ice exploded. These people were all cultivators. Although their bodies were strong, when they were suddenly frozen and the ice layer was suddenly broken, their bodies were already strong enough that they did not shatter into pieces. However, it was still very uncomfortable. After circulating his spirit chi, the cold feeling disappeared. He took all kinds of spirit weapons and walked towards the 5 people. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when he was in deep prajna paramitha, he saw that the 5 skandhas were all emptiness and crossed all suffering. Mountain Gazing's lips moved very quickly. He also recited the sutra faster and faster. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Wisdom dissolves all suffering. I can't attack or let go. Ant said I can't attack. Ant is still alive. I can't attack. I can't attack. Mountain Gazing looked at these people. Their faces were all shining with greed. It was like the hell painted on the walls of the Shadow Plum Nunnery. Why do you have to force me like this? I still have to save Ant. Why? Mountain Gazing held a big knife and cried as he slashed people. Ant said I can't attack. If I attack again and again, Ant will definitely punish me by copying sutras. It was unknown what material Mountain Gazing's big knife was made of. As long as one was hit by his knife, one would be as fragile as a piece of paper. Ningxu said to Liren, can you beat him? He's the kind of person who fights randomly. Liren glanced sideways at Mountain Gazing, who was crying and killing until blood flowed like a river. He was still reciting the sutra. He seemed to be a pure person in heaven and earth. However, when the blood splattered on his face and the sutra that came out of his mouth was about saving all living beings, everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the bloodstains on his body. The cultivators who were killed by Mountain Gazing had all turned into soul bodies. They had no choice but to abandon their bodies and run away. Such people were purely crazy. Mountain Gazing's eyes were red from killing. He grabbed one and killed desperately, causing the surrounding cultivators to scatter like birds and beasts. However, there were also powerful cultivators who floated in the air and stared at Mountain Gazing. This person has a seal. It sealed the restless power. Hey, big guy, follow me. I'll help you develop the power in your body, an expert took the lead and said to Mountain Gazing. Mountain Gazing ignored him. He chanted the sutra and kept killing people. Tears fell down his face. This was the boy who loved to cry the most that Ningxu had ever seen. The sealed power was because mountain gazing only had a little strength now. If the seal was broken, how powerful would he be? /BK Why did he seal mountain gaze's power? Unfortunately, all the nuns in the shadowy Plum Convent were dead. The souls in the soul-attracting banner had lost their intelligence, so he couldn't ask anything. Auntie. Without a target, Mountain Gaze looked at Liren with red eyes. I want to capture you and exchange you with Auntie. Liren's originally dark face turned even darker. I don't want to fight with this silly guy. Ningxu stretched out a vine and tied Mountain Gaze up. He punched his face. Wake up. Go find your auntie now. Mountain Gaze was still struggling with all his might. Ningxu chanted the heart-calming incantation softly to calm him down. After chanting for a while, Mountain Gaze's emotion stabilized a little. Tears streamed down his face. I feel terrible. Everything here is like hell. The world is different from what Auntie said. Why did Auntie encounter such things? Why? Why? How could Ningxu explain so many reasons to Mountain Gaze? Follow me. I'll teach you how to deal with people and how to control your strength, an expert walked over and said. Only my auntie can teach me. No one else is qualified to teach me. My auntie said that my body has strength and it will even attract the covetous eyes of others, Mountain Gaze said directly. The expert had condescended to take in a disciple, but he had been rejected so directly. He was asking for a rebuff, but he didn't want to lose his grace. He even asked Mountain Gaze to look for him somewhere in the Mo Kingdom. Ningxu loosened the vines that bound him. The nuns didn't let Mountain Gaze attack because they were afraid that he would kill without reason. Therefore, the nuns chose to sacrifice themselves for the entire world. He got a bucket of water and drenched Liren from head to toe. Finally, the black paint on his body was washed away. The five of them headed for the Li family. Ningxu asked Pai Lupi, does the Li family have a lot of soul stones? I think so. After all, they have accumulated it over the years. The Li family had gone from a nameless family to a hegemon of a region. Of course, there were situations where they had seized resources by force. Without resources, they would not have been able to develop. Ningxu decided that this time, he would turn the entire Li clan upside down. This thorn in the Li clan had to be removed. The previously ruined Li residence was now almost restored to its original state. However, there were some things that could not be restored. Those were the steps made of soul stones that had been pried away by Ningxu. The steps were completely unsightly. He's finally here. Didn't I tell you to catch him? The Li family patriarch seemed to have waited for a long time. When he saw that Mountain Gaze didn't do as he said and tied Liren up, his face immediately sank. It seems that you don't want to save your aunt. Hey, bastard, you keep talking about her aunt. Why don't you let her out for a look? Liren's eyes were filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for this bastard, his identity wouldn't have been known by the world. In the future, wherever he went, he would have to face all kinds of greedy eyes. Alright, since you want to see her, I'll let her out. The Li family patriarch took out a gourd spiritual weapon and opened the lid. A soul that was chained up appeared. This woman was wearing a Taoist robe and was chained up by the soul-binding chains. She looked like she was in pain. Abbess Aunt. Mountain Gaze rushed over hurriedly. He was sent flying by the Li family patriarch's attack and fell to the ground. Mountain Gaze clutched his chest and rushed over again. Mountain Gaze. When the abbess saw Mountain Gaze, she didn't know if she was too anxious or in pain. She shouted at her with a ferocious face, Mountain Gaze, don't worry about me. Hurry up and leave. Before she could finish her sentence, the soul-binding chains that bound her immediately tightened. They entered her soul, causing her to be in extreme pain. Can you let go of my aunt? I'll recite the scriptures and pray for you. My aunt has never hurt you. Please let her go. Mountain Gaze saw the abbess's pained expression and his tears flowed down. I can release your aunt, but you have to capture the man in red now. Use this to tie him up and then we'll exchange. The Li family's patriarch took out a golden rope and threw it to Mountain Gazing. Liren said, if you want to eat me, you have to see if you have the life to do so. Mountain Gaze picked up the rope with difficulty and was about to tie up Liren when the abbess shouted, Mountain Gaze, stop. You can't implicate an innocent person because of me. Abbess Ant, I want to save you. I can't watch you die. Mountain Gaze's tears fell to the ground. Tiny white flowers grew on the wet areas. Ningxu was speechless. She was probably hallucinating when she was so serious. Ningxu squatted down. Indeed, tiny white flowers had grown. Ningxu reached out and plucked one. This flower was only the size of a baby's finger. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. Ningxu placed it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it. Tears almost flowed down his face. An uncontrollable sadness emerged from his heart. It was as though he had developed empathy with Mountain Gaze. He couldn't understand the grief and despair in Mountain Gaze's heart. Ningxu hurriedly threw away the flowers and seriously wondered if she should take on the tears of the Mountain Gaze and study it. When Liren saw that the idiot Mountain Gaze was really here to tie him up, he immediately said, "If you have the ability, why don't you beat him up? It would benefit others if they hurt each other." Ah. The soul-binding chain tightened again. The entire chain entered the abbess's soul. Hurry up. Otherwise, your aunt will suffer even greater damage. Her soul will dissipate soon. Mountain Gaze. The abbess looked at Mountain Gaze with a benevolent gaze. Although she was in so much pain that her face was hideous, her eyes were calm and benevolent. Don't use your strength. Live well, be safe and happy. Mountain Gaze cried uncontrollably. Her tears fell to the ground and tiny flowers bloomed. These flowers didn't have any leaves. They were only connected by a stalk. When Ningxu heard the abbess speak in a tone as though she was saying her last words, he knew that she was about to sacrifice herself. Ningxu sometimes felt that these nuns were really sick. They knew that their existence was unexpected to Mountain Gaze, but they still used such a method to provoke him. Perhaps it was for Mountain Gaze's own good, but they didn't seem to understand Mountain Gaze's pain and despair. Ningxu raised his hand and prepared to use the water law. The Li family's patriarch immediately said, "I know what you want to do, but with a thought, this nun's soul will dissipate." "Are you sure you want to kill me?" Mountain Gaze begged Ningxu. "No, she's my last aunt. You can't do that." Ningxu looked at Mountain Gaze, who was crying like a dog. "Can you stop crying?" Mountain Gaze hurriedly wiped his tears. "I won't cry, but aunt can't die. Her soul can't dissipate. Hurry up and tie him up and throw him over," the Li family's patriarch shouted at Mountain Gaze. /BKD*MN retard. Liren used an invisible force to attack the Li family patriarch. The Li family patriarch was wearing a protective spiritual artifact. Although it blocked a portion of the force, the Li family patriarch still spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! The soul-binding chain pressed down on the soul. The Li family patriarch said sinisterly, "With just a thought, her soul will be destroyed. I advise you to capture her. This nun has nothing to do with me. Killing her has nothing to do with me. Anyway, I must kill you today," Ningxu said without a care. "You don't care, but someone does. Wangshan, you can watch your aunt die. Kill these people and capture the red-clothed man alive. Then, I will let your aunt go. Wangshan, you are a good kid." The abbess's voice was unclear. "Don't use your body's strength. It will cause an irreversible outcome. Live an ordinary life." "What are you doing?" The Li family patriarch's voice was filled with fear. Everyone saw the abbess's soul expand. It grew bigger and bigger before finally exploding with a boom. The abbess self-destructed her soul. The soul-binding chain broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. The force of the self-destruction caused the surrounding sand and rocks to fly. It was like a gorgeous firework. The Li family patriarch was at the center of the explosion and was naturally affected by the soul force. Wangshan looked at all of this in a daze. It was as if he had lost his soul. The Li family patriarch cursed his bad luck. These nuns were all crazy. Now that he had no bargaining chips and he couldn't deal with the people on the other side, he immediately wanted to flee. "Why? Why do you always force me?" Wangshan carried his huge blade and walked towards the Li family patriarch in the dust. "Why is it different from what the ants said? They are all dead, but the evil man is still alive. Why? The Li family patriarch was about to teleport away. The most important thing now was to protect his life. One of his clones had already died. If this one died, he wouldn't have a physical body. The Li family patriarch had a good plan, but a blade light flashed in front of his eyes faster than light. Then, he couldn't feel his body and turned into a soul. He watched as his body changed beyond recognition. Ningxu tossed the earthworm over. The earthworm understood tacitly and took a bite out of the Li family's ancestor's soul. Very quickly, the Li family ancestor's soul was corrupted and he became a wandering soul with consciousness. Why? Why is this different from what the ants said? Mountain Gaze muttered to himself. He squatted down and covered his head. He was in pain. Ningxu was about to walk over and chant the heart-calming incantation or give him the heart-calming pill. Ah! Mountain Gazing roared in pain as his clothes were shattered into pieces. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were blood-red as though tears of blood were flowing out. I don't want to fight. Why do you always force me? Ah! Under Ningxu's horrified gaze, Mountain Gazing's body grew bigger and bigger. In a few seconds, he seemed to have grown into a heavenly pillar that could pierce through the sky. Mountain Gazing took a step forward and trampled the entire Li family under his feet. Some people died before they could even react. Huge teardrops rolled down to the ground one by one, and clusters of flowers bloomed where the teardrops fell. They were black, white, and colorless. With every step he took, the world trembled. Ants, I don't want to fight, Mountain Gazing's sorrowful voice spread to every corner of the world, shocking the cultivators. Ningxu's heart was filled with curses. This was clearly a world of immortal cultivation, but this guy suddenly transformed. Could it be that the seal on Mountain Gazing's body had been broken? Therefore, Mountain Gazing was actually a giant. The situation that the nuns had tried so hard to avoid still happened. Mountain Gazing held the huge saber and swung it. The destructive power was immense. The world shook as though it was the end of the world. Damn, something was going to happen to the Nine Palace Mountain. Her world of reincarnation. Ningxu hurriedly stretched out vines that filled the sky and tied up Mountain Gazing, preventing him from walking around and attacking the entire world. The vines wrapped around Mountain Gazing. Mountain Gazing stretched out his hand and tore these vines into pieces. Ningxu, who was on the other end of the vines, was sent flying and fell heavily into the ruins. Liren flew in front of Mountain Gazing and stretched out his leg to kick Mountain Gazing's huge chin. He hooked it with all his might. Wake up! Mountain Gazing was directly lifted to the ground by this force. As soon as he fell to the ground, the entire world shook violently and cracked open. A storm rose on the surface of the sea. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when he walked the deep Prajna Paramitha, saw that the 5 skandhas were all empty and past all suffering. His voice spread to every corner of the world. When Ningxu heard this, he was so angry that he almost laughed. He stretched out his vines to tie up Mountain Gazing, who was sitting on the ground. However, it was useless. He grabbed the vines wrapped around his body with one hand and tore them apart. You are all evil spirits, all evil spirits. Mountain Gazing raised his huge palm and slapped Ningxu as though he was swatting a mosquito. Ningxu hurriedly dodged, leaving a huge palm print on the ground. Damn! An indiscriminate attack. Even though Mountain Gazing had turned into a giant, he still loved to cry. Big drops of tears fell on the ground and bloomed into clusters of flowers. Cultivators from all directions rushed over and looked up at this monster. It was so big. What was it? Why are you forcing me? Mountain Gazing waved his huge saber. The saber beam flattened a mountain peak and flew very far away. Ningxu was burning with anxiety. Mountain Gazing had said that he would go berserk. No matter what, the space of the 9 Palace Mountain could not withstand the torment. Let me give it a try. Liren took out a flower. The moment he took it out, he felt dizzy, as though he was floating in the clouds. Scenes that they desired appeared in front of everyone. Ningxu saw that his world had been successfully constructed and the law of nothingness had been successfully moved away. The reincarnation world had also formed the rebirth pool. Everything was too beautiful. He was willing to indulge in such happiness. Ningxu bit the tip of his tongue and woke up. I wanted to wake you up, but I didn't expect you to wake up first. Liren asked, am I in the scene you desire? Ningxu said, no. Liren pulled a long face. If I die, won't you remember me? No, who would remember a dead person? Ningxu said. Liren was speechless. This woman was heartless and cold-hearted. No matter what he did, he couldn't take her down. The more this happened, the more indignant he felt. Wasn't she despicable? What flower is this? Ningxu asked. A murderous flower. Immerse yourself in beautiful illusions and die. Mountain Gaze seemed to be immersed in this beautiful scene. Large drops of tears fell. Not long after, these tears gathered into a puddle. When one looked into the puddle formed by tears, one would see a clear reflection of one's shadow. /BK However, with the passage of time, the petals of this flower began to fall off and eventually withered. Without the hallucinatory effect of the killer flower, many cultivators realized that they were still reminiscing about the beautiful past. When they woke up, they realized that they had become souls. How did they die? Why did their souls leave their bodies? Auntie. Mountain Gaze woke up and ran far away with his saber. The entire world was about to be shattered by him. One could imagine how the entire Nine Palace Mountain was shaking. The reincarnation world where the Nine Palace Mountain was placed was definitely shaking non-stop. Her reincarnation world was only a sprout. How could it withstand such torment, damn it? Who knew that the crybaby could transform? Moreover, he was a simple-minded person. Mountain Gaze ran in front. Ningxu had no choice but to follow. He had to make Mountain Gaze shrink. If he continued running like this, the world would not be able to withstand his weight. The cultivators on the first level all moved out. Mountain Gaze, who was at the height of the clouds, was dumbfounded. What kind of demonic beast was this? It was so big. Mountain Gaze ran in front of a small temple and stopped carefully. This temple was only the size of his finger. With his huge body squatting in front of the temple, he looked particularly comical. Auntie, Mountain Gaze is back. Mountain Gaze shouted at the empty Shadow Plum Nunnery. Following his voice, the signboard of the Shadow Plum Nunnery fell to the ground with a clang. Mountain Gaze was at a loss. He wanted to pick up the signboard, but his carelessness caused the entire Shadow Plum Nunnery to collapse. Auntie. Mountain Gaze's tears dripped down as he began to dig through the ruins. However, he ended up grabbing the entire mountain range. Ningxu sighed. The killer flower backfired. It made him mistakenly think that his aunts were still alive. It was hard to imagine that there was someone like Mountain Gaze in the world. It was indescribable. Moo. The Thunder Qilin, which was covered in lightning, appeared. In the past, the Thunder Qilin was quite big. However, in front of Mountain Gaze, it was now like a little mouse. The Thunder Qilin spat out a purple lightning bolt at Mountain Gaze. The lightning immediately covered Mountain Gaze's body. Mountain Gaze brandished his saber and slashed at the Thunder Qilin. The saber slashed on the ground, forming a huge gully. Ningxu was almost scared to death. The world couldn't afford to be tossed around. Perhaps the Nine Palace Mountain wanted to destroy the world on this level, but they couldn't, because this was related to the world outside. Thus, they all began to self-destruct. Ningxu wanted to open the black hole and leave this place. She wanted to ask someone to help move Nine Palace Mountain out of the world of reincarnation, but she couldn't leave the black hole. Even after coming to this world, Nine Palace Mountain still had no intention of letting her go. Ningxu could clearly hear the sounds of battle hitting the spatial walls. If the spatial walls of the Nine Palace Mountain were to break, it would affect the Nine Palace Mountain world outside. So why did this Kirin generator come out? Ningxu's head was about to explode. He stretched out a thick vine with a deep metallic luster, wanting to tie up the two fighting Kirin and the giant. Qilin spat out a thunderbolt and turned these vines into ashes. Mountain Gazing cut the vines like a hemp knot with a sharp knife, cutting Ningxu's vines into pieces. Ningxu was speechless. Mother **Cur. Mountain Gazing, I'm your aunt. Stop, don't attack. Ningxu roared. Mountain Gazing turned its head mechanically, a sea of blood rolling in its scarlet eyes. Qilin brewed a huge purple thunderball. Once this thunderball was formed, the thunderbolts around Qilan's body dimmed a lot. Ningxu looked at the purple thunderball floating in the air. He didn't need to think to know how much energy it contained. If it exploded, it would be unimaginable. He was furious. So the Nine Palace Mountain world created such a power to commit suicide. The purple thunderbolt floated towards mountain gazing. Ningxu roared, "Move away, why are you looking at me? You're not my aunt." Mountain gazing was blasted far away by the thunderbolt and landed far away. The entire world trembled violently, and there was a cracking sound like an eggshell cracking. Ningxu's face turned pale. The sound just now was the world breaking. Liren curled the corners of his mouth. He looked at Qilan, whose body was covered in dim thunderbolts, and a sharp luster flashed across his eyes. Ningxu hurriedly chased in the direction where mountain gazing had been blasted away. The closer he got to mountain gazing, the more he could feel a gloomy and cold aura. He didn't know where the wind came from. The plants that were blown by the wind started to wither. This feeling was very familiar. The aura of her world of reincarnation surged into Nine Palace Mountain. Mountain gazing, who was blasted by the huge purple thunderbolt, smashed a huge hole in the world wall. The airflow of the world of reincarnation surged in, forming a whistling and terrifying wind. Ningxu's head buzzed. Indeed, it was broken. The heavenly Tao of this world was destroying itself. Mountain gazing was surrounded by thunderbolts as he lay on the ground. The blood on his body formed a sea of blood. Big drops of tears flowed out and flowed into the blood. I didn't want to attack. Why is the world different from what Aunt said? Why is it different? Black flowers bloomed on mountain gazing's body. They grew densely from his skin and flesh. Mountain gazing. Ningxu floated to the tip of his nose. His nose was like a small hill. What's wrong with you? I don't know. I want to see ants. Mountain gazing's body started to slowly turn into soil. Flowers arched out of the soil. They were fragrant flowers and black flowers that grew out of his body. How could a human's body turn into soil? She had clearly stepped on the tip of mountain gazing's nose, but in the end, she stepped on soil. Mountain gazing died just like that. The huge hole was still whistling with a gloomy and cold aura. Soon, this aura spread throughout the entire world. All the plants started to wither, and the entire world became gloomy. Some cultivators who still had their bodies felt especially uncomfortable. Some people's bodies started to rot slowly, and large patches of liver mortis appeared. Ningxu was stunned for a moment. She looked around at the dark world. There was no more sunlight. Could this world? Could it be that Nine Palace Mountain wanted to make this level's world into a reincarnation world and connect it to the outside reincarnation world? Ningxu was a little horrified. The problem was that the outside reincarnation world was not mature. Even if it was connected, the problem could not be solved without the reincarnation pool. The reincarnation pool was an important tool in a reincarnation world. Ningxu guessed that it could be because the souls in Nine Palace Mountain were getting more and more poisonous. Soul stones were originally formed without purification. If cultivators in the soul state wanted to cultivate, they would absorb impure soul power or soul origin, resulting in the accumulation of toxins. Then, heaven and earth would absorb more poisonous souls to form soul stones. Then, the soul stones would become more poisonous. It was a vicious cycle. /BK Therefore, Ningxu suspected that the Nine Palace Mountain had opened the first level of the world to the outside world and brought in the aura of the world of reincarnation, turning this world where people and souls coexisted into the world of reincarnation. Who allowed them to do this without her permission? Even if they wanted to form a symbiotic relationship, they should at least inform her. Ningxu was more worried about whether it would affect her world of reincarnation. With such a big hole, who would be responsible for these souls wandering into her world of reincarnation? The Nine Palace Mountain, he really knew how to have fun. The mountain gaze looked more like a doll prop made of mud. It had been given a little life and completed its mission. It had successfully created a new world. Its body had become the earth, its face had grown into flowers, and its blood and tears had become a lake. Then what was the purpose of Liren and the Thunder Kirin? She didn't believe that the heavenly Tao gave birth to these three for fun. Ningxu chuckled in her heart. Previously, she found it strange that she could enter the Nine Palace Mountain. In the mission world, there was no way to enter the Nine Palace Mountain. However, after the Nine Palace Mountain entered the world of reincarnation, she could suddenly enter. It even sucked her in. She could come and go as she pleased. It felt great to dig for ores. No matter what she did, there seemed to be an invisible eye staring at her from the sky. Ningxu looked at the black flowers growing by her feet. She bent down and plucked one. She looked at Liren and asked, "What is your mission?" "To fight for the right to suppress hell." Liren narrowed his eyes and said, "I want to fight with that beast for the right to suppress hell." "So, you knew what would happen?" Ningxu raised her eyebrows and asked. "I only felt a faint attraction. I feel that I have the right to suppress hell." Liren pointed at the huge hole. "Guard the hole and prevent the souls from leaving." Ningxu clapped expressionlessly. The heavenly Tao was really thoughtful. It was really great. Going out from here was her world of reincarnation. Perhaps when the world of reincarnation matured, the souls on both sides could communicate and run out to play. However, it was obviously not possible now. That was why she needed to guard hell and prevent the souls from leaving. Right now, her world of reincarnation was in the same boat as the Nine Palace Mountain. If something happened to her world of reincarnation, Nine Palace Mountain would be in trouble as well. Ningxu tilted his head and smiled. "If we're talking about suppressing hell, the Thunder Kirin is more suitable. This place has become hell, and it's filled with souls. Plus, the thunder and lightning are definitely a great deterrent to souls." "Other than your fragrance, you don't have any deterrent power," Ningxu said directly. The Thunder Qilin clearly carried out the will of the heavenly Tao to the end. As for Liren, he had his own intelligence and personality. In the end, the Thunder Qilin came out to fight the Mountain Gaze. After finishing the last attack, Liren just watched from the side. It seemed like he wanted to take advantage of the fight between the two. In the end, they would come out to fight for the right to suppress hell. A hint of panic flashed across Liren's face, which was somewhat similar to Ningxu's. "Are you going to deprive me of my rights? You're the one who gave me wisdom, knowledge, and thinking. Are you going to give me up and choose the Thunder Qilin to suppress hell?" "However, the Thunder Qilin is more suitable for suppressing hell," Ningxu said directly. "If you don't choose me, I will disappear. The purpose of my existence is to compete with him for the right to suppress hell. The loser will die and disappear from the world." Liren took a deep breath. "You can't do this to me." "I choose the Thunder Qilin to suppress hell," Ningxu said. "No, you can't do this to me. Why are you abandoning me? I was nurtured by you. You gave me wisdom, but you want to abandon me because of wisdom. This is unfair to me. It's unfair." Liren's face was ferocious. "I can't be abandoned. I don't want to be abandoned." Ningxu said, "Then fight with the Thunder Qilin. Whoever wins will be the emissary of suppressing hell. This is your birth mission, and the guidance of the heavenly Tao is the same. Isn't this something you should have understood beforehand?" Liren looked deeply at Ningxu for the first time. "You're so cruel. You only see that the lightning of the Thunder Qilin's body is very intimidating to the soul. No, I doubt whether you can bear this responsibility. This responsibility can't be completed with intelligence and wisdom. Once you have feelings, you will feel lonely. You will not be willing to guard a big hole like this. You will not be willing to accept such a fate. At that time, where will I find a Thunder Kirin to suppress the hole?" Ningxu asked. "I hate you. I thought you would have some warmth for me, but you didn't. I hate you." Liren disappeared in a flash. Not long after, an earth-shattering battle began. When the huge forces collided, space distorted slightly. Ningxu sat by the huge blood lake, black flowers blooming beside him. Beneath him was the soil that the mountain gazing's body had turned into. He was really exhausted. It was no wonder the nuns didn't let the mountain gazing use his power. Perhaps they knew that using such power was the end of the road for the mountain gazing. They wanted him to be an ordinary person. However, his mission would push him forward. Sometimes, the fate that he tried hard to escape would give him a heavy blow. Ningxu rubbed his head. Although he could leave Nine Palace Mountain, Ningxu wasn't happy at all. Earthworm lay on Ningxu's shoulder as tears streamed down. wetting Ningshu's shoulder. Ningshu asked, "Why are you crying?" "I feel terrible. I want to cry." "Will Liren die?" Earthworm asked. "Why can't you choose Liren?" "As long as you choose Liren, Liren can live." Earthworm seemed to sense that Ningshu's words were very important to Liren. "He can't guard it well," Ningshu said indifferently. The battle continued. Earthworm begged Ningshu. "Let's go take a look. I'm worried about Liren. Liren is a mature person I've always protected." Ningshu stood up and floated over. The battle was very intense. The lightning on the Thunder Cheelant's body was very dim. Clearly, it had expended a lot of its lightning powers. Liren was covered in blood as the air rippled with a sweet smell. Liren looked at Ningshu and grinned. Then, he collided with the Thunder Cheelant. The huge force sent both parties flying. The Thunder Cheelant was knocked to the ground and failed to get up after trying a few times. Liren vomited blood as he looked at Ningshu with a shocking light in his eyes. He said with a smile, "You're right. I suddenly don't want to guard the hole anymore. I don't want to become your nightmare, a shadow that you can't escape for the rest of your life. I want you to think of me all the time." Ningshu's face was cold. "Oh, are you committing suicide? Dying in front of me will leave me with a shadow? You said that I gave you intelligence, but did I give you this kind of intelligence? /BK You're just unwilling to accept it." "Why? Unwilling to accept it?" "Unwilling to accept it that you're willing to bet your life to see if I remember you. There must be something wrong with your brain. Your brain must have fallen into the mouth of the soul that wanted to eat you." "Liren, I'm about to die. Can't you be nicer to me?" Liren said in despair. This woman was really unmoved by force or persuasion. Domineering CEO didn't work. Showing weakness didn't work. In the end, she still didn't work. "Do you not like your face? Is that why you've never been tempted by me?" Liren asked. "No, I just hate that my beautiful face is on someone else's face." Ningshu touched his face and said. Liren, Ningshu, 2333 asked, "Does the organization accept referrals?" "Get him into the organization." 2333, "Yes. If you meet all the requirements, you can be a member of the organization. But if you don't, I'm sorry. Humanity will be destroyed. Otherwise, the organization will be too busy to recommend anyone." Ningshu. "That's why the organization is inhumane. Looking for a suitable soul from billions of worlds, and only having to check it. But in the end, it's so harsh. To prevent people from going in through the back door." 2333 said. Ningshu stared at Liren and sneered. He walked in front of him and stabbed a vine into his heart. Liren looked at Ningshu in disbelief. He looked down at his chest. A vine as thick as a wrist had pierced through his body. Ningshu patted his face. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Didn't you want to die? You wanted me to be traumatized. There's nothing more traumatizing than killing someone personally." Ningshu pulled out the vine and smelled the blood on it. It was sweet. He licked it and was surprised. "It's quite sweet." Liren's eyes widened. He stopped breathing. A drop of green liquid dripped onto the Thunder Kiran's body, which was full of scars. With the replenishment of vitality, the Thunder Kiran's condition improved a lot. It mooed at Ningshu and headed towards the entrance of the cave. After Liren died, his soul floated out of his body and came face to face with Ningshu. Liren didn't say anything. He just waited for the soul to dissipate. He looked at Ningshu. "I hate you." Ningshu rolled his eyes and carried his soul to the side of the blood lake. After a while, the lake formed by the blood of the mountain gaze had become very clear. The blue sky and white clouds were reflected in the lake, but there was no blue sky or white clouds above his head. A huge surprise welled up in Ningshu's heart. This could be the rebirth pool. Could it really be the rebirth pool? "Come here." Ningshu waved at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi had a blank look on his face. Clearly, he was confused by the series of events. "Young master, Auntie is calling you." Li Si nudged him. Pai Lupi walked over to Ningshu with a numb expression. Ningxu crouched down and scooped some water from the lake and poured it on Pai Lupi's body. The moment the water touched Pai Lupi's body, it began to sizzle. What's this? Pai Lupi jumped up in fright. The black smoke is dissipating. It looks like it's really the rebirth pool. Ningxu stroked his chin and stared at the lake. This rebirth pool was quite big. The rebirth pool in the deformed Samsara world on the Nine Palace Mountain was much bigger. The rebirth pool's size meant that it could accommodate more souls. Ningxu took out the soul-attracting banner and said to the rebirth pool, "Mountain Gaze, your ants are all here. I hope you can purify them well and give them a chance to reincarnate." A breeze blew past the rebirth pool, stirring up the pool water. Ningxu released the souls in the soul-attracting banner. Perhaps these souls knew that this would relieve them of the pain, so they surged towards the rebirth pool. Finally, they saw the rebirth pool purify all the souls. Some souls with weak souls or even without intelligence could reincarnate. However, they could only be worms that lived day and night. These souls should be sent to the Nine Palace Mountain world, but how could they connect to other worlds? It probably needed to be perfected. "Heh, don't tell me you want to throw me in?" Liren, who was in his soul state, said. "You want to kill me and throw me in?" Ningxu ignored him and said to Pai Lupi, "This is the rebirth pool. If you jump in, you can reincarnate and be reborn as a human. Furthermore, only this can wash away the poison and memories in your soul." Pai Lupi was a little hesitant. He wanted to reincarnate, but he couldn't bear to leave his current life. "Young master." Li Si looked at young master. Now that the Li family was gone, he and young master relied on each other. However, he knew that young master was very dissatisfied with his current state, especially when he often suffered from qi deviation. After Ningxu said this, the one who made the decision was Pai Lupi. Then, he grabbed Liren's soul and tapped on the black hole before walking in and disappearing. Pai Lupi looked at the disappearing black hole and sighed. He wasn't willing to reincarnate. Reincarnation meant that he had to start everything from scratch. Furthermore, his fate was unknown. Pai Lupi wanted to leave this place with that girl. Ningxu and Liren left Jiugong Mountain. Looking at the familiar world of reincarnation, Ningxu let out a sigh of relief. She looked around Jiugong Mountain and found that there was indeed a hole in Jiugong Mountain. The next time she entered Jiugong Mountain, she could enter through this hole. Liren looked at the vast world of black sand and was a little confused. He asked Ningxu, "Where are you taking me?" Ningxu didn't say anything and brought Liren back to the system space. Looking at the familiar place, Ningxu almost thought that he wouldn't be able to go back. "What is this?" Liren asked. Ningxu said to 2333, "Scan him and see if he passes. If he passes, send him over. If he doesn't, I'll push him back to the rebirth pool." 2333, what rebirth pool? Take a look at him first. Ningxu sat on the sofa. Liren smirked, "Did I enter your room? I heard that a man entering a woman's room has a special meaning." Liren said. "Is this your son?" 2333 was shocked. "Ningxu, the data is qualified. You can send it to the main system to match." 2333 said. Ningxu waved his hand, "Send him over." "Who are you talking to?" Liren looked left and right. "Since you don't want to guard the hole, then do something more interesting. Do it well. If you don't do it well, you'll die." Liren wanted to say something, but he was sent away. He was dumbfounded. "The rebirth pool you mentioned. Did the rebirth pool form in the world of reincarnation?" 2333 asked after sending Liren away. Ningxu poured the pure soul origin liquid on the table onto the peerless martial art as she explained the ins and outs of the matter. "BK, what's up with that Mountain Gaze?" Ningxu asked. Mountain Gaze was the most puzzled. 2333 thought for a moment. "The world is so big. I think that Mountain Gaze should be the purest person in the world. He was chosen to become the rebirth pool early on. It was really Pengu's creation. The purest person in the world." If that was the purest person in the world, Ningxu did not want to be such a child. It was too bitter. Crying, beating people, and chanting scriptures. Actually, this is quite good. The two worlds have a symbiotic relationship. Moreover, the rebirth pool will extract a portion of the soul power. This soul power will be used to nourish your reincarnation world. This new reincarnation world does not have a carrier. It also does not have the conditions to form the reincarnation world. It uses your world as a carrier to form the rebirth pool. The power of the rebirth pool benefits your world. That was good. With the soul power provided by the rebirth pool, the reincarnation world would not run out of food. Even if it was hungry, it would be left hanging. There would not be any problems. I think the 9-Palace Mountain world has a big problem. That's why they did this. 2333 said casually. The plane saved itself. In that case, she was the one who benefited. Actually, she did not benefit. Who knew how this would affect the reincarnation world? The reincarnation world was too weak now. It was not suitable for the rebirth pool to be born. She felt that she had matured too early. However, the 9-Palace Mountain could not hold on anymore. If it was before, she could move it. But now that the reincarnation world and the 9-Palace Mountain were one, she did not know what would happen if she forcefully moved it away. This was the 9-Palace Mountain's own decision. She was kept in the dark. She even knew about a transformed kid. Did they think that by locking her in, it meant that she had agreed? She only wanted to say, damn it. Also, would she be able to enter the second level of the world to mine? She did not know if the passage to the second level was still there. Ningxu was a little tired. He prepared to go to Wood City to sleep. Then, he would go to the consultation room to find the silver-haired man. He thought about spending some money to order the silver-haired man around. As long as he entered the consultation room, he would come no matter how far away he was. This feeling was great. I have the money. I want the best service. Upon reaching Wood City, Ningxu's law of wood imprint started to absorb the green dots in the air. The water droplet rolled back and forth on the leaf. Ningxu wanted to scoop the water droplet off, but he couldn't. He suddenly had an obsessive-compulsive disorder and wanted to scoop it off. Ningxu arrived at the silver-haired man's consultation room. There were consultation rooms everywhere, but he had never received any taxes. Ningxu's heart was filled with resentment. After waiting in the chair for a while, Ningxu played with his hand and the water droplets on the leaves. When the silver-haired man came out and saw Ningxu, he was very calm. What do you want to know? The silver-haired man asked. Ningxu, I have something to ask His Excellency, can you summon him for me? He really wanted to get the contact information of these big shots. Otherwise, he would come looking for the silver-haired man every time. Did something happen in the world of reincarnation? The silver-haired man asked. Yes, there's a problem. I need him to come over and take a look. Ningxu nodded. The silver-haired man helped to inform him. Ningxu looked at the book in front of him and asked, has your world been repaired? No. Ningxu, that's great. I'm not alone. The silver-haired man silently looked at Ningxu and smiled. After waiting for a while, His Excellency still didn't come. Ningxu asked, is he very busy? Of course. Then what is he busy with? There are so many worlds of reincarnation. If there's a soul riot that can't be quelled, he has to deal with it. Ningxu, it's quite tiring. But there are so many bones, and these bones aren't weak. There shouldn't be many situations that can trouble His Excellency. Before His Excellency came, Ningxu asked a few more questions. How much soul origin fluid does the broken world need to absorb to repair it? After Heixi's torment, the world was even more broken. The amount of soul origin fluid needed was simply despairing. Especially since she didn't know if she could enter the second floor of 9-Palace Mountain. Are you asking about your world? It probably needs a lot. With the degree of damage, I think it's better to give up on treatment. Ningxu. Thank you for your advice. Has your world been repaired? Ningxu asked back, your world was only broken into 2 pieces. Why hasn't it been repaired yet? The silver-haired man. No. Come on, let's hurt each other. Let's get rid of evil for the people. Ningxu asked again in a small voice, the organization should have a stock of starstones, right? Ningxu was a little worried that she secretly kept 2 pieces. What if they couldn't be connected? Besides, she couldn't take them out even if she wanted to. She threw both pieces into the law of nothingness. There should be a stock, right? With so many worlds of reincarnation and destruction, there should be some left from the broken worlds. Ningxu was very guilty, but her face was calm as she looked at the silver-haired man. I don't have the authority to answer this question, and it's not something you should know. I refuse to answer. Starstones aren't traded. Next question. The silver-haired man said calmly. Ningxu looked at him. Then he must have a stock. He could only convince himself that the organization was so big and had so much energy. There must be a lot of stock. If he had asked her a few more times, he might not have been able to withstand the pressure and handed it over. A simple black carved door appeared in the room. His Excellency, dressed in a tuxedo, came out with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. For you. Ningxu, silently taking the flowers, Ningxu's mind was filled with the image of His Excellency holding a huge fork. His Excellency was polite on the surface, but deep inside, he was cold and indifferent. When Ningxu saw these flowers, the image of flowers blooming from Mountain Gazing's flesh appeared in her mind. She instantly felt a little disgusted. Liren had to hurt himself to make her remember him, but Ningxu had a deeper impression of Mountain Gazing who blew his snot bubbles. That was a proper tragedy of life. Why are you looking for me? His Excellency asked. Ningxu immediately said, there seems to be a problem with my world of reincarnation. Please help me take a look. His Excellency nodded slightly. Sure. Ningxu opened the black hole and entered the world of reincarnation. Then he came to the pool of reincarnation. His Excellency touched his chin with his pale fingers and stared at the flowers on the shore of the pool of reincarnation. You said that these flowers grew from the body. Ningxu. Yes. You can do that? Next time, try to see what flowers grow from the body look like. His Excellency said. Ningxu, could the focus not be so strange? Was His Excellency going to use corpses as fertilizer? He would never accept His Excellency's flowers in the future. Is there any effect now that the pool of reincarnation has appeared? Ningxu asked. /BK it's alright, at least it has grown roots, like duckweed. At least I can determine the direction and not just go with the flow without knowing the direction of evolution. However, this reincarnation world is very rough and is not perfect in all aspects. His Excellency admired the flowers beside the rebirth pool. It was as if he had seen the beauty of the flowers. Ningxu only saw the twisted aesthetics of His Excellency. The next time he looked for him, he would definitely not accept flowers. There shouldn't be any bad effects, right? Ningxu was very careful, like he was protecting a baby. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any effects. With the nourishment of souls from the rebirth pool, the world's growth is also considered a normal cycle. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you. His Excellency nodded, accepting Ningxu's gratitude. Ningxu also understood that he owed him a favor. It wasn't something that could be solved with just a simple thank you. But knowing that there was no problem with the world, Ningxu was very happy. He also observed the situation of the world. Because the world had changed, the matter of the reincarnation world outside had been brought in. This place was no longer suitable for humans to live in, so the bodies of the living started to rot. The plants and crops also started to rot. The entire world had a very dark color. His Excellency actually picked up these rotting corpses and kept them. As expected, he was going to use corpses as fertilizer. Ningxu didn't even want the flowers in his hands. With such a hobby, who knew what he would use as fertilizer in the future? Ningxu felt that they should dispel the idea of the abyssal prefect using corpses as fertilizer. Actually, when the corpses rot, it will only contaminate the flowers. Moreover, the flowers absorb soul energy, which will contaminate soul energy. In fact, the human body is full of filth. Ningxu didn't want to be stuffed with flowers that grew from corpses every time they met. No worries, I will test it out. His Excellency said. Ningxu rolled his eyes. When he reached the entrance to the second level, he found that the entrance had already collapsed. There was no entrance to the second level. Ningxu, damn, His Excellency was still picking up corpses. If she couldn't enter the second level, how was she going to dig for soul stones? She was in despair. Ningshu's expression was miserable, and the abyssal prefect seemed to feel that he had collected enough corpses, so he turned to Ningshu and asked, "Is there anything else?" "It's fine," Ningshu said dejectedly as he followed the abyssal prefect out of the world of samsara. The silver-haired man saw Ningshu's expression of despair, as if his entire family had been executed. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. "Is there a problem?" "There's no problem. I'll be taking my leave now." The abyssal prefect had probably found a new source of entertainment and returned to his garden. "Do you have any other questions?" "If not, please settle the bill," the silver-haired man said. Ningshu took out his ID card. "Can you give me the contact information of Your Excellency?" The abyssal prefect himself isn't a member of the organization. "Besides, didn't I give it to you this time?" the silver-haired man asked. Ningshu, "Yes, it was given to me." After saying a few words, the name disappeared. She had already calmed down. Otherwise, she would have thought that something supernatural had happened. The silver-haired man gave him a piece of paper with the contact information of the abyssal prefect written on it. "This piece of paper costs 100,000 merit points." Ningshu, "It's not this piece of paper that's expensive, but the resources on this side." Ningshu squinted and took out his ID card. The silver-haired man said, 200,000 merit points in total. Ningshu, "Can you not be so greedy?" "I'm not greedy. If it's really cheap, you'll doubt the authenticity of my information again." "Everyone believes that expensive things are good things," the silver-haired man said calmly. "Anyway, you've said everything. No matter what others say, you can set the price as you wish." Ningshu paid 200,000 merit points. Every time he came, he would pay 100,000 merit points. He always felt that he was being treated as a fool. However, sometimes he had to come to him. "Forget it, I'll take it as buying a service. I didn't mind so hard just to show off. I have to raise myself to be a noble person. I'm a very noble person, ha ha ha." After leaving Wood City, the Wood nomological imprint was no longer absorbing the green light. Ningshu went to the auction house in Water City to see if there was anything good. Ningshu didn't know what he wanted to buy, but he just wanted to shop. At the entrance of the auction house, he met Mei Ziqing. Ningshu felt that he hadn't seen Mei Ziqing in a long time. Other than Mei Ziqing's fixed repayment schedule, she was always doing missions. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Ningshu felt that Mei Ziqing's appearance had changed a lot. However, her appearance and temperament had changed a lot. She looked a lot tougher. When Mei Ziqing saw Ningshu in a red dress, she didn't dare to recognize him at first. Finally, she shouted, "Ningshu." "I am." "What are you doing here?" Ningshu asked. Mei Ziqing suddenly smiled. "I'm here to sell something. You know that I'm carrying a mountain of debt. I'm selling something to make some money to repay my debts." "What are these things?" Ningshu and Mei Ziqing entered the auction house together. "I found them during missions. Or something rare. I wanted to exchange them with the exchange store, but the exchange store kept lowering the price." Mei Ziqing curled her lips and said. Ningshu deeply understood. When she discovered the peerless martial art, the system gave her 100 points. Then, when she wanted to buy the peerless martial art back, it asked her for 2,000 points. The system exchange store was the worst. Especially those who had just become mission enforcers. They could only be exploited because they couldn't even enter the virtual space, let alone the nomological space. Tian was patrolling the auction house. When he saw Ningshu and Mei Ziqing, he immediately walked towards them. His every step was elegant. Tian should be a young master from an ancient aristocratic family. He was shrewd and had an outstanding temperament. Ningshu could almost see the money flying away from him. "Greetings, City Lord." Tian cupped his hands towards Ningshu as a form of greeting. "I'm here to accompany a friend. There's no need for introductions." "Really, thank you. City Lord, if you need anything, I can help you find it quickly." Tian spoke unhurriedly, making it impossible to refuse. This feeling was as unpleasant as when you were shopping for clothes and the salesperson asked you what you needed. I'm just looking around. City Lord, if you need anything, you can call me. Si Tian cupped his hands and left. Ning Shu and Mei Ziqing strolled around and chatted. Of course, the topic inevitably turned to Xiaohua. Whenever Xiaohua was mentioned, Mei Ziqing's brows never relaxed. She was like a worried old mother. Ning Shu then remembered that he seemed to have met the Grand Elder before. However, he was very guilty at the time and didn't think to ask about the stone called Pan Chen. If he caught Pan Chen, he would know Xiaohua's whereabouts. When Xiaohua was mentioned, Mei Ziqing's mood was inevitably affected. BK The people around her were too innocent. She couldn't help but worry constantly. Xiaohua's IQ was that of a child's. Mei Ziqing couldn't be blamed for being worried. Ning Shu felt that Liren was her son. Now that he was doing missions, she wondered if he had hands and what kind of system he was equipped with. Forget it, she didn't want to think about it. She had already given him a rich and colorful path. It didn't matter if he hated her. She wouldn't meet his hatred in the future. Even if she did, it didn't matter. Ning Shu didn't think that Liren couldn't handle some simple missions. The two women shopped and bought a lot of things. They didn't know if they really needed them. They just enjoyed shopping. After leaving the auction house, they went to a restaurant for a meal. However, it was Ning Shu's treat. Mei Ziqing was now so poor that he didn't even have the money to have a good meal. It could be said that he was living a tight life. Ning Shu felt that Mei Ziqing was suffering. She might have broken out of her cocoon and become a butterfly. She was also suffering now, waiting for the time to soar. They were all suffering. She got used to it. Although it was tiring, the rewards were definitely unexpected. Ning Shu asked Mei Ziqing how her world construction was going. Mei Ziqing smiled and said, I have already found 3 world sources. Congratulations, there are still 4 left. Ning Shu said, you should ask Si Tian to help you find a world source like the light and darkness attribute. It's not easy to find. If he wants to earn your money, he will definitely find it through various channels. They weren't at war now. There shouldn't be a lack of resources. She was lucky enough to buy a light and darkness attribute world source. There were so many people in the organization. If you couldn't find something, it didn't mean that others couldn't. Mei Ziqing wasn't in a hurry. We'll talk about it later. At most, we can do more missions and find world sources. If you find one in the future, sell it to me first. We can discuss the price. Okay. Ning Shu felt melancholy. The passageway to the second level of the 9 Palace Mountain had been destroyed, and she could no longer enter the second level. She was extremely upset, so she ordered a table full of dishes and stuffed them into her stomach. She was extremely satisfied. The two women's chopsticks flew as they devoured the dishes on the table. Mei Ziqing was probably under a lot of pressure, so she ate as if she was venting her stress. Ning Shu didn't think much of Mei Ziqing's pressure. As long as there was money, it was fine. However, her pressure was the real deal. Every social class had its own pressure. Ning Shu burped and paid the bill. Mei Ziqing looked at the time and felt that it was time for him to go and complete his mission. After bidding farewell to Ning Shu, he hurriedly returned to the system space. Ning Shu opened the black hole and appeared in the world of Samsara. He went straight in through the hole in the 9 Palace Mountain. The Thunder Kirin was lying beside the hole. When it heard the movement, it immediately raised its head and looked at the hole. When it saw Ning Shu, it lowered its head and closed its eyes. The Thunder Kirin was indeed an existence that could better guard the hole and fulfill the will of the heavenly Tao. If it was Liren, he wouldn't really guard the hole obediently. By the time he came back, some souls would have already passed through the hole and entered the world of Samsara. The Thunder Kirin's body was crackling with lightning. When Ning Shu saw it, he instinctively wanted to avoid it. He didn't want to come into contact with the lightning. Along the way, he went to the rebirth pool. The black flowers beside the rebirth pool emitted a mesmerizing fragrance. Under the breeze, the fragrance spread far and wide, attracting souls to the rebirth pool. This fragrance seemed to be able to evoke a strong sense of happiness in the depths of the soul. Some souls with weak souls or unclear minds were lured into the rebirth pool and reincarnated. There were also some souls who, after careful consideration or for other reasons, chose to jump in. The rebirth pool was such a beautiful thing. It should be the only place in this gloomy world of samsara that was filled with color and light. It was more like a moth trap in the dark night. You could be it. Not long after, Xianxia realized that there were more souls in this world. Could it be that the souls from the other levels of the Nine Palace Mountain were all sent here? With the world of samsara, the Nine Palace Mountain would no longer produce soul stones. Without soul stones, how could she mine? She loved mining. Xianxia went to find Pai Lupi. He went to the small courtyard from before. The small courtyard had been rebuilt. Furthermore, the current world couldn't grow treasures anymore. Another source of income was cut off. Xianxia was heartbroken. He knocked on the door. Lisi opened the door. When he opened the door, a zombie-like face was revealed. Lisi's face was filled with pustules. His face was swollen and there was a smell of rotting flesh. Xianxia was speechless. It's Grandaunt. Lisi's words were unclear. He seemed to be tongue-tied. It's time to give up your body. It will rot sooner or later. Xianxia said. Now, the bodies of those who were alive in the world of samsara would start to fester on a large scale. When the body died, they would no longer be able to carry out life activities. Then, they would become souls. It's okay. Lisi didn't want to leave his body. Xianxia let him be. Pai Lupi stood at the door. His body was emitting black gas. Xianxia immediately stopped. Are you still absorbing soul stones? The black gas increased again. If this continued, even the calm aura wouldn't be able to suppress it. Pai Lupi wouldn't want to break a broken jar, right? I'm absorbing. Pai Lupi said. Xianxia frowned. Didn't I say that you should stop absorbing soul stones? If you want to get rid of the poison in your soul, you can only jump into the pool of life. Pai Lupi laughed. Are you afraid that if I absorb too much, you won't have enough soul stones? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Do you think I want your soul stones? If I want your soul stones, I can kill you with my fingers. Why did I give you the calm aura? Wrong. You need me to get soul stones for you. Pai Lupi shook his head and said. Why can I be so partial to Liren and take him away from here, but I can't? Pai Lupi asked seriously. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Liren said that she didn't have any warmth for him, and Pai Lupi said that she was partial to Liren. If she had to listen to these people and care about everyone's feelings, she would be exhausted. Everyone's feelings were different. Xianxia didn't care. He just said, you're not suitable. With the black gas all over his body, if he wanted to do the mission, he would pollute the body of the person who asked him to do the mission. When the person returned, he would pollute the body of the person who asked him to do the mission. Now that he had gone mad, he would have to travel from one plane to another. Wouldn't that be crazy, if she brought Pai Lupi to 2333 and let him identify him before sending him to the main system for identification? 2333 would probably spit on her face. /BK don't think that being a mission enforcer is an easy job. If you're not careful, you'll be obliterated. Why am I not suitable? Pai Lupi asked. Xianxia replied, you're not suitable in any way. Then why can Liren do it? Pai Lupi vaguely felt that Liren had been brought to a different world. Because his soul is suitable, Xianxia said matter-of-factly. Pai Lupi almost spat out blood. However, he was in his soul state and didn't have blood, but his body was surging with black gas. Looking at Pai Lupi's state, he was definitely going to go crazy. Moreover, Pai Lupi was very unhappy with her. Could this cooperation still continue? Most likely, it would not be able to continue. Speaking of which, why did Pai Lupi think that she should be responsible for his life? She couldn't even take responsibility for her own life, so how could she take responsibility for others? Xianxia turned and left. Lisi, whose body was swollen and smelled like a corpse, hurriedly sent Xianxia to the door. Lisi hurriedly said to his master, don't take master's words to heart. Ever since the world changed, master's will has been depressed. Xianxia made a no sound. He didn't care about Pai Lupi's words at all. Even if he was dissatisfied, he was still absorbing impure soul stones, especially after she warned him. He was getting further and further away from the path of a mission enforcer. Ningxu asked, after the world changed, are soul cultivators still absorbing soul stones? The changes in the world do not affect the soul cultivator clans, especially when everyone is about to become a soul. Some soul cultivator clans have taken in quite a number of members and rapidly grew stronger. Li Si's words were somewhat unclear, but Ningxu understood. There were more and more soul cultivators. Although there was the rebirth pool, not every soul would jump in and choose to absorb soul stones to become stronger. The world would no longer produce soul stones, but the number of people absorbing soul stones would continue to grow, and the number of soul stones would continue to decrease. Ningxu suddenly felt like his boat was on fire. He had to hurry up and find soul stones. In the future, there would be fewer and fewer soul stones, and the strength of the souls in this world would also stop growing. Li Si asked Ningxu, does young master really not have a chance? Li Si still hoped that young master could start a new journey and was not willing to see him like this. Ningxu shook his head and flew away. Li Si slowly returned to the hall and said to Pai Lupi, young master, why did you provoke her? I wanted to test it out, but she rejected me so firmly. Pai Lupi frowned. You can't use your body anymore. Give it up. Do you think that your young master is very sad after becoming a soul? Is that why you would rather have a rotten body than become a soul? Li Si hurriedly shook his head, almost shaking his head off. I'm going to become a soul, and I still have to consume your soul stones. Sometimes, life is really hopeless. Thus, the master and servant began to sigh. Pai Lupi said, I have some soul stones. You don't have to look at me with a swollen face. Li Si was speechless. Ningxu went to look for the soul stone mine where the earthworm was. He felt that the terrain had changed. Ningxu found it with great difficulty, but even the mine hole had disappeared. He had to dig it again. When he reached the hole, he heard a sound that sounded like a ghost crying. Ningxu looked at the earthworm and sighed. What are you crying for? It said that children should be raised to prevent old age. You're hastening it. The earthworm burped. When it saw Ningxu, it asked, where's Liren? I sent him to a wider world. Look at how timid he is. Hurry up and find soul stones. Everyone has started to absorb soul stones. There will only be fewer and fewer soul stones. You will definitely starve to death in the future. Ningxu looked at the golden earthworm. Black spots had started to appear on its body. Could it be that its body was starting to rot? Oh. The golden earthworm collapsed to the ground weakly. I don't want to move. Ningxu took out his tools and started to dig. There were still some soul stones left in the mine, and the golden soul origin liquid was no longer dripping. The terrain of the entire world had changed a lot. Fortunately, she had dug out all the soul stone mines at the bottom of the sea in the beginning. Otherwise, with the movement of the Earth's crust, she would not have been able to find the mountains and seas. The sea was no longer a sea, but a canyon. Ningxu dug like a mole and dug out the last soul stone in the mine with satisfaction. Ningxu threw a soul stone in front of the earthworm. Eat it. Don't go on a hunger strike. He won't come back even if you go on a hunger strike. This is too trashy. I don't want to eat it. I only want to eat the golden liquid. The earthworm said. Ningxu put away the soul stone. Don't talk about the golden soul origin liquid. You won't even be able to chew on stones in the future. Go eat dirt. The earthworm looked at Ningxu. Liren is right. You are such a cold-blooded and unreasonable person. Ningxu stepped on its body. You think even his farts are fragrant. Let's hurry up and find the soul stones. Now that the terrain has changed, maybe the soul stone mines buried very deep have been squeezed out. The earthworm got up and asked, will I still be able to see Liren in the future? Ningxu hesitated for a moment and decided not to stab it in the heart. Although he did not know what kind of feelings the earthworm had for Liren, the earthworm had always been guarding Liren, even though Liren did not care about the earthworm at all. It did not seem like love. Yes, but it will take a long time. If Liren became a level mission enforcer and could enter the virtual space, Ningxu would enter the virtual space and leave him a contact. Oh. The earthworm was satisfied. However, the world was so big. How could he find it? Ningshu stared at the earthworm. The earthworm said proudly, I can sense if there is a soulstone mine in a range. Ningshu said faintly, so awesome. No wonder you were enslaved. The earthworm suddenly did not know whether it should be proud or angry. Can't you praise me properly? It felt like it had been fed a piece of **tea candy. So Ningshu and the earthworm ran all over the world. However, Ningshu set up a boundary around its body to prevent the material in the world of reincarnation from corroding its body. Along the way, they found several soulstone mines, but they were all small mines. The quality of the soulstones was average, and there was no golden soul original fluid. However, they could not let go of it. In the future, there would be fewer and fewer soulstones. As long as there was a soulstone with a trace of soul power, Ningshu would take it. Ningshu was mining, and the earthworm was lying on the side. It looked down on the quality of the soulstones, proving that it was an experienced and knowledgeable soul worm and could not look at any soulstone. Ningshu felt that he did not lack soul power. What he lacked was the soul original fluid. The reincarnation pool had already existed in the world of reincarnation. The reincarnation pool would deprive a part of the soul and provide it to the world of reincarnation. /BK The world of reincarnation didn't need much soul power anymore, and peerless martial arts needed soul liquid. If the law of nothingness wasn't solved, it would be a disaster. 2333, you've been wandering around for a long time. He had been trapped in the Nine Palace Mountain for so long, and he was still wandering around. Ningshu heard 2333's reminder. It's okay. Let me walk around this world. After walking around this world, he would find the soul stones that he needed to find. 2333 The two of them didn't speak. Ningshu and Earthworm went on a journey of searching for soul stones. However, the soul stone mines they found weren't very big. The biggest one was only a small part of the gold stone, and it wasn't pure gold. Ningshu collected them all. If he sold the pure soul power, he could get a lot of money. He didn't collect much golden soul liquid, but he found a lot of soul stones. They were all normal quality soul stones, and the slightly better ones were soul stones with a little gold in them. After walking through more than half of the world, he felt that every place was the same. There was no scenery, and everything was gray. Moreover, some souls with weak soul power were wandering around aimlessly. Some were attracted by the life pool and jumped into it. In short, this place had really become hell, but there were no 18 levels of hell. There were all kinds of torture. Perhaps as the number of souls in this world increased, Ningshu felt that this world also needed a manager. I'm tired. I want to rest. The earthworm collapsed on Ningshu's shoulder and said, Two-legged monsters are really greedy. We've already found so many soul stones. Isn't it enough? Who said I'm doing it for myself? I'm just looking for a bigger soul stone mine to find a place for you to stay. Are you going to lie on the ground like this? Ningshu looked at the earthworm kindly. I'm looking for a soul stone mine for you. The earthworm. The hypocrisy of two-legged monsters is beyond my imagination. Then, the man and the worm continued to look for soulstone mines. The earthworm found a slightly larger soulstone mine and settled down. Ningshu mined and left some soulstones for the earthworm. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not good to you. I left some rations for you. The earthworm looked at the empty mineral vein or a few embedded in the stone wall. Its mung bean-sized eyes kept rolling. It was so proud of leaving such a small amount. Couldn't it be more arrogant? It had never seen such a person before. Although it might not eat soul stones of this quality, it still wanted to take credit for leaving such a small amount of soul stones. Ningshu and the earthworm had been to many places, but they didn't find many soul stone mines. If they weren't empty, they would have been dug up by others. If not, they were almost finished. Ningshu picked up some leftover materials, just like picking up wheat ears. However, he didn't find any more of the golden soul origin fluid. It was really mined out. It was also possible that many families had stored the soul stones. There were only souls in this world, and soul stones had become worthless. Ningshu sighed after wasting a lot of time walking through the world. Although he obtained a lot of soul stones, Ningxu cared more about the soul origin fluid. Ningxu felt depressed. After leaving Nine Palace Mountain, Ningxu rubbed his chin and walked around Nine Palace Mountain. He was thinking about how to enter the second level. Even if he understood the law of space, there wasn't even a passage. How was he going to enter? Ningxu tried to place his hand on the wall of Nine Palace Mountain. He thought about going to the second level. He remembered that he had entered the first level by sticking to the wall. Now, the first level had become the reincarnation world and was connected to his world. Logically speaking, the Nine Palace Mountain should have sent her to the second level. The suction force of Nine Palace Mountain sucked Ningxu's soul in. Ningxu opened his eyes. He felt very bright in front of him, even a little dazzling. The reincarnation world was dim and even a little dark. With such sudden brightness, Ningxu instinctively covered his eyes with his hand. When he opened his eyes again, he saw green mountains and clear waters, birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was a very normal world. He should have arrived at Nine Palace Mountain. He wasn't suddenly sent to another world by 2333, right? So he really entered the second level. Ningxu was not excited. He felt that the countless soul stones in the second level were waving at him. Soon, he would have a lot of golden soul origin fluid. He was very excited. Ningxu opened a black hole and left the second level. He appeared outside Nine Palace Mountain. He went in through the hole and grabbed the earthworm out of Nine Palace Mountain. When he was outside, he placed his hand on the wall and was sucked into the second level. The earthworm was very confused. What was this? However, when he saw a normal world, he immediately forgave the two-legged monster for treating him so rudely. The earthworm was very comfortable. Although the soul worm didn't absorb spiritual qi, it was very comfortable to bathe in spiritual qi. The place where he stayed before was very painful. Sometimes, his body wouldn't even listen to him. Ningxu opened her arms and a gentle breeze blew over. It was especially comfortable. Yes, the world below was dark and gloomy. This world was filled with the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Looking up, it was a very, very big world. The spiritual qi was abundant and the world was stable. Ningxu rubbed his hands. He was ready to go to this world to develop the soulstone mine. Since he was in the forest, he let the earthworm start searching for the soulstone mine. The earthworm wanted to find a very big mine for himself. It would be best if there was golden soul liquid inside. Then, he began to live a leisurely life. The man and the worm's faces changed from excitement to anticipation, then to confusion, then to suspicion, and finally to numbness. The worm immediately said, "It's not a problem with my ability. The problem is that we have been here for so long and haven't found any soulstone mines. Even if we didn't find any new soulstone mines, we didn't even find any old soulstone mines." Ningxu wiped his face. Were there no soulstones in this world, the reincarnation world? In the 9th layer of Nine Palace Mountain was deformed. One could only leave but not enter. How could this world digest soul stones? They were chased by spirit beasts everywhere and didn't find a single soul stone. What a scam! Ningxu felt that it was useless to search like this. He still needed to understand what this world was like. Thus, the man and the worm began to search for a town. After much difficulty, they found a town. This town was so big that Ningxu was a bit numb. Such a big town must have taken a lot of work. The city gate was built so high that it reached the clouds. Ningxu raised his chin and looked at the city gate. It was so spectacular. The world in the second layer was a bit awesome. Ningxu wanted to enter but was stopped by the guards at the city gate. When they saw that Ningxu was a soul, they immediately asked for his identity card. Identity card? Identity card, this world seemed to have very strict rules. /BK he needed an identity card to enter a city. This world was a little strict. Ningxu looked at the people entering and leaving the city. They didn't seem to need an identity card. If a soul entered, they would need to check the identity card. Some souls didn't need an identity card at all. The guard even bowed to him, indicating his noble status. "Since you don't have an identity card, capture him." The guard saw that Ningxu wasn't moving and had no intention of taking out his identity card. He immediately wanted to capture Ningxu. Then I won't enter the city." He ran away, leaving the guard helpless. Running to a place where the guards couldn't see, Ningxu set up an enchantment around her body. She turned invisible and directly swaggered through the city gate, but she didn't expect to hear a shrill bell ringing in the air above the city gate. Someone broke in. Someone broke into the city. The guard raised his spear and was alert, but he didn't see anyone. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, there were sensors. It was probably some kind of sensing array. With an identity card, the array wouldn't ring. The guards were still looking for someone. Ningxu ran out of the city gate in a spurt of energy. It was just a city gate, but Ningxu felt like he had passed through a long tunnel. What greeted him was lively noise. He was really not used to suddenly being in a lively street. Ningxu went to a corner and removed the barrier. Looking at the lively and simple street, he saw that there were people and souls. It was good to have souls. It meant that this was a world where living beings and souls coexisted. There were still soul stones. The street was very wide, and there were stalls on both sides. Ningxu also prepared to set up a stall. He was unfamiliar with this place. He could only exchange spirit liquid for soul stones like he had when he entered the first level. Ningxu was still looking forward to it. He didn't know what the quality of the souls in this world was like. The earthworm hid in Ningxu's collar, not daring to show itself. It was afraid that someone would eye it covetously and capture it to mine. Occasionally, it poked its head out, only to find that no one was paying attention to it. It then climbed onto Ningxu's shoulder and even jumped a few times, but still, no one was paying attention to it. Some people even inadvertently glanced at it, and their faces showed a disgusted expression, as if they despised it for looking a little disgusting. The earthworm's glass heart immediately shattered. In the past, it was an existence that everyone fought over, but now no one cared. He suddenly felt very disappointed. Many people saw Ningxu's stall, but they just casually glanced at it from the corner of their eyes and walked straight past it. They didn't seem interested in it at all. Ningxu was puzzled. Did cultivators not care about spiritual liquid? It was obviously a very precious item, but it did not appear as Ningxu had imagined. Ningxu was also disappointed. Some of the spirit stones were purchased by her when the prices of goods skyrocketed. She threw them into the fish pond, but they seemed to have become unwanted items here. Ningxu hammered the ground. Poverty makes it impossible for me to calm down. In the end, the man and the insect waited until their faces were numb. The sky was about to turn dark, but there was still no harvest. Miserable, 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 Ningxu was about to pack up her stall. She didn't know where she was going to stay tonight. She heard that there were people patrolling the streets day and night every day. There were many people during the day, so she didn't have much of a target. If she strolled alone at night, she would be caught and asked for her identity card. She had to keep a low profile first. "This is spiritual liquid, how much is it?" A swordsman with 2 bunches of hair hanging in front of his forehead asked. Finally, there was business. Ningxu wanted to say 5 spirit stones for a bottle of spiritual liquid, but she was afraid of scaring away the customer, so she said, 3 spirit stones for a bottle of spiritual liquid. "What spirit stones? It's spirit liquid." The swordsman casually picked up a bottle of spiritual liquid and looked at it. "How about this, 1 bottle of spirit liquid for 10 bottles of spiritual liquid?" Ningxu said without changing her expression, "Can you show me the spirit liquid?" The world here seemed to be different from the world below. The cultivator threw a bottle to Ningxu. Inside the bottle was a gray liquid. Ningxu felt that it seemed to have the power of the soul, and also the aura of the soul. However, it was not pure and contained impurities. From the solid form of spirit stones to the liquid form of spirit liquid, this world seemed to be very high class. Whether it was spirit stones or spirit liquid, as long as it contained the power of the soul, it would be fine. "Too cheap, I don't want to exchange," Ningxu said. This was the price of cabbages, a drop in price. "I don't really need the spiritual liquid. I just saw that a little girl like you has been setting up a stall here for so long. Besides, your soul body is drifting outside at night. If you get caught, you won't be able to come back," the swordsman said indifferently. "Besides, the spiritual energy in the city is abundant. I just need to set up an array in my room and wait for enough time to collect a lot of spiritual liquid. It's just that I don't feel like waiting. Ning-Shu, since when did spiritual liquid become so cheap? Don't lie to me, I don't know anything about this world. You can go ask other people. Don't say that I'm cheating you. The cultivator gave off the feeling of a gentleman swordsman, magnanimous. Ning-Shu had no choice but to exchange like this, using 50 bottles to exchange for 10 bottles of spirit liquid. Ning-Shu was already numb from the heartache. Don't wander around the streets at night, the swordsman said and left. Thank you. Ning-Shu thanked him and bitterly used 2 bottles of spirit liquid to buy a jade slip. The contents of this jade slip were very messy. It was all about this world and all kinds of unofficial history. Although it was expensive, it was indeed suitable for Ning-Shu. After using 2 bottles of spirit liquid to buy a room, Ning-Shu was left with only 1 bottle of spirit liquid. Ning-Shu felt unwell all over. She had really sold the spiritual liquid like it was cabbage. After being brought to the room by the waiter, he found that the room was not very good. Ning-Shu did not want to say anything. There was only 1 room for 2 bottles of spirit liquid. According to the shopkeeper, the quality of the spirit liquid was not very good. Ning-Shu, if not for the fact that she did not want to cause trouble, she would have squatted on the street. Why would she need a room? This city was bigger than she had imagined. Moreover, it was surrounded by towering city walls that reached into the clouds. The population was huge. It felt like everyone was tied up in a square city. It was like a pig was locked in a pigsty. Although it was a bit strange to describe it this way. Otherwise, why would the city walls be so high? Were they afraid that people would climb over the wall and run away? After closing the door, Ning-Shu took the jade slip and used his divine sense to enter the jade slip to accept these things. However, there were too many things inside, making Ning-Shu's head swell. After a while, he digested all the things. Finally, he looked at the earthworm with pity and said, "You will really have to eat soil in the future." The earthworm had been beaten up a lot. Recently, it had been beaten up every day. Now that it heard Ning-Shu's words, it did not care and laughed. It felt that nothing could beat it anymore. "I am a bit hungry," the earthworm said. Ning-Shu took out a spirit stone. The earthworm's bean-sized eyes did not even look at the spirit stone. "BK, you're giving me this?" The earthworm was very disgusted. In the past, it had been eating golden soul fluid. Now, it had to eat this. Forget it if you don't want to eat it. This kind of illness could be cured after a period of starvation. Because in this world, the earthworm couldn't find a single soul stone. Instead, it became a pig teammate who consumed soul stones. This world was divided into countless forces. Each force used a large city to keep everyone in captivity. When people died, they would directly capture these souls and use various methods to turn the souls into souls without intelligence. Then, they would become soul fluid that Ning-Shu exchanged for with 50 bottles of spirit liquid. In the area covered by the forces, only when people died, the souls would become the highest rulers of this city. In this world, soul fluid was a hard currency. Everything was done with soul fluid. Of course, this soul fluid was also used for the souls of high status to cultivate. There were also powerful families. If they died and lost their bodies, they could continue to cultivate. However, if civilians or weak cultivators died, their souls would be sent away and turned into bottles of soul fluid. Moreover, if the people living in the city died and their families didn't send their souls to the designated place, they would be punished. Moreover, if they took the initiative to send their family's souls to the designated place, they could also get soul fluid. This soul fluid could be used to buy necessities for the living. In short, soul fluid was money in this world. The soul fluid that these people received might be the souls of their family members. However, living in this environment, everyone felt that it was natural. Souls without bodies needed to be dealt with. It could also increase the family's income. In general, this world's use of souls was deeper than the first world. In the first world, no one thought of doing anything to souls. Instead, heaven and earth absorbed souls and formed soul stones. Then, everyone found soul stones. Wow, this is a good thing. Then, they started to mine. It took a long time to form soul stones, but it didn't take that long to turn souls into soul fluid. Of course, it didn't exclude the possibility that the strength of the people on the second world was much higher than that of the people on the first world. Xianxia felt that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this city. Even the lazy swordsman who bought things before wasn't weak. Xianxia told the earthworm that there was no soul stone mine in this world. He told it what he knew. The earthworm was dumbfounded and then collapsed on the table. It was a critical hit. It was a useless piece of trash. He was so disappointed that he couldn't find his goal in life. Xianxia heard heavy footsteps outside. He opened the window and saw armored patrols on the street below. The sound of armor rubbing against each other and their footsteps reverberated through the wide street. Other than these sounds, there was no other sound. There was an eerie feeling. Xianxia closed the window and rubbed his arms. He felt that the world on the second level was a little creepy and scary. What was even scarier was the perception of the people here. Sending a dead person's soul to be scattered and turned into soul fluid, this was something only an enemy would do. When a person dies, it's like a lamp being extinguished. Most of the time, when one dies, it's a full stop. Although the city seemed to have strict rules, it didn't exclude the possibility of people randomly killing people and then going to collect rewards, because the soul fluid could be sold for anything. The ordinary people living in the city were probably living for the sake of reproduction. They were like animals in captivity, letting these animals breed. Of course, in this world with abundant spiritual energy, it was also possible to cultivate if one wanted to. Moreover, it was also encouraged to cultivate. There were even some free cultivation manuals that were distributed. The souls of cultivators were always stronger than the souls of ordinary people. Everyone worked hard to become stronger and become a powerful person with a strong identity. This was to prevent their souls from being disposed of after they died. Moreover, after they died, they could continue to live and absorb the soul fluid to become stronger. It sounded pretty good, but Xianxia felt very uncomfortable. Perhaps the people here felt that it was very normal. Like the ordinary world, when people died, they would be buried in the ground for peace. However, in these souls, it was very normal to do so. Xianxia let out a long breath. It seemed that there was no point in this world. The soulstone mine belonged to you. Whether you could guard it or not depended on your ability. However, in this world, it involved a very large organization. Most importantly, the people here felt that it was very normal. It was a very normal life. This should be the rule of ignorant people. Xianxia felt that it was quite similar to an organization. In any case, it was inhumane to exploit people. In any case, if one made a mistake, the soul would be directly annihilated, and the soul power would be provided to others. Xianxia felt that if he went against these people, these ordinary people would probably beat him with hoes and hammers, saying that he had destroyed their peaceful lives and peace. Everyone had already adapted to this kind of life and was used to it. Xianxia was like an earthworm. He knocked his head on the table and was extremely dispirited. He imagined himself painstakingly comprehending the spatial laws and then entering the passage of the second world. When he came to this world, he found that he couldn't even drink a mouthful of soup. It was so sad. Moreover, the earthworm couldn't live in this world. There were no soulstone mines in this world. The earthworm would starve to death. He could only go back to the first world and look for a soulstone mine. In addition to the soulstone mines on land, there were also those in the sea. Some places had dried up, so there might be a soulstone mine below. There were so many creatures and souls in the sea. There must be a soulstone mine. He had only found one before, so there must be more than one. In any case, Xianxia was thoroughly disappointed in the second world. He didn't even have a chance to take advantage of the situation. There was no chance of obtaining soul fluid at all. To steal? Where to steal? F*ck. After a while, he heard footsteps outside. Xianxia couldn't sleep even if he wanted to. His heart was filled with worry. This was the second world that he had been longing for. Anyway, he had been wandering around for long enough. He would come back to the second world when he had time. Xianxia listened to the footsteps all night. Other than the sound of footsteps, there was no other sound. It made the footsteps seem even more sinister. Ningshu felt that it was gloomy and scary. The more lively it was during the day, the quieter it seemed at night. Finally, dawn came. Ningshu was about to leave with the earthworm when there was a sudden knock on the door. Ningshu released his spiritual power. He saw that there were armored soldiers outside the door. The inn was also surrounded by armored soldiers. Could it be that he found out that she didn't have an identity card? Ningshu grabbed the sleeping earthworm and opened the black hole. BK Ningshu disappeared from the room. When the person knocking on the door saw that the person inside did not open the door, he kicked the door open and found that it was empty. She didn't leave the inn. I've been cleaning the hall since morning and didn't see her go out. The waiter immediately said. Don't you check the identity card here? Well, the shopkeeper didn't check the identity card. Ningshu appeared outside the 9 Palace Mountain and then entered the world of the first level. The earthworm was in despair. I'm back again. It's not comfortable here at all. Why is the world of the second level like that? I thought my glorious era was coming. Thinking too much. It was basically certain that the earthworm was a creature of the first level, and it should be a unique creature. Ningshu set up a barrier around its body and finally said, find yourself a mine and settle down. Forget it, I'll go with you. You still won't let me go? Do you still want to exploit me? This guy was following him to make it easier to find him in the future. It was like a vampire, lying on its body and sucking its blood. It was as annoying as all the other two-legged monsters. Ningshu said kindly, if the second level doesn't work, there's the third level and the fourth level. The people of the second level were so powerful. Ningshu didn't have much hope for the world on the other side. Other than drinking some soup on the first level, he probably didn't have a share in the world on the other side. He was really unwilling. There would always be a chance. There would definitely be a chance. He didn't believe that the soul would be taken by those people when there was the world of reincarnation. But if the soul that jumped into the reincarnation pool on the first level jumped into the reincarnation pool, it might be reincarnated into the world of the second level, adding to the population of the second level. Then those people would be even more powerful. This was really not a good thing. If the soul was taken away by those people, it couldn't come to the world of reincarnation and couldn't jump into the reincarnation pool. Ningshu clenched his hand into a fist and hit the other palm. He decided that he would go to the world of the second level often in the future. As for this earthworm, he didn't need to bring it along at all. It was basically useless. After finding a small soulstone mine, the earthworm decided to stay here. It especially sighed, feeling that such a small soulstone mine was an insult to its noble status. In the past, it had always bathed in the golden soul fluid. After settling the earthworm down, Ningshu returned to the system space. He took out a lot of soul stones and golden soul stones and asked 2333 to send them to the main system for purification. Seeing that he had a backlog of quests, he guessed that he had spent too much time on 9 Palace Mountain, so he had increased the number of quests. Furthermore, Mei Ziqing also said that he had to do missions continuously to complete them. Ningshu went to the exchange shop and bought some fasting pills and potions. After that, he told 2333 that he was going to do a quest. If it was a simple mission, he would do it consecutively. If it was too complicated or tiring, he could rest for a while before moving on to the next one. Ningshu felt her body sway a few times before fusing into another body. Very quickly, she fused into the body. The alarm clock at the head of the bed was ringing rapidly. Ningshu reached out and turned off the alarm. He turned his head and saw a man lying beside him with his back facing him. There was still some distance between the two of them. This kind of situation was definitely a sign that they shared the same bed but dreamed different dreams. If they were really intimate, they wouldn't have their backs facing each other. Also, they were so familiar with each other that they were numb to each other. If they were husband and wife, it meant that their relationship wasn't good. Ningshu didn't get up. He used the blanket to cover himself tightly. It was so comfortable. He turned on the air conditioner and covered himself with the blanket. He also accepted the storyline. The client was called Yuan Su. She was a lawyer and a very capable one. It could be said that in order to win a lawsuit, she would give her all. She would personally collect evidence and whatnot. The corpse beside her was her husband, Xianxia. Xianxia was a forensic doctor. The two of them had a daughter called Lele who was in her first year. The two of them didn't have a very stable 9-to-5 job. Yuan-su would often work overtime and stay up late for a case, while Xianxia might fall asleep and receive a call from the station in the middle of the night for an autopsy. Perhaps their feelings for each other had faded. Xianxia increasingly disliked the fact that Yuan-su spent all her time on work. She was always in a hurry and had to spend more time with her family. The client felt that a lawyer's income was very high. She even told Xianxia that her daughter was going to learn the piano and that it was very expensive. She listed all kinds of expenses and said that if she stopped working, the family's finances would be a bit tight. Xianxia belonged to a government department. His salary didn't change much unless there was a change in position. Perhaps because she had been a lawyer for too long, the client liked to speak with facts. However, she didn't know that her words had pricked Xianxia's sensitive nerves. Could it be that I can't support you too? In any case, the two of them often argued about work. Xianxia felt that when he came home every day, there wasn't any warmth at all. He was just an ordinary man who wanted to enjoy the happiness of a family. On the other hand, Yuan-su would scratch her head and scratch her cheeks for a case, looking for evidence until her eyes turned red. She also had to face her husband's incomprehension. Her heart was also bitter. It wasn't that Xianxia wasn't good. He also often advised his client not to be too tired. This kind of advice usually ended in unhappiness. In any case, the impression that Yuan-su gave others was that she was especially strong, and a very capable woman. She made Xianxia look like a good old man. Later, the bureau assigned an assistant to Xianxia. This assistant had just graduated from medical school and came to the bureau for an internship. She was also a little girl who was very nervous when she saw a dead person. Sometimes, the corpses of the victims were very scary. With such a delicate little girl by his side, Xianxia naturally took care of her a little more. Gradually, this little girl, Tianyu, started to become more obedient. She would call Xianxia master every day and would bring him food every day. The two of them ate in the autopsy room every day. Under this kind of interaction between a man and a woman, different kinds of feelings would naturally develop. Tianyu worshipped Xianxia a lot. In front of outsiders, she didn't hesitate to praise him, "My master is the best." When some feelings developed, they couldn't be stopped. Outsiders all said that he had a beautiful and capable wife, but sometimes, when he came home to an empty house, his heart would feel especially sad. He could quit his job, but couldn't he hint to go home earlier after work? Perhaps in a man's heart, or perhaps in a woman's own heart, a woman had to balance her family and career very well. She had to be outstanding at work and take care of her family. Everything was done early, and the man got off work early at night. She turned on the orange lights and prepared a table full of steaming hot dinner, letting the man feel the warmth of a family. Actually, when the two of them were together, they could understand each other. Sometimes, when Xianxia woke up in the middle of the night to work, Yuan-su wouldn't say anything and would also understand. In the end, Xianxia said that Yuan-su's heart was filled with nothing but work. This was a bit of an unfair accusation. The client's job was still considered free, so they didn't have to sit around in the office waiting to get off work. When the children were released from school, they had to pick them up. Sometimes, when they couldn't make it, they would call Xianxia to pick them up. He should feel honored to have such a strong and beautiful wife. Shouldn't he be secretly happy to have married such a wife? However, the two of them didn't seem to be in sync with each other. Instead, they sharpened each other even further. Tianyu, who appeared at this time, was a woman who was the complete opposite of the client. Alright, Xianxia's mental state had been derailed, and the other party was the intern he'd personally groomed. Based on the plot, it seemed to be biased towards Xianxia. Xianxia bitterly endured his wife's cold treatment and domineering attitude, while Tianyu seemed to understand Xianxia better. They shared a common occupation and had endless topics to talk about, discussing everything. Moreover, after Xianxia and Yuan-su returned home, they wouldn't talk about their work. To Xianxia, being a lawyer was just taking advantage of legal loopholes to earn money, and Yuansu also didn't want to listen to Qin Ji Shui dissect the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys of the deceased at the dining table. They would either talk about highly decomposed corpses, crawling with maggots, or highly deformed corpses. Hence, Qin Ji Shui felt that he had nothing in common with his wife. Qin Ji Shui seemed to be a pitiful man. At this time, quite a few people in the station had already noticed the ambiguous relationship between Qin Ji Shui and Tianyu. Some of them who were familiar with Qin Ji Shui even tried to persuade Qin Ji Shui. During the gathering at the bureau, Qin Ji Shui tugged at his tie and gloomily talked about how strong his wife was, and how she was so and so and so. Instead, he received a lot of sympathy and pity. Coincidentally, there was a horrifying serial murder case in the city where he was located. The suspect was very cruel. Coincidentally, the client was involved in the case and was killed during the investigation. When Qin Ji Shui received this news, he only said one sentence: "She's always like this. For the sake of the case, for the sake of work, she doesn't care about anything else." Actually, she deserved it. With his wife dead, that bit of moral disgrace in Qin Ji Shui and Tianyu's relationship was gone. They became a happy family. Qin Ji Shui and Tianyu were the main characters, while Yuansu was just cannon fodder. Yuansu's strength and Tianyu's understanding were all described in detail. Even if she died in the end, everyone felt that she deserved it. She was willing to give up her life for her job. So what if she earned a lot of money? So what if she won so many lawsuits? She was not liked by her husband, and now she was even dead. Both men and women disliked strong career women. Ningshu, what kind of situation was this? This story was telling everyone that the second female lead's struggle was wrong. Or was it because he couldn't take good care of his family and was too overbearing all the time, causing his family to fall apart, and then he deserved to die? Yuansu's wish: "I don't want to be killed. I don't want Qin Ji to have a good life." Ningshu pulled the blanket over himself. Qin Ji Shui didn't have a blanket on him, so he reached out to pull the blanket over himself. Ningshu wrapped him up tightly. So comfortable. Qin Ji Shui tried to pull her a few times, but to no avail. He gave up and decided to get out of bed. After putting on his clothes, he nudged Ningshu. "Yuansu, Lei needs to go to school." Ningshu made an "oh" sound, but didn't get up. He closed his eyes and said, "Make some breakfast for Lei and send her to school." Qin Ji Shui's appearance was very decent. He belonged to the mature, steady, and charismatic type. Although he wasn't so handsome that no one in the world was better looking, he wasn't ugly either. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm too tired. I don't want to get up." "You send Lei to school. I'll pick her up at noon." At noon, the client would pick up the child and bring them to lunch. Afterwards, Qin Ji Shui had another opinion. He said that the restaurant outside was unhygienic and that bringing the child there wouldn't be clean food, blah blah blah. Qin Ji Shui ate lunch at the station's canteen. Did he ever worry about what the child ate? Every day, he acted as if he was soaking in bitter water, but in reality, what did he do? What did his mouth say? Women needed to balance work and family, but men didn't. Qin Ji Shui listened to Ningshu's willful reasoning and pursed his lips. He closed the door and went to wake Lei up. After tidying up, there was no breakfast. Qin Ji Shui pursed his lips and looked at the empty table. He held his daughter's hand and left. Qin Ji Shui drove his daughter to school. Actually, forensic doctors were also police officers. Their salary wasn't that high. The 2 cars at home were bought by the client. One was for the client to travel around. After thinking about it, she bought another for her husband. The client was willing to spend money on his daughter's education. Learning an elegant musical instrument, choosing the piano, would cost tens of millions every time. At home, the biggest source of income was Yuansu. Qin Ji Shui probably minded it in his heart and felt wronged. People always wanted to have the best of both worlds. Did they want to turn the client into a Superman? A person's energy was always limited. They could only care about one thing and not the other. The quality of life was all accumulated with money. Qin Ji Shui enjoyed a better quality of life than ordinary people, but he also wanted his wife to become a gentle and considerate woman who took care of the family in all aspects. Having 3 different views was really a terrible thing. The words Xianxia said to his colleagues at the gathering were really grievances and depressing. Xianxia really felt wronged, very wronged from the bottom of his heart. To Yuan-su, this was AF*** king bereaved family. Raising children, earning money to support the family. She did everything herself and still couldn't get anything good out of it. If her husband understood, it would be fine. But the problem was that her husband hated her profession. Perhaps Xianxia was a very righteous and pedantic person and really didn't like lawyers. Lawyers were just tools for the rich to escape from legal punishment. Other than family reasons, there was also the fact that he couldn't stand his wife's profession. He felt that his wife would do anything for money. After Xianxia took his daughter to learn, Xianxia stretched lazily and prepared to cultivate a peerless martial art. However, there was no spiritual energy at all. Without spiritual energy, Xianxia had to have the ability to protect himself to absorb the power of the sun. Moreover, if he died, wouldn't the huge insurance benefit Xianxia? The client would regularly vouch for the whole family, and the insurance beneficiary would be Lulu. When Yuan-su died, Lulu was still a 7 or 8-year-old child. When encountering this kind of situation, wasn't it still up to the adults to do whatever they wanted? Xianxia felt that Yuan-su was quite pitiful. Living in my room, sleeping in my bed, using my money, beating my child, and no one pitied me. He felt that this world's buff was also quite big. It belonged to blindness, magnifying some things and ignoring others. /BK Everyone who knew and interacted with Yuan-su felt that it was Yuan-su's fault. Who asked her to be so domineering? As for Xianxia and Tianyu's matter, they were much more tolerant. Xianxia and Tianyu were spiritually compatible. He also sympathized with Xianxia for having such a wife. If they couldn't live together, it wouldn't be blissful to continue living like this. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated for a while. Then, seeing that it was getting late, she washed up and put on a suit. A white shirt, a small suit, a tight skirt, and high heels, looking smart and capable. She was a lawyer who faced all kinds of lawsuits. She couldn't possibly wear some dreamy bubble skirt or a fresh white dress. She tied her hair up and put on some light makeup. She was very beautiful. Beautiful and capable. She could live well anywhere. The client also wanted to take care of both sides, but the result wasn't satisfactory. Xianxia didn't plan to save this marriage. If he wanted to save it, he would have to make sacrifices. Sacrifice his job. Without a job, this family's life was too tight. Someone said to find someone who understood the cold and the heat. This kind of understanding was compatible with the 3 views. If you liked planting flowers, he would help you choose a flower pot. If you were planting flowers, he would blabber and blabber. What's the use of planting these things? They could tolerate and understand each other's harmless hobbies. Xianxia carried his bag and went to the lawyer's office. Actually, the client was someone who specialized in divorce cases. Of course, not everyone would be grateful for fighting for the rights of the divorced. You'd just won a lawsuit and the next second, they'd reconciled. Then, they'd blame you for destroying their relationship and throw a few eggs at you. Even so, after being covered in eggs, the client would still calmly tell the client to pay the consultation fee and service fee. This kind of thing made Xianxia feel a little embarrassed. He felt that Yuan-su was too greedy for money. Yuan-su wasn't like this in the past. Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. Shouldn't he feel sorry for his wife at this time? Xianxia always felt that Xianxia had a sense of superiority. Although he looked like a good man, he really didn't treat the client well. It could only be said that the client really didn't fit the image of Xianxia's perfect wife. Xianxia's class had already received a rich lady. This lady directly said that she suspected that her husband was having an affair. She asked how much money she could get if she divorced her husband. Xianxia asked her if she had any concrete evidence in her hands. If I had evidence, why would I need to hire a lawyer? Why would I spend money to hire a lawyer? Just hire a private investigator to investigate. Xianxia said unhurriedly. Don't underestimate the ability of a private investigator. With a large sum of money, they might be able to do things faster than those from the government. It's not convenient for me to find a private detective. Let me put it this way. I'm worried that the private detective will take my money and then turn around and tell my husband to ask for more money. The lady hesitated and said. Xianxia smirked. Xianxia felt that there might be something wrong with this upper-class lady herself. Her background wasn't clean. However, it was fine as long as he didn't get caught by the other party. That's why I need you to help me investigate secretly. You lawyers should all have professional ethics. The lady said. Xianxia didn't want to accept this case that pushed the client to his death. However, the price this upper-class lady offered moved the client. The client was killed during the investigation. As for who killed him, he didn't even know who killed him. He was directly stabbed to death. He seriously suspected that the client's death was to make way for those two people. Coupled with a huge amount of insurance, life was really comfortable and comfortable. A man's happiness was three things: promotion, wealth, and a dead wife. Xianxia thought for a bit and still accepted it. He couldn't let the client die and not even know who killed him. He definitely had to find out who killed the client. Also, he had to draw a clean line with Xianxia. He couldn't let Xianxia live a good life. He felt that the client's resentment was very heavy, and he died in vain. The upper-class lady repeatedly warned Xianxia not to let her husband find out. If he found any evidence, no, he must find evidence. The meaning was self-evident. If there was evidence, he had to obtain evidence. If there wasn't, he had to create evidence. Xianxia looked at the upper-class lady's face that was full of benefits and smiled slightly. Okay. The upper-class lady said that after the case was done, she would give Xianxia a large sum of service fees. Xianxia only grinned and didn't say anything. From the looks of this woman, she was a miser who only took in and didn't take out anything. Even if the client didn't die, the service fees he received in the end wouldn't be as large as the upper-class lady said. After the upper-class lady left, Xianxia turned on his computer and started investigating this husband's information. No matter what, Xianxia had to investigate him thoroughly. Maybe the client was killed by this woman's husband. Maybe she really found out something. Someone stabbed him in the back, causing him to bleed to death. On the other side, Xianxia sent his daughter Lulu to school and then drove to work. When he arrived at the police station, someone came over with a smile and elbowed him. Great forensic Dr. Qin, there's an intern at the police station today, and it's a little girl. Xianxia was in a bad mood this morning. Once he heard that he had to take care of an intern, especially a little girl who just left school. Would she scream in front of all kinds of corpses? If it was a boy, it would be fine. But a girl. Xianxia felt a headache just thinking about it. Xianxia arrived at the autopsy room and saw a girl in a skirt standing there uneasily. Tianyu was a beautiful girl. Why would a girl like this be a forensic doctor? Teacher, I'm here for an internship. Tianyu said softly. Xianxia ignored her. He took off his coat and put on his white coat. Then, he sized her up and said, to be a forensic doctor, you first have to give up wearing skirts and high heels. It's inconvenient to wear skirts. Also, forensic doctors have to follow the police to all kinds of crime scenes. You're dressed like this because you're going to attend a banquet. Tianyu's face turned red from Xianxia's words. Originally, she had dressed up a little, hoping to give everyone the impression that she was a forensic doctor. But after hearing what her senior said, Tianyu almost cried. Especially when she saw Xianxia's stern face, Tianyu could clearly feel that this senior didn't like her. She couldn't help but say, go change your clothes. Xianxia said faintly, no need. From tomorrow onwards, don't dress like this. Also, shoes. If the case happened in a mountainous area, I understand. Tianyu immediately said. Seeing that Tianyu's attitude was still good, Xianxia's expression eased a little. He asked Tianyu about the school she graduated from and her grades. Tianyu answered everything one by one. The atmosphere wasn't so stiff anymore. /BK End of chapter 2420. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.